Chapter 834, Havoc in Heaven. Although the system version of the games and TV series were great for the players and viewers to understand and learn the spiritual spells and marital Tao, none of the people living in this turbid world had talents that were as great as those of Sun Wukong, who had a heaven-born and heaven-nourished body and all kinds of miraculous fortunate encounters. Even if they could obtain a tiny bit of understanding, it would be extremely difficult for them to gain Sun Wukong's super abilities with their much inferior talent. In all kinds of games and TV series, they had experienced countless world-destroying catastrophes cast by gods and immortals. During the process, the players and viewers had a clearer understanding of themselves and knew that they were indeed extremely insignificant in the eyes of gods and immortals. After accepting reality, they were no longer impatient. Instead, they obtained steady progress patiently and improved themselves little by little. At this moment, the viewers actually saw the heavens giving the Monkey King the title, the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. This is another attempt to recruit him using a pacifistic method. After all, even the pagoda bearer, Devaraja Li Jin, a famous immortal general, and his son were defeated, so it was natural for the Gold Star of Venus to offer a compromise and settle everything. In my opinion, he doesn't need the heavens to give him the title of Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. He can give himself this title. Zhang Xiaoyu mumbled. This way, he will live a free life and doesn't have to abide by the rules of heaven. Beside her, the heavenly faction's elder Xiao Yunhei explained, despite his unruliness, the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, is a being who respects his master and Tao. The patriarch instructed him repeatedly not to make trouble, which is why he makes peace whenever he can. Perhaps the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, had many internal struggles. I see. Remembering Sun Wukong's weeping face when Patriarch Sabati kicked him out, Zhang Xiaoyu suddenly understood something. Although the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, was a stone-born monkey, if he was just a powerful wild monkey, people wouldn't have passed down the legend about him for thousands of years and admired him so much. In the journey to the west, Wukong was indeed unruly, but he had his principles. Even though the Patriarch had scolded him and called him a mischievous monkey in exasperation, he had never discarded his respect for his master and Tao, which was the tradition and soul of Huasha culture in the past thousands of years. At this moment, the viewers watching Journey to the West began to realize that even though the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, had transcended the three regions, he was different from those gods who looked down on the mortal world with cold eyes. He was an existence with blood, flesh, and mortal emotions. Although he didn't need the heavens to grant him the title of the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, it was the first time in the history of the heaven to grant the title of Sage to a young demon immortal who was only a few hundreds of years old. Even though it was an empty title without any actual power, it suited the temperament of the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. In heaven, Wukong visited all kinds of gods and immortals. When meeting the three pure ones, he addressed them as, Your Reverence. When he saw the four Thirks, he would say, Your Majesty. After spending about 8 years on learning ceremonious greetings, he certainly wouldn't act like a wild beast. After the previous battle, they got to know each other better. While making all kinds of friends in heaven and calling them his brothers, Wukong enjoyed his life very much. Due to his friendship with these gods and immortals, when Wukong encountered difficulties on his way to the west, he would be able to enlist their help whenever he went up to heaven despite the havoc that he was about to cause. The star spirits were certainly his good friends. Among them, the Gold Star of Venus was friendly with Sun Wukong and had dissuaded the Jade Emperor from sending an army to the lower region to arrest him several times. 3 Pure Ones, 4 Thirks, 5 Elders, and 9 Luminaries, 28 constellations, the 4 Devarahas, and the 8 Immortals. There were many gods and immortals with official positions, let alone those who were independent and didn't hold official titles. The gods and immortals were as many and dazzling as the stars in the sky, showing the viewers a huge system of immortals and gods. The immortals were prosperous and many. While countless immortals were governed by the heavenly court, there were quite many who were not bound by the rules of heaven. The viewers couldn't imagine what kind of existence dared to fight such a powerful system of gods and Buddhas. Of course, things didn't end here. In the heaven system, not everyone liked the Great Sage. Heaven seems fun. Amused, the cultivators laughed and said, Your Majesty, the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, has no duties right now, and he merely dawdles away his time. He has become quite chummy with the various stars and constellations of heaven, calling them his friends regardless of whether they are his superiors or subordinates. In the treasure hall of divine mists, the star spirit of Wuku reported, I fear that his idleness might lead to roguery. At this moment, the Garden of Immortal Peaches had an empty position. Summon Sun Wukong and get him to take charge of the Garden of Immortal Peaches, so he won't cause trouble due to idleness. The Garden of Immortal Peaches. The viewers exchanged a look. There were 3,600 peach trees in the Garden of Immortal Peaches. In the front were 1,200 trees. The fruits ripened once every 3,000 years, and after one taste of them, a man would become an immortal enlightened in the Tao with healthy limbs and a lightweight body. In the middle were 1,200 trees. The fruits ripened once every 6,000 years. If a man ate them, he would ascend to heaven with the mist and never grow old. At the back were 1,200 trees with fruits that ripened once every 9,000 years, and if eaten, would make a man's age equal to that of heaven and earth, the sun and the moon. The story had shown how difficult it was to obtain the way of immortality, but here in the Garden of Immortal Peaches, eating one immortal peach would give one the age equaling to that of heaven and earth. There's such a treasure. Since they began watching Journey to the West, the cultivators were shocked so much that they had become numb by now. Staying in the Garden of Immortal Peaches, the monkey lived a peaceful life and occasionally stole some peaches to eat. It was a great job for this monkey. However, when the 7 immortal maidens came here to pick the peaches, Wukong heard that all kinds of big and small immortals and gods from all palaces were invited to attend the grand festival of immortal peaches. All kinds of big and small gods and immortals from different palaces were invited but him, the great sage, heaven's equal. Wukong had suppressed his temper to follow his master's instructions, but such slights were made to him again and again, making it impossible for the monkey to keep his temper in control. Having been fooled once before, the great sage, heaven's equal, felt like he was being fooled again. This time, he was serious. He would rather return and be an idle king than to be a target of disdain, sneer, and mockery in heaven. Perhaps, under such a system, there was no place for the unruly and proud great sage, heaven's equal. His just couldn't fit in. Even if there wasn't the star spirit of Wuku to oppose him, there might be the star spirit of Wenku or other immortal officials. The cause of the conflict seemed accidental, but it was in fact inevitable. This time, the entire heaven was turned upside down. He ruined the grand festival of immortal peaches, ate all the immoral peaches, drank all the immortal wine, and shattered the desk, chairs, bowls, and plates at the banquet. After getting drunk, he even ate all of the immortal elixirs in Tushita Palace. Since he could no longer bear the rules, he didn't need to anymore. On Flower Fruit Mountain, the demons all bowed their heads while the Monkey King, dressed in gold armor and his phoenix-plumed cap and holding the compliant golden hooped rod, stood tall before the heavenly generals and soldiers and all kinds of gods and immortals who descended to arrest him. Behind the Monkey King, a golden flag flapped in the wind with 5 words on it: the great sage, heaven's equal. From a small demon monkey who concentrated on the pursuit of Tao, he had become what he was now step by step. Seeing this scene, the cultivators and warriors all became teary-eyed. Chapter 835, showing various superpowers, and the new powerhouse, QQ Studio. Yeah, they sent 100,000 heavenly generals and soldiers. Standing on the layers upon layers of clouds, the heavenly soldiers seemed countless in one glance. On the highest layer, golden light illuminated heaven and earth. This time, the heavenly court sent out most of its military force. Countless powerful gods and immortal officials glared down with spiritual treasures in their hands. It was the first time that these cultivators and warriors saw so many gods and immortals. The number of soldiers and generals seemed to surpass that of the mortal world. The great presence with so many gods and immortals gathered in one place was unimaginable. Who are these 4 Devarahas? They can fight with the great sage for so many rounds. After all, Sun Wukong, the great sage, heaven's equal, had obtained tremendous cultivation strength after eating so many elixirs and immortal peaches. When swords were unsheathed, chilly lights flashed all over the mountains. When the pipa instrument was played, its sounds overshadowed all other sounds in the world. On Flower Fruit Mountain, the demon kings under the great sage, heaven's equal's command covered their ears, howled pathetically, and couldn't fight anymore. Even Sun Wukong, the great sage, heaven's equal, felt a headache. So powerful. Then, Third Prince Nada and the 28 constellations took turns to fight Sun Wukong, casting wind, lightning bolts, fires, and water, turning the whole world into darkness. These immortals are ganging up on him. In the new shop at the East Continent, Xiaoyu and the disciples of the heavenly faction were indignant. At this moment, Sun Wukong plucked off a handful of monkey hair and changed them into hundreds of monkey kings who were dressed in sets of gold armor and phoenix-plumed caps and holding golden hooped rods. Ah! Seeing this, the heavenly faction disciples screamed and clapped their hands in pleasant surprise. The great sage, heaven's equal, is even more powerful than before. Of course, it's said that eating one of the 9,000-year-old immortal peaches will make one live as long as heaven and earth. He ate many of them. Yu Bai, who was also in heavenly faction at the East Continent as an exchange student, exclaimed. Right, he ate elixirs too. Mu Qing yelled in a thrill. Who is this Erlang immortal master of the mouth of the river of libations? This time, the viewers saw the heavenly court send Erlang immortal master of the mouth of the river of libations. He isn't at a disadvantage. Looking at the extremely heroic-looking immortal master with the third vertical eye between his brows, heavenly faction's elder senior sister Yu Yin said, "What kind of god is this Erlang immortal master? He's so powerful, he even dares to compete with Sun Wukong in strength. My goodness. How come we didn't see this immortal in the heavenly court? Doesn't he live in heaven?" Look, the great sage, heaven's equal, changed into a sparrow and flew away. This is a skill taught by the patriarch. It is said to be able to hide from the eye of heaven and earth. My goodness, he has been seen through by this guy with 3 eyes. This immortal can change forms as well. He changed into a sparrow hawk. Oh, the sparrow is in danger. The great sage changed too. He changed into a cormorant. The Erlang immortal master changed too. My goodness, this Erlang immortal master is so powerful. When they finished the 4th episode, the viewers had watched the great sage compete with the Erlang immortal master with spiritual spells. In the end, Wukong was captured. The immortals tied Wukong to the monster execution block. He was struck by immortal sabers and other godly weapons before godly thunderbolts and celestial fires were applied. However, those methods were all useless. Then, he was thrown into Laozi's brazier of 8 trigrams. He was smelted by high and low heat. The viewers were enthralled by the scenes. What is the Samadhi fire? The viewers watched as Laozi used the Samadhi fire to burn Sun Wukong. It hurt so much that Sun Wukong screamed in pain. Then, this time, worriedly, the viewers looked at the brazier in which the great sage screamed pathetically. Even though the previous heavenly thunderbolts and fires couldn't burn one strand of hair off him, the viewers felt like their hearts were in their throats at this moment. Then, they saw the brazier burst open, and a monkey, engulfed in blazing flames, and shooting out golden dazzling light beams from his eyes, broke out and fought his way to the treasure hall of divine mists. Watching the entire heaven being shattered by this monkey while all the gods in the treasure hall of divine mists retreated from him, all the cultivators and warriors who were watching Journey to the West in the shops cheered. Bedlam broke out in the shops while everyone, men and women, old and young, cheered. Perhaps they had never imagined that they would laugh and feel sad because of a monkey. It didn't matter whether or not he won or lost this battle. The image of this monkey had been imprinted in their hearts. The figure who held the golden hooped rod and faced the gods who filled the sky, the body that had bronze skin and iron bones on the monster execution block, and the proud aura when he stood tall in the treasure hall of divine mists. All these formed the great sage, heaven's equal that they knew. At this moment, they knew a monkey who was called the Monkey King. He was the great sage, heaven's equal, who looked down on heaven and earth with great pride. Sir. In the Kanglan City shop, a big black dragon scratched his head with his claws while he watched the ending theme song on the screen, knowing it was the end of the 4th episode. Didn't you say, League of Legends will release a new champion gift bag? Is the champion the great sage, heaven's equal? What? The new champion gift bag features the great sage, heaven's equal. The elves with keen hearing looked over from the distance and asked loudly. Right, Kellybell said with sudden understanding. I remember the profile on the gift bag was the shape of a monkey. Ah, they immediately yelled in excitement, we want to buy this champion gift bag. There were 2 kinds of gift bags for the champion gift bag and champion skin gift bag. Volcanic Wukong. Wide-eyed, one elf stared at the Sun Wukong, who was engulfed in blazing flames and had golden lights shooting from his eyes. This elf shouted, wow, this is how he looked when he came out from Laozi's brazier. This is so cool, I'll buy this one. Ah, I'll buy it too. I'll buy this volcanic Wukong skin. But, the first elder of the elf clan stroked his beard and thought that things were not as simple as they looked. He asked immediately, how come the great sage, heaven's equal, came to the Valoran continent? Although Sun Wukong could travel 108,000 li with one cloud somersault, the Valoran continent wasn't just a distant place. Sir, is the Valoran continent in this world too? Instantly, the elves, knights, and assassins all looked curious. Sir, this world has only 4 continents in the east, west, south, and north, right? Where does the Valoran continent come from? No. Even if the relationship between the Valoran continent and the 4 continents in Journey to the West is like the relationship between the West continent and the East continent, there are no such 4 continents in League of Legends. This, Mr. Fang found that it was a difficult question to answer. But he was the shop owner and must answer all the questions that the customers had for the products in the shop. After thinking for a moment, he said, indeed, the god who created the Valoran continent is not from the same world as Journey to the West, but... Mr. Fang took a moment to organize his words. A powerful organization named QQ Penguin from the mysterious East bought the entire Summoner's Rift. In answer to the wishes of the summoners from the mysterious East, it connected the 2 worlds. At this moment, the great sage feels lonely in heaven and sent a spirit doppelganger here to relieve his boredom by joining the fight, Mr. Fang explained. QQ Penguin. They looked at each other and thought, how come this organization's name is so strange? They had heard of organizations named after Kirans, dragons, or phoenix, but none of them used penguin as their name. Also, this organization named QQ Penguin was a huge entity that could buy the entire Summoner's Rift. Then, they looked at the QQ communication app on the screen. Everyone was startled. Is this one? My goodness. We always thought that this was a simple and free chat tool that everyone has. It seems like not only the games have awesome studios such as Blizzard and Ubisoft behind them, even the ordinary-looking chat app has such a huge organization behind it. Instantly, they found it hard to look at the logo of a penguin with a red scarf on the bottom right corner of their screens. Chapter 836. Changes in the cultivation room. On the other side, people like the Xiaoyao Ancestral Master, one of the 4 great Ancestral Masters, and Duguyi all bought Wukong's champion skin gift bag. Eagerly, they entered the game. First, I'll get myself familiar with the monkey in a solo queue matchup. The Xiaoyao Ancestral Master rubbed his hands eagerly. Although Sun Wukong was a melee champion, Xiaoyao Ancestral Master saw the gods and immortals in the Journey to the West could engage in both melee combat and ranged battles, so he decided to try it. Upon entering the game, Xiaoyao Ancestral Master looked at the champion options and asked after a moment of consideration, which lanes are you taking? P1 is top. TL note, P1 stands for player 1. In Chinese, it is called first floor. P2 is mid, then P3 is support. I'm P5, I will jungle then. Xiaoyao Ancestral Master was baffled. They say players in solo queue matchup always fight for the roles. How come they are so nice today? They even left the carry position to me. Since he was coming here to play the Monkey King, he asked tentatively, how about I play support? By the way, what champions are you choosing? While he spoke, he moved to choose the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal when the option suddenly turned gray. The Xiaoyao Ancestral Master saw that his teammate, P1, had chosen a champion with a big monkey head. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. The Xiaoyao Ancestral Master froze. P1 Wukong top lane. The announcement sounded very dominating. As a Grandmaster player, I haven't even played the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal yet. And you, a guy from nowhere, dare to take the monkey to the top lane. Before Xiaoyao Ancestral Master could speak, P2 said, I'm going Wukong mid. I'm a gold player. I ensure you guys that I'm not a feeder. Bullshit. P5 cursed, I'm a diamond player. Xiaoyao Ancestral Master frowned and said, stop it. I'm a Grandmaster player. Let me play the Great Sage. P2 said, fuck off. Today, I played over 10 games with players who claimed to be a Grandmaster, but they were damn feeders. I'm taking the monkey mid lane. If you don't give Wukong to me, I'll feed. The moment he said it, they saw P1 lock in his choice. Abode Master Lingshu Z looked at their Ancestral Master and said, Ancestral Master is playing League of Legends again. Come over and learn from watching him play. The cultivators of the Xiaoyao Cave Abode all walked up. Ancestral Master, how come you are taking revive and teleport again? Hey, how come you guys are all charging toward the enemy turrets? Ancestral Master, these teammates are just a group of. The Xiaoyao Ancestral Master slammed his hand on the desk in fury. A group of noobs. Behind him, Ling Shuzi saw that their ancestral master was stuck mid-sentence and immediately provided the word for him. TL note. In China, people call others, elementary schooler, for being noobs. Many elementary schoolers in China play League, and they are bad. Right, a group of noobs. Xiaoyao ancestral master cursed, this game is free for the enemies. Free. The moment he said it, he saw that evil Emperor Shang Juan sitting next to him was busy playing as Wukong. He glanced at the score and saw that KD was 0-9. TL note. KD. Kill, death. You're a noob. I hear that Erlang Immortal Master is no less powerful than the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. After watching the 4th episode of Journey to the West, people were either buying Wukong's champion and skin gift bags or talking about the content of the TV series. What's the background of Erlang Immortal Master? Many people sent messages to the shop owner, asking, "Sir, can you explain it to us?" After all, this mythology system was so huge that lots of the stuff in it was unheard of for people in this world despite the knowledge that they obtained in the Legend of Sword and Fairy and the Legend of the White Snake. At this moment, Fang Qi was in the cultivation room, studying the system which was 50% upgraded. Words on the system interface said, "The upgrade is not finished. Host, please experience parts of the upgraded content by yourself." Before Fang Qi, the world was desolate. The land had collapsed with only countless heavenly pillars supporting a giant and magnificent palace in midair. An impeccable and extremely noble ultimate godly figure stood on the godly palace. The figure was Qi Tiandi. Standing opposite to him was a white-robed swordsman who was looking forward fearlessly with a chilly gaze while gusts flapped his robe and belt violently. Standing next to the swordsman was a white-robed monk who raised a hand vertically before his chest with a merciful look on his face. There were words next to the figures. Qi Tiandi, the Saint Demon Vital Embryo. Synchronization rate, 3%. Complete synchronization in this space, not available. Feng Xian, the Demonic Style Sword. Synchronization rate, 15%. Complete synchronization in this space, available. Yi Yeshu, the Brahma. Synchronization rate, closing square bracket dot. Then, with a spin of the pendant in Fang Qi's hand, the scene before him changed. It changed into a monkey dressed in gold armor and holding the golden hooped rod. Opposite to the monkey were gods and Buddhas filling the sky. Sun Wukong, the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. Synchronization rate, 2%. Complete synchronization in this space, not available. Yang Zhong, the Erlang Immortal Master. Synchronization rate, 2%. Complete synchronization in this space, not available. As a note on the side, the synchronization rates were determined by Fang Qi's progress in training instead of the power of the characters. It added, "This wondrous function. In the cultivation room, I can train in a certain battle as a certain character." Mr. Fang looked at the scene before him with great pleasure and surprise. "Huh, who's sending me messages?" Mr. Fang was about to enter cultivation when many messages popped up on his communication jade. Erlang Immortal Master. Zhang Xiaoyu asked, "Sir, can you explain it to me?" Closing square bracket dot quote. "I'm busy." Mr. Fang replied, "What are you doing?" Zhang Xiaoyu asked with a pitiable expression, "Can you just tell a little bit?" "Just a little bit, Mr. Fang thought for a moment. "I'll tell you a story about the heavenly dog which eats the sun." TL note. In ancient China, when eclipses appeared, people believed that the heavenly dog ate the moon or the sun. Okay. The lowly instantly beamed happily. Heavenly dog eating the sun. Do you know this story? It's said that the naughty roaring heavenly dog, Erlang Immortal Master's pet, swallowed the sun, which is why there's no sun during the day occasionally. In the new shop at the East Continent, Xiaoyu played League of Legends and showed off her knowledge of the ancient legends. Even the Erlang Immortal Master's dog is so powerful. Xiaoyu's senior sisters and elders all looked at her in surprise while gasping, "How did you learn about it?" He. The shop owner told me. Why didn't he tell me? Grand Elder Zhuge Qingyun looked sulky. They all knew Sun Wukong's background, but the stories of the other immortals and gods piqued the cultivators' curiosity. For example, they were curious about the Erlang Immortal Master, the only immortal who could break even with the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. Erlang Immortal Master can do 72 transformations too. Do you think that he is in fact Sun Wukong's senior brother? Yu Yin said thoughtfully. The Great Sage already said that the Jade Emperor is Erlang's uncle. Mu Qing said, he even asked Erlang before the battle, I remember that the sister of the Jade Emperor some years ago became enamored with the region below. She married a man by the name of Yong and had a son by him. Are you that boy who was reputed to have cleaved open Peach Mountain with his axe? It seems like there's a story about it. Not only the disciples, but even the elders and the faction master were chatting about it in a group chat on QQ named Heavenly Heritage. The Heavenly Faction's elder Xiao Yunhei said, "Let's put this topic aside for a moment. Guys, do you know how the great sage got these abilities? For example, how he is able to turn his hair into small monkeys?" "Yeah," Dugu Xiao said on the side, "I didn't see the patriarch teach him that in the mountain of mind and heart." Ji Yu Tingyan replied, "In my opinion, the pithy formula that the patriarch taught is so wondrous that understanding it will lead to comprehension of many other things. Besides, the immortal elixirs greatly increased Wukong's cultivation strength, which is why he could make those spiritual spells so powerful. I must go back and hear the pithy formula again. I'll watch it again." The Heavenly Faction's Grand Elder Zhuge Qingyan said. Chapter 837 Cultivation. How come we can only watch 4 episodes of The Journey to the West this week? Zhang Xiaoyu complained while she watched the first 4 episodes again. In the past, the TV series such as The Wind and Cloud and The Legend of the White Snake released 4 episodes on both Monday and Tuesday, which meant that there were 8 episodes each week. But with Journey to the West, they found that they couldn't watch the 5th episode until the next week. "I'll protest to the shop owner," Song Qingfeng said. "Since other TV series released 8 episodes each week, this one must release 2 episodes a day for at least 4 days a week." "Forget it." Sitting next to Nolan Mingshe, Lan Yan sipped her milk tea and said with an unsurprised expression, "The shop owner would say, can you absorb all the content if you watch so many episodes? The shop is doing it for your own sake." While she spoke, she imitated Mr. Fang's majestic and tactical gestures. Then, she looked at Nolan Mingshe who was sitting next to her and found that the latter was engrossed in watching The Journey to the West for the second time. Right now, the League of Legends competition in different regions almost came to an end. Since it was set up in a way that teams had to accumulate as many points as possible, now that the teams and players were used to the system, it was much easier to participate. "Worlds won't begin for some time," Nolan Mingshe said, "we can take a break when we have time." Therefore, they had time to watch Journey to the West a few more times. There's a saying that, if you read a book 100 times, its true meaning will present itself to you. Nolan Mingshe said, "There are 3 days before the next episode is released. We can watch the first 4 episodes many times during this time and will eventually obtain some benefits." In this world, the teleportation technology for cultivators between different continents was very mature. The Heavenly Faction and the Heavenly Academy shared the same origin despite the fact that one was in the continent of immortal relics while the other was in the continent of the immortal village. At this moment, they were discussing in the group chat, "Do you think we should build more teleportation arrays?" Ji Yu Tingyan said in the group, "After all, there is only a small-scale private trans-continental teleportation array between us. It's not convenient." "Old Academy Master Ji Yu, how come you have time for this trivial stuff?" Heavenly Faction Master Feng Zue laughed and said, "A few days ago, some families, like the Tang and Shuan, asked me to borrow the teleportation array so that they could go to the East Continent for exchange." Ji Yu Tingyu shook his head. "But I couldn't help them. Some disciples of my academy even applied to go on a study tour in the West Continent." Ji Yu Tingyan sent a dizzy face emoji. "I just can't do it. This is indeed an important issue." Grand Elder Zhuge Qingyan said, "With more teleportation arrays, we can help each other in emergencies. I think it's necessary to build more of them." It was still peaceful and serene in the shops with people either watching the TV series, chatting on QQ, or playing games with concentration. They were studying all kinds of game skills. At this moment, Mr. Fang was alone in the system's cultivation room. The previous cultivation room had only one cultivation mode, which was choosing one character from the games, movies, or TV series and fighting this person. As the synchronization rate increased, the benefits that Fang Qi received rose accordingly. Meanwhile, Fang Qi could continuously learn and improve the character's battle skills during the process and make them his own skills. But there was one shortcoming with this mode. When the character that he chose had a battle force too high for him, he would be killed in one attack and thus couldn't learn anything or increase his cultivation strength. After the system was 50% upgraded, the cultivation room added a brand new cultivation mode, Fang Qi could now synchronize with one character from a game, movie, or TV series and simulate a battle. Cultivating this way, his foundation wouldn't be lacking. When he synchronized with some characters who had higher strength, his cultivation strength would increase much faster than before. Of course, in the cultivation room, he had to have at least 10% basic synchronization rate with the characters before he could perform complete synchronize in the cultivation room. It meant that the previous cultivation progress made was still useful. Which one should I choose? The scenes before Mr. Fang changed constantly. Of course, Fang Qi's current synchronization progress wasn't enough to battle any gods or the 100,000 heavenly generals and soldiers that were present in the Havoc in Heaven. Havoc in the region of darkness. The scene before Fang Qi was a monkey holding the golden hooped rod and facing a group of ghost soldiers. In the battle of the Havoc in Heaven, Fang Qi only had a 2% synchronization rate with Sun Wukong. But in this battle, his synchronization rate increased to 7%. Is it because, at this moment, Sun Wukong hasn't gone to the heaven and stolen immortal peaches yet, and thus he has a lower cultivation strength compared to when he caused the havoc in heaven? After thinking, Fang Qi spun the pendant in his hand again and changed to another scene. This time, the monkey was looking down at the distant flower fruit mountain while in the cloud somersault. He didn't have the golden hooped rod with him. Below the cloud, a black-haired demon king was bullying the small monkeys on Flower Fruit Mountain with a big saber. It was the scene when Sun Wukong first returned from the Mountain of Mind and Heart. At this moment, his synchronization rate increased to 9%. At this moment, Fang Qi nodded slightly. Complete synchronization. You can't synchronize with this character due to your low synchronization rate. Do you choose to train by fighting this character? Yes. After Fang Qi chose this method, the Demon King and the small monkeys dimmed out. In the sky above the Flower Fruit Mountain, a monkey flew over on the cloud and slowly turned his gaze to Fang Qi. Different from the mischievous monkey who liked to play, laugh, and cuss, this monkey had murderous spirit in his eyes. Targeted. Then, Fang Qi saw a blur when the monkey in the Taoist robe instantly appeared before him. Wukong punched out silently, but Fang Qi instinctively knew something. If I'm hit by this punch, I will certainly die. In the last second, Fang Qi tilted his body to one side with all his effort. Although death in the cultivation room wasn't real, still. Another punch came. Without caring for his image, Fang Qi rolled on the ground like a donkey while the fist whipped past his left arm. Fang Qi usually turned the sense of pain to less than 100% when he fought unrivaled opponents in the cultivation room. However, this factor would affect the increase of his synchronization rate, so he wouldn't make the sense of pain too low. A drop of cold sweat fell from Fang Qi's forehead. In the next moment, another silk-tearing sound whistled toward him. Almost at the same time, a string of pale blue data flashed in Fang Qi's eyes. With a huge noise, a pair of ugly and demonic arms covered in scale gauntlets instantly blocked this strike. A huge groove appeared on the ground while a demon wearing a red windbreaker kneeled on one knee on the ground before lifting his head slowly. Complete synchronization. Fang Qi looked at his hands in surprise. Is this another new function after the upgrade? Feeling that his energy and strength were falling sharply, Fang Qi instantly turned off complete synchronization. Then, the sword beneath his feet flashed, and he flew into the blue sky. I must use it as little as possible. After all, the synchronization time that wasn't traded with the godly weapon fragments was very precious as well, and Fang Qi split a period of synchronization time into dozens if not hundreds of portions to use. The speed of Cloud Somersault was so fast that the monkey caught up with him in the blink of an eye. The sword in Fang Qi's hand flashed while he changed his move and turned into another figure with his robe flapping in the wind. With a huge noise ringing in the sky, the strike almost scattered all the ethereal clouds around them. Chapter 838 Wish. Fang Qi lay on the ground, fatigued. The battle was over. The result of this cultivation was the following. Sun Wukong, the Monkey King of the Flower Fruit Mountain. Synchronization rate. 9% to 9.5%. Synchronized spells and techniques. Comprehensive. The increase in the synchronization rate. 0.5%. The increase of cultivation strength. From the pinnacle stage of the second tier of level 8 to the early stage of the third tier of level 8. Do you want to continue? While exhaling deeply, Fang Qi got up from the ground. Continue. A period of time later, the scene before him changed again. A white-robed swordsman shot out sword beams that looked like fancy dancing dragons while the monk fighting alongside him unleashed extremely powerful palm strikes. However, The black-robed man before them remained intact while he blocked the attacks calmly. Beside the scene was the stats of synchronization. Chi Tiandi, the Saint Demon Vital Embryo. Synchronization rate, 4%. Increased by 1%. Feng Xian, the Demonic Style Sword. Synchronization rate, 20%. Increased by 5%. Yi Yeshu, the Brahma. Synchronization rate, 20%. Increased by 5%. Sometime later, the battleground changed to the Dragon Palace in the Eastern Ocean. The region of darkness. When evening came, Fang Qi had stayed in the cultivation room for more than half a year. In his room in the Juhua city shop, Fang Qi took a shower to rinse off all the smelly sweat. After wiping off the sweat on his forehead with a snow-white towel, he walked downstairs. He saw cultivators and warriors such as Su Tianji, Nalan Hongwu, and Song Qingfeng sitting on the couches in the lounge area and talking about the story, spiritual spells, and martial art techniques in the journey to the west. Scummy shop owner. Su Tianji looked over in disdain when she saw Mr. Fang. Where have you been today? She pulled him over and handed a bottle of Coke to him with an awkward smile. Hiss. Mr. Fang rolled his eyes at her and said, "Don't smile so awkwardly like that. You're obviously up to something when you act kind to me. He. We talked about journey to the west for a long time but still can't figure out some parts. Can you explain them?" Sitting next to Su Tianji, Song Qingfeng also said with a smile. Mr. Fang was exasperated. When you can't clear stages in the games, you come to me. Now, you even come to me with questions about the TV series. The group of people looked at Mr. Fang with helpless and desperate expressions on their faces. The lecture on Tao that the Immortal gave us was so deep and profound that we don't understand a word of it. It's not our fault, Su Tianji said. If you can't understand it, why do you expect me to? Fang Qi caught himself. After training in the cultivation room and verifying what he had learned from the synchronization practice with the content in the journey to the west, he realized that he indeed understood some of it. Today, I'll explain a bit to you, Mr. Fang said tentatively. Then, Mr. Fang looked at the sky outside the shop and said, "Today, I'll tell you some of my understandings about the content in the first 2 episodes in the Patriarch's lecture on Tao." Shu Zixin said excitedly, "Teacher Fang, come on. Quickly start class. When did I become Teacher Fang?" Mr. Fang scratched his head, feeling uncomfortable at this title since he had been used to them calling him Old Demon Fang behind his back. Then, I'll explain the part when Sun Wukong studied the super-powerful Taoist spells in the Mountain of Mind and Heart. In the lounge area of the Juhua city shop, a group of people sat on the couches in a circle and listened to Mr. Fang's lesson. Sir. After explaining the content in the first 2 episodes, Lan Yan asked curiously, "You mentioned the Great Yu conquering the flood. Who is this Great Yu?" Then, I'll tell you the story named, Great Yu Conquering the Flood. Sir, I have another question. Sun Wukong said that the Erlang Immortal Master had once hacked open Peach Mountain with an axe. Can you tell us this story? Soon, Su Tianji's disciple, Feng Hua, also asked, "I feel like the Erlang Immortal Master isn't on good terms with his uncle, the Jade Emperor." Mr. Fang thought for a moment. Then, maybe I'll tell you the story about how the Erlang Immortal Master rescued his mother by hacking open a mountain and chased after the sun with 2 mountains on his shoulders. Great, I love to hear stories. Feng Hua clapped her hands and said with great pleasure. Fang Qi's class lasted until about 9 p.m., and the audience expanded from those in the Juhua city shop to all the other shops including the new shops at the East Continent and in Kanglan City. They all watched it online. Fatigued, Mr. Fang waved his hand and said that he would continue tomorrow, and only then did the viewers left the shop reluctantly. At this moment, he opened the system interface and looked at the tasks. Completeness. 180%, 12.6% increase today, 2 45%, 8% increase today, 3 20%, 6.7% increase today. Task reward. The Soul of Lords of Cinder 1, System Upgrade Big Gift Bag 1, 5-day access to the new upgraded System Cultivation Room. It seems like my lecture that lasted so long works. Mr. Fang poured himself a cup of iced red tea and took a big gulp. Outside the shop, the elders and disciples of the heavenly faction flew together while riding on flying swords, looking like a long river of shooting stars in the night sky. They shot into the sky from the entrance of the abode and flew in one direction. Countless light beams drew a huge arc across the sky, looking magnificent even in this rainy night. How come the homeland and Washa that Mr. Fang mentioned has so many immortals? Flying on a sword, senior elder sister Yu Yin asked, still savoring the stories. Boss didn't explain them very clearly, Xiao Yu said in a huff. When he told the story of the great Yu conquering the flood, he said that the Ying dragon created rivers in the earth with its tail. What dragon is this Ying dragon? Besides, how come there are so many kinds of dragons? This little girl almost couldn't tell them apart. There were the dragon kings in the four oceans, the Orogan, and now the Ying dragon. There are so many gods and immortals too. Yu Bai exclaimed, there are even many gods and immortals who are not governed by the heavenly court. Some of the gods and immortals are very nice. Mu Qing commented, for example, Patriarch Sabati who taught Sun Wukong is really amiable, not like the star spirit of Wuku who is a bad and cunning being. He deserved the beating, she snorted. When the great Yu conquered the flood, many immortals came to help him, Yu Yin said longingly, it's a pity that we are not in Washa and can't witness their magnificence. It seems like the Erlang Immortal Master isn't as fierce and aggressive as I thought, Yu Yin said with a nod, he's super powerful too. So good. They got even more envious while they talked, wishing that they had been born in the land that Mr. Fang had mentioned in the stories. Boom. With an explosion, a streak of red lightning crashed down. Looking at the gloomy sky which looked as if it was the eve before a great catastrophe, countless mortals hid in their homes during the storm and shivered with sadness. Subconsciously, they tied their robes tighter around their bodies, knowing that their strength was indeed insufficient. It would be great if they had the immortals and gods such as the great sage, heaven's equal, the Erlang Immortal Master, and the great Yu in this world. At least they wouldn't be so frightened by these evil gods. Chapter 839 Immortal. Sir. Fang Qi looked at his communication jade. Academy Master Ji Yu. Mr. Fang replied, you've made the decision about what you want for the prize that you won in the last event. I must tell you beforehand that it can't be something too powerful. Otherwise, I'll go bankrupt. Mr. Fang was half joking. After a while, Ji Yu replied, I've made the decision. In fact, the prizes allocated to different factions and shops in the last event were very nice. For example, now in the Nanhua faction, Mo Xian pointed her fingers, and an extremely miraculous-looking longsword that was engulfed in bright green light unsheathed itself. Smugly, she looked at Lu Ningyun beside her and fluttered her long eyelashes before saying, Junior sister, this is the Wuchen sword, a famous immortal sword and Li Xiaoyao's best weapon in the legend of Sword and Fairy. Don't you want to try it? Lu Ningyun had the urge to fight with Mo Xian. She stomped her feet and said, Senior sister, even if you gave it to me, I wouldn't take it. Are you sure? Mo Xian put the sword before Lu Ningyun while giggling. Aiya, take it away, now. At this moment, a hand reached between them and took away the Wuchen sword. It was an ethereal-looking woman with a dignified and solemn face. The two girls bowed and greeting, Master. Shanar, the Shichi spiritual master said, about this Wuchen sword. She made a sword energy flower with the Wuchen sword and put it in her spiritual storage bag. She said, I've talked with the elders and the faction master. Since you two are still young and not fitting to keep such a godly weapon, I will keep it for you temporarily until you are older. Mo Xian looked as if one piece of her flesh was cut out. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. She was wild in frustration. Looking timid and wanting to protest at the same time, she mumbled in a low voice, you said the same thing when you took away our New Year red envelopes when we were little. How old must we be before you can return them to us? With puffed cheeks, her beautiful eyes sulkily stared at the Shichi spiritual master who had flown into the air on her sword. Beside her, Lu Ningyun shook her head and chuckled as if she had also remembered the things when they were little. She comforted Mo Xian, it was because you snuck down the mountain to have fun and even bought more than 10 top-tier prehistoric spiritual artifacts. You were even showing them off to the sisters. Hee. Yu Yan smirked and said, I know that too. I remember that Master was furious at you. And the next year. Mo Xian's pretty face blushed. Quote. Aiya, you guys are just jealous of my Wuchen sword. Immediately, Mo Xian tickled Yu Yan's waist with her hands, afraid that the latter would tell more of her embarrassing childhood stories. He. They giggled and flew away on their swords. Long ago, in the barbarian era when humans were still eating raw meat and drinking blood, there was a god who was 10,000 meters tall. His breath was like a gust, and his gaze was like a thunderbolt. There was also a demon hiding in the depths of hell. Its huge mouth opened in the darkness like an abyss and instantly devoured all the creatures in the world. One immortal taught us languages, ceremonious greetings, and manners, etc. I remember that we have tales here too. In our world. After frolicking with each other for a while, Yu Yan suddenly said. Yeah, Lu Ningyun said after thinking for a bit. In Juhua City, someone rewrote them and compiled them into a book. I wonder if it's true. Is it the book called Celestial Warrior? Mo Xian said, I read a bit of it. It's about the stories that happened later. It's not as good as Journey to the West. Right. Let's talk about Journey to the West. The spell of heavenly and earthly body that the great sage Sun and Erlang Immortal Master used is so powerful. It can make people grow to such a height, I think they almost poked their heads through the heavens. Huh. Look at Yellow Spring Sea over there. The sea surface is rising. It's natural with the rain pouring down every day. Anyway, there are no people around here except for the ones in Half City. Ignore it. Cultivators are not afraid of a flood. Their voices dimmed in the dark night. Mostly inhabited by cultivators and warriors, Half City had its defense array and couldn't be damaged by ordinary fires or water. Even if it was devoured by a huge flood and sank to the bottom of the ocean, it could still function as usual. However, the continuous pouring rain for days was unusual. A flood came. The rainstorm flooded the rivers, mountains, and the land. In the north of the Dongshuan cave abode where Fang Chi shop was, the Dragon River lay between the heavenly faction and the Dongshuan cave abode. Like an evil dragon, the surging muddy river, containing the gods' fury, instantly crashed down the banks in the pitch-black night and devoured more than 10,000 hectares of farmland as if a great tribulation had come. Catastrophes always came silently, catching people off guard. In a small town by the river, there was only silence except for the sounds of rain in the dark night. Perhaps the storm was so loud that its sounds covered all the other sounds. Vaguely, coughs sounded from a low house on the edge of the town. Then, a dim light was turned on. The lamp light was so weak and shaky that it seemed like it would extinguish at any moment under the gust and heavy rain. Mom, I can't sleep. A baby voice said with a sob, I'm scared. Don't be afraid, a woman's voice sounded. This is the fury of the immortals in heaven. When their fury is gone, the storm will stop. But when will the immortals calm down? The baby voice sounded, the Mr. Cultivator in the town used to say that if people did something wrong, they would anger the immortals in heaven. But I didn't do anything wrong. Can you tell the immortals in heaven that I didn't do anything wrong? I have been very obedient. Woo, silly girl. Suddenly, huge explosions sound from the outside. The sound grew louder. Creak. Suddenly, the window was opened, and the oil paper lamp shone through the window while a black shadow, looking like a black dragon, dashed its way down the mountain outside. It instantly came to the house. Mom. A shrill cry sounded. With a flash in the dark night, the voice was instantly devoured. It completely died off in the dark night. Faction Master. Something is happening below. Several light beams flashed across the sky. Standing in the sky, the people of the heavenly faction gathered spiritual essence in their eyes and looked down, seeing a river mingling with a flood of mud, sand, and debris running down the mountain like a black dragon. Vaguely, they could hear the shrill screams coming from below, and the sounds were then devoured completely. They seemed to see a weak light of spiritual essence lightening up below them. In the light, they seemed to see an immortal statue. People yelled and prayed, hoping that the god whom they worshipped would come and rescue them. However, the light quickly dimmed. With countless shrill yells and howls, the people scrambled to flee in desperation. Then, the mountain behind them collapsed. In front of heaven and earth, humans were as tiny as the bugs crawling on the ground. They felt nothing but endless despair. Help them! A hoarse roar came from the sky, and countless sword beams that looked like stars dashed down like a shower. At this moment, many people kowtowed with tears on their faces as if they saw real immortals. Lying on a couch and resting, Fang Chi watched the shop with an exquisitely made blue-covered book in his hands. Celestial Warrior. This book hasn't ended yet, Mr. Fang flipped through it casually. Yeah, Shen Qingqing sipped her coke and said, I began reading it long ago, so I must finish it. We must finish the things that we start. Hey, this immortal master's name is not good. He's a figure from the prehistoric time, how can he have a surname of Fang? While dangling his leg over the knee of the other leg, Mr. Fang said in amusement, as the saying goes, sky is round, and the earth is square. Why can't he have the surname, Fang? Shen Qingqing rolled her eyes at him. TL note. Square is pronounced the same as Fang in Chinese. Chapter 840. Don't block my way, guys. Open the shrine, cast the spell. Looking down from the conate cliff, the world below looked like a pitch-black ocean. It looked as if many nameless ocean beasts were tumbling and roaring in the ink-colored black ocean of clouds among the occasional blinding lightning flashes. The high platform on the cliff was about 1,000 meters high. On the platform was a three-legged cauldron with engraved dragon patterns, and a coiled dragon incense stick was burning with thick black smoke gushing out. The smoke that was as black as ink turned the whole ocean of clouds below the cliff into black, and a big black flag embroidered with complicated bright yellow runes flapped in the gust like a black dragon, in the mortal world. The rain poured down even harder as if the heavenly river was falling. In the storm which the raindrops were falling like a waterfall, the cultivator cities were intact while the small mortal nations were flooded by surging water. Outside Juhua City, a thunderbolt suddenly flashed, looking as if it cut the whole sky into two parts. The array patterns on the city walls lit up for one instant and then quickly dimmed. In the horrifying catastrophe, the river outside the city roared like a black furious dragon, startling countless demon beasts which swarmed toward the city like mindless animals. The river water in the city surged over the banks and spread to the whole city through the streets, looking as if the whole city would be devoured by the flood. Ah! Shen Qingqing shrieked when she put one foot out of the threshold. The quick currents outside the door almost swept her away. During the night, urgent shouts sounded, "The city gate is lost! The city gate is lost! The river is pouring in! Be careful of water demons! Be careful of water demons! Where is the Juhua army?" Juhua City had been peaceful for countless years and had never witnessed the level of chaos that was present tonight. Gong He, the deputy commander of Juhua army, got offline in a hurry with a few middle-aged men dressed in military uniforms and ran out. In the Juhua City shop, Half City shop, Yuanyang City shop, in the shops, different factions, and big families, the players faced the same situation. This was definitely a sleepless night. The Taoist finished casting spells and swaying the rain flag, wiping the sweat off his forehead and bowing to the man who was wearing an ancient-looking robe, a gold belt, and a jade headpiece. In the gust, the man laughed wildly like a demonic god. "Mr. Gui, I've cast spells for 7 days continuously. I'm sure that the mortal world is already flooded. The mountains are turned into flat ground while the hills must have become swamps." The black-robed man snickered. "Very good." Wearing in a blue immortal robe with embroidered silver kirin, a gold belt, and a jade headpiece, the man said in satisfaction, "Rain officer, well done. From the beginning of time, the Gui family has been allocated a streak of Tao essence, which gave us the honor where the world would listen to our commands. Breaking the rules made by the ancient families is equal to rebelling against the heavens. Many years have passed, and I'm afraid that the mortals have long forgotten our power. This time, we'll make them remember who the master of this world is." The man said while laughing. "It's time." With a mild word from him, tens of thousands of immortal soldiers behind him soared into the sky, outside the Juhua City shop. Mr. Fang was fighting off large groups of demon beasts and rescuing people who had fallen into the water with the soldiers of the Juhua army, but the thunder suddenly intensified in the sky with dancing lightning bolts, illuminating the whole world with bright white. Everyone seemed to have sensed something and looked up at the sky involuntarily. Look at the sky. Subconsciously, many people stopped battling and looked up at the sky in which countless lightning dragons and snakes seemed to be pulled by an unknown force and gathered in one spot. Boundless thunderbolts gradually solidified and condensed into an extremely huge face, looking like a demonic god. In front of godly power, everyone was like an ant. These cultivators and warriors had never seen such a scene before. Some low-level cultivators and warriors panicked and yelled in alarm. "Is that a god? It's so horrifying that one tiny trace of this presence is more than what an average person can withstand. Are they really here?" At this moment, people like In Huwei, Nalan Hongwu, and Shen Qingqing in the Juhua City shop took a step back subconsciously after seeing this and exchanged a look of horror. They finally came. Despite their previous proud words, it was impossible not to feel a bit uneasy and fear when the gods finally came. "Have you made your final decision?" In the sky, the extremely huge head completely made of thunderbolts said slowly. The thunderous voice sounded like a roar from a prehistoric demonic god, hurting people's ears. Wild gusts swept around as if they would break everything that they touched, and heavy rain poured down as if it would devour everything in its sight. Frightened by this presence, the countless demon beasts which had gone crazy fled to hide behind the rocks and shivered. The mortals were even more frightened when hearing the words from an existence that looked like a demonic god under the night sky. What decision? Despite their fear, some people yelled in fury, "Here, we've learned how to be a cultivator, understood the meaning of life, and comprehended the meaning of Tao. We owe it to the shop owner, and do you think that we'd be so ungrateful as to back off at this moment?" No, at this moment, all the cultivators and warriors yelled furiously. And Hui shouted, "What did we do wrong? What did this shop do wrong? What made you make such a big move? Even if it's a big deal, it's only a small shop." Nalan Hongwu looked at the ruined city and said with a shaky voice, "Why did you do this? Why did I do this?" In the sky, the huge face formed by thunderbolts said in a cold voice. "But, I can tell you," he said with a snicker, "the innumerable immortal sea isn't something that you mortals could imagine. The green sky immortal had warned you, but you are stubborn in your old ways. You only have yourselves to blame." Then, his eyes looked fierce. "Where's Fang Qi, sir?" Shen Qingqing looked at the silent Mr. Fang beside her. At this moment, Mr. Fang deeply inhaled and walked out. "He's right, this is the private business concerning the shop, and you'd better stay out of it. You should back off now." "No," Shen Qingqing yelled immediately. Su Tianji also said angrily, "Kid Fang, what kind of people do you think we are? Are we the kind of people who will take all the benefits and flee at the first sign of danger?" "She's right." Everyone gathered around Mr. Fang, surrounding him in the center to guard him. "This shop is the best shop that we've ever seen. We'll guard it together. If we must die, we'll die together. It seems like you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. You can only blame yourselves for following the wrong man. Remember to reincarnate as a better being in your next lifetime." Gradually, dark clouds surged behind the huge face in the sky, and countless figures appeared on the clouds. The thronging crowds were all immortals. A huge eye appeared in the dense clouds in the sky. In the eye of the clouds, endless tribulation, thunderbolts gathered. The horrifying thunderbolts could turn any ordinary people into dust. With countless immortals casting spells together, the heaven and earth instantly changed color, and the mountain and land shook. You can only blame yourselves for touching the things that you're not supposed to touch. Today, I'll show you the difference between immortals and mortals. At this moment, everyone saw a huge rainbow-like light pillar shooting down from the heaven. Facing such a catastrophe, almost no one could rouse any hope. No one could block such an attack, not even a god. As to Mr. Fang, regardless of how powerful he was not a god. Even if he was a god, what could an average god do at this moment? With weapons in their hands, they stood firmly before Mr. Fang. In this instant, they remembered the catastrophes that Chi Tiandi caused when he descended to the mortal world and when Carloso destroyed the Arid continent. Such a catastrophe was beginning now. "You guys," Mr. Fang pushed out of the crowd with great efforts, sweating profusely. Then, he said impatiently, "Don't block my way, guys." Chapter 841 The mortal world is filthy again. As mentioned before, Mr. Fang had the last godly weapon fragment that the system gave him as a reward. It was his last trump card, but now wasn't time to hesitate. At this moment, Mr. Fang browsed the content on the system interface. Mr. Fang was about to make the move when the system interface beeped. New task. Play safely and peacefully at the Internet Café 3. Task description. Ever since the shop was opened, it has been favored and loved by countless players. Now, their safety is threatened due to the shop. Despite the disturbances of the small powers and spells which are like tickles to this shop, always remember, you can play safely and peacefully at the Internet Café. Task target, fight back with the most dominating method. Show the world that any people who dare to mess with the shop will bear the consequences. Task reward, 1 immortal peach gift box. There is a chance to get an unripe immortal peach, lower chance to get a ripe immortal peach, and the lowest chance to get a 6,000-year-old immortal peach. 1 to 2 random items. The quality of the items in the gift boxes will be determined by the performance. Task description. When accidents happen in the shop, as the owner, you must actively find a way to solve it. You can't sit back and watch. Mr. Fang looked exasperated. Aren't I trying my best to solve it? On the second thought, He decided to take the task since he would do the same thing anyway. But my performance will influence the quality of the items in the gift boxes. Mr. Fang thought for a second. What character should I synchronize with to achieve the greatest performance? At this moment, the horrifying lightning pillar was crashing down. Countless cultivators and warriors unleashed their sword techniques and spiritual spells viciously against the destructive lightning pillar. However, they couldn't block it. The lightning pillar connecting the heaven and earth fell without stopping. It's over now. Wei Yu gazed down coldly at the city, streets, and countless horrified mortals under the illumination of the lightning energy. At this moment, it wasn't important whether this was a big or small issue. All rebels must be punished, and anyone who dared to resist the punishment would be turned into ashes of tribulation. We've cultivated for tens of thousands of years and are not here to reason with ants like you. As a direct descendant of the Gui family, Gui Yi was also the leader of the immortal army in the Conate Cliff. Even among the immortals, he was a lofty existence. With this act, he would tell everyone that no one could withstand the fury of certain existences. Not a city, a nation, or even a whole world. He seemed to be enjoying the beautiful view of these creatures' last moments in life. He tried to see a trace of remorse or horror on their faces. But sadly, he didn't see any of it. Instead, he saw something that he had never imagined before. The city, which had been ravaged by a flood, a storm, and demon beasts, shook violently. Even the land, sky, black clouds, and lightning bolts shook violently. They seemed to be shivering. It seemed like even the heavens and earth were shivering. The storm that had been raging a moment ago suddenly froze. Then, streaks of dazzling light shot up from below, and the huge lightning pillar in the sky suddenly paused. Looked down from the distant high sky, everything on the ground, including debris, water currents, and tiles, seemed weightless as they slowly floated up toward the sky. It even seemed like the distant ocean, which had gradually calmed down, surged up with huge waves that were thousands of meters high. The rainbow-like lightning pillar shooting down from the sky didn't land. Suddenly, it began to shatter inch by inch. Countless streaks of lightning energy shot in all directions as if a lightning bolt from hell exploded in the mortal world. Some of the scattered lightning snakes shot into the forest outside the city and caused blazing fire, and some shot up into the sky, forcing the immortals to retreat in fear. Then, the lightning pillar in the sky completely collapsed like a bamboo shoot that was being vertically chopped by an axe. When the lightning energy dispersed, the night sky, which had been covered in dark clouds, suddenly turned bright as if it was shined on by sunshine. Many colorful clouds appeared as if the dawn arrived early. With a slight wave of a pair of hands, a thread of dark golden sunshine fell from the ninth heaven and shined on the impeccable face unerringly. The golden-plumed headpiece shined with dazzling golden sunshine. Dressed in a wide and impeccable black robe which was decorated in elegant and luxurious ancient glittering jewels, he looked like an almighty emperor descending to the mortal world from the ancient heavenly realm. With slightly closed eyes and a smile on his impeccable face, his deportment, grand presence, and all features were perfect. This is, all the cultivators and warriors in Juhua City almost dropped to the ground. This is, Chi Tiandi, how can he come to our world? A greater amount of horror instantly struck them. They almost screamed in their minds. Since the Saint Demon vital embryo couldn't bear all of Chi Tiandi's power, this being could only use a part of his power, which was neither too low nor too high. After Mr. Fang trained diligently in the cultivation room, he was able to synchronize with this character. Who are you? In the sky, the huge face transformed from thunderbolts slowly shrunk and turned into a noble-looking young man who was dressed in a blue robe with silver patterns and had a cold expression on his face. He was Gui Yi. After staring at the scene intently for a while, he sneered and said, "I heard from the Green Sky Immortal that this shop is backed by some defiant gods and immortals. It seems like she's right." "But," Gui Yi said while laughing, "you are such a little god. How dare you to fight me?" With a flick of his hands, two streaks of immortal lightning turned into two eye-piercing light beams and crashed toward Chi Tiandi like two furious dragons. The blinding lightning bolts drew a trace of deep darkness as if they had torn open the sky. At this moment, Chi Tiandi didn't move, he didn't even open his eyes. Then, a streak of dazzling light was emitted from his body before dispersing. The two lightning dragons seemed to crash onto a natural barrier. As if pulled by an invisible force, the two dragons encircled Chi Tiandi from dozens of meters away and then exploded. The shower of thunder and lightning bolts swept backward so much that it forced Gui Yi to retreat several steps. At this moment, Chi Tiandi opened his eyes. The mortal world is filthy again. Chapter 842 Who's the God of Destruction? This is real. In Juhua City, countless people yelled uncontrollably with horror in their eyes. At this moment, they felt like they were in a dream. My goodness, our mortal world is not filthy. Su Tianji was frantic like an ant running on a hot pan with her mind turning blank after the previous narrow escape from death. She pointed in the opposite direction and said, "It's them who are filthy. Go and hit them." At this moment, everyone saw Chi Tiandi slowly opening his eyes and indeed turning his gaze toward the opposite direction. "Who are you?" Gui Yi looked a little startled and asked in a grave voice. Chi Tiandi. With every word he said, heaven and earth shook as space became unstable. Hovering high in the sky, he didn't land on the ground as if the land would shatter instantly once he descended. TL note. Chi Tiandi means heaven deserting emperor in Chinese. Hehehehe. Ha 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 ha. Gui Yi laughed wildly at his words before saying, "If you've deserted the heavens, how dare you call yourself the emperor? I've never heard of this name before. I'm afraid that you've given this title to yourself in the past 100 years. Are you the one behind this whole thing? You have some abilities." Tens of thousands of immortal soldiers spread out behind Gui Yi like wings, covering the whole sky. Then, a long whip appeared in Gui Yi's hand. Engulfed by purple immortal thunderbolts, the whip seemed to be able to instantly shatter the surrounding space as purple lightning bolts jumped on it. "Now, I will give you two choices since I'm a person who values talented people," Gui Yi said while laughing. "You can submit to me, or my purple lightning immortal whip will shatter your soul." In the Juhua City shop, the cultivators and warriors stammered when they heard these words. "What's your decision?" Gui Yi looked at the horrified cultivators and warriors, letting the immortal soldiers behind him release all their presences. Glancing at the cultivators and warriors who became even more horrified now, he said with a snicker, "Tisk, tisk, it will be bad if we frighten these pathetic mortals. Minor god from the alternate world." At this moment, Chi Tiandi said with an indifferent and mild emotion in his eyes as if he was stating an indisputable fact. "They always overestimate themselves." Gui Yi's face instantly fell, and he waved his hand. "Kill." Countless immortal soldiers drew strange arcs in the sky, forming a weird array and surrounding Chi Tiandi, whom Fang Chi synchronized with. Then, countless colorful light beams were emitted from the soaring mist while countless blazing purple essences turned into heaven-burning flames, shooting forward. Passed down from the ancestors of the Gui family, the flames had extremely high temperatures. They were the blazing sun heavenly fire that could even melt real immortals. They were so fast that an average immortal wouldn't have time to react. Almost instantly, they devoured Chi Tiandi. Seeing this, Gui Yi froze and then sneered, "If you can't even block the blazing sun heavenly fire, then..." Before he could finish, he saw a scene that he had never expected. A huge vortex began to spin in the center of the purple heavenly fire. Countless heavenly flames flew backward like petals of a blooming lotus flower. The immortal soldiers who were caught by the flames screamed. The harder they tried to put out the flames, the higher the flames grew. Finally, the soldiers fell from the sky. In the high sky above Conate Cliff, many of the immortal soldiers corresponded with what was happening in the mortal world. They screamed as blazing flames appeared on them, and they fell from the sky like shooting stars. At this moment, a layer of invisible but solid protective essence shield lit up around Chi Tiandi, and he was intact and hadn't moved a muscle while standing in the center of the essence shield. At this moment, even Gui Yi felt chills running down his spine. "Who on earth are you?" The strengthened Saint Demon Vital Embryo can't contain a ton of power. Synchronized with Fang Chi, Chi Tiandi turned his hands slightly and said coldly, "But it's a piece of cake to destroy you." Protective Essence Shield 21 he blocked it with. That. What is with Chi Tiandi's Protective Essence Shield? How can it be so strong? In the Juhua City shop, some warriors asked in shaky voices. Obviously, many people who had watched the TV series didn't study the content carefully. Nolan Mingshay explained, there are two layers of the Protective Essence Shields. It's formed by the extra essence that the Saint Demon Vital Embryo can't contain. The two layers of pure forces of essence can't be breached by any skills. Even if a layer is breached, it will recover instantly. So, he doesn't need to defend. No. Impossible. Gui Yi's narrow eyes stared at Chi Tiandi intently and said in a chilly voice, "It must be hard for you to stand here, right? You are forcing it. In fact, You are burning inside and suffering from the pain. Right, anyway, we'll find the answer in the next moment. Everyone, put all your force into the array. Gui Yi yelled. God's flames. At this moment, Qi Tiandi, who was synchronized with Fang Qi, turned his hands, and streaks of purple-blue flames shot up into the sky. With Soli Yin, nothing can be born, with Soli Yang, nothing can grow. But God's flame was ultimately pure and contained not a single spot of impurity. Instantly, the purple flame engulfed the heaven and earth. About 10 immortal soldiers standing in the front line couldn't retreat in time and were turned into ashes at a visible speed in the soaring blazing flames. Then, hundreds of soldiers behind them were engulfed by the blazing flames. Except for the soldiers standing in the distance at the back, at least half of the invading soldiers were turned into fireballs and fell from the sky. A little while later, their number was greatly reduced. At this moment, Qi Tiandi began to unleash the second technique. God's vortex. The third technique. God's light. The fourth technique. Earth, fire, wind, metal, wood, water. The techniques that Qi Tiandi casually used were within the boundary of the 5 elements but broke the coexistence of yin and yang. Every move that he made summoned the ultimate form of the purest single element. Each technique was a catastrophe that could instantly destroy the whole world. In the sky, countless immortals were attacked by the wind, thunderbolts, lights, and flames which swept across the space while shrill screams sounded occasionally. No one would doubt that this was the scene of the real god of destruction that had descended to the mortal world to destroy it. A drop of cold sweat fell from his forehead. Gui Yi said in a grave voice, I see. You're an evil god. He had never imagined that these real immortal soldiers, even though they were summoned by him from the lower region and didn't have pure foundations, would be butchered like weeds. With great efforts, Gui Yi bit on the tip of his tongue and dripped a drop of pale golden immortal blood on the long whip that was emitting dark purple thunderbolts. The purple whip lit up inch by inch, and then he lashed it toward the crowds. The first layer of essence shield lit up and broke. Then, the second essence shield lit up and broke. No one knew what kind of artifact it was, but it broke 2 layers of essence shields with one strike. His eyes brightened. You shall die. Chapter 843. The Master of the Gui family. The purple lightning bolt arrived in the blink of an eye. The horrifying thunderfire shot toward Qi Tiandi, who was battling with the immortal soldiers in the array. It was launched from the trickiest direction and with the chilly presence of a viper. In a previous battle, the purple lightning immortal whip scattered the soul of an evil god in one strike. It can even easily break the essence shields. Regardless of how powerful you are and how great your abilities are, I don't believe that you can block this strike. Seeing that his attack was about to hit the target, Gui Yi finally revealed a cold smile. Meanwhile, a tremendous heavenly fire swept toward Qi Tiandi from the array built by the immortal soldiers, trying to engage all his attention. However, at this moment, while dealing with the immortal array, Qi Tiandi, who was synchronized with Fang Qi, lifted his right hand and blocked all the attacks. Then, his left hand lowered and then struck out. You dare to take the strike with your palm of flesh? Gui Yi's smile turned chillier. But in the instant when the palm touched the lightning whip, the force of purple lightning bolts suddenly poured back without stopping. One coming in, and one rushing out. 2 streaks of terrifying opposing lightning energy collided in the whip. Gui Yi even felt as if the immortal whip couldn't withstand the force of the collision. However, this immortal artifact was personally made by the artifact elder of the Gui family by killing a demon dragon and pulling out its meridians and blood and collecting the purest purple immortal lightning bolts in the godly sky. With the top-tier materials and the delicate creation process, it wasn't an average immortal artifact and wouldn't be destroyed like this. Since this was the case, the only result was that one of the forces would be subdued and then pour back. What's this move? In the Juhua city shop, everyone saw the purple lightning whip sneak attacking in the sky but was blocked by Qi Tiandi with a hand. Like a horrifying huge abyss beast, a greater purple lightning bolt instantly devoured the small purple lightning snake and forced it to turn around and go back. It seems to be the reverse of demonic origin. Nolan Mingshe obviously had studied this and explained, in simple words, it reflects the incoming damage. Is this possible? This is. Song Qingfeng stuck his head out of the door and watched tensely while saying, this is an attack from an immortal. Besides, this artifact isn't an ordinary device. The Saint Demon Vital Embryo is a perfect life form that Qi Tiandi created to hold his awareness in the mortal world. Even though it can only contain a small part of his power, it has many abilities. It isn't an exaggeration to call it a human-shaped weapon. Even if we ignore the 2 layers of protective essence shields, this body is so tough that it can't be easily damaged. Even if this body is hurt, it will instantly recover, Nolan Mingshay explained. The TV series purposely left a weakness in this body when it was created, but this one. It seems like it is even better than the Saint Demon Vital Embryo. Perhaps. It's flawless. If Mr. Fang heard this, he would add in his mind, after all, it's a creation of the system. Flawless. Everyone stared at the figure hovering in midair and remaining still under all the attacks. Quote. You can actually 21 inches. Seeing this, Gui Yi lost all his cool and composure. While his pupils contracted to the size of the tip of a needle, only horror and a trace of viciousness could be seen on his face. Explode. Instantly, the purple immortal thunder whip exploded, letting out a surging force which vented out in all directions. Then, a radiant purple lightning bolt instantly engulfed the entire sky, turning the world purple. The immortal soldiers who was touched by it were turned into ashes before they could even scream without exception. At this moment, Gui Yi's immortal soldiers were crushed. They no longer looked like immortals, and their formations were messy and chaotic. After a long while, the purple lightning bolts in the sky gradually dimmed. Is that immortal? Dead? A group of people stuck their heads out of the shop and looked up at the sky. Look at the sky. Someone pointed at the sky and said, it seems like he's not dead yet. In the sky, the arrogant Gui Yi, an aristocrat from the ancient immortal Gui family who came here dressed in a noble and elegant robe, now looked disheveled as his robe had become rags. His body was covered in bloody scratches and scorched lines. A shiny golden heart-protecting mirror had flown out from his robe and blocked most of the damage, which was why he survived this destructive explosion of a top-tier immortal artifact. At this moment, Chi Tiandi only moved a few steps back with some scratches on his body. Just as mentioned before, his wounds all healed in the blink of an eye as if those scratches were just an illusion. How? How can it be? Gui Yi asked in a shrill voice. The purple lightning immortal whip is a top-tier immortal artifact even rarely seen among the immortals. How can it be? With disbelief in his eyes, he asked, who the heck are you? Why are you fighting our Gui family? By now, the immortal soldiers all retreated to stand behind him while asking in their shaky voice, Mr. Gui, what should we do now? What should we do now? With shaky hands, Gui Yi took down the heart-protecting mirror which had saved him in the catastrophic explosion and was hovering in midair. Then, he injected immortal spiritual energy into it. On the mirror, extremely ancient golden runes appeared. As the spiritual energy continued to enter the mirror, the golden runes appeared in the sky from the reflection of the mirror. With a slightly crazy laugh, he said, "You're indeed a powerful evil god, and I'm not your match. If I were someone else with the same cultivation strength, I wouldn't even have the chance to escape." But, Gui Yi suddenly yelled furiously with a distorted expression, "What do you think our Gui family is?" He slowly lifted the miraculous godly mirror and said, "This 9-palace godly heart mirror is a gift from the wondrous spell High Holiness, the sword-holding elder of the Gui family. It contains the full force strike of that elder of the Gui family." Chi Tiandi slightly waved his hands in the sky, looking indifferent as if nothing in the world concerned him. "Foolish minor god from the alternate world," Chi Tiandi said indifferently, "you must know only I, Chi Tiandi, can exist for eternity." Eternity? Gui Yi sneered contemptuously and said, "Even those immortal masters don't dare to boast like this. After all, immortals have the same age as the heaven and earth. If the heaven and earth were destroyed, they would die as well." While they spoke, the figure of a white-haired old man appeared between the streaks of runes that shot into the sky from the mirror. The moment that the shadow of the white-robed and white-haired old man appeared, a horrifying force condensed, and the heaven and earth around him shook continuously. The immortal figure that suddenly appeared in the sky, the horrifying immortal spirit essence, and the force that was gradually surging showed a level completely different from that of Gui Yi who was standing below. Looking at this streak of immortal light, Gui Yi had a reverent and manic expression on his face. He said with extreme pride, "Are you shivering? You'll die without regret after witnessing a move from the wondrous spell High Holiness, the sword-holding elder of our Gui family." Chapter 844 Minor God from an Alternate World, You Did You Best. In the sky, streaks of eye-piercing immortal light fell, and the shadow of the white-robed and white-haired old man waved the whisk in his hand. His move contained the wondrous rule of the heaven and earth and corresponded with the miraculous heavenly Tao. At this moment, The remaining immortal soldiers and the elite subordinates behind Gui Yi let out gasps of disbelief. They couldn't believe that Gui Yi still had such a trump card and that the Gui family was so powerful. Is this the power of the Gui family? So horrifying. Below them, the people in the Juhua city shop watched the battle in fear and said in low voices, "It seems like Chi Tiandi had only used a few casual moves in the God series and the reverse of demonic origin to reflect the attack." Chi Tiandi's God series of moves included God's Hand, God's Fire, and God's Lightning. It was equivalent to launching a streak of godly power and then turning it into different forms such as fire or lightning. These moves were easy for Chi Tiandi to use. However, the godly power contained the purest forces. The fire would have the ultimate yang force, the lightning would have the ultimate direct force. Every force was on the ultimate level. At this moment, Chi Tiandi slightly lifted his left hand, and a world-destroying move was created by his palm. Driven by the godly power, the violent gust sweeping between the heavens and earth. In turn, they increased the godly power. Above Chi Tiandi's left palm, a mini tornado appeared, making the heaven and earth change color. Also, even Chi Tiandi's hand lowered slightly as if the force in his palm wasn't a weightless gust but a world of storms that was even heavy for a god. Then, he lifted his right hand. A bright blue lightning bolt transformed by the godly power shot out from his palm and turned into a lightning tree that connected the sky and land with ear-grating destructive noises. Under the light, the whole world turned pale. Looking up into the high sky from the city below, people saw Chi Tiandi lifting the two ultimate godly forces of wind and lightning as if he was lifting two worlds. Instantly, violent gusts swept across the whole human realm with flashing lightning bolts. While sand and debris flew in the sky, the world dimmed as if it was the end of the world. At this moment, the old man waved his whisk in the sky, and a layer of lightning bolts struck down. Almost at the same time, the world-destroying forces of wind and lightning gathered in Chi Tiandi's two hands gradually became one as he brought his two hands together. When the two forces collided, facing the godly power of wind and lightning that could move mountains and seas and sensing the world-destroying godly presence, not only the mortals but even the immortals felt tiny and insignificant. Minor god in the alternate world, you did your best. The moment Chi Tiandi said that, everyone including Gui Yi saw an unbelievable scene. The lightning bolts only held on for one moment under the force of the godly forces of wind and lightning before completely collapsing. They didn't realize anything when they heard the words that Chi Tiandi said. But in the next moment, an ultimate fear struck their hearts. Like a world-ending catastrophe, the power of wind and lightning swept up everything with the power that could move mountains and seas. The extremely horrifying force viciously crashed toward Gui Yu and everyone around him like a huge ancient mountain. Even though it was paused for 1 second by that streak of gathered immortal lightning bolts which combined the wondrous power of heaven and earth, no one could escape from this ocean-like power. With an explosive noise, Gui Yi was sent flying backward by this extremely horrifying force despite the protection of the immortal artifact. All his internal organs and meridians were instantly broken. The people with lower cultivation strength were burned into coal or shattered into ash by the wind and lightning. No one in its path could remain intact. Horrified, Gui Yi looked at the scene before him in a daze. How could such a horrifying demonic god exist in the world? Minor god in the alternate world. You did your best. You did your best. Did your best. This sentence echoed in Gui Yi's ears continuously. Pooh. Gui Yi spewed out a big mouthful of blood and stared at the unrivaled god intently while yelling frantically, "With your power, you can get a top position in the godly court with ease. Why? Why must you work against our Gui family? I have a question for you." Chi Tiandi, who was synchronized with Fang, said, "This shop does its business without disturbing anyone. Why did you lead an army to suppress it?" Hee. Gui Yi said with a sneer, "This tiny shop in the mortal world violated the taboo in the high realm, was rude to the immortals, and even refused to listen to admonitions. So, it must be destroyed." "Okay," Fang said, "then, I'm now telling you that your rules have affected the business of my shop and must be changed." "What did you say?" Gui Yi widened his eyes, not believing his ears. No one in the history of the world dared to say such a thing. Gui Yi laughed wildly as if he had heard a hilarious joke. "The rules jointly created by the innumerable immortal sea, the godly palaces, and even the godly court must change because they affect the business of your shop. Just because they affected the business of a shop in the mortal world." "Yes, Mr. Fang said earnestly, "they must be changed." At this moment, the people in Juhua City finally understood the situation. While laughing, they yelled in surprise, "Is he Mr. Fang?" This time, that senior must have possessed Mr. Fang's body with his mind. I'm sure that senior helped him. He's so horrifying. He's much more powerful than Mr. Fang. I won't destroy your vital soul, Mr. Fang said. I'll spare your life so that you can bring back the message. Tell others that to ensure the prosperity of the Origins Internet Club in the lower region, you must change the related rules. If you don't change them, humph. A small shop in the mortal world dares to work against our Gui family, the innumerable immortal sea, and the godly court. Regardless of how powerful you are, you're alone. You can defeat and kill me, but do you think that you can defeat tens of thousands of immortal soldiers and generals who will come to conquer you? Gui Yi mumbled to himself and then yelled, I'll return and tell them your request. But it's not my business if they will agree or not. On Conate Cliff, a streak of vital souls rose in silence and shot toward the center of innumerable immortal sea at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, in the place where the heavenly faction disciples were, Faction Master Feng Zue exhaled a sigh of relief. How are the casualties? He asked. We happened to pass this place and came just in time. Some are seriously injured but are safe now after our healing. The white-robed elder Xiao Yunhei said, I instructed the disciples to stay here and take care of them. They will be fine in a few days. At this moment, in the Juhua city shop, a group of people looked at the sun which was rising from the east. The sky is clear. It's indeed clear. A group of people yelled in surprise. They stood around Mr. Fang and looked at him up and down as if there was something special about him. It's over. It's over. Mr. Fang waved his hand at them. Then, they returned to the shop to buy instant noodles or play games. Ha 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 ha. A new day. Another day filled with hope. Song Qingfeng laughed and yelled, let's go and finish our game time for today. Qi Tiandi is so powerful. Finish what? Su Tianji said sulkily. While yawning, she suddenly exclaimed, no. I forgot to prepare for my lecture this month. No, no. What lectures can you give? Mr. Fang looked at her in contempt. You will mislead students with your lectures. Why can't I give lectures? Su Tianji said in a loud voice, I only give one lecture a month, but the disciples like my lectures very much. Can't talk to you now. I must go and prepare for my lecture. She left swiftly while standing on her sword. Chapter 845 Many immortals gather, 100,000 immortal soldiers. At this moment, in the immortal equal garden of the Gui family in the innumerable immortal sea. In the garden, immortal flowers bloomed radiantly, and rare plants competed with each other to show their unique beauties. At the same time, clouds and mist floated as radiant lights shined. The pavilions were decorated with engravings of dragons and pictures of colorful phoenixes. On the 8-treasure jade table were all kinds of immortal fruits, wine, and nectar. Immortal maidens were dressed in colorful dresses, presenting a beautiful dream-like immortal realm. The spiritual auspicious immortal flower is an extinct ancient flower which blooms once every 3,000 years. We're lucky that we can see it this year. A white-haired and long-bearded old man who was dressed in a green immortal robe stood up and said, the flower is very noble, elegant, and pure. If a mortal smells its fragrance, they can instantly obtain an understanding of Tao. If an immortal smells it, they can reach the great Tao. After seeing it today, I find it indeed deserving of its reputation. Then, he sniffed the intoxicating fragrance of the flower. This rare flower can only be seen in your place, High Holiness. I heard that the benefits are the greatest at the moment when the spiritual flower blooms. It is a rare moment that only happens once in several thousand years. Sitting next to him were the grand-looking immortal holiness and several awe-inspiring godly Tao generals. They took seats one by one. The people sitting in the front rows had mysterious immortal powers and reserved godly lights. The green sky immortal could only be seen in the last row of people. Everyone looked amiable and glowing. Before them were flower buds that was as smooth as white jade. It was almost time for them to bloom. They were enjoying the rare benefits of this moment. At this moment, 2 immortal officials hurried in with stumbling steps but were stopped at the entrance of the garden. The immortal soldier who was guarding the garden had a chilly light in his eyes. Wondrous spell High Holiness is hosting the spiritual auspicious flower banquet. Today, the heavenly treasure Spiritual Holiness, Hell River High Holiness, and godly generals from the godly palaces are all here. Why are you coming here in such a frantic state? The elder is meeting heavenly treasure Spiritual Holiness. How dare you try to break into this banquet? I'm not being insolent. I have important military intelligence for the holiness. The two immortal officials said frantically. Important military intelligence. The guard frowned. I'll go in and report. At this moment, the old ethereal-looking Taoist dressed in a luxurious Taoist robe was showing the flowers to the guests in the garden. Hearing this information, he said, "Let them come in." Soon, the two immortal officials were led into the immortal equal garden. Seeing the majestic figures and wondrous spell High Holiness in the garden, they looked uneasy. "What's the matter?" Wondrous spell High Holiness, the old immortal with white hair, inhaled the fragrance of the flowers with an intoxicated expression and didn't spare a glance at them. This, one of the two immortal officials was the Rain Officer who had cast spells at the Conate Cliff. Fatigued after casting spells for 7 days and 7 nights, he didn't join the battle but watched the entire battle from the Conate Cliff under the instruction of Gui Yi. He came here to report the result. Looking at the many guests, he felt hesitant. Finally, he said, "This is an important report." "Humph." Wondrous spell High Holiness who was enjoying the flowers looked displeased and snorted. A nearby immortal soldier scolded, "We have high immortals and high holinesses in the immortal equal garden. What report is so important that you can't say in front of them?" This. The Rain Officer was still hesitant. He asked tentatively, "Do you really want me to make the report here?" Seeing Wondrous spell High Holiness's face turning darker, the immortal soldier reprimanded, "Hurry up and speak what you want to say." Resigned, the Rain Officer forced himself to say, "Okay. Mr. Gui led immortal soldiers to severely punish the mortals in the lower region who have violated the forbidden. Almost 100,000 immortal soldiers cast spells together and condensed tribulation lightning bolts, casting them toward the resistant mortals." "What happened?" one high immortal asked. The long-bearded Holiness who was dressed in a green immortal robe cupped his hands at Wondrous spell High Holiness and said, "The Gui family has great Taoist spells, and Gui Yi is an elite who had been through several battles. I'm sure that shop has been turned into dust." "No." The Rain Officer yelled in horror. "No." Everyone looked at him. "It didn't happen." The Rain Officer anxiously avoided their eyes and said, "At that time, we saw a golden light beam as tall as 10,000 meters, and the heaven and earth shook. Then, a figure appeared in the golden light beam and said, 'The mortal world is filthy again.' Then, the tribulation lightning bolt that was about to strike just shattered. The tribulation lightning bolt shattered. The mortal world is filthy again." The long-bearded heavenly treasure Spiritual Holiness repeated. "Who is he?" "Chi Tiandi." The Rain Officer howled in frustration. Everyone froze. "Who's Chi Tiandi?" "It doesn't matter who he is." Wondrous spell High Holiness remained calm and said with a faint smile, "I gave that kid, Gui Yi, a spiritual mirror which contains one of my attacks. It's enough to deal with them." Hiss. Wondrous spell High Holiness. "How long has it been since you last attacked?" A nearby immortal asked in amazement. The person in the mortal world could force the wondrous spell High Holiness to attack. Heavenly treasure Spiritual Holiness stroked his beard and said with a smile, "He can die without regrets." The immortals talked among themselves animatedly and laughed. Then, they asked, "What happened then?" The Rain Officer looked ugly while he hesitated. "I can't say." "What can't you say?" Wondrous spell High Holiness stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said arrogantly, "Speak." Then, being yelled at by Wondrous spell High Holiness and stared at by so many powerful figures for the first time, the Rain Officer grew even more frantic and confused. While gesturing with his hands, he said in a shaky voice, "Then, Wondrous spell High Holiness's shadowy palm strike was instantly exploded by Chi Tiandi. The aftermath even killed everything it touched. Even Mr. Gui only escaped with his vital soul." "What did you say?" Everyone looked at Wondrous spell High Holiness and saw his glowing face instantly turning crimson. "What happened then?" someone asked. Then, Chi Tiandi said, "Minor god of an alternate world, you did your best." They looked at each other. "Minor god of an alternate world, you did your best." Everyone looked at Wondrous spell High Holiness again. "Minor god of an alternate world too." The coolness disappeared from Wondrous spell High Holiness's eyes, and it was replaced with chilly murderous spirit. He concealed the intention in his eyes very well, but his face was as red as a monkey's butt. The Rain Officer shrunk and howled in his mind, "This, you forced me to say it. I told you that I couldn't say it. Although this being indeed has some super abilities, this concerns a big issue, and they must back off." While suppressing his anger with effort, Wondrous spell High Holiness said in a cold voice, "Tell them this. They are just a small shop in the mortal world, and they are messing with something that the force behind the shop wouldn't want to offend even if it was 100 times stronger. They are messing with the heavens. If they could subdue the shop without a fight, they could somewhat redeem themselves. He nodded slightly to himself and thought, those who are experienced are smooth with all situations. He wanted Mr. Gui to pass on a message for him, the Rain officer said in embarrassment. What word? They said. The rules jointly made by our innumerable immortal sea, the godly palaces, and the godly court have affected the regular business in his shops, so the rules must be changed, otherwise. Gather 100,000 immortal soldiers for me. Then, gather immortal generals from all places. Before the Rain officer could finish, a voice roared, outrageous. Lawless. I'll show these ignorant mortals how high the heavens are and how thick the earth is. Chapter 846 The Immortal Peach Gift Box, Abundant Prizes. The rain had gradually stopped. The cultivators of the heavenly faction wiped sweat off their foreheads. We can't relax yet, Faction Master Feng Zue said in a loud voice, this is just the beginning. The war isn't over yet. At this moment, the disciples who had just gotten some free time checked their communication jades and said, Faction Master. The war has just ended. Ah, Feng Zue looked baffled. Didn't it just start? How come it's over so soon? Aren't the immortals from the immortal realm going to cast immortal punishments on us? We prepared for so long and took a lot of time to make the final decision to fight the lofty existences. The war just ended like this. Can't you keep your promise? 21. A disciple handed him the communication jade, and he read the messages. Shocking. Chitiandi used his god moves, saying, Minor god of an alternate world, you did your best. 21 This post. Let me see. They stood closer and began reading the post together. Okay. Since our teleportation array is finished, we can send people to the Juhua City shop, Feng Shuihe said. Even though we didn't experience an immortal tribulation, we still suffered a lot of losses. I'm afraid that Juhua City hadn't fared any better. Elder Xiao Yunhei and Elder Dugu Xiao, take some disciples to visit the Juhua City shop to gain experience and help them however you can. Yes, the two elders took the order and left. At this moment, residents in Juhua City and soldiers of the Juhua army were repairing the damaged structures. At this moment, Mr. Fang had just returned to his shop from the outside. Mr. Fang had a shop to manage and thus didn't participate in the cleanup after they forced back the flood with spells. After all, he had an important thing to do, receiving the reward from the system. New task. Play safely and peacefully at the Internet Café, 3 completed. Task description. Task reward. 1 Immortal Peach Gift Box. There is a chance to get an unripe Immortal Peach, lower chance to get a ripe Immortal Peach, and the lowest chance to get a 6,000-year-old Immortal Peach. 1 to 2 random items. The quality of the items in the gift boxes will be determined by the performance. Task rating. Degree of counterattack. B. Toughness of attitude. A level of warning, A-. Comprehensive rating, A. The odds of obtaining top-tier items after opening the gift box increased by 5%. The odds of obtaining low-tier items after opening the gift box decreased by 20%. Reward. Immortal Peach Gift Box Advanced. Do you want to claim the reward? Is this a new function after the big upgrade of the system? In his room in the Juhua City shop, Mr. Fang glanced at the interface and chose to claim the reward. Soon an antique-looking gift box with wooden engravings appeared before Mr. Fang. This treasure chest. I hope I'm not so out of luck that I get an unripe Immortal Peach. Highly pleased, Mr. Fang stared at the treasure chest before him and opened it slowly. Then, a bunch of items jumped out. A series of system prompts appeared. You obtained 3,000-year-old Immortal Peach 1. You obtained the Godly Weapon Disassembler 1 can be used to disassemble the godly weapons that you had gotten in the past but do not need anymore. According to the quality of the items, you can obtain at least 1 godly weapon fragment. You obtained godly weapons, Wangshu sword and Zaihei sword. Oh, I seem to have gotten some good stuff. Mr. Fang examined the items that he got carefully in excitement. He murmured thoughtfully, Wangshu, Zaihei. Without a doubt, these 2 swords are godly weapons. Besides, they contain powerful spiritual energies which can raise an average half-immortal to a true immortal. I guess they can do more than that since the sword energies coming off them are brighter than those in the game. They must have absorbed all the energy of the demon world and achieved the ultimate state. They can bring a whole faction to ascend. Of course, Mr. Fang didn't have the intention of bringing one faction to ascend. Besides, the ascendants in the two worlds worked differently. However, the power that these two swords could unleash was extremely great. Woo. Then, Mr. Fang looked at the strange godly weapon disassembler. I can at least get one godly weapon fragment. After all, some of the treasures that he had obtained were sitting idle in his storage artifact. Some were good for collection, but some were not collectibles and would find better use to be disassembled. Mr. Fang thought, if I can get more godly weapon fragments, can I trade them for a permanent godly weapon? Should he keep these fragments or use them to trade for another godly weapon? He would decide later when he found out how many fragments he would get. The system is really nice. The last item was a 3,000-year-old immortal peach. He was a little disappointed that it wasn't a 6,000-year-old immortal peach, but a 3,000-year-old immortal peach was not bad. According to Journey to the West, after eating a 3,000-year-old immortal peach, a mortal can understand the immortal Tao and extend his lifespan. Eating a 6,000-year-old immortal peach can make me ascend with mist and obtain immortality, Fang Qi thought. What's the realm of understanding immortal Tao? Is it the earthly immortal realm? And eating a 6,000-year-old immortal peach will make me achieve the heavenly immortal realm. Earthly immortal realm. Mr. Fang scratched his ears and cheeks. It seems like I still can't ascend. But it would greatly increase his cultivation strength. With greater cultivation strength, he would find it easier to synchronize with different characters. There were many benefits. Soon, Mr. Fang turned his gaze toward the extra-large peach. The ripe immortal peach looked appetizing. It looked as if Fang Qi would smell the rich peach fragrance with one bite of it. Looking at the big peach, Mr. Fang was secretly pleased. I'm smart to open the treasure chest in Juhua City shop, so Xiaoyu can't see it. After all, he felt a bit guilty after remembering that he was always taking snacks from her. Hee. After all, she is in the distant East continent and doesn't know that I have this big and sweet immortal peach. I'm going to eat it now. He would pretend nothing had happened after eating it. A small hand pushed open the half-closed door, and a small head poked in. Boss, can I come in? Everyone is playing downstairs. Why are you hiding in the room by yourself? Sitting at the desk while facing the door, Mr. Fang stared at her dumbfoundedly with the extra-large peach in his hand. How come you're here? How come you have such a big peach? Zhang Xiaoyu's big eyes stared at the immortal peach in surprise. Xiaoyu. Mr. Fang put the peach on the desk calmly and said, I have a very delicious peach. Do you want to eat it? Yes. Zhang Xiaoyu nodded repeatedly. How about this? You take one bite, and I take a bite. We share it fairly. Okay. Wow, really? Zhang Xiaoyu giggled happily with her eyes curved up like new crescent moons. After all, whenever they had good food in the past, the moment that she took a small bite, the shop owner had gobbled down the rest. But this time, he is acting fair and even offered to take turns to eat it. Of course, Mr. Fang said solemnly, I've never mistreated you, Xiaoyu, right? Here, he handed the peach to her. Can I really? Zhang Xiaoyu was bashful, but looking at the peach, she couldn't resist the temptation. Then, I'll take a small bite first. Then, she took a small bite bashfully. Ow, wow, it's so delicious. The fragrance of the peach penetrated her internal organs as if her whole body was soaked in the hot spring. Zhang Xiaoyu squinted her eyes with great enjoyment. When she opened her eyes again, she only saw a peach pit on the desk while Mr. Fang, with his mouth full of peach, said blurrily, okay. We finished it. We each took one bite. It was super fair. Zhang Xiaoyu was stupefied. Chapter 847 Demonic God. Who? On the second floor in the Juhua City shop, Mr. Fang felt the qi in his body. After training in the cultivation room for a long time, he had managed to increase his cultivation strength from level 8 to level 9. At this moment, the essence transformed from the immortal peach circulated in his body and strengthened his physical form and the pure essences in his body. During the process, his cultivation strength went through a huge transformation. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoyu had just walked down from upstairs. In the lounge area in the shop, the disciples from different major academies such as the Lingyun Academy and Shengjing Academy gathered together. Coming for a friendly visit, the core disciples from the heavenly faction sat with them and discussed about cultivation strength. The two big disciples in our faction have rather high cultivation strength. Despite their young ages, they have respectively reached the 7th tier and the 9th tier of level 8, Elder Xiao Yunhei said in pleasure. Look at them. At this moment, Su Tianji rolled her eyes at her two young disciples, Feng Hua and Yuexin. They are almost level 9 now, but you two haven't reached level 8 yet. You must play the games more diligently, do you hear me? Yes, master. They looked dejected. However, talking about cultivation strengths, Su Tianji pointed at Nolan Mingshe who sat nearby and said, we must mention our little Nolan who is a great example in the Celestial Warrior Association in our Dajin. She's only in her 20s, but her cultivation strength has reached level 8. In her 20s 21. Level 8, the Heavenly Faction disciples looked at Nolan Mingshe in astonishment. So powerful. Hey! Here's Xiaoyu. Here is Xiaoyu. While they exclaimed, they saw Xiaoyu walking over. Su Tianji immediately pulled Zhang Xiaoyu to her side and said with great sincerity and affection, Xiaoyu, it's been a long time since I last saw you. How is your cultivation strength now? Has it increased? Look at your elder sister Nolan, she has reached level 8. Really? Zhang Xiaoyu said with embarrassment, you guys improve so fast. You haven't reached level 8, right? They comforted her. You're quite good already. Yeah, she's so young. In fact, burp. Suddenly, she had a hiccup, and her presence rose sharply. Zhang Xiaoyu said doubtfully, I seem to have reached level 9. The games, movies, and TV series could help people increase their cultivation strength, but the people with greater talents would increase their cultivation strength faster. This rule also applied in here, and the only difference was that the talent needed in the shops was the talent of playing games, which was quite different from conventional talent. Of course, gameplay talents aside, if one had excellent cultivation talent or found a special cultivation method extremely fitting for one's conditions, they could achieve great growth in cultivation strength with diligent training even if they had poor talent in gaming. Anyone with one of the two kinds of talents could obtain fast progression if they worked hard. Of course, the people with both talents would double the speed in their cultivation. Nolan Mingshe belonged to the latter group, and her cultivation strength had been much higher than her peers due to her extremely high talents from the very beginning. Right now, her advantage over others was still obvious. This damn girl has such great talents. 21 Her talents aren't even inferior compared to those of people in the East Continent. Having finished regulating his breathing, Mr. Fang walked down from upstairs and mumbled to himself. On second thought, he wasn't surprised. After all, the veteran players had played games in the shops for a long time and had watched many TV series, accumulating lots of experience. However, the new players in the East Continent had comparatively weak foundations. If the talented disciples such as Yu Yin, one of the key disciples of the Heavenly Faction, had entered the shop soon after it was opened, she would probably have reached level 9 by now. But now, whether it was the skills that they learned from the champions in League of Legends or the Dao lecture given by Patriarch Sabati, they obtained less understanding than the veteran players. It must be noted that Patriarch Sabati only taught Sun Wukong for 7 years. These people were not as talented as Sun Wukong who was born from the heavens and earth. But with a deep understanding of the fundamentals, their growth wasn't slow. In the past few days, Mr. Fang explained to them the content in the first few episodes of Journey to the West, doing the system's task of Challenger's Tutorial School. However, the Origins Internet Club always promoted the combination of work and entertainment. Standing up from his chair, Song Qingfeng stretched and said, I'll stop watching now. I'll go to Dungeon Fighter Online to use up the fatigue points. Then I will spend several hours playing League of Legends. Allocating game time reasonably was a good habit. Ding ding dong dong. With crisp music, he entered the game. After the storm stopped, the flood gradually retreated. After the rain stopped, the city looked clean and fresh after the washing of the rain. Standing on the edge of half city, one could clearly see that the other half of the city had completely sunk into the ocean, looking like a broken cliff. The ocean waves below the cliff clashed with the black rifts. Looking out toward the distant ocean from the uneven edge of the cliff, the ocean looked darker the deeper it went. As if coming from a distant dreamland, a faint singing rose with the ocean breeze, sounding like murmurs of ocean beasts. The words seemed to be in another language. Standing on the cliff on the shore was a figure who was dressed in a dark green long dress, and her pretty long hair draped over her shoulders like ocean waves. The two sharp fangs protruding from her red lips showed that she was a hybrid of humans and demons. She stared at the distant yellow spring sea. The turbid ocean water seemed to conceal another world underneath. According to the legends, despite the undeterminable age, the turbid ocean was at least 10,000 years old, having a much longer history than the cultivators in Half City. At this moment in the Half City shop, a black cloud was bragging on livestream, scummy shop owner. 10,000 years later, I assure you that he will call me granddaddy with great respect. Then, it picked up a bottle of Coke and slurped through the straw. Slurp. Ah, he has no idea how great my clan is. From the prehistoric times, gods and immortals lived above the eternal high mountains and vast sky while the existences opposite to them lived in the endless darkness. They were called demonic gods or evil gods. The darkness didn't refer to a specific place. No one knew where it was. Perhaps it didn't exist in the mortal world. In the dark and deep void, horrifyingly huge corpses half buried in the dust could be seen scattered around. Carrying the roars of roaming ghosts, the yellow wind seemed to be able to tear open a person's soul. We can't defeat them on the center stage battlefield. A low roar as deep as the land rose in the void. I think we should change our strategy. How? Another voice said. We can take the road in the mortal world. Our clan has planned this for a long time. It's time to carry it out. The heaven-devouring turtle has absorbed enough spiritual essence. And when the time is right, the weak mortals will pose no threat to us and will become a good food supply for our army. The booming voice that was as deep as an earthquake said, this is a good plan. In the endless void, a huge shadow waved its 4 feet and slowly moved toward a certain direction. Are you ready to take on Anton? With a casual glance, Song Qingfeng saw the picture of a huge turtle on Nolan Mingshui's screen. This huge turtle was as giant as a prehistoric continent. The 7th apostle Anton. It also had all kinds of horrifying coexisting monsters around it. Chapter 848. The tough challenge begins. Fully awoken to Bodhi's wondrous truths, he cuts off Mara, returns to the root, and joins primal spirit. In a quiet secret chamber in the Nolan family, Nolan Hongwu sat cross-legged with his palms facing upward. Recalling the content of Patriarch Sabati's lecture on Tao and Mr. Fang's explanation, he tried to obtain his own understanding and inspiration. He put all of these insights to verify his own cultivation and tried to merge them. A presence much more powerful than before was activated continuously. Among the players in the shop, some concentrated on one cultivation area while some tried every style before choosing one of them as their specialization. Of course, people made different choices in different continents according to their own customs and styles. For example, in the East Continent and the continent of immortal relics, the majority of people were like Nolan Hongwu and mostly focused on the legend of Sword and Fairy, the turbulent homeland, Wind and Cloud, Dungeon Fighter Online, and the journey to the West. In contrast, the people in the West Continent preferred World of Warcraft, Dark Souls, and League of Legends, in which most champions had similar styles to their own. In the Yuanyang City shop, due to the Ultimate West Realm people who had continuously played Dungeon Fighter Online from the max level 60 expansion until now, this game was more popular than in the other shops. The shop with the second most Dungeon Fighter Online players was the Half City shop. Of course, the new shops in the East Continent and Kanglan City had the least players of this game. With the arrival of the new expansion, the janitors in the shop such as Jessica were busy doing the translation of the official novel and spin-off stories during their free time. In the lounge area of the Yuanyang City shop, the awesome janitor team consisting of a blonde beauty and 2 handsome foreign-looking men was doing the translation with large piles of documents around them. There was only a basic introduction on the official website, people couldn't find detailed information on it. These janitors' job was collecting clues from the storyline and different quests and compiling them into articles before posting them on the official forum and main post bars for the players to read and understand. Next to them were piles of materials about Arthas and Frostmourne in the Wrath of Lich King expansion that would be released later. 7th Apostle Anton was a supergiant turtle that was carrying a huge volcano on its back. According to the legends, when it fully spread its giant body, it could reach the edge of the world. Feeding on energy, it swallowed the energy from the whole world greedily and could lead to the exhaustion of the world. After destroying its own world by exhausting all the energy in it, Anton came to this continent. This game was different from other games. For example, in the Legend of Sword and Fairy 4, it was the 9th Heaven Mystic Fairy who had finally defeated Zan Shao while the players could only submit to their destiny while doing the best they could. In World of Warcraft, players couldn't kill the ancient god Cthulhu. They only acted as the vanguards and did supporting work to consume some of its energy. It was because at that time, the players were weak and didn't have the ability and power to handle crises on that big of a scale. However, As time went on, they had gradually grown stronger. These players were no longer the small figures who could do nothing but follow the masters and do some supporting work. They had gradually stepped onto the historic arena. Regardless of who they were in the real world, they were real geniuses in the games. As time went on, they experienced one catastrophe after another and obtained more understanding of more powerful ultimate techniques. They had surpassed their trainers and risen to the same level of those powerful existences whom they had looked up to. Therefore, in the battle of blocking the seventh apostle, these players were the absolute main force. At this moment, on the screens of the players from the Ultimate West realm as well as people such as Zhongwu and Nalan Mingxie, a vast ocean under a quiet night sky appeared. Looking through the sea mist, they could vaguely see a giant continent where a blazing fire was burning. They looked carefully and recognized that the vast continent was in fact the giant body of a prehistoric giant turtle, and on the turtle's back was a volcano erupting high into the sky. This turtle's 4 legs extended into the bottomless ocean, looking like 4 pillars that were supporting the sky. Its huge feet stood on the bottom of the ocean while its body stood high up above the vast ocean. For this giant apostle, it walked in the vast ocean as easily as trudging through a creek. At this moment in the Internet Café, players such as Song Qingfeng stood behind the players in the game and watched as the huge continent gradually filled the whole screen. Fuck. It will burst the screen. Meanwhile, a huge battleship flanked by several smaller battleships flew across the sky in a V-shaped formation and then spread out in one line. They blocked the way of the huge turtle. On the huge battleship named Noble Sky, the people stood on the bow with their robes flapping in the strong ocean wind. Some of them carried magnificent and dazzling heavy swords on their backs with blood-red eyes and ugly bloody hands, and some were dressed in military uniforms and placed huge crosses before them, and some wore grey Taoist robes and slowly tied a black gauze over their eyes. There were about 20 of them, a team consisting of the top-level adventurers players in the whole game. What they faced was a huge thing on the ocean. Meanwhile, outside Half City, under the deep and deadly silent water in the yellow spring sea was an endless abyss. The deeper it went, the darker it got. A dark and evil presence surged with the hidden currents at the bottom of the ocean. The hidden currents grew more rapid at the dark ocean bottom, which was tagged as the forbidden zone by all cultivators in this sea area. In the silent roars of the sea monsters and demons at the ocean bottom, a tiny crack seemed to appear in the bottomless ocean abyss. Vague gloomy light dots seemed to pierce through the crack, and the water began to pour back. Vaguely, an extremely huge turtle foot seemed to appear. Frightened by the horrifying presence, countless demons at the bottom of the ocean scrambled to flee. A voice seemed to say in the darkness, "I'm surprised that there is a path in this place that can lead to the mortal world." The heaven-devouring turtle consumed lots of energy to widen the crack. Another voice said, "Even though the essence in the mortal world is not as abundant as that in our world, it can still replenish our stock. Of course, this natural supply depot can support us for months. Our clan will win this war." In the Juhua City Shop, Half City Shop, and Yuanyang City Shop. On the screens was the great ocean in the dark night and the red clouds in the sky illuminated by the blazing huge fire. A vast mass of black mist spread out on the ocean. The vast black mist gradually devoured everything in the surrounding area. The visibility was instantly reduced to the minimum. Gloomy winds came in the darkness, and no one knew how many demons were hidden in the mist. The teams are formed. With a scroll that laid out the plans for the battle in his hand, Zhongwu said in a loud voice, "Let's clear the origin of the black mist first. Everyone in the challenge team, go." People leapt off from the deck. While unsheathing their blades and kicking hard on the sea surface, they shot toward the giant beast in the ocean like cannonballs. The tough challenge begins. Chapter 849. Begin to synchronize with the great sage, heaven's equal. Sir. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoyu came to Mr. Fang bashfully and asked with eagerness, "Do you still have peaches just like the one that we ate last time?" Whenever she remembered its taste, she would wonder, how come there is such a delicious peach in the world? She looked at Mr. Fang eagerly. After all, the snacks that were out of stock had been later for sale again, so she wondered if this kind of delicious peach would be sold later as snacks. Oh, that, Mr. Fang thought for a while. Not now, really. How about in the future? Seeing the disappointment on Zhang Xiaoyu's little face, he immediately said, "In the future, there might be." Really? Zhang Xiaoyu asked in elation. Of course, after all, he had a peach pit in his hand. Mr. Fang wondered if he could really grow a peach tree. He thought for a moment and decided that it wasn't possible for now. After all, he couldn't find any spiritual field that could be compared to the Garden of Immortal Peaches. The Garden of Immortal Peaches was a place in heaven after all. He waved at Zhang Xiaoyu and said, "Go and play now. If you want to eat peaches, you can buy golden spiritual peaches from Dong Qingli's restaurant. They are top quality peaches with good taste. I must go upstairs and cultivate now." "Really?" Zhang Xiaoyu took out her smartphone, happily. "I'll buy some right now, and they will probably deliver them to me very soon, right?" "Yeah, they can deliver them to me. How long will it take?" Mr. Fang asked. "About half an hour." Zhang Xiaoyu answered without thinking, their business is getting better and better. The deliveries used to take much less time. "Oh. Then, I'll come down in half an hour." With that said, Mr. Fang went upstairs. The gods' palace stood tall on the high mountains. This was the residence of the gods worshipped by the humans in the West continent. According to the legends, they lived on the high mountains in the godly realm. On the mountains and in the oceans, there were their cities and godly nations. The gods' palace was the holiest place even for gods, because only the most powerful gods had the right to live here. At this moment outside the gods' palace stood lines of honor guard team which looked extremely solemn and grave. They seemed to be waiting for the arrival of an existence. The bright red luxurious carpet made with fire phoenix plumes spread to the end of the passage. An army walked toward them, emitting chilly murderous spirit as if they had just returned from a hellish battleground. The leader was dressed in full solemn dark golden godly armor, a red battle skirt, and had a golden battle spear in her hand. Did the filthy devil gods retreat? A god dressed in five-colored godly armor walked toward them. If people who had been to the radiant light godly nation saw him, they would find that this god's features looked almost identical to the statue of the god of radiant light. Yeah, those filthy devil gods retreated. From the looks of it, they don't have any plans to send out troops again for the time being. She pulled off her golden helmet and revealed her brown long hair that was pulled up in a bun. Holding her helmet in her arm, she walked toward the depths of the shiny golden palace along the bright red carpet. "I'll get bored again." Strangely, her face that as exquisite as an angel looked quite like Princess Isabella of the radiant light godly nation. "I heard that there are some problems in the mortal world again. A powerful devil god has grown strong and is making trouble in the mortal world." "Hee. Powerful," the god of radiant light said with a little contempt. "If all he can do is mingle with the monkeys in the mortal world, it means that he's only a monkey with greater strength. My doppelganger in the mortal world awakened some time ago," the goddess said. "She sent me lots of useful information." "What? Is the undefeatable Valkyrie interested in these monkeys?" It must be noted that the goddess with the title, Undefeatable Valkyrie, had never lost a battle in the wars against the various devil gods. She said casually, "If they can survive in the hands of the self-important wastrels from the innumerable immortal sea, I don't mind teaching the small monkeys that are messing around in the mortal world a lesson while I'm on vacation." At this moment, Mr. Fang had just entered the cultivation room, and a scene appeared before him. A monkey dressed in golden armor and holding the golden hooped rod looked up at the sky, which was filled with 100,000 heavenly generals and soldiers who were standing on the clouds. The flag with the words, "The Great Sage, Heaven's Equal," flapped in the wind. Synchronization rate with the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, 10.3%. Complete synchronization in this space, available. After his cultivation strength surpassed the pinnacle stage of Ascendance Realm, and he could use the dual swords, Wangshu and Zaihei, in this space, Fang Qi's synchronization efficiency improved greatly. With continuous cultivation and training, he had reached the lowest requirement to synchronize with the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. "Do you want to start the synchronization, yes or no?" The still scene suddenly turned alive. Brandishing the golden hooped rod with great presence, he soared up into the sky while riding on a cloud and charged at the immortal soldiers and godly generals. Large groups of players either stood behind the computers or watched the livestream on their communication jades. You can fight in a team. In this game, having played the game for a long time in the past, Su Tianji stood behind Nolan Mingshe with a box of spicy sticks in her hands, looking at the latter's screen in amazement while eating. It must be noted that the players in this game could always form teams of 4, this rule had never changed. To deal with this giant prehistoric turtle, the challenge team consisted of 20 powerful adventurers, players, and had the backup of elite troops from Empyrean. On the huge battleship were all kinds of super large cannons. The most strikes that they launched were cooling radiation waves so that the adventurers could have a landing spot on Anton's hot surface. This method also prevented part of the lava from exploding by accident. The players were divided into 5 teams with different missions. The division was made after careful research of this quest. Obviously, they had tried it many times before. On the screen, the extremely huge ocean beast pulled one of its giant feet from the ocean and struck out. Instantly, the ocean water surged up, forming a horrifying tsunami. More horrifying was that the water drops splashing out by the huge foot shot out like giant cannonballs. Launched with tremendous momentum, even these simple attacks were destructive. Mages were the first group that shot up into the sky, and then the 5 teams of players such as slayers, priests, and nenmasters shot up into the sky like sharp arrows, dodging the dense attacks. They flew swiftly toward the only firelight remaining on Anton. They landed on Anton's huge head. But Anton was different from most of the other giant monsters. With other monsters, if people landed on their bodies, they had no other options but to shake their bodies to get rid of the tiny bugs. However, Anton was like a moving giant fortress with consciousness. On its body lived a species that was coexisting with Anton, much like rhinos and oxpeckers in real life. In fact, the coexisting monsters were also powerful, and some of them had a level of strength on par with apostles. Anton opened its huge mouth and spat out black mist together with large quantities of monsters. Behind the monsters was an extremely huge horrifying monster which had scales on its body and interlacing sharp teeth on its belly. Like a horrifying giant vertical mouth, the huge crack opened and revealed a void-like black hole in the belly, releasing a huge sucking force that could pull in everything it saw. It gave people the feeling that the souls of the living creatures imprisoned in the abyss-like black hole in the belly could never enter the next life cycle. Everyone, be careful. They all looked grim. Tog. TL note. Tog is a type of monster in Dungeon Fighter Online. The monster is known as the Devour Demon, as one of his abilities was to create a large circle under him, and he will attempt to suck players in. Players in close proximity will take massive damage and heal Tog. Chapter 850. The Black Mist wiped out the team. There are beginner gift bags and returning veteran gift bags on the official website. Have you claimed them? At this moment, the elf players who had just entered the game in the Candlin City shop finally leveled up to the maximum level. Sala accepted the quest for the second awakening and asked, I did. This game has lots of free good stuff. Rolling said cheerfully, there are so many gift bags that I don't have time to claim them all. I claimed many fatigue recovery potions, level up coupons, experience capsules, and a set of purple equipment. Helen had recently been pulled into the game by the elves. She spent most of her time in World of Warcraft and would play this game occasionally. After all, unlike others, she only played one character and would use all the fatigue points in 1 hour at most. Have you guys reached the maximum level? Elder Sewell yelled, if you have, we can do the awakening quest together. In the old shops in Yuanyang City, Half City, and Juhua City, the players were different from those beginners. In the past when they were in the Shadow Thunderland, they almost died in the siege of a large group of zombies. But now, they were facing a sea of monsters. Standing on the edge of Anton's huge head, the adventurers felt like they were standing by the cliff of a huge mountain. They were forced to the very edge by the thick and vast black mist and the endless monsters that were flying out from Anton's mouth. The ocean of black monsters almost devoured them. Controlling a Hellbringer, Gabriel exchanged a look with Zhu Yenshao, the Black Light Sword Saint. Almost at the same time, a cloud of heaven-devouring blood essence began to spread. Then, with a huge shock wave, it devoured everything around it like a huge ocean wave. Blood boom, lightning draw a sword energy torn open the sky and shot out from the blood explosion. Instantly, the chilly sword energy almost swept across the whole land on Anton's head. Illusion sword dance, other players' powerful ultimate moves almost struck at the same time. Chilly ice and flames collided, and sword energies swept out in all directions. Like the leaves that were swept away by the autumn gust, the monsters were all cleared. The Black Light Sword Saint had a blood-red huge lightsaber in his hand. Beside him, Gabriel held a huge chilly blade that was emitting shiny golden light, showing that it wasn't an ordinary weapon. Be careful of the Tog. The moment that the warning came, they saw a black figure crashing down at them. The huge and ugly body landed in the crowd in the blink of an eye, and they saw that the Tog had 4 heads. It landed in the herd of monster and the destructive explosions caused by the magic spells and sword energies. All the players who had attacked it saw the words on their game interface, "You afflicted 1 point of damage to the Tog." Bathed in the violent attacks from the adventurers, it received almost no damage except for a few shallow white scratches on its vicious scales. The void black hole in its belly opened, and a horrifying suction force drew almost everyone toward that horrifying black hole. The fires that it spat out looked like an erupting volcano. More importantly, when it spat out fires, powerful energy spread all over its body, bouncing back any attacks that were aimed toward it. At this moment, they could afflict 0 damage. Not even 1 point of damage. Follow the plan. Zhongwu glanced at the Empyrean battleship that was hovering in the sky. Send signals. The adventurers were the main force while the military force from Empyrean was the reinforcements. In fact, during the previous main quest, the players had done a complete exploration before the military force created the plan. At this moment, the main force and reinforcements both played important roles. For the monsters like the Tog, not even battleship cannons could afflict damage to it, let alone average attacks. Perhaps it had the same ability as Anton and could devour all energy. While biting into the peach that she had just bought, Zhang Xiaoyu watched the battle on the screen in surprise. "How do you battle it? We have ways to deal with it." Nolan Mingshe and other members of the group were obviously well prepared. She said, "This monster has high elemental resistances and is almost immune to all elements. Also, its resistance to non-elemental attacks has reached 99.5%. At this moment, the reinforcements in the sky dropped light, fire, ice, and shadow orbs which emitted faint energy light. They were very eye-catching in the dark night sky. "Light!" Zhongwu yelled while the long saber in his hand lit up with a pure white dazzling light. "Fire!" In the night sky, Nolan Mingshe lifted her huge blood-colored sword, and blazing flames immediately burned on it. She leapt up into the air, and her sword drew an arc which looked like a meteorite shower, driving the light orb with blazing flames into the empty belly. At this moment, a hot presence spread inside the Tog. This huge monster's scales gradually turned red like that of a roasted shrimp. With a pathetic howl, it crashed toward Nolan Mingshe viciously. With a clean duck, she dodged the strike perfectly. A sword energy of blazing flames slashed out, finally leaving a shallow scorched line on its scales. "Look, we can use same elemental attacks on it," Nolan Mingshe explained. As if feeling the high temperature in the game, she wiped the sweat off her forehead and said, "I've been studying it lately." "Ho! So troublesome," Song Qingfeng said, "only your weapon has fire elements. Does it mean that only you can fight the Tog?" Sort of." While they spoke, on the screen, a horrifying black storm rose around the Tog. The storm connected with the thunderclouds in the sky, looking like a huge pillar connecting the sky and the land. All the attacks were shattered by the storm. The members who couldn't dodge in time were instantly swept into the storm. Even Nolan Mingshe was swept into it. "Fuck! The team is about to be wiped out," Song Qingfeng yelled. "Impossible." The members who had dropped to the ground instantly revived with full HP after a light pillar flashed in the sky. Use life tokens. In one group dungeon, players could use no more than 12 life tokens. Besides, they found that Nolan Mingshui's skills including the awakening skills could be used again. She had instantly returned to her prime state. Phew! Song Qingfeng's face darkened. "It costs 1 crystal each. How many of such revives could they afford? A while ago, I bought over 10 Labor Day gift bags," Nolan Mingshe said. "I got hundreds of life tokens for free." "That's a good deal." Liang Shi, a veteran player, was also watching the game while standing behind her. "You get hundreds of coins this way." "This gift bag sounds good," Song Qingfeng agreed. "Over 10 gift bags cost more than 3,000 crystals, right?" Zhang Xiaoyu mumbled beside them. "Huh." Everyone exchanged a look. Chapter 851, A Higher Realm, Omniblade. Hypervigilance. In the game, on this continent, there was a Tower of Despair. In here, time passed extremely slowly. If not for the feeling of loneliness, the people in the tower would have forgotten about the passage of time long ago. This was one of the many holy cultivation places on the arid continent. At the top of the tower which shot into the high clouds, there was a weary-faced white-haired swordsman. On his back, he carried all kinds of blades, everyone having a time-weary presence as if they each had an ancient story and a glorious name which was later erased by the history. He raised his head and looked out of the window. The sky outside the window had been dyed red by the evening clouds in the setting sun. Soon, night would fall. But inside the tower, It was always dim and gloomy regardless if it was day or night. It felt like hell without a thread of warmth in it. On the continent, there was a legend about the blade master Soldoros, who was the most ancient and most powerful swordsman on this continent. Soldoros had understood the ultimate meaning and essence of sword. At this moment in the Tower of Despair, this blade master encountered the toughest opponent in history. Is there an end to the path of the sword? In the interlacing sword energies, a lazy-looking young man stood before the blade master with a wood stick in his hand. It seemed like he had just picked it up from the ground casually. Yes, this young man was about to battle the most ancient and most powerful blade master Soldoros from the legends with a wood stick. Godly Sword Yong-er was a name that many people on the continent had never heard of before. But after they heard it, they would never forget it. Your stance is wavering just from my question. That's no good. Soldoros called back the devil sword Claris and said with a smile. Sorry, I just had an old thought cross my head. An end to the path of the sword. The young man with the wooden stick sheathed his sword and fell deep in thought. Seeing this, Soldoros looked resigned, wondering why he brought up this question. While Yong-er was still in a daze, Soldoros became a bit embarrassed. Did I ask a useless question? There really is no answer, as it is a level that even you have not reached. No, there's an answer. Yong-er finally snapped back to reality. There are many swordsmen who have reached our level now, and we may no longer be the best swordsmen. A level that even we haven't reached. The path to the next level may open to someone out there. Yes, I can sense it. Although we have already attained a high level of strength, there's so much more left for us to learn. We simply just can't see it. Yes, there was no end in the path of sword. One word's elucidation filled with truth points to the birthless, showing nature's mystery. Great Tao returns to the origin. Some people understood Tao while others understood the laws of nature. In the Nolan family. Before his eyes, he seemed to see the sage's faction in the cave of Slanting Moon and 3 stars. He seemed to see the top of the Forbidden City in that full moon night in the duel. He seemed to see the sword energies sweeping around the tall mountain Shu in the Legend of Sword and Legend. He seemed to see the world-destroying move on Sanfin Field in the Wind and Cloud. Nolan Hungwu suddenly opened his eyes. Lifting the longsword which had been lying beside him quietly, his eyes were as deep and bright as lakes. Then, he stood up. In a blur, the streaks of true sword spirits seemed to overlap with him and then combined into one, on the top of the Tower of Despair. While Soldoros and Godly Sword Yong-er were talking, a white-haired swordsman stepped into the tower. These two were not surprised, since lately, many adventurers players had come to challenge them to obtain the breakthrough. It was the best place for the players to test and improve their sword techniques. But almost all the challengers ended in failure. However, they found that the swordsman before them was different, because they saw in the ancient eyes of the challenger a total understanding of everything in the world. Understanding one law leads to the understanding of all laws. It is indeed true. With his right hand resting on the longsword hanging on his belt, Nolan Hungwu felt that the previous deep and mysterious sword techniques now looked very simple in this instant. Even the newly learned sword techniques looked simple now. The sword was unsheathed. At this moment, the dim and gloomy Tower of Despair was lit up by this sword beam. The radiance in this instant was as bright as the flower blooming in the dawn. Blade Master Soldoros had heat in his eyes, and the spiritual light in his eyes burned hot. His hand that was rested on the sword handle grasped it subconsciously. He knew what it meant. The next level of sword is fascinating. Blade Master Soldoros, the most ancient and most powerful swordsman on the continent, lamented as he watched his opponent leave. A moment ago, he lost. Yes, these adventurers players had surpassed them. For these adventurers players, the legendary existences had been too lofty for them to reach. But now, the latter had to look up at them. No one knew how it felt, but for the people who spent all their lives on the pursuit of Sword Tao, failures might not be a bad thing. It's not easy to reach the level that doesn't have a name yet. It might take a lifetime. Hey, don't you think that it's time to name this level, just like Blade Master or Grand Master? Looking at his opponent who was leaving, Blade Master Soldoros said slowly. What do you think about Omniblade? Doesn't that name sound too grand? After all, no one can be sure if there's an end in the path of sword. What should we name the level above that then? We can worry about that when it comes to it. A hearty and sincere laughter sounded in the Tower of Despair. They saw a brand new level. Perhaps they had been waiting for this moment for a long time. This was probably the Omniblade in their eyes. In the voice channel of this team, Zhongwu said, "I'll add a main carry into our team." Prompt. Nolan Hongwu joined the challenge team. At this moment, the challenge team had spent a lot of time to fight the small elite monsters. With a blood shower, the last Tog finally fell. No one could make a tiny mistake in this extremely difficult battle. At this moment, Anton opened its huge mouth. The worst nightmare came. The monster flying out from Anton's mouth had a physical body tougher than the Tog's. Covered all over by armor made up of energy crystals, this monster made the Tog look like a guardian dog. This was the final boss that was guarding the source of black smoke. When the players saw it, it vanished. Then, it reappeared in the crowd while horrifying lightning energy exploded around the players. No one dared to doubt its power. Its destructive lightning bolts could kill anyone they touched. At this moment, like the first streak of light that was tearing open the chaos and separating the sky from the earth, a sword beam spread out like wings behind Nolan Hongwu as if it was a sword soul. The highest level of known sword technique bloomed without reserve at this moment. Just as the saying, "Understanding one law leads to an understanding of all laws" went, he could easily unleash the essence of such a profound and complex sword technique. Hypervigilance. Attacked by this pure sword beam, the master of the destructive lightning bolts was instantly frozen in the midair by a horrifying sword force without the ability to fight back. The lightning bolts covering the sky instantly scattered. My goodness. This play that instantly freezes the boss. DPS. Chapter 852. Anton broke its foot. Pure sword energies rotated around the players and then shot down from all directions like a surging river or dancing dragons. At this moment, all attacks poured out together. So did the sword energies that hypervigilance created. The wave of sword energies shot into the monster's body like rivers pouring into the sea, and even the thick armor condensed by energy crystals couldn't block them. The earth-shaking furious roars resonated in the entire sea area. Finally, the thick and widespread smoke retreated from the vast ocean. Then, the giant prehistoric turtle was revealed before them again. They successfully finished taking down the source of black smoke. "We finally passed. So amazing," Zhang Xiaoyu exclaimed while eating her peach. "What equipment do you guys have now?" Obviously, she hadn't played the game for a long time. Randomly, Nolan Mingshe clicked on Zhongwu's profile and chose a piece of equipment. Plus 12 Spirit Furious Rampage Boots. Level requirement. Level 65. Plus 1-2 Dragon Spirit Short Sword. Level requirement. Level 80. Plus 1-2. While Nolan Mingshe explained the equipment, the people suddenly saw a strange phenomenon on their screens. The huge turtle raised its giant head and roared furiously, shaking its head wildly afterward. Without the protection of the monsters, Anton knew that the situation was dangerous for it and couldn't allow these people to stay on its head anymore. The players leapt down like huge birds from its mountain-like head and landed on its huge continent-sized body. "Do you remember the teams you're in?" Zhongwu yelled. "Team 1 and Team 2. Durable Leg. Team 3 and Team 4. Shaking Battleground." The moment he said it, he saw the huge volcano on the head on this monster spewing out flames further away. It would erupt at any moment. When the volcano in this ancient prehistoric huge beast erupted, if people lingered at the foot of the mountain, the result would be obvious. Almost at the same time, bright blue lights lit up in the giant cannons on the huge battleship named Noble Sky. They were gathering energy to launch the cooling radiation waves. At this moment, the ocean water around the huge battleship in the distance suddenly surged up. From the huge ocean waves shot out countless monsters, and Noble Sky was their first target. Team 5, return to the battleship and guard the cannons. The teams got to their respective jobs smoothly. Among the 5 teams, Team 1 and Team 2 were the most powerful, Team 3 and Team 4 were comparatively weaker, and Team 5 consisted of players who had defensive classes, and they stayed behind on the battleship to guard against the ocean beasts that were swarming up. Anton lifted its legs lightly, and the whole land and ocean shook. Even when the soldiers got onto its body, they were shaken off easily. Anton's body was so huge, yet its moves were so agile. It had absorbed enough energy from the energy center. Since the players couldn't retrieve the energy from Anton, they must destroy its joints to pave way for the final attacks from the main force. The purpose of Shaking Battleground was to destroy Anton's joints. Durable Leg, as the name indicated, meant Anton's legs. Only after they cut off all its 4 legs, which were as huge as skyscraping pillars, could they completely destroy its mobility. The players could see that the more powerful monsters were guarding these places. They had evolved into human forms after continuous growth. Looking from the distance, the players could see the ocean water only reached the back of Anton's feet. Above its feet, a female demon dressed in black armor and holding a longsword in her hand soared up into the high sky with her wings of flame spread out, looking down coldly at the intruders. Of course, most of the monsters didn't belong to the demon clan, but they looked almost the same to humans. On the ground, scorched dry corpses of the butchered Imperial army lay everywhere. The monster engulfed in blazing flames waved the huge staff in her hand, and the dry corpses woke up. Covered in horrifying blazing lava flames, the corpses howled wildly and charged at the adventurers. At this moment, Anton's huge mouth opened again, and the black smoke flying from its mouth spread out into the whole world. Glancing at the battleship cannons, Zhongwu slashed out his sword, and the sword energies shattered the monster before him. Team 5, are the cannons on the battleship ready yet? Just right before the volcano erupted, several bright light beams shot out from all directions above the dark ocean and crashed onto the huge volcano that was about to erupt. The crimson volcano was gradually covered in a layer of pale blue frost and ice. The cannons on the battleship are safe. Suppress the black smoke now. Then, use the battleship cannons again. Even with their current combat force, the players must act with extreme caution. If the black smoke spread to them, and they had to fight the monsters in the poisonous black smoke, the results would be disastrous. After all, their enemy wasn't just any old ordinary monster but the seventh apostle. With its powerful healing abilities, Anton could recover with great speed from any serious injuries. Meanwhile, the monsters seemed endless as they swarmed up. Before Team 1 and Team 2 finished their challenge targets, the other teams must suppress and attack the places where Anton was recovering and healing, including the shaking battleground. Meanwhile, they must guard the battleship cannons and be ready to help when Team 1 and Team 2 might need them. During the process, if one team made a mistake leading to either the spreading of black smoke or the volcano eruption, the coordination of the teams would collapse. Illusion Sword Dance. On the huge battleship, Illusion Sword Dance was used. The players' sword techniques were much better than when they were in the early stages. Like doppelgangers and phantoms, the earth-shaking sword waves and countless sword shadows shattered the surging currents of monsters. Acura Spirit Crescent. Above the shaking battleground that was full of lava, space cracked open, and a black demon with horns stepped out from it. Flames of war burned all over Anton's huge body, and all the teams were engaged in fierce battles. This battle lasted almost 1 hour. After all, the system version had a different challenge time from that in the original version. Everyone remained highly concentrated and suppressed the places on Anton's body that they were in charge of again and again despite Anton's powerful healing abilities. Therefore, the most powerful Team 1 and Team 2 could attack without being interrupted. Finally, as the radiant flames fell from the sky, the monster guarding the durable leg finally fell to the ground with unwilling howls. For the first time, the most powerful adventurers revealed their true powers in front of the horrifying monster and everyone else. In the distance, the light beams shooting out from the battleship cannons engulfed the whole night sky. This moment was absolutely brilliant. Chapter 853 Apocalypse. When the portal in the space opened, a mechanical arm which was almost as huge as Anton's giant leg crashed out. I made this device with my life. It will help our future machinist find the item that our countless architects built with their lives. This item will lead us to resist the rule of Bakal. Its name is Gabolg. The last machinist in Empyrean said this before he died. This was the huge machine summoned by the mechanic during the First Awakening, and it contained the will of the people of Empyrean. The Empyrean players were all the gunner players who mainly attacked using science and technology. As the pride of the people of Empyrean, this huge mecha from the alternate space launched its most glorious attack. Without the protection of its coexisting monsters, Anton received attacks from the Empyrean Navy and the teams of adventurers. The explosive flames at the joints of the turtle legs and the spraying lava swept up dust and smoke all over the sky. Huge waves surged up from all directions. Despite its great power, the seventh apostle's 4 huge legs finally collapsed with half of its body sinking into the ocean. Returning to Noble Sky, the tired adventurers sat on the deck to rest without putting down their weapons. Ocean breeze dried the sweat and blood on their faces, but they didn't have time to wipe them off. Take the time to get some rest. A fiercer battle will come soon. Instead of feeling relaxed after the fierce battle, the people on the battleship looked grim as if a storm would come. The huge gusts swept up surging waves from the sea and violently crashed them onto the sides of the battleship, spraying water over the rails on the ship. Looking into the distance, the players examined the core area on Anton after its huge legs were cut off. In the core area, the tall black volcano was now engulfed by an invisible energy shield. Any outside attacks would be blocked. It meant that they had to enter the volcano to destroy Anton's core and annihilate Anton. If they entered it, the adventurers wouldn't receive any aid from the outside. Of course, even without the protective energy shield, Anton's turtle shell was enough to block attacks from the outside. After all, it had only 4 legs exposed to the air. Besides, Anton's head wasn't its vital organ, and it was useless to attack it. Therefore, the first thing that the challenge team must do was entering the energy center and destroy the energy transmission that Anton used to form the protective energy shield for the black volcano. This way, they could enter the interior of the black volcano, which would lead them to its vital part. The second step was suppressing the respawning center inside Anton to stop the respawning monsters and suppress the self-healing of the energy center. The respawning center produced all kinds of monsters and accelerated the self-healing in Anton's eyes. They were like parasites in its body. Once the energy center continued to heal itself, the monsters inside the black volcano would have enough energy to support them and thus would be invincible to any attacks. The chains of events were tightly linked. When the other teams were in position, it was time to enter the black volcano. There were 5 teams, and 4 of them would try to create the best opportunity for the most powerful team to enter the black volcano. It was the core idea of the whole battle plan. After the road to the black volcano was opened, the 5 teams were reorganized. The most powerful members of Team 1 and Team 2 gathered in one team. It looks complicated. Song Qingfeng and others who were watching from behind gasped, "I feel dizzy just watching you guys do it. Is this monster so difficult to beat?" "Yeah," Zhang Xiaoyu ate her peach and said, "In the past, we only met zombie king or headless knights which were killed by a few pokes. We only needed some battle skills at most. But this battle needs such complex cooperation between different teams as you guys take on different enemies." She rubbed her tired eyes. Her beautiful big eyes felt dizzy as she watched the complex gameplay. "Sister Su, do you understand what's going on?" At this moment, Su Tianji, who was also watching from behind, felt dizzy too. "I'm finished. I feel like I can't understand these games now. Am I getting old? Isn't it simple?" Beside them, Xiao Yulf summarized in a loud voice, with the help of the 4 teams that were chilling, the top figures in Team 1 finally killed their way into the core of this big turtle. "Huh," the others brightened with sudden understanding. Zhang Xiaoyu said, "You mean we've been watching Sister Shui chilling on the side?" Nolan Ming Shui's pretty face darkened. "What chilling?" Lan Yan was displeased. "My lady killed the Tog and several monsters who were guarding different places." Then, she rolled her eyes at Xiao Yulv and said, "You spout nothing but nonsense. It serves you right that you can't play." Instantly, Xiao Yulv turned red and yelled, "The shop owner. The shop owner told me that I will soon get to play. When you're allowed to play, a new expansion will be released. You can't even support others and chill on the side." Lan Yan said, "Be satisfied as a cloud player." "Ah," Xiao Yulv howled pathetically, feeling cold. Inside, while they bickered, the fight against Anton came to the most important moment. A pale blue energy light from the black volcano slowly fell from the sky. He had dark golden skin and white long hair which stood up on end with the surging energy. His body emitted overwhelming energy. Standing before him, Nolan Hongwu and the others felt like the difference between their own energy and their opponent's energy was like the difference between the light of fireflies and that of the full moon. "Give up resisting." When he opened his mouth, Anton also opened its mouth. Like thunder, they said at the same time, "Give up resisting." Violent flames shot out from the underground. Everything seemed to be in his control. IRM.11. Before he could finish, hypervigilance. "Fuck. Again. Awesome. Keep on attacking." Instantly, all the attacks transformed into a horrifying storm and devoured their enemy. Wave I, Ultimate Slay, Tempest, Apocalypse. The boss stood still and didn't move a finger, but the heroic-looking players who had just used hypervigilance and Wave I were all lying on the ground. The healer who still had one light orb to cast looked at the boss in the eye in stupefaction. Everything was silent around them. The volcano exploded. Nolan Mingshe, who was still suppressing energy, saw a male healer, the only survivor, racing out from the volcano and yelling, "The volcano exploded." The land shook violently. Behind him, an extremely thick beam of lava erupted from the opening of the volcano and shot into the sky. Horrifying volcano clouds covered the entire sky as lava fell from above like a world-destroying meteorite shower. Lava flew everywhere through the crevices on its body. The turtle shell was so hot inside and outside that it was impossible to stand anywhere on it. Ocean waves surged up high while Anton's 4 legs slowly propped it up from the bottom of the ocean, and its dim eyes lit up like stars in the night sky, emitting intense and hot firelights. Chapter 854. Will the various great Tao help me pass Anton? Who? So difficult. The volcano exploded again. Don't look at Egan's eye. At the energy transmission center inside Anton, the huge monster who was guarding this place opened the evil eye in its belly, and one of the members was slow to react and looked at the huge eye. He instantly died. At the same time, the monster's injuries were all healed. The energy center also exploded. The raid failed. Once, twice, 3 times. Looking at the words on the screen, they all fell silent. Prompt: your game time is up, do you want to borrow time? Everyone was fatigued. If they continue raiding, their state would further deteriorate. Let's go then. The audience behind them also left. The Anton raid is quite difficult. They raided it for a long time before today, and they spent a whole day on it today. However, they still couldn't pass it. While the people were talking about it, the players who were in the raid got offline. Nolan Hungwoo took out his communication jade and clicked on QQ before saying, "Today, everyone is tired. Let's take a break." "No," Zhongwu said furiously, "with more practice, we will surely succeed." "Enough," Ji Yu Tingyan said, "the teams are obviously not in their best state. Let's take a break." The people in the group chat fell silent for a while. "No, what happened when you guys were in the volcano?" In the real world, some of the team members were warriors whose cultivation strengths had reached the Saint Warrior realm, which was equivalent to the Saint level, and there was a healer with perfect equipment. "How come you failed so many times? What difficulties does the volcano pose?" Nolan Mingshe asked. "It's impossible to defeat the dungeon. The boss moves so fast that it's like it's teleporting, I can't even see it clearly." Zhongwu said, "Besides, the entire black volcano including the monsters and lava is completely in its control. Facing constant lava eruptions and all kinds of elite monsters, we were fighting in very bad terrain and the situation was very disadvantageous. Elite monsters were weaker, but even Tog was an elite monster. In the Anton raid in the original version, lava eruptions could only be seen in the black volcano. But in the system version, the monster was the same one, so it knew all the skills. Can't we attack with area of effect spells? No, this attack reflection will affect everyone. If one member attacks it with an area of effect spell, the whole party will be wiped out." The group chat fell silent again. Even the top masters with the best equipment couldn't pass it. Is this the power that a great god possesses? We can't attack it at all. Nolan Mingshe asked. Not exactly. Nolan Hungwoo recalled the prior scenes and said, "It has an energy shield around it, and the shield opens when it attacks. But it opens too fast, and I only got to hit it once by accident." In other words, Nolan Mingshe said, "You can only attack the moment it launches its own attack, you can't be earlier or later than that, or you'll be killed by your own attacks." If they faced an ordinary master and had to attack him at the same time as him, every one of them could achieve it with ease. But what if they were facing a powerful god? It was impossible to do that. But if they didn't attack, they would be killed. With the great difference between the huge energy in Anton and that in humans, breaking the shield by force was even more unrealistic. In the previous raids and group raids, they could win with strategies and tactics. But in this raid, there were no shortcuts. They could only rely on their real strength and battle skills. "If I practice more, I should manage it," Nolan Hungwoo said after a moment of silence. "Old Ghost Nolan, didn't you just return to the game? How come you're so powerful?" Zhongwu asked in surprise. Then, his heart sank, knowing that he was surpassed again. "I made a breakthrough lately and obtained lots of inspiration in ideas and battle skills." Nolan Hungwoo brandished his blade in his own courtyard. "I have a feeling of entering micro," as the shop owner said. "Entering micro?" Zhongwu said in surprise. Isn't it some nonsense that the shop owner sprouted when he told the story named Terror Infinity? He said that the people who reach the 4th level of the genetic lock, which is entering micro, would be existences as great as gods, and people reaching the 5th level of genetic lock would be sages. "It might be nonsense," Nolan Mingshe said, "but I think there's a point in his crude theory. After all, if one reaches a new realm, it's a bit unreasonable to assume that his battle skills and control ability would still stay at the mortal level. Old Ghost Nolan, Zhongwu asked Nolan Hongwu, how did you obtain the breakthrough? This. Nolan Hongwu thought for a moment. It's hard to describe, it's a type of accumulation, Nolan Hongwu said thoughtfully, it's like a full dam. When someone opens it one day, the water pours out naturally. Now, he could understand any moves from any system swiftly. Everyone, go home and think about it, Zhongwu said, let's pause the raid for now. At least for now, he couldn't think of a better solution but to improve himself. During this period, everyone worked hard to obtain a breakthrough. Battler skills, entering micro, heavenly sword, metaphysical sword rises above anyone in history, worshipped by all swords. In one quiet chamber in Yuanyang City, Zhongwu, a middle-aged warrior, sat down cross-legged and calmed his mind. His accumulation wasn't as great as that of Nolan Hongwu. He had a vague understanding which was like the flash of spiritual light that he had obtained when he sat before the platform of that true immortal, who was giving the lecture on Tao in the mountain of mind and heart. However, all laws of nature including the doctrines in Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism and the wondrous truths were like flowers in the mist and moon in the water. But now, he felt different. The doctrines of heaven and earth and all kinds of wondrous truths, could they allow them to achieve the way of immortality? Sun Wukong didn't need any great Tao or wondrous truths since he had his own Tao in his heart. There are 3,000 great Tao, and one must choose one to follow. What Zhongwu urgently needed now wasn't all kinds of laws of nature, but his own Tao. If so, then he would like to ask, all kinds of great Tao, can any of you help me pass Anton? Crack! Suddenly, a storm of wind and thunder rose in the sky above Yuanyang City. The mountain of mind and heart. Mind and heart were one thing, and the slanting moon and 3 stars represented the heart as well. He didn't know how much time passed. The highest excellence is like that of water, as shown in the legend of Sword and Fairy. All kinds of realms were reflected in his heart. But his heart was as empty as void. I see. He slowly stood up in the quiet chamber, Underfoot Town. After the era of destruction, everything in the previous world was destroyed, including the humans living there. Now, the main city had been moved from Hendenmire to Underfoot Town in another world. GSD, the first trainer of all slayers, had left the small alley in the back street long ago. The sword should never hesitate. The familiar voice echoed in his ears. A swordsman with his eyes covered happened to enter the guild zone and seemed to see the familiar figure of the white-haired old swordsman whose voice sounded as open-minded as before but unfamiliar at the same time. Did you see me in another world? I can feel his presence from you, young man. What kind of a person was he? The open-minded old swordsman who had taught all the slayers had also died in that catastrophe. The short white-haired old man hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, the whole world seemed to be devoured by darkness. Only a lightning bolt shot up. In this instant, he seemed to see a longsword tearing open the sky and descending to the world like a god. But in the next moment, the lightning bolt was withdrawn as if this move was controlled by him with his will. The thunder god has descended. He has surpassed us. Looking at the adventurer who was walking away, the old man seemed to be murmuring feelingly to his other self in another world, you must be very happy. Anton challenge team, it's time to gather. Mr. Fang had just come down from upstairs when he saw the group, both young and old, walking together. Their fierce presence seemed to be able to force gods and Buddhas to retreat. What are you guys doing? Raid. Anton. Chapter 855 Black Volcano. Are you ready? If you are, we'll begin the raid now. On their screens, the countdown began. 3, 2, 1, the raid begins. What's going on with them? Mr. Fang looked at these people in bafflement. They are a group that is doing the Anton raid. Su Tianji walked past them to buy a mug of milk tea, and she said, lately, they have been working hard to obtain breakthroughs in order to raid Anton. I can't talk to you now, I need to go and watch the raid. With that said, she walked over to watch with a mug of milk tea in her hand. Ah, Mr. Fang looked in Su Tianji's direction and glanced at these people. How come you're so passionate about a raid, i.e. scummy shop owner, you know nothing. Walking past him, Lan Yan rolled her eyes at him contemptuously. Then, she hurried over to watch as well. At this moment, the players again entered this ocean, and their auras and the glints in their eyes were totally different from before. Who are in Team 1, the one going to the volcano? While watching from behind, Su Tianji asked this question. I know Senior Nolan and Zhongwu are going. Who are the Avenger and the Healer? On the screen were an Avenger dressed in a black military uniform and a Crusader dressed in a Snow Realm fox fur coat. The Avenger is the black uncle who worked together with first champion Rosen Rain in the tournament, Lan Yan said. The Healer is Luo Piaoling, the mild-tempered blonde man from the Ultimate West Realm. I thought he played as a Slayer. He's been playing the game all the time and has many alt accounts. Indeed, as mentioned before, after Anton's legs were cut off, a huge protective energy shield appeared around the vast continent like a turtle shell, and no attack could breach it. The adventurers had to fight their way into it and destroy the energy supply before damaging its core. It would be like Sun Wukong entering a demon's belly as a fly and destroying its bodily functions. Su Tianji stood behind Nolan Mingshe and watched the game. On the screen, the continent-like turtle shell on Anton's back had a totally different look. This was the inner layer of the turtle shell made of lava. The players came here through the joints in the legs. With lava flowing, it wasn't too dim in this place. It looked like an underground world full of lava and flames. Meanwhile, people saw thick and ugly meridians and some fiery red huge eggs in incubation. Looking down from the high sky, they saw a layer of pale blue and almost transparent energy light engulfing the huge volcano. Outside the energy shield, the layer of thick gray rocks protected Anton's limbs and head like armor. The energy shield protected the dark red and hot summit and its core. Under the volcano, the adventurers advanced toward the source of the energy shield. They must find the meridian point which transmitted the energy and block it, like cutting off chi by pressing on an acupoint. In fact, the adventurers didn't need to search for it since many monsters guarded this place. The two-headed monster with horizontal horns and a huge eye in its belly drew everyone's attention. Perhaps since it had put all its energy into defense, its defensive abilities were horribly high. Only when it attacked did its defense lower. The eye in the monster's belly suddenly opened, and the blinding evil light almost turned everything in the underground space heated and white. A sword beam fell on it and was absorbed completely without a sound. Don't look at it in the eye. Instantly, everyone, even those who were in the process of attacking, had to turn around even though it meant that they had to take the monster's attacks. Anyone who saw the evil light even if they didn't look at the eye would instantly die. When the light dimmed, a figure dashed over like a swift wind and landed before the monster in the blink of an eye. Healer. Sun, light orb. Jessica controlled a female priest and chanted. As if a hole appeared in the sky, golden light fell, and she soared up. The golden light fell like sunshine, it was the light from God. At this moment, everyone was bathed in the golden light, and a horrifying godly power surged in their bodies. Meanwhile, Nolan Mingshe stood before the monster. Space-time cutter. Opening its huge arms which looked like iron pincers, the monster lunged at her viciously. However, the moment that it charged up, space shattered and Nolan Mingshe stepped into the void with perfect timing. Tricked it, hypervigilance. A pure sword beam flashed, and the monster's body, including the flowing energy in its body, was frozen. Verdant blast. Ultimate slay. Tempest. Team 3 and Team 4 have almost suppressed the energy. Team 1, get ready to get up the mountain. Sometime later, the huge energy shield that was protecting the black volcano evaporated with the disappearance of the energy source. Now, the 4 players stepped across the boundary and climbed onto the black volcano in the center of Anton's back. The other teams guarded the outer range of the volcano. Under the support of Anton's huge reservoirs of energy, the monsters that they killed would respawn, and the meridians that they had destroyed would recover. The other players waited for the energy to gather again and the monsters to respawn. Then, they would kill the monster and cut off the transmission of energy again, inside the black volcano. With the pungent smell of sulfur filling the scorched air, it was hotter than any other place, and it felt as if the air could burn anyone in it. On the ground were puddles of lava. All the power of the blazing flames and everything else was derived from the interior of the volcano. Lava flowed, golden lightning flashes tore open the darkness, and the surging power of flames filled this space. Even an ordinary god would think that he saw a vast ocean when seeing this horrifyingly huge power. When the figure engulfed in the protective energy shield of flashing lightning snakes soared up into the sky and looked down on the intruders with chilly murderous spirit in its eyes, the final battle began. I'm the last successor of Odin, king of Tardans. The figure before the players roared, and Anton's extremely huge body also let out earth-shaking noises. Omnipotent Meteka. It shared one mind with Anton, but they had different bodies. In other words, it was Anton. With it guarding the place, no one could pass. The blue energy shield around its body condensed the huge reservoirs of energy that Anton had absorbed for countless years. No one could breach it from the outside. Any attack would activate powerful energy reflection which would lead to the annihilation of everything around it. There was no way to dodge it, and no one could escape from it in any way. Chapter 856 The Fall of Anton. Even the Omniblade couldn't freeze Meteka since their most powerful sword technique couldn't handle a body that was as huge as that of Anton and its unimaginably huge stores of energy. Meteka and Anton were one entity. At this moment, a group of people stood behind Nolan Hungwu and observed the scorched land on his screen. Nolan Hungwu unsheathed the sword that was hanging on his belt with one finger, and the slim frosty light beam that could bring chills to the bones was reflected in everyone's eyes. His white hair danced in the wind with his flapping black robe, and the icy light beam tore open the void like a flying snowflake. Then, the pure sword energies turned into 5 godly swords that were hovering behind him in the air. The lightning bolts formed a rotating circle, and Zhongwu closed his eyes lightly with the thunder sword in his hand. In the darkness, slim lightning bolts spread around and illuminated his body, turning his hair into thunder threads and making his body look like a piece of blue jade. The thunder resonated across the whole landmass. Boom! With a huge earth-shaking noise, the land shattered. In the darkness, a pair of horrifying eyes lit up, and a terrifying demon slowly stood up. Even lava could do nothing to such a powerful body. The Omniblade, Indra, and Immortal stood together. This scene was like the war among gods. The 3 adventurers took the positions of heaven, earth, and man, surrounding Meteka. At this moment, Meteka hovered in midair with its arms crossing before its chest. Its ancient staff hovered behind it like a shadow. Like an ancient god, it looked down at the weak bugs that dared to mess with it. However, in the blink of an eye, it vanished on the spot. The next moment, a horrifying gust crashed toward Nolan Hungwu from behind. Without warning, the punch smashed onto Nolan Hungwu's back viciously like a huge cannonball even though Nolan Hungwu had spread his powerful sword energies around him. With an explosive noise, the air exploded, and Nolan Hungwu was sent flying. In the next moment, another blue light flashed behind Nolan Hungwu. Even the audience yelled in astonishment. The move was so fast that no one could react. However, Nolan Hungwu adjusted his position in midair and put his hand on the sword handle. Dust rose from the ground behind him and formed a light twirling wind. Almost at the same time when Meteka moved, a twirling bolt of sword energy shot out with ear-grating sword whistle. The slash was so fast that it didn't even leave afterimages. Pierce. Meteka instantly took several steps back. Only the dust flying up from the ground and the shallow bloody line on its arm showed that Nolan Hungwu had unleashed a sword attack. He hit the target. With a pause of steps, Meteka disappeared again and reappeared before Zhongwu in the next instant. The moment that its fist hit Zhongwu's chest, lightning bolts shot up into the sky and seemed to cut a deep line in space. Hit the target again. Although Zhongwu was also wounded, he attacked as fast as a lightning flash and didn't make a single mistake, exciting everyone in the audience even though it was only one strike. They had hit it twice consecutively. On the black volcano, blue energy glares flashed on the land full of dust while fist, sword, and claw collided at lightning speed. They moved so fast that the audience felt chills running down their spines. The screen was filled with sword flashes and thunderbolts. They looked chaotic, but each strike was ultimately fast and extremely wonderful. At this moment, a huge portal lit up on the ground around them while countless huge eggs that were jumping were transported here. The eggs in the area suddenly cracked open and spawned countless monsters that swarmed toward the intruding adventurers. Suppress the respawning center, Zhongwu yelled, issuing instructions while attacking the volcano. When these monsters lunged at them, lava flowed all over the ground beneath their feet in just a few seconds. Meteka was among these monsters. They must kill these monsters. But if their attacks shot on the energy shield by mistake, then each and every one of them would face an unavoidable fatal strike in the next moment. One mage monster put its staff onto the ground. Instantly, lava erupted from the underground like a volcano eruption. It further decreased the area for the adventurers where they could set their foot on. In one glance, the audience found that there seemed to be no place for them to stand on. They were cornered under the attacks from these powerful monsters and Meteka. The most concerning thing for them was Meteka's speed, which was even faster than the limitation set by time and space. Instantly, no one seemed to be able to strike back. Finished. Even the audience were frightened by the scene. They will be wiped out again. What's wrong with the respawning center? They seem to have insufficient DPS. Su Tianji watched other players' screens for a while and came back. Energy center, respawning center, and infection center were keys to decreasing the power of Meteca in the volcano. If the other 4 teams made a mistake in suppressing those places, the team in the volcano would face a catastrophe. When the punch came, it seemed like even a god couldn't react fast enough to block it. Zhongwu was heavily smashed into the lava. If not for the protective thunderbolts, he would have been turned into ashes instantly. Almost at the same time, the 3 figures on the screen flew backward as if they had been struck at the same time. They didn't even have time to attack the small monsters, let alone the boss. What should they do? A drop of cold sweat fell. They can't even defeat it in this situation. In this situation, I guess no one can reverse the momentum. I'll do it. At this moment, Nolan Hongwu roared furiously. He was almost knocked out by the heavy blow. After forcing himself to snap back to his senses, countless scenes and sword techniques flashed across his mind. He learned Sword 23 from the Wind and Cloud. He learned the Heavenly Sword from No Name. Seeing the magnificence of the sword strike on that night, he began to realize that swordsmanship was the art to continuously challenge one's own limit. He had the total understanding when he stood in the sage's faction in the Mountain of Mind and Heart. After the breakthrough, he had been like an embryo of the godly sword with a few impurities which couldn't be removed with ease. However, in this awe-inspiring battle, the godly sword was tempered and forged countless times by water and fire. All the previous sword techniques that he had learned seemed to merge together in total understanding, washing out the last bit of impurities. While he was cornered by the attacks without any ability to fight back, the 5 godly swords behind him suddenly flew out automatically. In the next moment, 10,000 sword energies shot out together. Hypervigilance. Is he giving up? It must be noted that multiple attacks would accidentally hit Meteca's energy shield, which would wipe out the whole team, not just him. However, everyone saw each sword accurately piercing each monster's chest as if they were controlled by a god. The aims were impeccable. You guys hurry up and suppress the respawns. The volcano site is steady now. The audience hurried to report the situation. Hurry! Nolan Hongwu yelled. When Meteca attacked him, the last few sword energies flew back in a flash. They all pierced into Meteca's back. Almost at the same time, the whole space exploded. Wave I. In the huge storm of attacks, it released an explosion at the same moment when Meteca opened its energy shield to launch an attack. Poochie. It spewed out a mouthful of blood and then vanished. At this moment, lightning bolts lit up the world while an extremely huge god made completely of thunderbolts suddenly descended. You became slow. The moment that Meteca attacked, he looked horrified since he saw that huge thunder god roaring. Then, thunderbolts filled the sky and devoured him. Ultimate blade dance, lightning, judgment. Almost at the same time, attacks from the 3 adventurers arrived. In the next moment, words appeared on every member's screen. You cleared Black Volcano. We passed. We really passed. After Meteca died, no one could block these adventurers, and the erupting lava was nothing for the people who had experienced countless catastrophes. Everyone gathered at Anton's huge heart, and they stabbed their weapons into it. In the next moment, the huge throbbing heart had countless holes in it. Blood spurted out while golden thunderbolts and restless energy ran havoc in its body. The heart suddenly burst. Looking down from the noble sky, they saw this extremely huge prehistoric beast spitting out a mouthful of burning lava. As if it couldn't withstand the heavy burden anymore, it spasmed and struggled. With a pathetic howl echoing in the area, the huge turtle head finally fell into the ocean while the lava on the volcano slowly cooled down, turning into a huge dead black volcano on the vast ocean. The horrifyingly huge beast that could only be subdued by godly power fell at the hands of a group of powerful adventurers after a fierce battle. Chapter 857. Let's see what these guys are doing. A group of people was still watching in the shop. The raid is successful. Everyone received this message on the game interface. They stared at the screen intently. What will drop in this raid? Let's see what items it dropped. At this moment, a huge translucent virtual control panel appeared on their game interface, showing 4 shiny golden cards. Nolan Mingxie immediately clicked on one, and the card flipped to the back and showed the words, Abyss Invitation 140. The 4 cards vanished and were replaced by 20 golden cards. She clicked on them one by one. Anton's soul fragment. What's this? This is a material used to make new weapons. Nolan Mingxie opened the store on one side and said. At this moment, In the zone of Ultimate West Realm in the Yuanyang City shop, people like Gabriel, Sia, and Luo Piaoling were also looking at their screens intently. Such a monster must drop at least a godly equipment, right? The golden cards opened slowly. Suddenly, Gabriel found a new item in his backpack. He erupted into a loud exclamation, "Savior's glory, Zanbato." On the sword was engraved with a line of small words. "Let all the energy in the world strengthen you. Let your enemies feed you with their life force. You will acquire the true power of an apostle. And when the power has done its work, it will shake heaven and earth." Eulogy to Anton. Skill attack plus 35%. After activation, it can release the magic power of the seventh apostle, Fire Eater Anton. In disbelief, he rubbed his eyes. Then, he opened his mouth wide. "Ha ha ha ha, ah ha 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 ha, what's happening, what's happening?" They saw a figure fall from the chair stiffly. At the entrance of the internet cafe, the godly swords hanging on the bamboo stick yelled repeatedly, "No!" Someone suddenly died. Bedlam broke loose in the internet cafe. "Sir, someone got a savior's glory, Zanbato, and died of SCD. TL note. SCD, sudden cardiac death. The nearby Ultimate West Realm people's faces twitched. Quote. "How is he?" Sia asked Lu Piaoling, who was checking on Gabriel. Blood rushed into his head. Perhaps it's a result of his excessive cultivation recently. Luo Piaoling's face darkened while he yelled, "It's not SCD. Not SCD, it's nonsense." They heaved out a sigh of relief. If the story went out that a warrior of the Ultimate West Realm died of SCD while playing games, how shameful it would be. Immediately, he kicked Gabriel's butt. "Hurry up and get up." On the endless godly mountains beyond the distant void. This was the residence of the top existences in the world, the holiest place. It was a view that the ignorant followers could never imagine even in their dreams. Noble, ancient, elegant. Every complimentary word could be used to describe this place. Hurry up with your work." Extremely chilly ice and snow and bone-chilling winds swept around the tall mountain peaks. In the distance at the top of the mountain was a grand god statue that wasn't finished yet. Many figures were busy moving huge boulders bigger than millstones toward the godly palace that was still in construction in the chilly winds. Deep footprints were left in the thick snow. Hiss, so cold, I wonder when this will end. In the ice and snow, a figure panted heavily, exhaling thick white vapor, and said in a low voice. He was an unshaved middle-aged man with messy hair, wearing a shabby thick cotton coat. His physique wasn't strong, looking totally different from those great existences or the grand godly palace in the distance. "This is completely different." The man blew white vapor at his hands that were covered in frost bites and said, "This is completely different from the things that they promised. Why must we do this here? You know what I'm talking about. Stop talking." "Oh, please forgive his ignorance," an old man prayed piously. "A tiny gift from them is better than anything that we can imagine in the lower region." A younger man scolded, "Not to mention the overspilling elemental energy in this place. Although the situation is somewhat different from our expectations, it's good enough. These are solid benefits. Work harder." With a huge boulder several times bigger than his body in his arms, the man looked at the godly palace in the distance and said wishfully, "One day, we'll also have a godly palace of our own." Hee hee. A series of lazy chuckles came from the distant godly palace. Two gazes were watching the activities in this place. These people are so naive. The speaker was a young man who appeared to be 18 or 19 years old. "Watch your language." The man standing next to him looked as dazzling and noble as a golden sun. They were the noblest existences in this world. Everything about them were flawless. With his hands clasped behind his back, he walked toward the depths of the godly palace with a cold expression. Think about their history. Instead of becoming the sacrifice for those evil gods, now, they have the opportunity to serve a grand existence. It's their honor. After turning around, he walked toward another direction along the wide corridor. The heavenly light came in from the window in the ceiling at the right angle, and the courtyard of the gods kept all kinds of rare beasts. Fire phoenixes spread out their plumes while 3 gold lions frolicked on the meadow. 2 figures talked casually while walking. "Don't you think they are alike? Eating the meat that the godly officials toss at them each day, they can't see the world outside and thus won't have any new ideas sprouting in their heads. Isn't it good? But the people in the lower region are not as obedient as them. They will be." "You mean the people in the innumerable immortal sea?" "Not only them. It's said that those beings' presences seem to appear in the lower region." You should know what it means. By that time, I wonder how these weak bugs will look when they beg for our protection. I think they will really look ugly. How about the innumerable immortal sea? Isn't it more interesting to see the armies of gods and demons both descend to the mortal world? The figure snickered. They are living too peacefully. Without some excruciating pain, those monkeys wouldn't remember their lessons. If they knew that they were in such a dangerous situation, I'm afraid they would be too horrified to sleep at night. The young man chuckled and said, let's see what they are doing now. He drew a line with his fingertip, and an extremely strange dark space appeared before him. Then, visuals appeared in it. Let's look at the place near that shop. The scene zoomed in. On the street outside the Yuanyang City shop. A huge banner was spread in the midair. A group of Ultimate West Realm people stood there, and they had dragged Jessica and her companions of the West Continent to join their party. Gabriel stood in the middle of them. Around them, firecrackers and fireworks boomed. Congratulations to young Master Gabriel for acquiring Savior's glory, Zanbato. Ha 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 ha. The two men in the godly palace exchanged a look. Chapter 858, The Expedition of the Innumerable Immortal Sea and the Descendants of Demonic Gods. At this moment, the immortals of the innumerable immortal sea were obviously also monitoring the situation of the damn ants. They were going to send an army to suppress them. Savior's glory, Zanbato. They exchanged a look. What's that? It seems to be a weapon in a game. These people are totally oblivious of the crisis. Instead, they are in the mood to celebrate the acquisition of a weapon in a game. Good. Very good. Wondrous Spell High Holiness had an intense murderous spirit in his eyes. Ever since the prehistoric time, you are the first group of people who dared to disregard our Gui family and the innumerable immortal sea. The innumerable immortal sea was a world of its own, separated from the lower region. The immortals usually traveled to other places through teleportation arrays. If they sent out immortal armies, they would travel to other regions through the remote demon-slaying platform. At this moment, on the demon-slaying platform, 100,000 immortal soldiers were dressed in shiny silver armor and stood tall under flapping flags. Like demonic gods from the prehistoric times, the immortal generals from the Ying, Yun, Gui and Yao families stood proudly and magnificently in the skies with their dragons and cloud beasts. They were led by 4 people. The first one was a middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe, and his visage looked a little green. Beneath his feet, a pair of black dragons soared in the air, summoning clouds and rain with booming heavenly thunderbolts. The second one was a man in his prime. 6 meters tall, he had a dark face and was dressed in black armor. Holding a huge gold hammer, he shook the heaven and earth with each step he took. The third one was a young Taoist dressed in a white robe. Standing on the auspicious clouds with a smile on his face, he waved his paper fan and summoned violent gusts, putting more respect and fear into the eyes of the immortal soldiers than the others. The last one was a white-haired old man. When they were all here, Wondrous Spell High Holiness said with a laugh, it's just a small issue. I'm honored to see 4 famous heavenly generals taking the time and coming here in person. It's not troublesome for us. With High Holiness leading the army in person, there's no reason that we can't obtain victory. We're just here to witness your victory, offering a little help to your great power. The old man said while cupping his hands. The young Taoist said, the immortal master of our Yao family heard about the uproar in the mortal world and their audacious public challenge. They were so insolent that they killed our immortal soldiers. If we don't punish them severely, how can our families stand tall in the world of immortals and gods in the future? Besides, the green-faced middle-aged man said in a cold voice, I heard that a man even demanded us to change rules and give way to him. I, Yun Hai, have never seen such a brazen person. He deserves to die. Excellent. Wondrous Spell High Holiness laughed. We'll show these ignorant people what they get for slighting immortal rules and killing immortal soldiers. Kill, kill, kill. On the demon-slaying platform, the flags covered the sky while murderous spirits shot up into the 9th heaven. Meanwhile, at Origin Internet Club, Mr. Fang was now tidying up his storage space. Before him stood a very strange metal machine with a strange screen. Which one should I disassemble? Unlimited rocket launcher. Mr. Fang glanced at it. Would it work? Can it produce godly weapon fragments after being disassembled? This weapon was the earliest reward that the system gave him. In the past, it had indeed been a powerful weapon, but now, its damage was less impressive compared with others. He put the rocket launcher into the machine and saw words appearing on the screen. After disassembling, you'll get defective godly weapon fragments. 10 defective godly weapon fragments can combine into one godly weapon fragment. Do you want to disassemble it? Damn it, mister. Fang cussed and took the launcher out of the machine. Forget it, I'll put this damn thing in my collection. Then, he glanced at the second item that he wouldn't use anymore, a runeward broadsword from Diablo 2. Due to the material limits of the sword and the growth of Mr. Fang's strength, this sword had been rarely used. You'll get godly weapon fragments and defective godly weapon fragments. Do you want to disassemble it? The machine hummed. Soon, 1 godly weapon fragment and 6 defective godly weapon fragments appeared on the system interface. Light Wing Sword, an epic weapon from Dungeon Fighter Online. I'll disassemble it. After all, after getting the dual swords, Wangshu and Zaihei, the other swords were no longer of great use. Now, with his current strength, Fang Chi could use Apophis even without synchronization. I don't need this big gun anymore. The blade-style missile launcher. It was the weapon used by Dante and the main female character, Lady, in Devil May Cry 3. Obviously, Fang Chi didn't need it anymore. He got altogether 4 godly weapon fragments through disassembling. After combining the defective godly weapon fragments, he now had 6 of them. Mr. Fang nodded in satisfaction and put away the disassembling machine. At this moment, he suddenly sensed a strange presence. Meanwhile, a prompt appeared on the system interface. New task. Severely punish the troublemakers. Task reminder, a large group of troublemakers will come to the new shop. Host must deal with it solemnly. Task reward. Carrier Rock 1, System Gift Bag 1, double coupon for the Cultivation Room 1, it will increase cultivation speed. A large group of troublemakers will come to my new shop. Mr. Fang was puzzled. What's happening? I didn't mess with the local gangs when I opened the new shop. Who is there to crash my internet cafe? Immediately, he went to the new shop. At this moment, in the old shop in Half City Cultivator Alliance Artifact Research Association. In the center of the association stood a huge and tall tower on the surface, and it was engraved with dense and complicated arrays. Energy waves invisible to the naked eye were released from the tall tower into the endless distance. At this moment, a virtual screen looking like a large-scale communication jade screen inside the tall tower had some strange visuals on it. Huh, what's this? At the bottom of the ocean. Something seems to be moving. Report it. Strange things appeared at the ocean bottom with weird energy waves. Strange energy is growing quickly. Its nature is, Wyan, suspected to be large demonic monsters. Degree of danger is, the golden spoon on the exquisite golden Chinese compass beside the cultivator slowly turned to the very top. Degree of danger is, the cultivator howled in astonishment, God level. Hurry, report to all major factions. In Yellow Spring Sea, the creatures living here had always been fiercer and more horrifying than those living in the other oceans due to the influence of the presences leaking from Ninefold Darkness Demon Realm where the demonic gods and monsters lived. There were countless evil beings hidden in it, but at this moment, all the monsters living in the Yellow Spring Sea seemed to be submissive as if they were worshipping their king. From the depths of the ocean, an extremely huge crack was torn open. Then, a large group of unimaginable horrifying huge beasts came from another world in silence. A chilly voice sounded in the gloomy darkness, when we truly descend in this world and appear before these weak humans, can you guess how horrified they will look? Chapter 859. This is, at the Cultivator Alliance Artifact Research Association. The threat of god-level monsters plunged the entirety of Half City and even the nearby cities and factions into a panic. This wasn't something that could be easily solved. This was a catastrophe that no ordinary cultivators could withstand. The presence is still growing. It's getting stronger and stronger. How far is it now? We can't let it get close to the cities. Duan Yu, the chief artifact master of the Cultivator Alliance Artifact Research Association, was the cultivator who had led the project of making a mimic of Heavenly Mirror. He yelled, "No, we can't let it get within 50 kilometers of any city. Inform all the faction masters. Move the Vital Magnetic Wind Thunder battleships." Vital Magnetic Wind Thunder battleships were spiritual ships that were equipped with the spiritual artifacts of war, which were mimics of railguns. In the battle with the Judgment Godly Palace, the mimicked railguns had knocked over their enemies' destructive magic missile cannons. Now, they had improved this weapon and equipped every cultivation faction with them. Half-City Vital Magnetic Wind Thunder battleships are on the move, the factions need some time to move theirs. How long? Duan Yu asked. From several hours to 3 days. Can't they use the teleportation array? Duan Yu paused and killed this stupid idea since the current teleportation array technology couldn't transport things that were as big as the vital magnetic wind thunder battleships. The presence is still growing and will probably reach Half City and other nearby cities in one day. It's too late. Duan Yu gritted his teeth and said, "Go, ask for reinforcements from other places." At this moment, Ning Bai began her new day in the Half City shop. As the main healer in Team 2 of the first raid group of Anton, she couldn't vacate her post. Besides, she hadn't played her Alt Demonbane and Archmage accounts yet. Having just finished one account, she put down the virtual reality headset and lounged on the computer chair to rest. Big trouble. At this moment, a woman who managed the business for Ning Bai hurried to her side and whispered, "Mistress, demons have been detected in the Yellow Spring Sea, and the degree of danger is God level. It's very possible that they will threaten Half City." What? Ning Bai's face darkened, knowing that threats on this level were hard to deal with. It would be fine if they were ordinary monsters, but demons from the Yellow Spring Sea. Everyone knew how fierce and powerful they were. "I probably can't join the party for the raid for now." At this moment, Ning Bu posted the message in the group chat with a grim expression. "What happened? I have 3 alt accounts to go." "I have 7. Gabriel yelled. "They seem to have trouble." Gu Tingyan replied, "A god-level demon came close to Half City." What? Everyone was shocked, wondering how such a monster would appear suddenly. How come such a demon appeared? Do you know its background? Not yet, Ning Bai said. At this moment, everyone felt the grim atmosphere. "I plan to go and check it out." Gu Tingyan said, "What are your plans?" "It's a big issue, and I can't stay out of it." Nolan Hungwu said, "I'll go and see what demon it is, in Half City." High ocean waves surged up and viciously crashed against the tall cliff of Half City. More than 10 spiritual ships slowly flew out like a fleet in the sky. Today, the sky above the surrounding sea area was unusually clear with a few puffy clouds floating in the bright blue sky peacefully. It didn't look like a catastrophe was about to strike. These spiritual ships were very fast. The ocean water gradually turned from dark blue to turbid yellow. While reflecting the sunlight on the surface, the sea looked peaceful except for a few floating seaweeds. But only the half-city cultivators who had lived here for a long time knew that this sea area was a dangerous place that few cultivators were willing to step into. At this moment, they found the sea water seems to be flowing. All the ocean water seemed to dim without a reason. A shadow engulfed the bottom of the sea, and even the shadows the spiritual ships cast on the sea were indistinguishable. It looked as if an extremely huge creature was hovering overhead. But when they looked up, they saw nothing. Although they knew that this shadow came from the bottom of the ocean, the creepy feeling sent chills down their spines. "Be careful, there's something at the bottom of the sea." Even Nolan Hungwu looked grim. At this moment, at the bottom of Yellow Spring Sea, a voice seemed to rise from the extremely gloomy darkness. "Finally, we're here. Is this the presence of the mortal world? There are humans here." It seemed to sense over 10 spiritual ships coming from all directions. "Oh, let's go up." The voice seemed to come from the depths of ninefold darkness. Immediately, the shadows at the bottom of the ocean grew darker and deeper. At this moment, someone exclaimed as a huge mountain seemed to rise from the turbid yellow water. Then, the huge mountain grew larger and wider until it filled the entire sea area. It looked as if a huge continent was slowly rising from the sea. At the sight of this huge horrifying monster, almost everyone stepped back in horror with their mouths opening wide. Almost no one had ever seen such a huge and horrifying monster. Its head rose from the sea, looking like a huge mountain peak rising into the clouds. Roar! The earth-shaking hoarse roar almost shattered people's eardrums. When its giant black mouth opened, it sucked in all the spiritual essence from this region like a whale sucking in water. Like an extremely huge black hole, it looked as if it would devour everything in the world. "Be careful, everyone! Fire! Fire!" Alarmed yells and curses rose immediately. Streaks of spiritual light lit up one by one but afflicted almost no damage to the horrifying monster. At this moment, the extremely huge monster stopped absorbing spiritual essence. Then, a figure flew out from the mouth of the huge turtle. Looking at the overconfident humans and the ships that were as small as the debris on the ground, it laughed as if it was mocking their overconfidence. The attacks on this scale were weaker than tickling to the monster. Is this the god-level monster? Duan Yu's face darkened as he warned other people around him. "Be careful." Emitting a presence that was as huge as an ocean, the monster was as big as an enormous island. On its pitch-black back were ugly spikes. This monster wasn't something that humans could block. This is... The group led by Nolan Hungwoo exchanged a look and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. Yes, this is it. Duan Yu and the faction masters looked grimmer. You guys must be careful. Cackle. I'm the messenger of the ninefold darkness demonic general. It's your honor that we are borrowing the path in the mortal world. Are you ready to sacrifice yourselves to us? Chapter 860. A legend from the distant ancient Washa nation. The moment that this creature said the words, it saw about 20 people including warriors and cultivators standing on the foremost spiritual ship. One person stood motionless on the bow with swords hanging at the belt while violent ocean winds brushed his face. Someone else wore a cap made of pure white snow fox fur, a thick coat from the ultimate West realm, and had a huge cross standing before him. Another person held a black silk band and began to cover his eyes with it. Meanwhile, in the new shop in the East Continent, Zhang Xiaoyu had just finished playing games and was walking out of the shop with a large group of heavenly faction elders and disciples, happily talking about today's games and TV series with them. She had just pushed open the door when she saw a wild gust sweeping up the sand and dust while a layer of auspicious clouds with soaring purple mist blocked the sky. She looked up and saw dense crowds standing in the clouds with flapping flags around them. They were troops from the innumerable Immortal Sea. Immortal generals stood among them, and black dragons soared in the sky with dazzling golden lights. These dragons' chilly eyes looked down and sent chills down people's spines. Several heavenly faction disciples had never seen such a scene before and retreated in horror. They stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Then, several thunderbolts shot down from the vast purple clouds and struck the crowd. They came so suddenly that almost no one could react. Instantly, these players screamed in fear and scrambled to flee while some were injured by the thunderbolts. Some purple immortal thunderbolts crashed toward Elder Senior Disciple Yu Yin and the exchange disciples including Yu Bai. How could these disciples dodge such great spells? Even a scratch from the thunderbolts severely wounded some disciples, let alone the people who stood right under the thunderbolts. At this moment, a small figure shot up in a flash. The thunderbolts turned and struck the ground beside them. As if the land cracked and the sky collapsed, the thunderbolts instantly left a deep crater in the ground. Xiaoyu. The players yelled in alarm and saw Zhang Xiaoyu's face turning slightly pale. You have some abilities. A sneer sounded in the sky. I'll see if you can block the next strike. While this person spoke, a purple lightning snake thicker than the previous ones crashed toward Zhang Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, be careful. Even the elders standing in the distance turned pale in fear. At this moment, the door behind them opened wide as a bright blue light shot out like a beam of ebony ice. The purple thunderbolt was shot down and turned into dazzling purple air currents that swept outward in all directions. The scattered thunderbolts retreated from the bright blue light and didn't hurt anyone. At this moment, a figure came out with a box of fried chicken bites in his hands. Having just finished the last piece of chicken, he threw the empty box into a nearby garbage can and walked out of the shop. Sir. They looked back in pleasant surprise. Sure enough, the figure was Mr. Fang. Mr. Fang yelled at the sky blurrily, who just bullied Xiaoyu. Hee hee. A light chuckle sounded in the sky. Instead of taking the easy way to the heaven, you must break into hell. Cast the Star Silk Heavenly Net. The Star Silk Heavenly Net was an immortal item that the Gui family made by collecting the essence of the fallen stars. Once it was spread, the entire sky looked like a curtain of clouds with starry lights blinking on it. Like a heavenly net, it blocked all exits in the area. Today, no one could escape from it. Then, a young general walked out from the crowd in the purple cloud, and he shouted, I'm Gui Yuan from the Gui family. Today, you can't run from us even if you have wings. How dare you block the attacks for others? So, it's you guys. Was it you who shot those purple thunderbolts? Mr. Fang's face darkened. As a shop owner, he only needed to oversee the staff and keep an eye on his shops, but he couldn't remain calm when people made trouble before his shop and even wanted to hurt his customers. It was me, what can you do? Gui Yuan said coldly. The moment he said it, a streak of burning firelight shot out like a long rainbow. With a scream, Gui Yuan looked down and saw that his left arm had been cut off by the sword blade. Instantly, cold sweat popped out on his body from the pain. Intense murderous spirit flashed in his eyes. He was about to leap down to battle when wondrous spell High Holiness stopped him. Back off, haven't you disgraced yourself enough? With his sharp eyes, he had naturally seen that even though the young man who was using the flying swords had lower cultivation strength than Gui Yuan, his sword techniques were extremely powerful and could easily defeat Gui Yuan. At this moment, they saw two flying swords, one blue and one red, dashing back into their scabbards. They are Zihei and Wangshu. Behind Mr. Fang, Zhang Xiaoyu stared at the two swords with sparkling eyes. While looking at Mr. Fang eagerly, she asked, "Boss, where did you get Zihei and Wangshu?" "Thank you for the rescue, sir." At this moment, some disciples walked up to express their gratitude. Then, they asked curiously, "Zihei and Wangshu, do these two swords have special backgrounds?" Obviously, not everyone had played the Legend of Sword and Fairy 4. These are two godly swords. In the legends, Zihei is said to be the mother of the sun, who is the goddess controlling the sun. Wangshu is the god controlling the moon. They are both extremely powerful. Zhang Xiaoyu said, "Hee, I heard it from Sister Qingqing and others when they studied the plot." Named after the gods, the two godly swords are the most powerful godly weapons of the Changhua faction. Legend. Is it a legend just like that of the great sage, Heaven's Equal? Hearing Xiaoyu mentioning legends, the other players looked interested. Right. They seem to be in the same long timeline. The legends are very grand, some of the characters are even more ancient than the great sage, Heaven's Equal. Hearing their talk, Gui Yuan couldn't help sneering. What legend? How come we've never heard of it before? In my opinion, it's just a joke that you ignorant mortals made up. You know damn nothing. Zhuge Qingyan, Heavenly Faction's Grand Elder, yelled furiously with a walking cane in his hand, "These legends exist in the ancient nation named Washa. They are absolutely real. Do you think we are learning fake stuff? You're ignorant and stubborn, and you even dared to hurt immortals of our Gui family. Call out the reckless immortals who have your back." At a wave of the command flag, the battle drums shook the heavens while countless troops swarmed up like the yellow spring. At this moment, the mortals beneath their feet truly felt the force that was totally beyond their realm. Their faces looked extremely grim. "Are you afraid?" Chilly gazes looked down from the purple clouds. "I'll see if the so-called legends from your damn ancient nation can protect you." Chapter 861, Real Masters. Inside the heaven-devouring turtle, there was a huge space in which the demon soldiers and generals were stationed. Hiding here, they commanded the troops outside. This was the command center inside the heaven-devouring turtle. At this moment, all the demon soldiers and generals knelt on one knee with great respect on their faces. Before them sat a brawny man dressed in pitch-black armor. The man looked totally different from humans. With twisted horns on his forehead, his face was engulfed in gloomy and fierce presence. His skin emitted a metal glare, and his armor seemed to be part of his body. Compared to humans, he looked more like an evil demon. This being rested one arm on the armrest of the throne that was made of bones. Before him was a clear projected screen that showed the scenes outside. Countless demon soldiers soared up into the sky like black feathers. At this moment, black smoke covered the rivers, mountains, and land. The humans who were like ants and bugs didn't scramble to run. Instead, they dared to launch attacks. My lord, the demon generals sensed the presence, and they felt uneasy, afraid that this being would destroy the heaven and earth in a burst of fury. The demonic god sitting high on the throne of bones had cold glints in his eyes. It's okay. They never thought that the bug-like mortals could be their enemies, but it wasn't a bad thing to let the demon soldiers and generals get some warm-up exercises before the real battle. Instantly, turbid waves surged and shot up into the high sky above the yellow spring sea. A streak of pitch-black evil presence spread out in all directions and gradually engulfed the whole sea area. The gloomy winds made those places look like the chilly, ninefold darkness realm. The huge heaven-devouring turtle in the distance was also engulfed in the vast evil presence. When the gloomy winds blew at the evil presence, people could see the demon army with chilly auras standing on the mountain-like head and continent-like back of the heaven-devouring turtle in neat formations. More frightening was that even mere demon soldiers emitted scary energies, let alone the horrifying monster which looked like a demonic god. Perhaps this was the legendary demonic god who could devour the heaven and earth. A huge noise sounded. The huge heaven-devouring turtle waved its giant palm, looking as if a heavenly pillar crashed down, surging up a heavenly curtain made of seawater. Two spiritual ships that were not quick enough to dodge were viciously crushed by the currents. Like a piece of paper, the pale spiritual light shield was shattered. Then, The spiritual ships instantly collapsed under this strike. While screaming, countless cultivators were swept into the ocean waves and got devoured by the turbid sea. At this moment, all the cultivators paused their attacks and felt chills running down their spines. At this moment, they remembered that it was the first time that they faced such enemies. Games. They had killed god-level enemies in the games, but they would never really die in the games. They could detect their enemies' weaknesses through deaths and find a solution in the end. But in the real world, they knew almost nothing about their enemies. There was a big difference and barrier between the real world and the virtual world. Reality was always harsher than the ideal world. Right now, they were facing existences truly beyond mortals. Before such demons, humans were like ants that were floating on an ocean. Feeling the vast ocean-like power, these people didn't doubt that a casual strike from their enemies would turn all of them into dust. Besides, when they were in the game, they could easily use certain skills since they had the talent of the main characters. But in the real world, they probably couldn't use these skills. Their cultivation strength wasn't even as powerful as 1/10,000th of the main character's strength. This was the difference between the real world and the virtual world. It would be fine if these enemy troops were like the troops of the Judgment Godly Palace, which concentrated only on cultivation strength instead of skills. However, the enemies had obtained great combat force on the bloody battleground while fighting with gods. They went through blood oceans and corpse mountains. In a few moments, the black currents made of demon soldiers swarmed toward the spiritual ships like a black tsunami, bringing intense murderous spirit with them. Instantly, they engaged in combat with the cultivators and warriors on the battleships, forcing the latter to retreat continuously. Fu, the Nanhua faction master, was casting spells when he was struck by a demon hiding in the demonic presence. Then, a demon that was 10 meters tall lunged at him with a roar. A sword beam flashed, and Nolan Hungwu ran to his rescue. "Leave me, go and rescue the others." The Nanhua faction master pushed Nolan Hungwu away and then killed his way into the crowd of monsters. Seeing the fierce battle, Nolan Hungwu felt as if he was teleported to the battlefield hundreds of years ago before Dajin was established. In that battle, he was ambushed by enemies, and the entire battlefield was dark with fierce killing. He didn't know when the battle would end, coming with lofty ideas but being beaten into a bloody pulp by the cruel reality. This was how he felt right now. The old man who was a veteran of wars again felt the heaviness of wars many years later. Cackle. Humans are still so useless. The demonic god sitting on the throne of bones sneered. In his hand was a black three-legged cauldron full of crimson liquid, and the pungent smell filled the air. It seemed to be a special beverage made with the blood of a certain demon beast and some unknown processes. He gulped it down, and a shocking blood trace was left on his chin. "Go and tell them to bring out all the masters that they have." The demonic god said indifferently, "We can treat them as an appetizer before the war. Didn't you do the raid? Can't you handle it as you did with Anton?" While he was thinking, Nolan Hungwu heard a roar. "But we don't have any intelligence on these demons." Nolan Hungwu wished that he could handle this giant turtle as Anton. They looked similar, but wars were not games. These players could learn the skills and combat techniques from the games, but how could they copy the tactics from the games? They were not stupid and knew that they would fail miserably if they copied the strategies in the games to deal with the demons in the real world. Besides, even though this demon looked like Anton, they were not of the same species. It wasn't something that these players could play with. One mistake would plunge all of them into a catastrophic situation. They could kill Anton since they had sent teams to cut off its energy supply and suppress its power as much as they could. Otherwise, the result would be different. But now, how could they suppress this horrifying demon? Shop owner. Where is he? Nolan Mingshe browsed her communication jade while a layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. Even Zhongwu and others were trying to contact Fang Qi. It must be noted that even in the battle with the Judgment Godly Palace, the shop owner had watched them from behind, which was why they didn't have to think about failure as the shop owner had their backs. At this moment, Zhongwu received a message. I can't be there in a short while. No matter what, you must try it once by yourselves. Mr. Fang sounded tired. What if something unexpected happens? Zhongwu asked in alarm. Then, change your plan accordingly. Mr. Fang looked up. The auspicious clouds blocking the sun released an even more horrifying presence. Obviously, Mr. Fang would have a tough battle before the new shop on the East Continent. Remember, you guys are also true masters. Fang Qi recorded this sentence on his communication jade and clicked send. Zhongwu suddenly froze as he held onto his communication jade. We are also masters. Old Ghost Zong, what did Kid Fang say? At this moment, Nolan Hongwu grabbed Zhongwu's communication jade from his hand. He said, "We are also masters," Zhongwu said. Real masters. Before they knew it, they were no longer the noobs who complained whenever they encountered a difficult stage and must beg Mr. Fang to show them the walkthrough. Without hints and help from anyone else, they had cleared the Anton raid, which was extremely difficult to pass, and killed the horrifying apostle, which was even more powerful than gods. Now, they were also masters. Do we define masters as people who fight battles according to the directions from guides? Everyone, just now. The Cultivation Alliance got some intelligence at the risk of their lives after hearing that you are members of the party who completed the Anton raid and are familiar with the battle method of dealing with this kind of huge beast. At this moment, Mo Xian, Lu Ningyun, and other Nanhua faction elites fought their way through demon crowds with several jade slips in their hands. Are we really going to do it? Zhong Wu looked grim. It was a raid that they must win in one try. Otherwise, not only themselves, but all other people would die. All the raid teams, gather. The people from the Cultivator Alliance and different factions also worked together. Support. Give them support as much as we can. The raid begins. Inside the huge heaven-devouring turtle, the demon soldiers and generals were all watching the situation outside. At great risks, the human spiritual ships spread out in one neat line before the heaven-devouring turtle. Then, about 20 people broke through the demon soldiers' front line and landed on the huge head of the heaven-devouring turtle. In the surging murderous spirit and demonic smoke, several teams stood in a strange formation. One had holy light rising before him, one had dazzling thunderbolts around him, one controlled pure sword beams, and one looked as bloodthirsty as a demon. At one quick glance, they looked like godly statues from the ancient time who stood in surging murderous spirit. For a moment, these demons felt like they saw the illusion that true gods had been born on this battleground. Chapter 862, The Unparalleled Battle Shocked Gods and Demons. Surrounded by an ocean of demons, these people, a little over 10 in number, looked over the demons into the distance. Altogether, there were 5 huge demons dressed in demonic armor and standing among the other demons like huge mountains. They were from the giant demon god clan, and they would obtain the power of an average godly figure the moment that they reached adulthood. The vanguard demon general standing in the front had a pair of huge halberds in its hands. It lifted its head and let out a furious roar, changing the colors of the wind and clouds instantly. What are they doing? In the command center inside the huge heaven-devouring turtle, they turned their gazes to this place. There are only a little over a dozen people. What are they planning to do? The demonic god sitting on the throne of bones gazed at the people venturing into their headquarters for no reason, and his face turned cold. Immediately, he issued a command. Receiving a signal from his gaze, one of the giant demons led demon soldiers to swarm toward the human teams tentatively. They were in the direction of Team 2 led by Zhong Wu. Zhong Wu stood in the front while Zhong Hao, the Vice Academy Master of the Heavenly Academy, stood beside him. Almost at the same time when the giant demon rushed up, it seemed like a prehistoric godly statue that had been sealed in dust for countless years had suddenly woke up. With a peaceful look on his face and a heart as bright as a mirror, a dazzling thunderbolt shot out from Zhong Wu's sword with strands of lightning snakes flowing around it. Illuminated by the thunderbolt, the entire blade was turned into the color of white jade. A streak of bone-chilling murderous spirit spread out invisibly. While his wide white robe billowed up with the dust on the battleground, Zhong Hao spread out his arms slightly, and a huge and invisible air field circulated around his body. Essence changed into golden light beams and flowed around him, slowly lifting him up into midair. When a streak of aurora tore open the gloomy darkness and lit up in his eyes, the seemingly endless essence surrounding him instantly devoured all the essence in the natural world. Even all the demons around him lost control of their bodies and were drawn toward him. Meanwhile, Zhong Wu's left foot stomped on the ground. In the next moment, thunderbolts spread over the ground and transformed into a miraculous lightning array. Like a huge meat grinder, it pulled all the demon soldiers and generals who swarmed over into it. Finally, 2 huge and evil-looking sword energies slashed at the giant demonic god and sent it flying out and landing at the feet of Nolan Hongwu and the others. Like a fuse that was ignited, Nolan Hongwu's essence instantly rose to the peak. Another giant demonic god rushed over. At this moment, Nolan Hongwu unsheathed his sword, and all the monsters around him and even the time and space froze. Only countless godly swords hovered in the air. Like a god of the sword, Nolan Hongwu was the lord in this area. With a light slash, a sword pierced a demon soldier's chest. Then, the second slash, the third, the fourth. The slashes grew faster and swifter until the sky was filled with sword shadows. When the sword energies stopped after a long while, the two giant demonic gods had countless cuts in their armor and bodies. Almost no part of them was intact. Then, they flew backward listlessly and fell in the dust. Seeing this scene, an indescribable chill spread all over the battleground. When the team of less than 20 people advanced a step forward, the previously arrogant and horrifying demonic gods took a step back involuntarily. With disbelief in their eyes, they looked at the humans before them and shouted, "What's with these humans? Get out!" At this moment, the dragon-headed vanguard demon general who was holding a pair of huge halberds roared. Then, the tumor-like bumps on his shoulders squirmed and transformed into 5 dragon heads. The 6 heads separated and turned into 6 huge demon dragons. Instantly, the whole world was filled with gusts and lightning bolts. The heavens and earth changed colors as the black dragons soared in the sky. The black demon dragons seemed to draw pitch-black cracks in the sky, moving so fast that it was almost impossible to see their movements. Suddenly, black lights flashed. Like they were teleportating, the 6 huge dragon heads attacked from 6 different directions. While opening their huge mouths which looked as deep as black holes, they appeared as if they could devour everything in the world. Countless destructive black thunderbolts fell in the crowds, and the demon soldiers who accidentally touched them were instantly turned into dust. It was obvious what would happen if humans were struck by them. It has been years, and I'm surprised that these mortals have obtained some good abilities. Inside the huge heaven-devouring turtle, one demon general said, "The 9-fold darkness demon dragons are not only equipped with endless spiritual power and great strength, they also were born with the ability to control winds and thunderbolts. They can fly over thousands of kilometers in one instant. I'll see how these humans block them." Deputy Commander Liu is right. Another demon general said, "When the 6 dragons fly at the same time, one vital spirit must control 6 bodies simultaneously." The Vanguard General, under Deputy Commander Liu, is quite good. Of course, it was not difficult for one being to control 6 puppets at the same time, but it was totally different for one person to drive 6 fighter jets at the same time. One splits into 6. At the same time, the people watching the scene from the head of the huge heaven-devouring turtle felt fearful. The 6 demon dragons launched 6 different spells with different attack methods. At this moment, a bolt of sword energy looking like a streak of aurora lit up. The pure sword energy spread out, and countless godly swords flew out from behind Nolan Hongwu as if they had minds of their own. "That's..." everyone yelled in astonishment. "You want to outplay me? In your dreams." Instantly, the 5 godly swords spread out behind Nolan Hongwu like wings and transformed into countless godly swords. More than 10,000 sword energies flew up together. Before the 6 demon dragons could finish using their spells and attacks, they were surrounded by the sword energies. Instantly, the 6 demon dragons were forced to stop. Outside the demon dragons was a circle of godly swords emitting 7 colored lights. The space inside the circle of the sword energies seemed to be totally still, looking as if it had been separated from the surrounding space. It was like a godly realm. "Got you." The moment that the 6 demon dragons appeared, they were completely trapped by the unbelievable godly sword energies. The demonic thunderbolts scattered and didn't afflict any damage to the people around them. In a flash, the attack was launched so accurately that it didn't allow any demon dragons to escape. This play is so awesome. The people around them stared at the scene with widened eyes. "I can only control the evil dragons for 3 seconds. It's enough. DPS. Full DPS. This." At this moment, even the demon generals who were watching the battle inside the giant heaven-devouring turtle couldn't sit still. They watched the scene dumbfoundedly. Born with godly strength and control over thunderbolts and winds, the Grand General of the Demon Dragon clan was instantly trapped by the sword energies and couldn't even fight back. This is a god and demon level combat technique. It's an advanced combat technique only an existence of our rank can use. A deputy commander yelled in surprise, "How can the weak humans use it? Only gods and demons who were born between the heaven and earth with extremely powerful strength and knowledge about the ultimate laws of nature could master such powerful skills. How could these humans achieve these skills?" Chapter 863, That's the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. Surrounded by the demon soldiers on the head of the giant heaven-devouring turtle, the group led by Nolan Hungwoo felt like they were engulfed in dark clouds, and they charged in all directions with their weapons. Non-stop roars and shouts of fury resonated on the field. At this moment, it looked as if the heroic beings that had died on the ancient battlegrounds rose and burned in the depths of their souls. In the dark chilly scene, these people managed to kill their way out. Such a scene instantly ignited the bravery in all the other cultivators. Instantly, they were united for one purpose. A streak of clear light from the heavenly mirror rose and shone on the battleground as Lan Mo, the Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance master, and some elders circulated their vital essence and controlled this treasure mirror. The demon vanguard is dead. Follow my heavenly mirror and find the source of the murderous aura. Lan Mo said loudly. The murderous aura filling the air had a very bad impact on most of the cultivators. If they could take the opportunity to get rid of it, the situation would change for the better for the cultivators. Team 5, stay here. Zhong Wu looked down and saw the horrifyingly huge turtle forcing almost all the cultivators to retreat with its attacks. He yelled, the other 4 teams, follow me to cut off the turtle's legs. Soon, the teams leapt down from the turtle head. Meanwhile, the vital magnetic wind thunder battleships turned the cannons accordingly. What are they going to do? The demonic god sitting on the throne of bones looked thoughtful. Lu Yu, here. The demon general stood up slowly and bowed respectfully. These mortals have some abilities, the demonic god said coldly. You go and ask them if they want to join my army. Weak mortals always crave for the great power and immortality that I can give. Yes, the mortals will be honored to have garnered appreciation from you, ninefold darkness demon general. The demon general who responded had a bird head and was engulfed in blazing flames. Anyone getting close to him would feel the hell-like burning heat. But what if they don't want to submit? After killing so many demon soldiers in my army, do they want to leave intact? God is a character of combined ideograms, and its meaning derives both from Shi and Shen. Shi means the inspiration of wisdom, while Shen refers to the shape of a lightning bolt, meaning speed and quality like lightning flashes. It also means morality and quality. TL note: God is Xian in Chinese, which combines the two words, Shi and Shen. In the ancient legends, the word God didn't mean specifically the existence beyond mortals. In fact, ancient legends started from the 3 emperors. At this moment, all the players gathered outside of the shop. Some were cultivators who had come to help from other shops. At this moment, the cultivators of the half-city shop were not the only ones in a crisis. When the immortals of Gui family descended in Juhua City, most of the players didn't witness the horrifying power far beyond mortals. But now, they truly experienced a power that no mortal strength could reach. These players had thought that a true immortal like Gui Yi was unimaginably powerful. But now, they found that they had been sadly mistaken. In the aura that was as vast and deep as an ocean, except for those immortal soldiers, every immortal here was much more powerful than Gui Yi, the immortal from Conate Cliff. Seeing such a presence, these people had the feeling that even if Chi Tiandi was here in person, he wouldn't be able to kill so many immortals. The immortals looked down coldly from the heaven. I'll give you one last chance. On the clouds, wondrous spell High Holiness said coldly, some of you don't have to die. You must make the choice to give up these unorthodox practices or die. Why? Xiaoyao Ancestral Master stood out and said, what we learn is the orthodox great Tao, what we know are elegant and ceremonious greetings, what we find are all ultimate truths in the heaven and earth. Why can't we study these things? How can you call them unorthodox practices? Don't you think that it's too late to talk about it? Wondrous spell High Holiness yelled fiercely, you dared to kill immortal soldiers from our innumerable immortal sea and injure the vital spirit of an immortal of our Gui family. If we aren't allowed to do that, do you expect us to wait and be killed? Good. You mortals are so stubborn that you want to fight the heavens. Wondrous spell High Holiness furious yell came from the sky. He lifted his hand high and then waved indifferently. Then, you will turn into dust with this place. Instantly, tens of thousands of immortal soldiers and generals, countless immortal weapons, and the horrifying presence that went beyond mortals' imagination swarmed up like waves. In the next moment, they would devour these confused mortals in the human world. These mortals didn't know what they did wrong. Perhaps being weak was the biggest mistake that they had made in this world. The faction master and elders of the heavenly faction looked into the distance outside the cave abode. Those ordinary mortals without cultivation strength relied on the cultivators to cast immortal spells and superpowers, giving them a guiding light in this catastrophe. But how about us? When they rescued those mortals, they also wished that someone or some existence would show them the way forward in such a situation. After pursuing Tao for dozens of years and dreaming about Tao for thousands of years, they would die without regrets if they could really hear and see the real Tao. Kill. With a fierce roar, someone charged first. He was followed by the second and the third. These cultivators brandished spiritual artifacts and flying swords and charged at the immortals in the sky with crimson eyes. But in the next moment, they dropped to the dust one by one. Regardless of how they struggled, they couldn't get up. Despite their improvements in ability to handle some immortal soldiers, they could never fight the elders and holinesses from the saint families. At this moment, the people suddenly saw a figure shooting up into the sky. That is, as if they saw a heavenly light falling from the place beyond the ninth heaven and shining on the heavy clouds, the grand existences also turned their gazes toward the figure flying up into the high sky. The defiant figure dressed in gold armor and wearing a golden hat looked to be engulfed in blazing flames from Laozi's brazier, and the flames also flattered his scarlet cape. As if they couldn't believe what they were seeing, everyone rubbed their eyes subconsciously. They didn't see it wrong. The figure wasn't as grand as the immortals standing in the sky, he even looked a bit tiny. However, he stood before the hundreds of thousands of immortal soldiers and immortals like an insurmountable natural barrier. A monkey. The immortal soldiers sneered when they saw the being before them. However, the people on the ground. The great sage, heaven's equal, Sun Wukong. His body is as hard as ebony iron, his eyes are fiery and golden, his way of immortality, and the 72 transformations. The great sage, heaven's equal. At this moment, not able to control their feelings, everyone yelled, "That's the great sage." Chapter 864. When the great sage comes, all immortals dim. I thought it was an immortal or a god. Uncontrolled laughter sounded in the sky. But it's only a monkey. Where did this demon monkey come from? How dare you run havoc in front of immortals and your granddaddy Yao? A cuss sounded in the sky. It came from a black-faced immortal general with intense murderous energy around him. With a bear-like head and tiger-like eyes, he had a brawny body and a huge hammer shaped like a golden melon in his hand. I'm Yao Tong, the Earth's spiritual general of the Yao family. Today, I'll show you, a hairy monkey, the power of my heaven-shaking hammer. In the 8 ancient immortal families from the prehistoric times, there were altogether 72 Earth spiritual generals, each of which had extremely high cultivation strength and great military merits, not to mention. Is that Yao Tong, one of the top 10 Earth spiritual generals? Exclamations rose from the formations of the families. He's among the most powerful ones within the ranks of the 72 Earth spiritual generals. The immortals from different families talked among themselves animatedly. The 72 Earth spiritual generals obtained their rankings according to the military merits that they accumulated. This Yao Tong is indeed powerful. It was said that he once tore several demon dragon to pieces with his bare hands on the previous life battleground. Let's see how he captures this demon monkey. Seeing the golden melon-shaped huge hammer shooting toward the demon monkey, the immortal soldiers from all families looked pleased. Look at the great sage, heaven's equal. Tsunami-like exclamations erupted from the ground. Looking up, the mortals saw the great sage remain motionless and even use his head to block the huge hammer. It seemed like the entire world shook 3 times. The immortals from the different families who had been talking animatedly were horrified. They saw that the golden melon-shaped huge hammer cracked in the middle and broke into 2 pieces. With his spiritual treasure destroyed, Earth's spiritual general Yao Tong shivered violently, and his face instantly turned pale. The golden melon huge hammer was forged with a special gold from outer space. One spiritual general roared, "It's impossible. How can it be?" Quiet. Wondrous spell High Holiness snorted and gave that spiritual general a hard look. In this expedition, he was the leader of the alliance forces of all the immortal families and had a much higher rank than these minor generals. Don't disgrace us by yelling in front of the enemy. The demon monkey has nothing but a hard body. Wondrous spell Almighty said, he will dissolve when we temper it with water and fire. You're wise, High Holiness. Spiritual General Yun. Wondrous spell High Holiness turned his head and said to the green-faced immortal general who was dressed in a green robe and stepping on a pair of black dragons, the demon monkey has some abilities. It seems like we must summon the spirit-melting godly flame of the Yun family. Spirit-melting godly flame, the immortals behind them became animated again. It's said that this flame was made by the ancestor of the Yun family by collecting the rare items in the depths of outer space and the essence from heaven and earth. It's a miraculous creation and can melt anything. Even the immortal masters don't dare to touch it. It's said that even one thread of this flame can burn a large group of heavenly immortals to death. Let's see how the demon monkey dies this time. What's this demon monkey doing? These immortals were more confident when they saw the look on the monkey, as if he was saying, do whatever you can, I'll admit defeat if you can damage one hair on me. This monkey will surely die. While they talked, the immortal general with the surname of Yun took out an immortal token made of ancient jade, and he chanted while holding a Taoist gesture. A little while later, the sky dimmed as if the whole world was plunged into a vast catastrophe. In the dark sky, a streak of golden light appeared. Then, a strange blue flame lit up in the space, flashing with waves of cold blue light. It seemed to have no heat inside, but everyone could feel that a frightening high heat was hidden in the gloomy blue flame. The immortals didn't even dare to take one step closer to it, afraid that the wind would blow the light-looking flame toward them. At this moment, the monkey didn't dodge. Instead, he remained where he was without moving a muscle. In the next moment, a surging fire instantly devoured the monkey. Ha 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 ha, this demon monkey is destroyed. In the sky, the immortals scorned while they looked at the mortals standing in front of the Origins Internet Club. We'll see what else you can do. Fuck off. Banana boat. Instantly, a disciple of the heavenly faction cussed. TL note. This curse came from a famous League streamer in China named PDD. Open your eyes and have a good look. Good cussing. Where did you learn it, senior brother? Seeing some spiritual generals shrinking their necks involuntarily upon hearing the cusses, one disciple asked curiously. I picked it up from watching a League of Legends livestream. Zhuge Qinlong, the elder senior disciple of the heavenly faction, smirked smugly. At this moment, the immortal generals looked carefully with wide eyes. Sure enough, they saw the monkey rolling and frolicking in the strange blue flame as if he was taking a bath with great enjoyment. Too cool, not hot enough, make it hotter. What? All the immortal soldiers were stupefied. Even burning in the spirit-melting godly flame, he doesn't look uncomfortable at all. Instead, he is asking for more heat. These immortal soldiers and generals had never seen such a scene before. Even spiritual General Yun, who cast the spell, looked dumbfounded and yelled, "This is not real. The monkey must be using a spell to trick our eyes." The moment he said that, he saw the monkey shooting into the crowd of immortal soldiers. Instantly, the immortal soldiers screamed pathetically, ran around, and caused chaos in the formations. More astonishing was that Yao Tong, the Earth's spiritual general, was caught off guard. A tiny flame jumped onto his body. Instantly, the flame turned into a blazing fire and melted his armor and tempered his body, causing a series of pathetic howls. If the flame continued to burn, this powerful spiritual general who ranked in the top among the spiritual generals would be turned into ashes. Quickly summon back the spiritual flame. Wondrous spell. High Holiness stared at spiritual General Yun, who stood in a daze, and reprimanded him loudly. Oh! Spiritual General Yao snapped back to his senses. Then, after biting open the tip of his tongue, he spat essence blood onto the ancient jade token. Godly fire, please return. After spitting essence blood 3 times and issuing orders repeatedly, he finally withdrew the godly fire. By now, he was disheveled and covered in sweat, losing all the magnificence of an ancient immortal family. At this moment, a flag silently rose from the crowd in front of the shop. On the red flag were written 5 big black characters, "The Great Sage, Heaven's Equal." The flag flapped in the wind, adding more magnificence to the Monkey King, who stood proudly in the sky dressed in a golden set of armor and a golden helmet, looking down at everything in the world. At this moment, the immortals who had filled the entire sky changed color. Even Wondrous Spell High Holiness looked grim right now. High Holiness. There were many immortal generals in the ancient families, and the most powerful 4 were called the 4 directional spiritual generals, who were very famous among the immortal families. At this moment, their faces looked chilly. How about Wondrous Spell? High Holiness's old face had never looked so cold before, and a gloomy glint flashed across his eyes. You and I deal with the demon monkey together, and we will see how powerful he is. The others take the opportunity to capture the mortals. With these hostages, we can force him to surrender. Chapter 865, in a sage's faction. The rise of the players. Clouds flew in all directions in Luyun Taoist Palace. Beautiful flowers bloomed all year round in the Tianji Palace. Many pavilions and buildings dotted this place, looking like a chessboard with pieces on it. In the sky, spiritual patterns and arrays circulated like stars. Light dots hovered and danced like flying fireflies. A pair of eyes that were as clear as water opened while the spiritual essence stopped circulating in her body. After walking out of the palace, she saw a long pavilion winding through the rich spiritual essence and blooming flowers among which colorful butterflies danced. It seemed like this was a paradise in the mortal world. Master, Master. Her two disciples flew over cheerfully like butterflies. How come you're late today? What have you been cultivating lately? Nothing special. Su Tianji shook her head and said, lately, I've been understanding the Tao lecture given by the immortal living in the cave of slanting moon and 3 stars in the mountain of mind and heart. Whenever I found enjoyment from it, I'd forget the passage of time. That immortal's lecture is very profound and mysterious. I think it's super difficult. Disciple Uxin frowned slightly and mumbled, Master, don't you find it too profound and mysterious? No, Su Tianji said. The two disciples exchanged a look. Does our master have extraordinary talents? Is she far more talented than average people? Are you more powerful than Senior Nolan and know how to do the cloud somersault? Disciple Feng Hua looked at their master in pleasant surprise and asked. They all say our master is getting idle and becoming more noob, but it seems that those rumors are just slander. Look, she can even understand the mysterious Tao lecture given by that powerful immortal living in the cave of slanting moon and 3 stars, 72 transformations. Uxin asked immediately, have you obtained the way of immortality? No, there are so many spells taught in the cave of slanting moon and 3 stars. Why should we learn those? Look, the palm thunder is relatively simple. Before her two disciples, Su Tianji condensed thunderbolts in her palm and then pushed it out before withdrawing it with proficiency. She stood straighter with great confidence. It's super easy, standing alone in the world and waiting to ascend to become an immortal. This sentence could be used to describe Du Guyi and the other ancestral who had been away from the world for a long time. They were lonely and desolate. Different from Xiaoyao ancestral master, they lost all of their previous forces, let alone their descendants. Most people gave them respect, but they also kept a distance from them in fear. The 3 of them usually gathered at Cloud Ethereal Peak to talk about Tao, so they were also called the 3 Friends of Cloud Peak. Li Wuchen, Du Guyi, Shang Juan. The glories that these names represented had been buried in the passage of time. Regardless if they had been good or evil, no one in this world cared to find out. After all, even their enemies and their enemies' forces and descendants had all been devoured by the long river of time. Their era had long passed. The current era didn't need them. Luckily, in the place called the Internet, no one would care if they were ancestral masters or not. With the goal of becoming god-like figures, they had something to occupy their time. I realize. The immortal-like Taoist dressed in a white Taoist robe and holding a whisk said, the things that we spent all our lives pursuing, don't seem important anymore. Perhaps we are getting old, and thus no longer care about certain things. When you are old, you pretend to be profound and mysterious. Beside him, Shang Juan said with a snicker, if you don't care about things, then don't fight for mid-lane with me. Du Guyi said, let's continue the talk about Tao. Let's continue. Watching the battle with Qi Tiandi at the firm stealth godly palace, and listening to the lecture on Tao given by the old immortal Sabati at the mountain of mind and heart, I gained more benefits than cultivating for hundreds of years. When we talk with others in the future, we can boast and say that we watched a battle of gods and listening to a lecture on Tao given by an immortal, right? It's a pity that everyone in the world has watched it and listened to it. They are not things belonging to us alone. Master, Feng Hua yelled, it seems like something big is happening. Should we go and help them? Several Earth spiritual generals came down and led the remaining immortal soldiers and generals. Some had huge heaven-hacking axes, and some held the power of wind, thunder, and other heavenly powers. Hundreds of thousands of immortal soldiers covered the whole world. Even the prehistoric true demons would be scared by such a great army, let alone a group of weak mortals. How could mortals have the strength to fight the heaven? Mere mortals, surrender to us. Why are you still struggling? The huge axe hacked down with sky-shattering force. As soon as these mortals dodged it, a godly light shot down like a long rainbow. Then, with a boom, a tribulation lightning bolt that could kill real immortals crashed down. The two sides of the battle were not on the same level. Heavenly faction master Feng Zue was surrounded by several immortal elites, not to mention others. In the blink of an eye, their faces turned pale, and their steps stumbled. Soon, the cultivators and warriors were forced to retreat continuously in defeat. If the immortals didn't want to capture them alive, most of them would have died already. Die or surrender. As the immortal lights of the spiritual treasures devoured them like ocean waves, one immortal general yelled furiously. But at this moment, "Don't be scared," Heavenly Faction Master Feng Zue yelled. "The great sage, heaven's equal, is battling alongside us shoulder to shoulder. If the immortals and gods are kind, we respect them. If they are cruel, we must fight them." With a mystical iron sword in his hand and covered in blood, the black-robed elder Dugu Shao glared at the enemies who were tightly surrounding him. "Even if we die, we have 100,000 heroic souls with us." Haya! His roar resonated all over the region as he fought his way into the enemies without a care for his life. "Our heroic souls will live forever." Covered in blood, the members of the Heavenly Faction charged toward their enemies. "Master, wars were cruel." In the blood-covered battleground, a yell of alarm rose. The whole battleground was in chaos. Su Tianji looked back and saw that Feng Hua and Yuexin's spiritual shields had broken, and Feng Hua even had a bone-deep wound in her belly. Then, a horrifying immortal thunderbolt crashed down from the sky. She looked up and saw an immortal general looking down from the sky as if he was looking at the ants on the ground. The light from the thunderbolts turned the two girls' faces white. Nothing in the world was constant. Heavenly Tao is merciless. This morning, they had frolicked happily and talked about the recent TV series and game guides. But perhaps they would never return to the place full of blooming flowers and starry lights. They smiled bitterly. No one expected this to be their last moment in the world. At this moment, Su Tianji's mind turned blank. She wondered what spells in her knowledge was powerful enough to block these unimaginably powerful immortals. She couldn't think of one and didn't have time to ponder. Almost subconsciously, she condensed spiritual energy and summoned a thunderbolt in her palm. The palm thunder created a small ball of thunder, and it looked pale and weak. Glancing at the immortal thunderbolt that was as thick as a bucket, the immortal in the sky had a contemptuous and mocking look in his face. This was destiny. However, no one knew that the statement which Dugu Yi and the other two ancestral mentioned on the Cloud Peak Mountain, "We watched a battle of gods and listened to a lecture on Tao given by an immortal," wasn't accurate. It should have been, "We watched a battle of the gods of war and listened to the lecture on Tao given in a sage's faction." Yes, a sage's faction. This was Palm Thunder, the most orthodox, the most basic, and the most mysterious immortal spell used by average immortals, Tongtian, and Patriarch Hongjun in most of the Oriental legends before Fang Qi traveled through space. TL note: both Tongtian and Patriarch Hongjun are mythological figures in ancient China. At this moment, the Palm Thunder collided with the spiritual thunderbolt that the immortal cast. After the thunder, it seemed like the heaven and earth had turned silent. Then, to everyone's horror, they saw the immortal thunderbolt with unrivaled force beginning to shatter and collapse. Chapter 866, Above the Gods, the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. My goodness! Seeing the dancing thunderbolts from the earth-shaking thunder spells, everyone exclaimed as Su Tianji fought several immortals all by herself without showing any disadvantage. Isn't she the noob and idle streamer? Some Heavenly Faction disciples who loved watching such streamers instantly brightened up. She's using. The mortals were inspired. Woo! At the same time, a flute sound exploded in the mind of the immortal soldiers like a sharp whistle piercing the sky. With a jade flute in his hand, a black-robed scholar sent demonic notes into the minds of the enemies again and again. A gray-robed swordsman flew over while standing on a sword which was as bright as lightning. The three ancestral master are here as well. High Holiness, I'm afraid that the immortal soldiers might not be able to capture these mortals in a short while. At this moment, most of the 72 Earth spiritual generals, the 36 Heaven spiritual generals, and the strongest 4 direction generals surrounded the demon monkey tightly with all kinds of immortal artifacts and spiritual treasures. Except for the ones who descended to capture the mortals, the remaining soldiers out of the hundreds of thousands of immortal soldiers and generals all gathered here. Wastrels. They are all wastrels. They can't even arrest a group of mortals. Wondrous spell. High Holiness stared at the demon monkey coldly and found that the latter was watching the battlefield on the ground, which infuriated him even more. At this moment, you even have the leisure to watch others. Think about what will happen to you. Heaven spiritual generals, Earth spiritual generals, the 4 direction spiritual generals, and immortal soldiers from all families, listen to my command. Go and capture the demon monkey for me. As you wish." Hearing his command, tens of thousands of immortals moved together. A mere demonic immortal dares to fight the heavens. Regardless of where you come from, today, you'll be turned into dust with the land under you. For average mortals, every single immortal was an unimaginable great existence with ultimate superpowers and spells. They could rarely meet their opponents this time. At this moment, all these immortals swarmed up, unleashing all kinds of immortal spells using wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, darkening the whole battleground. Even the masters of the immortal families might not be able to survive these attacks, let alone the minor demonic god in the mortal world. Countless immortal soldiers dressed in shiny silver armor stood in neat formations, looking like a huge silver cliff hovering in the air. As fierce yells sounded, thunderbolts rose above thick clouds in all directions, and spiritual light beams shot 10,000 meters high, illuminating the spiritual figures who were as high as heaven. Some immortals had bodies as giant as mountains, some had spiritual lights around them that were as dazzling as burning sunshine, some had spiritual artifacts with profound and mysterious powers, and some even stood on heavenly dragons and were dressed in great armor, looking unrivaled in their godly magnificence. 27 of the Earth's spiritual generals took the front and charged forward with intense murderous aura, spreading over 90,000 acres. While driving dragon-drawn chariots and holding immortal treasures, they dashed from all directions. A spiritual general crashed his heavy halberd at Sun Wukong's face. Then, he saw the demon monkey lifting his right hand and reaching at his ear before drawing out a slim rod with shiny golden light. Compliant golden hooped rod, he pointed the rod at the sky. The tight siege on the battleground suddenly split open. Although it looked like Sun Wukong was tightly surrounded from above, the situation changed too fast. The huge rod grew in the wind, sending a spiritual general who was holding a heavy halberd flying backward like a cannonball. All the iron-like formations made of tens of thousands of immortal soldiers dressed in silver armor shattered. Then, figures were sent flying backward from the center of the battle one after another. Meanwhile, a rod could be vaguely seen spinning with blurry shadows, attacking like a dragon that was shooting out of the ocean and withdrawing like a dragon returning to the abyss. Instantly, many figures were sent flying like the waterdrops from a shower. All the immortal soldiers saw this scene in horror as the huge golden hooped rod grew so tall that it reached the end of the heaven and earth and then swept at them. With continuous loud noises, the immortal array formed by tens of thousands of immortals was broken into two halves in the blink of an eye. The immortals fell from the sky like raindrops in a storm. Heaven's spiritual generals. Wondrous spell High Holiness's face was dark. Demon monkey, despite your great abilities, can you escape from the heaven-turning cauldron of my Ying immortal family? One spiritual general dressed in golden armor yelled furiously as a three-legged green cauldron flew out from his hand. Engulfed in green mist, the cauldron contained dim Hundan energy as if it was as heavy as the heaven and earth. Like a prehistoric mountain, it crashed down with vicious force. The compliant rod grew as tall as a heaven-reaching pillar and struck down. A huge sound resonated in the heaven and earth. The misty green cauldron cracked in the middle. The second strike hit the center of the cauldron, making it explode with earth-shaking huge sounds. As his immortal treasure was destroyed, the heaven spiritual general felt it in his body, and his face turned white as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt. Try and take my vital spiritual gold sword. Take my heavenly immortal aurora. Take my transformation godly blade. 16 Heaven spiritual generals surrounded him and launched streaks of immortal light one after another with world-destroying presence. Regardless of how powerful you are one man. With so many soldiers and generals with us, I'll see how many rounds you can last. The moment he said it, the Monkey King who was dressed in golden armor plucked a handful of monkey hair and blew it at them. Then, countless Monkey Kings appeared around them in the sky and on the ground, striking down with the golden hooped rods and shattering countless spiritual treasures and immortal artifacts as if they were glass and jade cups. At this moment, even the lofty heaven spiritual generals were frightened. They felt like they weren't seeing a monkey but an unrivaled battle god. Having lived countless years and experienced countless battles, they had never seen such a horrifying god who could destroy the heaven and earth with an iron rod. What kind of god is he? High immortal. The four-direction spiritual generals looked grim as well. At this moment, wondrous spell High Holiness remained calm, but his eyes revealed a chilly light. Good demon monkey, today, you must die. 4 spiritual generals, help my ultimate spiritual figure. The four-direction spiritual array took shape, and wondrous spell High Holiness gathered all of his ultimate wondrous spells together. When the golden hooped rod fell, wondrous spell High Holiness vanished from the mortal world. Spiritual light surged up in the endless void. Beyond the sky, the white clouds opened and revealed a godly figure who was taller than 30,000 meters. Heaven holy spiritual figure. In great horror, the immortal soldiers and generals watched this true immortal whose head and feet touched the heaven and earth respectively. All the people including the immortal soldiers and mortals on the ground stopped fighting subconsciously and looked up at the horrifying spiritual figure that went beyond their imagination. Is this an immortal? The power of the prehistoric immortal families were greater than all mortals' imagination. At this moment, everyone felt like the mortals were just a drop in the vast ocean. Before them, humans were indeed tiny and insignificant. An extremely huge hand extended from beyond the sky and reached for the infinitely small monkey. No one could escape from this ultimate spiritual figure or this vast and horrifying power. It looked like a tribulation appeared under the heaven mandate. Cloud somersault. Suddenly, everyone saw a figure who was stepping on clouds slip from the sun-blocking huge hand and shoot upward. The golden hooped rod shot out like a sharp arrow and grew 10,000 times bigger in the air. The rod that was as thick as a heavenly pillar whipped up roaring heavenly winds and then blazing flames. Stepping on clouds, the small figure who carried the huge rod struck it down with vicious force. Everyone saw that the spiritual figure's head cracked, and a drop of golden immortal blood fell from the sky, shaking the whole universe. Not only the mortal world, but the innumerable immortal sea shook violently, and the ocean of clouds swept backward. Charge! Attack! Seeing this sight, countless cultivators and warriors charged with hoarse yells, looking like surging ocean waves. As if the horn for the counterstrike was blown, countless cultivators and warriors charged at the enemies fearlessly, scaring the immortals both in the sky and on the ground. At least in 10,000 years, people would always remember this rod strike and the figure standing proudly before all immortals and looking down at the heaven and earth in defiance. They would always remember the name, the great sage, heaven's equal, Sun Wukong. Chapter 867, We're never afraid of a technology competition. While the people from the new shop at the East Continent were battling the immortal families, the half-city shop was also engaged in a fierce battle. Red light rose between the heaven and earth. These people were facing demonic gods who were far more powerful than them. On the huge heaven-devouring turtle, the light beams coming off the godly swords illuminated the heaven and earth. The source of murderous presence has been destroyed. On the vast ocean, the pure white light shone from the heavenly mirror. Under its light, a sword energy beam shot into the weak point of the huge heaven-devouring turtle. The demons who blocked us have been killed. Start targeting. It was a desolate scene on the huge turtle. Led by Nolan Hungwu, the cultivators and warriors who were covered in blood panted heavily as they stood over the demons, corpses that were lying all over the ground. Then, sword energies surged up and condensed into a huge heavenly sword in midair, striking toward the vital joints of the turtle. Fire. In the roars of the ocean, circles of destructive lightning energy lit up in the huge cannons that were sitting on the bow of the vital magnetic wind thunder battleship. Looking down, people saw several bright blue light beams tearing through the gloomy ocean and attacking the turtle's joints with accuracy together with the cultivators on the back of the huge turtle. Getting attacked from all sides, all four legs of the turtle were severely injured in the blink of an eye. The true power doesn't lie in physical bodies. The inner determination and unyielding spirit that can withstand countless hardships are the source of true power. On this battlefield, there weren't any great heroes or immortal gods as on the other battleground. Regardless of how bright their sword energies were, they were only little sparks in the heaven and earth. However, they were trying to use these small sparks to illuminate the dark world. One person might not be able to achieve it, but how about a group of them? After receiving severe injuries in its four legs, the huge heaven-devouring turtle howled pathetically and sank to the bottom of the ocean like a collapsing mountain. The huge heaven-devouring turtle opened its giant mouth and revealed a vast space inside. It was the command space inside the huge turtle. With sword in hand, these people followed the retreating demon soldiers and killed their way into the giant command space inside the huge heaven-devouring turtle. In the past, the weak humans who were stuck between the gods and demons regarded them as natural catastrophes. Today, whoever dared to invade the mortal world would shed blood in the sky. Haya, with sword energies emitting radiant light beams in the dark, Nolan Hungwu took the lead and ran into space, followed by people from different factions. Heavenly Mirror, Wuchen Sword, With all kinds of godly artifacts and spiritual treasures and all kinds of superpowers, Nolan Hungwu and the others took advantage of the carelessness and overconfidence of the demon soldiers and killed their way into the space. They seemed to come into another small world. In this space, there were many complex paths, making it seem like a dim underground cave. Looking closer, the people saw squirming walls made of flesh. However, it didn't look like the interior of the huge heaven-devouring turtle. There were no impurities being absorbed and excreted, much cleaner and neater than the huge heaven-devouring turtle's stinky huge mouth when they first entered. Sitting on the throne of bones among the troops, the demonic god had a mysterious glint in his eyes. "My lord," a deputy commander looked chilly. "These humans are reckless. Give them an inch, and they take a mile. They even dared to kill their way in here." The demonic god sitting high on the throne of bones said coldly, "My ninefold darkness space is extremely complex. Even if they can come in, they can't get out without a map. Perhaps they will get lost in the space before we attack them." "Hee." Another deputy commander said with a sneer, "After they killed countless demon soldiers, we must give the humans a taste of our great power." "After all," another demon said, "regardless if it is spiritual treasures, artifacts, or any other things, we're much more advanced than those humans." Hehehehe. Ha 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 ha. Instead of taking the broad way to the heavens, they must break into our ninefold darkness that doesn't have a gate. In their long history, the demons had created countless advanced items that humans could never imagine. With that said, an visual appeared before the demons. Even if we monitor them all the time like this, they'll never notice it. Through the spiritual spell visual projection, they were watching Nolan Hungwu and others. "Nolan, brother Nolan." At this moment, a streak of light from a mirror shone in the ninefold darkness space. Nolan Hungwu turned his head and saw that it was Lanmo who was holding the authentic heavenly mirror. At this moment, except for Team 1 led by Nolan Hungwu, others were all lost in the space. "There's something strange in this space." Nolan Hungwu looked grim. "We might have entered a trap set by these demons." After they cut off the turtle legs and killed their way into this space, Nolan Hungwu, a veteran general, had sensed a weird presence. Cackle. The demon generals in the command center snickered again as they saw that their enemies were indeed trapped. "It doesn't matter." At this moment, Lanmo took out his communication jade and shook it. Soon, it showed a strange and crude map. It looked like a map in the games. Of course, if Fang was here, he would find it similar to the Google Maps in his previous life. The map showed their current position and direction that they were facing. This is the map function that we, the Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance, newly developed. Under the guidance of the Heavenly Mirror, I drew a small part of the map. When we finish this part, we can use QQ communication to share our location with other people and upload the map at the same time. It will soon show the locations of other people according to their signals. I believe that we'll find each other very soon. Seeing this, the demon general in the command center froze. QQ communication. Location sharing. What's that? Hurry. The demon general's face turned livid. Activate spiritual confusion array to disturb the spiritual essence and interrupt their communication. Soon, Lanmo shook his communication jade. Strange. There are no signal. What should we do then? Zhong Wu asked. It doesn't matter. Lanmo said, this is the newest version of the military communication jade developed by the Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance, and it can process all kinds of signals at the same time. All change to electromagnetic signals. Hurry. Activate darkness magnetic aurora to interrupt their communication. The demon general sneered, do you think that you can use it by changing signals? A mere piece of human technology dares to compete with the technology of our clan. Lanmo shook his communication jade in bafflement. Even electromagnetic signals are blocked. I'll try the light wave. Issue the order to activate the darkness connecting array. I'll try the radio waves. Activate black thunder ebony water array. I'll change to infrasound wave. Activate. I'll try ultrasonic wave this time. These humans. Where did they get so many communication methods? Dumbfounded, those demon generals stared at the spiritual spell visual projection before them as the mortals tried different signals on the communication jade and finally got a good connection. Chapter 868, Gods and Demons are all defeated. One demon said, the spell that this person used seems to be a spell using outer sounds, just like the spell named, Great Sound is Silent. We don't have a defense array for such a rarely seen spell, unless we do it personally. In the place where Nolan Hungwu and the others were standing, I have a feeling that Someone is eavesdropping on our conversation, Lanmo said. The new signals that we switched to were great in the beginning, but now it's lagging again. Do you have a way to stop it? Zhong Wu asked. Of course, Lanmo said. When the great sage studied in the mountain of mind and heart with his senior brothers, he learned many unorthodox small spells. All cast one. In the next moment, the demon generals in the command center began watching a silent movie. A while later, the silent movie turned black. What is going on with these mortals? A demon general roared. This was totally different from the information that they had on humans in their memories. The murderous presence is gone. The Cultivator Alliance has scouted the inner structure of this demon turtle and the origin of these demons. They found that the spiritual essence that it devoured mostly flowed to these places. I've marked these points on the map. Lanmo continued to study the map. Different from the Anton raid, even if we cut off its energy, we won't be able to do great damage to the strength of the demons in here. But Academy Master Gu and other cultivators discussed it and found something. After we get familiar with its structure, we can secretly use this tremendous energy in the space and form the 36 Tiangong sword array that Shu Mountain Sword faction used to subdue the almighty demon lord. If this array is built, it will give you all a great boost. At this moment, when these people looked at each other, their eyes were full of glints of self-confidence. The sword array that could subdue the almighty demon lord, and it would be powered with such a huge amount of energy. Perhaps this time, they would use their actions to tell their enemies that human wisdom was infinite. Just like how they had found the weaknesses of the monsters that were far more powerful than themselves in the raids, this time, they also seemed to have found a solution. This was what they obtained after failing countless times in that virtual world. If we encounter danger, we'll need the raid teams to block it. Lanmo said gravely, we'd better. He pointed at the center of the map and continued, we must monitor this place all the time. Soon, through communication jades, they shared the information with every cultivator and warrior who had to enter this space. They began working hard in the places where the spiritual essence went through to carry out the plan of building the 36 Tiangong sword array. At this moment, the demonic god sitting on the throne of bones looked even grimmer. The ninefold darkness demon general wasn't a small general with little experience in wars. Right now, he put away his arrogance and began to study the humans in a new light. Borrowing a path through the human world to attack their enemy by surprise was a key part of the plan, and he couldn't allow any mistake to happen at this stage. Except for the demons going out to guard the demon turtle, only a side general and a deputy commander stayed with him. One was a brawny demon god who was dressed in black stone armor covered in strange runes. The other was hovering in the air upside down and engulfed in a chilly presence. Its withered body looked like a corpse that recently died. The demonic god finally walked down from the eternal-looking throne of bones, and its surging demonic presence instantly shook the entire ninefold darkness space. At this moment, an abyss demon with an iron-like black body rushed in. He was followed by a figure who was covered in blood. With blood-red eyes and low hoarse roars, he looked like a demonic god from hell. About to walk out, the three demonic gods in here froze and looked at these two. Who are you? Are they our peers? But we have never seen any demons looking like these two. The demonic god covered in blood said, Who am I? I'm king of enhancement, king of unboxing, and the father of the king of black iron. You ask me who I am? Outrage break. The huge sword crashed down with surging lava. You two deal with the demons on the sides. Leave the middle one to us. At this moment, two more voices sounded. Two more teams killed their way into this place. The leader had 5 godly swords spreading behind him like wings, and another had slightly closed eyes and held a sword engulfed in jade-like thunderbolts. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, the demonic god who had horns on his forehead and distorted facial features applauded. I admire you for finding this place in such a short time. But, his eyes turned cold. What kind of confidence drove you to appear before me? Right now, they were standing in a vast underground space. The demonic god roared as his bulging muscles expanded. In a short time, he transformed into a giant as tall as 300 meters. Its horns almost reached the top of the space, and the ground shook with each step its huge body took. Its body was still growing until the top of the space was pierced and shattered. An extremely huge demonic god stood on the back of the huge heaven-devouring turtle. When he stepped into the ocean, waves surged up and shattered the surrounding spiritual ships like cannonballs. Even the remaining vital magnetic wind thunder battleships were battered and on the verge of breaking. As if bedlam broke loose, demon soldiers swarmed out from the broken space in large groups. Their number was even bigger than before, blocking the sky and covering the ground. Kill them all. At this moment, who could block such a horrifying demonic god? Yells and screams rose continuously. At this moment, the demonic god from the ninefold darkness struck the deepest fear into their minds. It was undefeatable and unrivaled. Even the huge vital magnetic battleships looked as small as its hands and were shattered by one touch, let alone mortal bodies. Today, I'll show you the price that you must pay for angering with me. However, at this moment, 36 golden light beams lit up at the feet of the demonic god. Corresponding with the positions of the 36 Tiangong, the spiritual light beams connected and moved like stars. Then, from the space beneath its feet, sword energies rose like a group of stars. The endless sword energies gathered above its head, and they formed a huge Tai Chi yin-yang pattern in the sky. The tremendous spiritual essence was drawn out and gathered in the sword array. Although humans couldn't possess such huge spiritual energy, the sword array could contain far more spiritual essence than humans. With a sharp yell, a figure flew up into the high sky while stepping on a sword. You drew out such a huge amount of spiritual essence from the heaven and earth and caused the imbalance of spiritual essence, exhausting the nearby areas. You killed at will and regarded human lives as that of grass. Do you really think that no one in the mortal world can stop you? Flying swords filled the sky, forming a sword curtain before blocking the sky and covering the ground. Then, a force powerful enough to scare demonic gods began to gather in the sword array. Like endless currents, countless sword energies gathered in one spot before transforming into a golden rainbow that connected the heaven and earth, falling from the sky. What is that? At this moment, even the demonic god looked horrified. He sensed the aura of death that he hadn't felt for countless years. In the next moment, an extremely huge golden light beam shot down. The golden light filling the sky and swept in all directions like heavenly power. On the other battleground, the extremely huge spiritual figure collapsed with booming noises like a falling gold mountain or a jade pillar. Kill. Following the great sage, heaven's equal, all the cultivators and warriors charged at the previously arrogant, lofty, and fierce immortals. Retreat. All retreat. In the sky-shaking battle shouts, countless immortal soldiers and generals from different families dumped their helmets and armor while they scrambled to run. They had never experienced such a moment in their lives. On this day, both gods and demons were defeated in the mortal world. Chapter 869, Mr. Fang's New Reward. Going eastwards of Half City and crossing the vast and gloomy ocean, one would see the turbid yellow spring sea. At this moment, the whole area was golden. Light almost engulfed the entire sea area. Even people from thousands of kilometers away could see the aurora in the horizon as if the sun had just risen and dyed the whole world golden. The 36 Tiangong sword array of the Shu Mountain faction was designed to subdue demons that mortals couldn't defeat. It could be used by one person as Fang Qi had done when he used it to deal with the Nangong family. It could also be used by multiple people to borrow the heaven and earth's boundless energy. In the legend of Sword and Fairy 1, the Grand Uncle Master Zhang Qing, who was trapped in the demon-suppressing tower, was one of the people who used this array to fight the almighty demon lord. In the legend of Sword and Fairy 2, Li Xiaoyao controlled the array when his group killed the resurrected almighty demon lord. These veteran players were obviously very proficient in all kinds of games, and they mastered some aspects of the games. Arrays were used to activate the force of the heavens and earth. By taking the tremendous energy from the heaven-devouring turtle as the base of the array, the energy level of the array was now on the same level as these demonic gods. All the demons stopped what they were doing and watched the sight in horror. When the golden light faded away, the extremely huge demonic god stared at its chest in astonishment. There was a huge hole in it. Ah! An extremely shrill howl spread all over the heavens and earth. Then, it fell on its back. Huge waves surged up as its blood spread up to 1,000 kilometers away. Hurry! Escort Mr. Ninefold Darkness out of here. At this moment, the other demon generals lost the will to fight and scrambled to retreat with the severely wounded Ninefold Darkness demon general. The other demon soldiers either died or fled. They didn't even have time to take the huge heaven-devouring turtle with them. Many of the demon soldiers who were not able to flee died together with the footless huge monster in the ocean. It's finally over. The turbid seawater was dyed dark red by the demon blood. Everyone looked fatigued. Hurry and heal the wounded and count the casualties. Orders were issued. This time, both Half City and the new shop at the East Continent had great casualties. Gu Tingyan said in a loud voice, although the resurrection spell needs harsh conditions and is now in great shortage, I have good news for you. We've obtained a major breakthrough in the research of the vital spirit revival recreation that the AMA faction used for their dead disciples. Even though we can't bring the disciples back to life as the AMA faction did, we can soon direct them to reincarnate and begin cultivation again. For those people who had no factions, we won't let their heroic souls wander outside. Our cultivator alliance will help them too. In the new shop at the East Continent, faction master Feng Zue of Heavenly Faction also heard the good news. He said excitedly, now, our faction is truly powerful. Can we really do that? Instantly, cheers spread to every corner of the world like a tsunami. For cultivators, if their vital spirits weren't destroyed, they weren't dead. Only at this moment could the major factions call themselves top factions with pride. Right now, covered in wounds, Feng Hua and Yuexin said with tears on their faces, Master, even the dead can be brought back to life, why did we fight so hard anyway? I thought we'd die together. Nonsense. Su Tianji rolled her eyes at them and flicked her finger on their heads while saying, who do you think your master is? I'm Fairy Su of Tianji Palace, the popular technical streamer. I hit them with a palm thunder from the left hand. When they didn't die, I hit them again with a thunderbolt from my right hand. She made gestures while she spoke. Even though they are immortals, your master can deal with them. Besides, those disciples of the AMA faction looked like new people after they reincarnated, and they lost all of their cultivation strength. What a bother. Right. With sudden understanding, Feng Hua and Yuexin looked back at the shop and said, then, after buying so many games, we'd have to buy them again. Iya. They patted their chests and said with great relief, fortunately, we didn't die. What are you thinking about? You know nothing but games. When you have time, you must spend more time on TV series. Okay, but, Feng Hua said sadly, the great sage is now put under 5 phases mountain. Yeah, it's said that a monk who's going to the west for Buddhist scriptures will come and get him out. We'll see it soon. I wonder what's the background of the Tathagata Buddha. How come he's so powerful? Yuexin said, even with the cloud somersault technique, which allows one to cover 108,000 li in one leap, the great sage couldn't get out of his palm. While walking toward the teleportation array with Su Tianji, she rubbed her dirty face and extended one palm while saying, even if it's tens of thousands of times bigger than this, it can't be that large. You two are. Hurry back and heal your injuries. You can talk about this after you recover. Su Tianji immediately escorted the 2 pale-faced girls back to Luyun Taoist Palace. After we heal, let's go and watch Journey to the West together. I want to watch the great sage travel 108,000 li with the cloud somersault after he comes out. Okay. Seeing the great sage come out as lively as before was all they hoped for after watching all the dangers that he had experienced at the demon hacking platform, Laozi's elixir brazier, and in the palm of the Tathagata Buddha. The people with slight injuries were cleaning up the battleground. All of them were talking about their favorite topics while they worked. This place was in ruins, but they believed that the damage was only temporary, and everything would be better since they were growing stronger each day. Perhaps one day, they could fly under the vast starry sky on their swords, going to wherever they wanted. They would fly casually and relaxed, covering 90,000 li in one breath like a rainbow. At that time, they might be able to go beyond the starry sky and see how vast the universe really was. At this moment, Mr. Fang had returned to his shop, looking fatigued. He was looking through the spoils of war. During this synchronization with Sun Wukong, he had used 3 godly weapon fragments to trade for the one-time use of the godly weapon, the compliant golden hooped rod. Only half of the 6 godly weapon fragments were left. It was a big consumption. Fortunately, the system would compensate him with the gift bag. Task: severely punish the troublemakers. Completed. Task reward: Carrier Rock 1, System Gift Bag 1, double coupon for the Cultivation Room 1. It will increase cultivation speed. Task rating: a +++. Mr. Fang was baffled since he expected the rating to be lower than the last time due to the casualties. How come the rating is higher? After all, there were 0 casualties last time, but he didn't get a +++. The only level higher than this was an S. Is it because Mr. Fang glanced at the group chat and saw that people were announcing and cheering for the victory in the battleground outside Half City? Is it because of this? Do you want to claim this? Reward. Chapter 870. New snacks. Super yummy. mustard-flavored seaweed, durian candies, stinky tofu. Obviously, many players had joined the battle as allies. They didn't make great contributions on the central battleground, but some paladins and priests provided great assistance in the battle. Without the symbol of life provided by the system, the resurrection spell required many strict conditions to cast, but it had made great contributions. At this moment, a group of elves led by Elder Sewell was healing the wounded with the unique healing spells that they had learned. "It's unbelievable," elf girl Sala exclaimed. "The great sage was like a god of war. Even the players in the Candlin City shop were talking about it. That great sage, heaven's equal, really showed up." Big Black Dragon Gulf stared at the people who were trying to describe the fighting scenes with gestures, and his big eyes opened wide. "Did you see the havoc in heaven? That part in Journey to the West? I assure you that the battle was even more stunning than havoc in heaven." Street. Lydon gestured with his hands and said, "He struck out his rod like this." Hiss. Standing before him, Black Dragon Gulf shrunk his neck involuntarily as if he was afraid that the great sage would appear and hit his head with the rod. "What do you think happened? He broke the head of that immortal spiritual figure, and blood flowed out. So strong. He is a real god. Unfortunately, his cultivation system and combat techniques are more fitting for the people in the East Continent." Beside them, Street. Willie said with a sigh, "We can only get some inspirations." "I wonder." They exchanged a look. "Forget it, let's go and play League of Legends. Let's go and play Dark Souls. People get their skills by practicing hard." Meanwhile, Mr. Fang was on the second floor of the shop at the East Continent. "You obtained Carrier Rock 1, System Gift Bag 1, double coupon for the Cultivation Room 1. He knew the great power of Carrier Rocks. Even though the Carrier Rocks had the shortcoming of not being able to protect Fang Chi, but it could recreate the complete characters from the games and movies and required only 10% synchronization rate with the chosen character, which was much less difficult than the 20% synchronization rate that Mr. Fang must achieve before he could synchronize with any characters in person. System Gift Bag. Since this gift bag had excellent quality, Mr. Fang had greater odds to find powerful items in it. This is good." At this moment, Mr. Fang was holding a purple silk-covered box in his hands in his own room upstairs. It was again the exciting moment to unbox. Mr. Fang put the gift box on the desk carefully and opened it slowly. Immediately, blinding golden light shot out from the box. "What good stuff did I get this time?" Items popped out from the system gift bag and filled the square desk before him. There were weapons, snacks, and items that were put into the system storage due to the limited space in the room. There were even. Mr. Fang glanced at the beautifully wrapped game disc. He grabbed it and read the description. "Collector's Edition of God of War 1-2. After activation, I'll get the right to sell God of War 1 and God of War 2 as well as the conditions to obtain the tasks for this series. I got a new game. What else have I got?" Mr. Fang looked at the desk and saw a wrist blade that had a strange shape. Looking at the blood-colored light and the godly blade engulfed in fiery presence, he realized that it was Flame Wave Blood Blade, Almighty Demon Lord, Chong Lu. Fang Chi stared at the wrist blade dumbfoundedly. Flame Wave Blood Blade. This blade is made of the godly iron from meteorites. And the Flame Wave Spring Soul. It's a demonic weapon that no human can handle. Using it will greatly increase energy consumption and reduce synchronization time. Please use it with great caution due to its great power. He rubbed his eyes. Fuck. Ha 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 ha. Almost everyone downstairs heard the wild laughter from upstairs. What else have I got? Although synchronization with a character who had much greater cultivation strength than himself would greatly shorten the synchronization time and increase the energy consumption, and Fang Chi might be kicked out of synchronization mode after using 2 strikes. However, this weapon gave Fang Chi another powerful hidden card. What else? Snacks. There were bags of snacks on the desk. He dug through them and finally found a black rock. Carrier Rock. At 10% synchronization rate, it can summon a character from a game, a movie, or a TV series for a certain time. That's all. Mr. Fang dug through the items and found that the rest were all snacks. While browsing the system interface, he knew that this task was completed. The good news was that another task, Challenger's Tutorial School Intermediate, was close to completion, and it would end soon. At this moment, he heard a prompt from the system. The system is 60% upgraded. The expansion of Wrath of Lich King is completed. The summer gift bags in Dungeon Fighter Online are released online. The pool party skins in League of Legends are online. Considering the different customs, the summer game outfits for the people in this world were less exposed compared to those in the original version. New game and new expansion. And new gift bags. Mr. Fang looked at the sky outside with a loss of words. It was already summer, but there were no summer break in this world. While he was musing over this thought, Fang Chi heard a knock on his door. Remembering what had happened the last time when he opened the box, Mr. Fang had closed the door before opening the box this time. But now, he had nothing to hide, so he opened the door. Huh, Xiaoyu, haven't you returned to your faction? Zhang Xiaoyu said, I've good news. We're having the summer break soon. Royal Father delivered many crystals to me and told me to study hard, but I have no place to spend them. Hee. Huh, Mr. Fang widened his eyes. You even have summer breaks. What do you mean? Zhang Xiaoyu said with a pout, we're very tired from studying in the faction. Each day after studying in the faction, we must play games. With such a tight schedule each day, why can't we have a summer break? During the summer break, we will have lots of free time after playing games. I can go to the elf forest with Sister Sala and others. I can also go and tour the Orc Kingdom. I heard that the half-city is organizing a so-called Ninefold Darkness expedition team, and our Heavenly Academy and Heavenly Faction are planning an expedition to the Void. I can join them too. Forget it, those places are dangerous. Huh, as if discovering a new continent, Zhang Xiaoyu looked behind Mr. Fang and saw, so many snacks. Boss, how come you have so many snacks that I've never seen before? Oh, glancing at the snacks on the desk, Mr. Fang got an idea. Xiaoyu, if you promise not to go to Ninefold Darkness or the Void, I'll give you half of the snacks. Zhang Xiaoyu hesitated and then looked at the snacks on the desk before saying reluctantly, then, I promise you I won't go. Then, you can have this, and this. Zhang Xiaoyu watched Mr. Fang split the snacks into two equal piles and pushed one pile toward her. Wow, in disbelief, Zhang Xiaoyu carried the snacks in her arms and hurried downstairs, afraid that Mr. Fang would change his mind. After putting them all on the tea table in the lounge area, she saw two exquisite bags with fruit pictures and words, durian-flavored candies. In a translucent box were pieces of black tofu shiny with oil. Traditional stinky tofu. There were also two exquisite bags that had pictures of seaweed on them. Mustard-flavored seaweed. At this moment, most people had finished cleaning up at the battleground. Su Tianji and the others returned to the shop, and their eyes lit up at the snacks on the desk. Xiaoyu, you bought so many snacks. Aya, the shop owner gave them to me. Seeing the expectant gazes from Su Tianji and the others, Zhang Xiaoyu said bashfully and reluctantly, would you like to have a little? Can we? Okay, Xiaoyu, you're so nice. Chapter 871. This sounds fishy. The Void Plan. What's this? An elf picked up the bag of candies with pictures of a fruit on it. Durian-flavored candies. This seems to be the picture of a fruit. Sala said happily, fruit-flavored candies must be good. These elves especially liked fruits. Su Tianji picked up the box which looked like the box for spicy sticks that were sold in the shop. What are these? Tofu that tastes like spicy sticks. Zhang Xiaoyu picked up a bag of seaweed and said eagerly, I've never seen this before, but it looks good. I'll try this first. Wow, the elves were thrilled. They had heard about these snacks that weren't for sale in the shop, but they had never tasted them before. They were in luck today to try the delicacies that others couldn't have. After all, these snacks were not for sale, and it was the only opportunity for them to eat such snacks. At this moment, other people in the shop glanced at them enviously. Then, I'll open this box. Su Tianji said cheerfully. Me too. Sala and other elves each took out a candy. They unwrapped their snacks eagerly. I'm eating it. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoyu tore open a small packet of seaweed and almost instantly stuffed a few sheets of seaweed into her little mouth. At the last moment, she suppressed her impatience and took a small bite delicately. Instantly, her little pink face changed color. Then, a weird stinky braised taste together with an indescribable pungent taste began to spread out. It felt as if they had opened Pandora's box. As if someone dropped a biohazardous bomb into the lounge area, the elves' faces turned yellow at the smells. Ah, poo, poo, poo. Zhang Xiaoyu's little face turned bitter at this pungent and spicy taste. Water. I need water. While fanning at her little pink tongue, she hurried off to find water. So stinky. Sala covered her nose, feeling suffocated. Dizzy from the stinky smell, Su Tianji closed the box lid with difficulty, and her face turned green due to suffocation. She turned her head and saw that all the other people in the shop had moved more than 30 meters away from them with their hands covering their noses. Their envious expression changed, and it looked as if they had seen a ghost. They had a feeling that this group of people might be eating some poop together. Unlike them, the faction masters, elders, and leaders such as Ji Yu Tingyan, Zhang Wu, Shiqi spiritual master, and even demonic woman Ningbai had many pieces of business to tend to. After all, Mr. Fang's job was managing the shops, and the player's job was playing the games. The other stuff also needed attention and management. At this moment, Ning Bu was supervising the wardens of Half City while the latter interrogated the captives from the innumerable immortal sea in ninefold darkness. Meanwhile, the faction masters and elders of different factions were talking about the subsequent plans. Even the West Continent sent representatives to join the discussion. The innumerable immortal sea was even more busy. Wondrous Spell High Holiness was a top figure among the elders, not only in the Gui family but in all other families. In the expedition that he led in person, he was wounded severely and forced to retreat in defeat. This incident had a great impact not only in the innumerable immortal sea but in the whole heavenly realm. Meanwhile, in the ninefold darkness, the fierce generals led by ninefold darkness demon general tried to borrow path in the mortal world with the huge heaven-devouring turtle to launch a sneak attack at the heavenly realm, but the moment they landed, they were driven back in defeat. This news had swiftly spread all over the demon army of ninefold darkness. In the Gui family in the innumerable immortal sea, Wondrous Spell High Holiness stared at the distance coldly with squinted eyes. The moment we moved, we encountered a monster with a hairy face and a protruding mouth. I don't believe that such a powerful demon monkey exists in the mortal world. Is it a demon from the ninefold darkness army? What's their scheme? In the ninefold darkness army, the ninefold darkness demon general knelt inside a grand palace despite its severe wounds. A gloomy voice came from the endless darkness before it. You were ambushed the moment that you arrived in the mortal world, and those humans' power was far beyond your imagination. Perhaps it was an ambush set by the godly court. Wondrous Spell High Holiness said, this whole thing feels fishy. We'll make a decision after I report to the godly court and a thorough investigation is done. The voice from the ninefold darkness said, this must be a scheme. I'll put your defeat aside for the moment. Find out the background of the human masters whom you encountered in the mortal world and find a way to redeem yourself. Report. Meanwhile, in the innumerable immortal sea and in the ninefold darkness, they both received a report. 2 of our captives were sent back with a message from the Cultivator Alliance in the mortal world. What message? The people in both places turned dark. Bring them in. The 2 captives knelt and delivered the message. They said they would break any clause extending into their world. They said, we never start wars, but we'll do our best to fight you if you want wars. The people from the 2 places instantly turned livid. Outrageous. They are so outrageous. What shall we do, High Holiness? An immortal from the Gui family in the innumerable immortal sea asked. They knew who their opponent was without thinking. But I still feel like there's something fishy. Wondrous Spell High Holiness said coldly. In the godly palace, the god who was dressed in 5-colored godly armor read the intelligence report that the godly palace had just received. News came from the godly court. They decided to bide their time. The god of radiant light sat on his godly throne with no emotion could be seen on his face, and he said, I'm afraid even they are suspicious that the ninefold darkness army is behind it. They will have peace talks with the mortal world and pay ransom for the captives. They will give the humans some benefits to steady them. After the truth comes out, he said with a chuckle, it's a good plan. After they find out the truth, I'm afraid that the mortal world will become the new battleground between them and the ninefold darkness army. High Holiness, the mortal world, also demanded us to clear the Thunderbolt Zone in the void. Thunderbolt Zone in the void. Wondrous Spell High Holiness said with a sneer, what a joke. Tell them that this zone has come into being for a long time and is a zone of its own. Thus, it isn't easy to clear. Aren't they very powerful? They can pass it if they are able to. If they can't, it's not our fault. The people living in the innumerable immortal sea had blood sacrifice seals in the demon-slaying platform and thus could manage to descend to the lower region despite the great price they had to pay. These humans think that they are powerful, but how can they be compared with us? Meanwhile, in the Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance. On the big square of the Taoist Alliance parked several cutting-edge spiritual ships. Now that the Cultivation Alliance and the warriors had saint-level masters among them, they began to carry out the Void Plan. Artifact Master Jun Yangxi of the Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance had a jade slip in his hand. The jade slip contained the key projects such as the portal to the alternate world as shown in Diablo 2, the warp technology in StarCraft, the void creatures shown in League of Legends, and the ascendance plan of the Changhua faction shown in the Legend of Sword and Fairy 4. Some projects were old research projects which had gained certain results. For example, there were portal and teleportation technology in Diablo 2 and the void energy in League of Legends. Some projects were brand new without any clues, such as the warp technology in StarCraft. They sat together and talked. Let's begin these projects first. For the cultivators, this was a grand plan, but a bit far-fetched for now. Chapter 872, Plans for Mobile Games. It was deep in the night. The giant dead heaven-devouring turtle provided the cultivators a temporary landing place at the entrance to the plane of ninefold darkness in the Yellow Spring Sea. They constructed large stretches of land and islands with earth element spells on the huge corpse of the demon, and they built a monitoring station to observe the strange movements on the other side of the crevice at the ocean bottom. It was cold in the ocean during the night. Several black-robed cultivators slowly flew up from the bottom of the ocean and came out of the sea. Elder, guys. In the dark night, the cultivators cupped their hands and reported, "Our enemy seems to have sent many soldiers to guard the bottom of the ocean on their side. We didn't dare to venture too deep, but during our short investigation, we found that the spiritual essence in the nearby areas mainly contains yin and water properties on top of the 5 properties. There is gloomy and evil murderous presence in it, so ordinary cultivators can't inhale it to recover essence." I feel the opposite. The long-haired male cultivator dressed in a black cloak was Black Demon. The essence flowed more smoothly in my meridians when I was engulfed in the pure murderous presence. The heavenly book said that when the heaven separated the earth, the light essence rose while the heavy essence fell. We each chose one type of essence to cultivate, and there are few geniuses who can cultivate both and go back to Hunden. The speaker was the Nanhua faction master. It seems that we must rely on you guys from Half City to handle the ninefold darkness. Despite the disagreements between these factions and those cultivators in Half City, they were not mortal enemies and could put their disagreements aside to deal with the common enemy, while they were discussing the strategy. In the depths of the vast pitch-black ocean bottom, hidden currents surged in the deep crevice. A pale blue array barrier lit up silently, blocking the strange and evil ocean demons from the opposite side from crossing the boundary. But at this moment, a surge of thick and black essence slowly flew out through the array barrier in silence without alerting the barrier at all. "These stupid humans don't know the great powers of our clan," a voice sneered, "but it seems like some grandmasters are guarding this sea. We can bypass this area and sneak into the middle of the mortals. By then, no one will know our origins." Cackle. Ha 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 ha. In the depths of the dark and mysterious ocean where no one could see, horrifying demons shot out in all directions like ghosts. Meanwhile, on the island on the back of the huge heaven-devouring turtle, Black Demon said, "We've broken through their blockage with the stealth spell and the teleport skill from Diablo 2, but it seemed to alert the demon soldiers. That was why we hurried back. But I think we can send a team of cultivators who excel in stealth and teleport into the plane of ninefold darkness, and they should succeed." Meanwhile, in an extremely desolate corner in the world, heavenly thunderbolts boomed while wind and clouds surged. Several figures floated down like immortals descending to the mortal world. "Is this the mortal world?" One figure glanced around with a cold gaze. "My lord, we're not afraid of the mortals, but there might be a few evil demons that comes from the ninefold darkness. Please be careful," another one cautioned. In the group chat of the Cultivator Alliance. "I think we can't just wait for them to move first," Gu Tingyan said. "They can descend at any time, but we can't go up any time," Nalan Hungwu said. "Unfortunately, we know nothing about the demon-slaying platform that they use to descend and have no opportunity to visit and learn from it. Then, the only way that we can pass this void and truly know that world is..." After a moment of silence, Xiaoyao Ancestral said, "I think we old guys can give it a try regardless of how dangerous it will be. Tell us your plan." Morning gradually arrived. Ow. Shen Qingqing stretched, feeling lazy in this mild weather of the early morning. "It's almost summer break, right?" She looked at people such as Song Qingfeng and Nalan Mingshe who entered the shop with her. After the Heavenly Academy began to give its disciples summer break and winter break, the other major academies and factions copied this practice, thinking that their elite disciples needed time to obtain experiences in the real world and be up to date. After all, they had seen from the battle at Half City that the training in virtual reality, even though it felt real, was still not the same as training in the real world. In the games, the veteran players got used to not really dying and thus were not afraid. When they encountered some unexpected situations in the real world, they experienced some negative emotions that they hadn't known before. Therefore, the major academies and factions encouraged the disciples to build foundations in the virtual worlds and then move on to real practice battles in the real world. It might not be so urgent to the senior disciples who had experienced the real world already, but it was absolutely necessary for the new disciples. It was why most of the factions and academies found it necessary to take time during the summer and winter so that the disciples could experience the real world. Do all the academies demand the disciples to go out and obtain experience? Xu Zixin and Shen Qingqing chatted during their free time before playing games in the early morning. We will have graduated by that time. Shen Qingqing and Xu Zixin were senior sisters to the students in Song Qingfeng's year. Having known them in the shop for many years, they were very close. Lan Yan said, "It's this year." "Oh, I have poor memory." They looked embarrassed and amused. "Sister Qingqing, do you have other plans?" While making a bowl of instant noodles, Song Qingfeng sat down on a couch casually. Having been in the shop for years, they felt at home here. Writer of the official novels. The shop owner is using your great talents for this small job. I think it's fine for me to be an official novel writer. Shen Qingqing loved stories. I like this job. But what plans do you guys have after graduation? I plan to tour around for a while, Song Qingfeng said. I'll make plans after that. In fact, if they were not now playing online games or were just casual players, taking some time off occasionally would have little impact. After all, in most games, the players didn't fight each other in the first encounter as they did in The Legend of Mir 2. Therefore, there were many casual players. While eating instant noodles, Song Qingfeng asked Nolan Mingshe casually, "Junior mistress, how about you? After graduation, I'll take over some family businesses." I plan to pursue some new business opportunities, Nolan Mingshe said. New business opportunities? Everyone looked at her curiously. Yeah, she took out her communication jade and clicked on a strange-looking icon, which looked like a smirk face emoji with a big open mouth. There was a dot in front of the mouth. Isn't it a small game in Qzone? Song Qingfeng said in surprise. Pac-Man, but it looks a bit different. Yeah, Nolan Mingshe said solemnly. I've been talking with the Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance about the feasibility of developing games on the communication jade. We plan to produce a kind of communication jade especially for playing games. I plan to name these games mobile games. Mobile games. Surprised, the others said, it's a good idea, but if people are in the internet cafe, who'd play on the communication jade? After all, the rich people would choose to play in the shop, and those who couldn't afford to play in the shop would have no money to buy this device, which was surely not cheap. If such fun stuff had appeared before the shop owner opened the shop, I think us young people would have loved playing it. But now, Song Qingfeng shrugged, it can only be used to kill time. I agree. Nolan Mingshe frowned. The others looked speechless. Then, why are you still doing it? You'll lose money unless you can find people who are wealthy but can't play the games in the shops. But do you think such people exist in the world? Do they exist? Nolan Mingshe looked up at the sky subconsciously. I think they might exist. For example. The others followed her gaze up to the sky. Their hearts lurched, and cold sweat popped out as they whispered, "Are you serious?" Then, they looked at the sky. Your imagination is out of control. I even have a name for it. Nolan Mingshui's usually cold face now had a bright smile. It will be called Journey. What do you think of it? I'll ask the shop owner to check the final product. I don't think it's a long shot. Aren't you afraid of losing money? Things like this can't guarantee 100% success, Nolan Mingshe said. Check what? What are you talking about? At this moment, Mr. Fang came over and sat down. We have a new game today, don't you want to check it out? On the small blackboard were the big words God of War. Chapter 873, Mysterious Gift Bag for Mythological TV Series. The system is 60% upgraded. The expansion of Wrath of the Lich King is released. Energy crystals are in a shortage, and the system is upgrading slowly. What? Mr. Fang froze. Although he could only take a percentage of the income of crystals each day, he could calculate that the crystals and magic crystals that the shops earned was a very large number. But the damn system claims that it is in shortage of crystals. Seeing the system upgrade progressing as slow as a turtle and had almost stopped, Mr. Fang was at a loss for words. System upgrade task. Acquire many energy crystals. Task description. Be a truly excellent shop owner and earn as much money as you can. Task. Reward. Mysterious gift bag of a mythological TV series, contains the TV series activation right and a treasure from it. Mythological TV series. What myth is it? Mr. Fang looked puzzled. A thought dawned on him, but he didn't know if he was right about it. Forget it, whatever. He needed to consider how to make more money. At this moment, Mr. Fang's system interface showed God of War series is open. You obtained the task to sell God of War game series. As with the previous series such as Assassin's Creed and Harry Potter, the activation of the later games in the God of War series depended on the sales of the previous games. The sequels of the old series were still being released steadily with a stable number of players and viewers. For example, the Brotherhood members such as Assassin Alina and Harrison in the Candlin City shop had played each game in the Assassin's Creed series many times. At this moment, the shops released the new games God of War 1 and God of War 2 at the same time. God of War 3 and God of War 4 would be activated after the sales of the previous two games reached a certain target. Perhaps it was because the God of War series had been acquired from the system gift bag that had an excellent quality, or that the number of players had grown even larger lately. Mr. Fang was surprised when he saw the target set for the series. The subsequent task is easy to do. It only needs 5,000 activations. Not to mention the old shops in Juhua City and Half City, even the new shop attracted players from all over the world with at least 80,000 players each day, making the less than 50,000 computers in the shop not enough despite the multiple folding spaces. Mr. Fang thought that 5,000 activations were easy to reach. Should I open a few more branch shops? Mr. Fang wondered. For example, he could open one in the Orc Kingdom and send Merlin from the Candlin City shop to recruit a group of orcs to help manage the new shop there. Perhaps he could open a branch shop in the Lianshan Principality, which had been the battleground where they fought the Shadow Legion. By doing that, he could divert a large group of customers. Besides, some old shops could have branch shops. Li Wuya and the others had trained some good employees for him in the past years. With them watching over the old shops, Fang Chi could send the experienced employees to manage the new shops for a while. While thinking about these issues, Mr. Fang rubbed his brows. It was no wonder that Fang Chi didn't get involved in other issues. After all, he had been an esports guy instead of a talented manager before he traveled through space. He was the right person to play games, livestream, and organize esports events. When he had time, he could even give planned surprise events. But now, he was overwhelmed by the management of his internet cafes, not to mention that he needed time to play games and increase his strength. If he forced himself to do more than these things, he would bungle them. At this moment, Nolan Mingshay brought over 2 lapis cups and poured Fang Chi a cup of iced red tea. Want me to do something? Mr. Fang asked. How do you know? Nolan Mingshay poured herself a cup as well. I've known you for many years now. Mr. Fang picked up the cup of iced red tea and sipped it casually. If you treat me to iced red tea without asking for a favor from me, I'd suspect that you are a demonic god in disguise. Very busy. Nolan Mingshay tilted her head and looked at him while asking. Seeing that Mr. Fang was about to stand up, Nolan Mingshay said, I do need to ask a favor from you, no one else can do it. I must tell you first that I won't do anything too troublesome, Mr. Fang said, or anything that needs too much thinking. For now, I won't do fights either. Besides, what do you need me to do? I don't need you to do those things. Hearing Mr. Fang's words, Nolan Mingshay said with confidence, we have people to do the troublesome stuff. I'll do the things that needs thinking. As for fighting, when have I ever asked you to fight anyway? As for your last question, it's something about making money. Mr. Fang chugged the iced red tea and put the empty cup on the desk. I'm in. At this moment, the seemingly peaceful relationships between the mortal world and the ninefold darkness plane as well as the godly realm were full of hidden currents. Ever since those two realms were defeated, they sent scouts to investigate the real situation. Meanwhile, the cultivators and warriors continued their exploration of the outside world and the new realms. Those gods and demons that had only existed in the ancient legends. What kind of worlds were they living in? When the cultivators began to turn their eyes out of their own world, the orbits of the three worlds began to connect. For the gods and demons who lived beyond the sky, the mortals were weak. For countless years, they received the worship of these weak creatures who begged for mercy and kindness from them. Just like the rolling godly mountains where the godly palace was, some of the existences far beyond mortals were born after the heavens were formed, and some were born even before the heavens appeared. Since the very ancient times, they had ruled over this heaven and earth. The gods who were born before the heavens were unrivaled existences and were born with the right to enjoy godly power for eternity. It was the same in the innumerable immortal sea and the godly palace. They lived on the tall godly mountains and looked down on the beings below them. In every respect, they were the perfect and greatest existences in the world. The innumerable immortal sea was defeated just like this. On the continuous godly mountains that had existed for an eternity and survived countless catastrophes, there was the vast godly nation where the loftiest gods lived. With her brown hair pulled up in a ponytail and dressed in dark red armor, she turned her perfect exquisite face to the golden light which was falling from the mountaintop, looking like a heroic godly statue that was gilded in gold. Different from other gods, the god of radiant light was a descendant of an ancient god clan. Isabella, the young Valkyrie, was the last one born in the world and also possessed great godly power. It's nothing to worry about. After all, wondrous spell High Holiness, enabled immortal in the innumerable immortal sea, is insignificant in the godly court. Behind her stood a priestess dressed in a pure white priest robe. No matter what, I'll know after I try it in person. She looked determined. I hope my opponents won't disappoint me. You'll descend in person. At this moment, Mr. Fang was standing in the cultivation room with the golden hooped rod in his hand as golden lights bloomed in front of him. An extremely huge hand slowly pressed down in the golden light. Fuck. Instantly, his vision blacked out. Synchronization was over. The great sage, heaven's equal. Synchronization rate. 0.6326%. Increased by 0.0002% in this cultivation session. Tathagata Buddha, synchronization rate. 0.6326%. Increased by 0.0002% in this cultivation session. Chapter 874, The First Experience in God of War. Beginning. Och. In the cultivation room, Mr. Fang controlled Sun Wukong to leap and jump. Then, the whole sky seemed to darken with thick clouds. He looked up. You were suppressed under the 5-phase mountain. The cultivation session is over. It hurts so much. This cultivation is so slow. After the session, Mr. Fang glanced at the progress. After eating the immortal peach, Mr. Fang wouldn't encounter bottlenecks in the near future, but obviously, even in the cultivation room, his cultivation progress became slower. With his cultivation strength getting higher, it was no longer possible to increase his power by several realms after staying in the cultivation room for 1 to 2 years as he had done before. Oh, let's use the double coupon for the cultivation room. Mr. Fang remembered that he got a double coupon as a reward. This coupon's time limit was 5 days, which were equivalent to 5 years in the cultivation room. After cultivating 5 days in the real world or 5 years in the cultivation room, he guessed that he could acquire double the progression. The current progress was so slow that even doubling it wouldn't be that fast, but it was much better than the current speed. After all, training in the cultivation room meant taking all kinds of beatings. If he used the double coupon, he would be spared of years of beating. Do you want to use the double coupon? On the system interface, Fang Qi chose to use it now. The coupon is successfully used. The double effect is now in effect. The 5-year cultivation time now increased to 10 years. And the time that passes in the real world is still 5 days. Fang Qi, 5 years and 10 years. Where's the double progression? Before Fang Qi could finish, a mountain-like hand pressed down. It seems like the shop owner is quite busy lately. We don't see him much these days. I wonder what he's busy doing. Some elves, knights, and assassins sat together in a small zone on the left of the entrance. Booth-like seats and soft couches were very comfortable. They each had a mug of cappuccino on the desk. Oh, I don't have enough money now, I must do more quests. With long lifespans and great talents in battle skills and arts, the elves were usually not as busy as humans, but now. I always feel like I've become broke recently. Elf girl Sala had tears on her face. In groups of 2s and 3s, the figures looking like aristocrats and officials in some empires sat in the private compartments. In contrast, the saint-level masters such as Sword Saint Wilson and World Mage Hemadan sat wherever they could find seats due to being late all the time. It wasn't unusual for them to sit with the local residents of Candlin City. It proved that the truly smart people always abided by the rules set by the shop owner. As for the less smart people, they were handled by other passionate customers without troubling the shop owner. Fang Chi did his best to keep the harmony in his shops, and everything went smoothly in each shop. Have you bought the newly released God of War? In the booth by the aisle, Sala and Rolling sat in the row opposite to their captain and another male elf. Sala controlled her blood elf warrior character to do quests on the Borean tundra with great leisure while reading the storyline and enjoying the scenery. Not yet, Rolling said on the side. The person sitting opposite to us is playing it. Elf Queen Kellybell plunked down on the couch beside Sala with a bag of potato chips in her arms. Then, she glanced at the screen across from the aisle. Huh, you can't find a seat. Sala put down her virtual reality headset and glanced around. It's a shame that the shop owner doesn't put thousands of new computers in the shop. I have business to handle in a few hours, but I've got to wait in line. Kellybell tore open the bag in a huff. I'll watch it for a while first. But how come God of Wars that they are playing look different from one another? There are God of War 1 and God of War 2. I think they are not playing the same one, Rolling said while playing World of Warcraft. Across from the aisle, the elves could see a black dragon head that was wearing a virtual reality headset. Nearby was a gray-haired old man dressed in a mage's robe and an aristocrat-looking middle-aged man dressed in solemn clothes. They were saint-level masters such as Black Dragon Gulf, Wilson, and Saint Leiden. Some of them were indeed idle. For example, a certain Black Dragon. Some had to squeeze time from their busy schedules to play games. For the saint-level masters such as Wilson, this game was indeed more fitting for them than Journey to the West. Of course, nearby, young people like Ron and Joseph who were about 14 years old were also trying this new game. This guy looks so ugly. Sitting beside the elves, Kellybell ate potato chips and watched the person across from her play God of War. On the screen was an ocean of blazing flames, looking like the catastrophe at the end of the world. It showed half of a man's face which looked grand, gloomy, and pale, with a strange red mark. Other than gloominess, this face emitted a presence full of bloody fierceness and aggression. Obviously, many people were playing God of War 1. Kellybell thought that this main character was ugly. Besides, he is also bald. Why does he look so murderous? As a peace-loving elf, she obviously didn't like this game. But since she had nothing to do while waiting in line, she continued to watch. Let's choose new game. Street. Leiden chuckled. As a knight, he liked the main character who was obviously a melee fighter. Of course, obviously, you can't choose load right. Beside him, World Mage Hemadan glanced over. Is this that God of War? The young players also exclaimed, he looks powerful. The scene of flames dimmed and was replaced by a gray mountaintop, but the man was still the same one as before. This scene would probably remain in the memories of the players for a long time. The gods of Olympus have abandoned me. As the deep voice spoke, the view zoomed out and showed that Kratos stood alone on the edge of the cliff on the high mountain, looking like a hero who had aged. Now there is no hope. Kratos leapt down from the mountaintop. He didn't look like a god, he was more like a mortal who had been cornered by gods and thus embarked on the last journey to end everything. After all, Kratos was immortal at the beginning. The scene changed with the narration. But it had not always been this way. Kratos had once been a champion of the gods. Time returned to the past. After only a dozen seconds or so, a tragic and indignant atmosphere engulfed the players. From immortal to the God of War, the curtain of this man's life was lifted. Chapter 875, The Beginning of Slaying Gods. Different from most of the previous games, God of War had 3 difficulty level, Mortal, Spartan, and God. The difficulty setting was necessary. After all, the enemies in God of War were real gods, not minor gods but the 12 Olympians, the 12 major deities. In the previous games, other than Dark Souls, which no one had passed yet, there had been few battles against opponents above the peak level of humans. Even Almighty Demon Lord Chonglu had lowered his strength to the upper limit of humans when he battled Jing Tian. However, in God of War, the system created this world with an ultimate difficulty level. Without lowering the difficulty through the difficulty levels, many players would never be able to handle the enemies in this game. Although God of War and Dark Souls both revolved around legends, they had different core elements. Besides, when the players couldn't pass Dark Souls, they could invite friends with ultimate skills to help them with rewards and work together. However, this practice couldn't be used in God of War, which was why the system version of God of War had designed several levels of difficulty. At this moment, Elf Queen Kellybell ate potato chips as she watched several players enter the game. Even the Saint-level masters were discussing. Perhaps. Let's choose the second difficulty level. Frightened by the difficulty of Dark Souls, they immediately chose the Spartan difficulty level and entered the game. The story brought them back to 3 weeks before the beginning scene. With all kinds of questions on their minds, the players entered the game while feeling a sense of epicness. On the vast pitch-black sea, huge waves surged up in a violent storm as if some horrifying demons were running havoc in the depths of the sea. The huge shipwreck on the shore was full of monsters from the underworld. It was close to the shore, but the sea under the cliff was unfathomable. Suddenly, a huge head of a horrifying monster appeared before them. It was a huge snake head. More horrifying was that countless giant snake bodies coiled on the deep ocean bottom. It was the monster only existing in myths, the Hydra. In other words, the weakest monster that the players faced from the very beginning of the game was a monster from the myths. What's this? Is this person going to fight that snake monster? Elf Queen Kellybell ate potato chips as she watched the scene in surprise. In such a stormy ocean, a human would certainly die if he had to fight such a horrifying sea monster. Furthermore, its true form was yet to be revealed from the ocean. The Saint-level masters who were playing the highest God difficulty level encountered lots of dangers within the first minute of the game. Almost no weapon could inflict damage on the extremely hard scales of this monster. The blades of chaos were dual short blades forged in the foulest depths of Hades. The main character, Kratos, in God of War had the dual blades in his hands. The Saint-level players could feel the weapon's omnipresent horrifying power when they held the two blades. But even such a weapon couldn't do much damage on the nine-headed sea serpent. With great efforts, the players could only force back one of its heads. My goodness! How come they have to fight such a big boss at the very beginning of the game? Elf Queen Kellybell said from behind, can they defeat it? At this moment, Kratos was not its match. But don't forget that at this time, Kratos was also a champion of the gods, which meant that he had the 12 major Olympian gods behind him. After defeating one of the Hydra's heads, Kratos finally came to the depths of the extremely huge ship. A blinding blue godly light lit up as a giant god's face appeared before them. Everyone shook involuntarily. Even though it was only a shadow, the players could feel the vast godly power of the god behind the shadow. This was Poseidon, the lord of the seas. This god was worshipped by all the humans who survived with the resources from the ocean. Lord Poseidon. Kratos showed due respect. The bright blue face looked like surging ocean water, and one seemed to see endless ocean in it. Kratos, before you reach Athens, there is a task you must complete. This beast is Hydra, it has terrorized my seas for far too long. Your skills are admirable, but you will need assistance, you will need the power of the gods. Accept this godly power. In the next moment, the whole world turned into an illusion. The entire heaven and earth seemed to have transformed into a great ocean. In the vast surging godly power, horrifying godly thunderbolts crashed down from the sky and encircled around Kratos like snakes or dragons. Like the thunder god, he was bathed in godly thunderbolts. Following the ancient rules, it transformed into a god's wrath and turned everything around it into ashes. This was the magic power, given by Poseidon, the lord of the seas, Poseidon's rage. This magic power. While Kellybell stared at the magic power with widened eyes, the players such as Saint Leiden were also stupefied. Different from the character who was born with no power in Dark Souls, the players in God of War felt like they had the ability to destroy the heavens and earth. Magic power. World Mage Hemadan almost danced as his eyes burned with maniac-like heat. I feel the power of the spell. This is real magic. Is this the magic power that gods can unleash? Let me get familiar with this god-level magic spell. I think. Hemadan controlled Kratos, and his expression had never looked so dominant before. Indeed, the players had been extremely cautious when they fought with one of the heads of the Hydra. Now, when they encountered an attack that they couldn't dodge, they could just block it head-on with Poseidon's rage. Yes, a small mortal could fight with a mythical monster head-on. I feel like I'm unrivaled. Hemadan laughed and said, this game is so cool. So cool. Soon, he got familiar with how to use Poseidon's rage. When one head of the huge hydra bit at him with fierceness, thunderbolts appeared like dragons as the horrifying godly power exploded in the form of godly thunderbolts like a god's wrath. The hydra's huge head couldn't break through this godly power. Instead, it was forced back dozens of meters as the thunderbolts almost shattered its sharp fangs. Ha 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 ha, he laughed wildly. If he could master this magic spell in the real world, then. Behind him, Elf Queen Kellybell lost her composure as she watched this great power. The saint-level masters such as Hemadan laughed wildly as they played. With such godly power, who can stop me in this world? This game isn't difficult at all. In a while, I'll try the god difficulty level. Yeah, I even chose the Spartan difficulty level. With such godly power, it's child's play to kill these small monsters. At this moment, an almighty god shadow materialized before them in the storm. Kratos, your next task is to kill Ares, the god of war. Okay, it's easy. What? Everyone fell silent instantly. Poseidon, the lord of the seas. Ares, the god of war. How come the names sound a bit similar? Whom do you want me to kill? Chapter 876, Descend. Different from the heroes in most of the mythological stories, Kratos wasn't an orthodox hero. His behavior showed the mercilessness and indifference towards these Olympian gods. Once a leader of an army of Spartans, who were famous for their strength and bravery, Kratos was courageous and vicious. Defeated in a battle, he begged for help from Ares, the god of war. He received Ares' help and defeated his enemies at the price of servitude under Ares by signing a covenant. Killing countless humans and gods, he became Ares' puppet and killing machine, a powerful warrior who was serving the gods. After that, he killed countless gods and humans. To make him into a perfect warrior, Ares set up a trap and made him kill his own wife and daughter. With the ashes of his wife and daughter covering his body, causing Kratos' skin to become pale gray, he was cursed with constant nightmares, reliving the scenes of that day. This curse made him into an even more cold-blooded warrior who lived only for battles and revenge. The Hydra ran havoc in the cities close to the shore as the monsters from the underworld butchered humans at will. Gods said they would send a warrior to rescue them. No, the gods were only annoyed by the disturbances of the troublesome fierce beasts in their back garden, so they sent a qualified warrior to clear them. As for rescuing the mortals, it wasn't their concern. Kratos, trained by Ares, the god of war, wouldn't show any mercy to them. It was why all kinds of human soldiers died in the hand of the monsters when Kratos killed the Hydra. God of War depicted a world under the gods' rule. It looked orderly on the surface but was in fact chaotic and gloomy. Therefore, it was natural that someone would try to drag these gods off their shrine. The deaths of his wife and daughter woke up Kratos, and he decided to seek revenge by slaying the gods. Meanwhile, he hoped that this would compensate for the crimes that he had committed and get rid of the endless curse and nightmares which haunted him for countless days and nights. He asked Athena and the other gods for help, which led to the scene before them. After killing the Hydra, the storm on the ocean turned even more violent. Rain poured down like a waterfall. I have faithfully served the gods for 10 years. When will you relieve me of these nightmares? We request one final task of you, Kratos. On the gloomy ocean, the statue of Athena looked solemn and grand. As we speak, Athens is on the verge of destruction. It is the will of Ares, my great city falls, but Zeus has forbidden the gods from waging war on each other. Complete this final task, and the past that consumes you will be forgiven. Have faith, Kratos, the gods do not forget those who come to their aid. This was Kratos' new task, slaying a god. He must kill Ares, the god of war who schemed to overthrow Zeus's ruling and was attacking Athens. The storm lessened, and dark clouds gradually dispersed in the sky above the vast ocean, revealing a full moon that looked like a silver plate. With the goddess's words still echoing in his ears, Kratos continued forward on his huge battleship. In the past 10 years, he had engaged in countless wars while riding this battleship. Perhaps this was the last journey. His biggest test and the chance to return from the edge of craziness was in the grand city of Athens in front of him. At this moment, people seemed to see hope in his eyes. At this moment, all the players remembered the scene at the beginning and thought that perhaps he would obtain the victory in this great battle of slaying a major god, but the more they thought of it, the more tragic the story would be in the eyes of the people who were watching or playing the game. Under the gazes of the gods, the ending that was waiting for this hero wouldn't be the one that he wanted. Like the god of war, the legendary life of this man who was struggling on the verge of insanity began. This game seems intriguing. While eating potato chips, Elf Queen Kellybell watched from behind and seemed to be hooked by the story. Is it interesting? Nearby, some elves asked. Yeah, warriors can fight the monsters in melee combats, and mages can use magic spells, Kellybell commented. I wonder what happens to the man. Will he die? Remembering the last scene, she continued watching without thinking. Really? Sala said, then, let's activate God of War later. After I level up once, I'll play it for a while. Kellybell's face darkened as she had the urge to beat these elves. Can't you let me, your queen, play for a while? She wished that she could grab the seat from one of the elves. Of course, as an elegant and noble elf queen, she wouldn't put her thought into action. After all, she didn't want to expose her true identity yet. Even if she did, she wouldn't do such a disgraceful thing. Therefore, Kellybell could do nothing but to sit behind and watch the elves play with widened eyes. Then, she sometimes glanced at the person sitting across the aisle and playing God of War. She concentrated on being a bystander. Hiya! With a loud yell, Street Lydon controlled Kratos to tear a monster into pieces with his bare hands. Haha, this man is so powerful. As thunderbolts crashed, the mages activated Poseidon's rage and learned the method of using the godly power. Oh, if only I could combine one tiny bit of this technique into my magic spells. It would be a huge magic revolution. Adolf, the white-robed mage, yelled, it's hard to imagine. By that time, our magic spells would make a noticeable leap forward. At this moment, the city of Athens was full of countless horrifying demons. They were not as giant or as powerful as the Hydra, but there were many of them. Having served the Olympian gods for countless years, Kratos had fought with many monsters and even gods whose strength far surpassed his own. That was how he obtained lots of battle experience and combat techniques. With abundant experience and skills, he looked like a war machine working with great accuracy. We can learn new magic spells. Kellybell watched as the players encountered a shadow cast by a new god. This god said that we can learn the spell, Medusa's Gaze, which can turn people to stone, after we kill Medusa. The players said curiously, what's so powerful about Medusa's Gaze? Meanwhile, in the radiant light godly nation, a holy golden light fell from the vast sky. Princess Isabella was bathed in the holy godly light beam. This is the descent of a heavenly god. It's the descent of a heavenly god. Countless followers worshipped on their knees below the godly palace. It's the descent of a heavenly god. Chapter 877, Kun Hunter Champion, Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance. The current Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance was many times grander than before. Engulfed in pale blue spiritual lights, spiritual ships landed while cultivators poured out. They were either artifact masters from all over the world coming here to study or cultivators from different factions for visits. As the cultivator alliance closest to Juhua City, it had gradually developed to a new height. At this moment, Mr. Fang sat in the conference room with Li Haoran, who was now a key figure among the younger generation of artifact masters in the Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance. What do you intend to make? Li Haoran handed Mr. Fang a brand new communication jade. When Mr. Fang turned it on, he saw extremely clear spiritual spell visual projection appearing on it. The size and position of the visual can be adjusted. But if the quality of the communication jade was poor, the visuals would appear fuzzy after they were enlarged. This is simple, Nolan Mingshe said, it's like the small and minigames in Qzone. I plan to ask the artifact masters to make some easy ones to practice on. After we make more products and obtain more experience, we can advance to some more complicated designs. This one is an example. Nolan Mingshe took out a communication jade. One could see the extremely complex array engravings in the translucent jade body. On the bottom right corner was a tiny and thin storage jade slip. As spiritual energy circulated in it, pale spiritual lights gathered above the communication jade and then condensed into a simple picture. On the picture was a round ball that looked like the smirk face emoji. It turned its head and ate a dot beside it. Pac-Man. Obviously, it mimicked the mini-game in Qzone. In surprise, Mr. Fang watched the cultivators and warriors play Pac-Man and talk about their experience in the game. At this moment, in the innumerable immortal sea. In the ethereal and vast immortal sea, there stood countless immortal islands and cities. Although the number of immortals was much lower than the number of mortals, they looked quite prosperous after countless years of management by the major families. The 8 big families each had their own immortal mountains, cave abodes, and immortal islands where immortals from different places gathered. Many immortal residences and jade buildings stood in a courtyard. At this moment, wondrous spell High Holiness stood on this jade immortal platform and looked down on the views below in all directions. Dao Hearing Pavilion was where the Gui family taught immortal Dao. Right now, a couple of mentors and many disciples sat in here. When the bell rang, disciples from different families walked out in 2s and 3s. Humph, with the great reputation of our immortal families, who dares to not bow to us? Why should I learn the so-called immortal spells? It's just a pile of useless stuff. One flippant young master walked out of the pavilion while cussing. What then? Beside him, a pale-faced young master with triangle-shaped eyes said arrogantly, with my great background, I, Yun Qing, still have to stay here obediently. Pooh, I'm bored to death seeing this stuff. The people in our families are so stupid. As immortals, we enjoy extremely long lives, but we have to do all this boring stuff instead of finding some entertainment to kill time. Brother Yun, should we? The flippant young master rubbed his hands together as his expression changed. He said, how about going to the Green Conch Immortal Realm for fun? I'm tired of it, it offers just those few things to do. Then, let's go to Immortal Sea Golden Palace. Get out, I don't want to go. With so many immortal spells and immortal techniques, none of them can provide me with any entertainment. They know nothing but to host immortal exams or battle merit lists. What a pathetic life we're living, the Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance. We plan to make it into the same mode as the King of Fighters first. As the Cultivator Alliance's exploration plans are carried out, we'll sell these games to the outer world. Nolan Mingshe outlined her plans and said, the first step is not selling these communication jades. The players must come to our shop and buy game tokens. With each token, they can play one game once. Although the main plan was mobile games, Nolan Mingshui's plan also involved an in-game purchase issue and thus couldn't sell mobile games directly. Mr. Fang thought for a moment. There's only one game, of course not. We have small games such as Knights of Valor, Oriental Legend Super, and Fish Hunter Champion. But they are all in production. With a document in her hand, Nolan Mingshe said, do you want to have a look? TL note. These are all popular minigames in China. This, Mr. Fang took the document from her hand and said, you can change the names a little bit. The Knights of Valor can be changed to Immortal of Valor, describing the war among the 3 immortal kingdoms of Wei, Shu, and Wu. As for Fish Hunter Champion, Mr. Fang thought for a while and said, you can change it into Kun Hunter Champion to suit the current situation. TL note. Kun is an imaginary large fish in Chinese mythology. You can also add a champion point list for Kun Hunter Champion. Obviously, Mr. Fang didn't have much time to play God of War, but the players were different, especially the elf queen who didn't have a seat and had to watch it while others played. She sat down and shared a couch with one elf before watching. The journey of slaying a god was undoubtedly very difficult. Even the countless monsters existing in the mythological era in Athens were extremely dangerous. Under the guidance of the gods, Kratos completed the quests that they gave him and increased his strength at the same time. In a big palace, Medusa with a human head and a snake's body slithered up silently. The dual blades in Kratos' hands emitted hellish flames. The players had learned the unimaginably powerful strength as well as the techniques and battle skills that could control the godly power. From Kratos' Street, Lydon controlled Kratos to bend his back slightly before throwing out the chain blade abruptly at a great speed. Floating like a ghost, Medusa dodged the attack silently and emitted a wave of blinding light from her eyes. As everyone knows, light moves extremely fast and is almost impossible to dodge. One can only handle it by prediction. Even at the Spartan difficulty level, which was much easier, he could only manage to put up some slight defense before being turned into stone, even with Kratos' godly power. Almost instantly, this saint-level player controlled Kratos to lunge to one side and landed in the blind spot of Medusa's vision. Like a shadow, Medusa's gaze followed him. He leapt over her head and dodged the light of Medusa's gaze at the same time. But at this moment, the light swept up. Kratos turned into stone before falling and shattering. This magic spell is also powerful. Kellybell grabbed the arm of the elf sitting beside her and exclaimed. Wow, that mage seems to have mastered this spell. Look, he turned several monsters into stone. Ah, my goodness, look at that person. Did he encounter the god of war? Kellybell shook Elf Girl Rowling's arm. On the saint-level master's screen which she was pointing at, there was an extremely giant god whose head touched the endless starry sky while the feet stepped on the vast land and mountains. This god was leading his army into the city of Athens. Then, Kellybell turned her head and met Rowling's murderous eyes. On Rowling's screen, the Kratos that she controlled couldn't be more dead. Meanwhile, one of Rowling's arms was still being shaken by Kellybell. On the screen, Kratos' arm that was holding a blade was also shaking violently. The chain blade had been thrown to somewhere unknown. Meanwhile, in the radiant light godly nation, I hear that some demonic gods in the mortal world are very good with their battle skills. The Valkyrie smiled with great self-confidence. I hope the rumor is true. At this moment, even Street Hines looked respectful. Everything is ready. When would you like to set off, my lady? I think now is a good time. At this moment, Street Doolin knelt and kowtowed while saying, "We're very pious and hope that we can have the opportunity to witness your godly power." Okay, come with me. Chapter 878, Damn it. Sir, do you have other games in which we can slay gods? In God of War 1, the rebellion of Ares, the god of war, shook the authority of the Olympian gods. Now that they had found a man who was set on seeking revenge from Ares, the other gods naturally gave him their full support, urging him on with encouragements. To show their support, each god gave Kratos great powers. The powers included spells such as Poseidon's Rage, Medusa's Gaze, Army of Hades, and even Zeus's Fury, which allowed him to summon thunderbolts like that of Zeus, the king of the gods. At this moment, the players in the Candlin City shop were thrilled with the game. The saint-level players said in excitement, "Look what I found. Zeus, the king of the gods. Wow." Others all stood behind him and watched as an extremely huge god face filled the screen. Kratos, you grow stronger as your journey continues, but if you are to succeed in your quest, you will need my aid. I offer you the power of the greatest of all the gods, the father of Olympus. I'll grant you Zeus' fury. On the screen, Kratos held a holy golden lightning bolt which represented the pinnacle power of the Olympian gods. Bursting out from Kratos' palm, the lightning bolt contained the ancient pure law of thunder and lightning. There's such a power. Is this also a magic spell? Oh, can you feel it? I dare to say that this is the purest ultimate magic spell in the world. Mage. Adolf laughed and said, "Oh, ha ha ha, can you feel it? This is the origin." Sitting beside him, Swine opened his mouth and said, "This is the true original power of the father of Olympus. If anyone can understand one trace of this power, his magic skill will instantly rise to a new level. Yes. Let's get into the battles. Oh ha 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 ha, let's play it too." Beside them, elf girl Sala and the other elves also clicked on God of War, which they had just bought. No, having waited for a long time but still not able to get a computer, Kellybell's face darkened. "Don't you have work to do in the elf forest in a while?" "Rolling, I remember that you're on duty this afternoon." Kellybell pointed at one of the elves and said loudly. "Huh, how do you know about that?" Surprised, Rolling looked at the elf wanderer who always played games with them. She said sulkily, "What should I do? I must stop playing soon." She mumbled, "Should I ask for a leave?" The moment she said that, she took out her communication jade and wondered, "Huh? The captain sent me a message. Why did the captain send a message at this moment?" While mumbling to herself, she opened the message which said, "Ms. Rolling, I heard that you want to ask for leave because you want to play games this afternoon." "Hey, I haven't done it yet. I didn't ask for a leave yet. I didn't." Her beautiful eyes glanced around. "What's happening? Who told on me?" At this moment, Kellybell was secretly pleased on the side. "Hiya, I'll finally get to play the game." At this moment, a white-robed and white-bearded figure stood behind her. Ahem, First Elder Hyrule." Kellybell turned around, looking embarrassed. "Your Majesty," First Elder Hyrule said to her with a voice transmission spell, "may I ask when you'll return to the elf forest and handle the affairs?" "Aya." 3 minutes later, the elves found that the elf wanderer who had been sitting beside them and watching them play was replaced by a white-haired old elf. They looked surprised. Huh, when did they do the switch? Besides these powerful magic spells and power, the biggest attractions of God of War for the players were the story that was full of twists and dangers and the extremely powerful mythological enemies they encountered. Even the pinnacle stage saint-level masters felt a sense of destiny and epicness, feeling as if the continuous mythological chapters were waiting for them to unveil. The players at the East Continent might only feel the novelty and enjoyment of doing swift and victorious battles, but the players at the West Continent felt different. They felt much more. The grand and ancient city of Athens, the endless deadly desert. The gods guiding the way and granting powers, the titans enslaved and hidden in the desert, the Pandora's box with endless power hidden in it. The world seemed to have just been created from the chaos and was full of horrifying monsters and unknown dangers. It was also full of countless opportunities. For the players at the West Continent, this game depicted a world that was closer to the prehistoric mythology in their minds. Some players controlled Kratos to venture deep into the deadly desert with endless yellow winds and looking like an abyss of sand. After countless battles with monsters, they finally came before the Titan who carried a giant mountain on its back. Climbing up the sharp cliff and coming to the godly palace on the mountaintop by stepping on countless previous travelers' corpses, the players felt like they were writing a new mythology chapter in person. It felt wonderful. But the journey of slaying a god wasn't so simple. At this moment, Ares, the god of war, seemed to have sensed this scene from tens of thousands of miles away. He casually pulled up a stone pillar from the city of Athens and threw it out. In the deadly desert far away, Kratos was about to open the Pandora's box when the stone pillar pinned him onto the godly palace's walls. He died instantly. Then, Kratos crawled back from the underworld and came before Pandora's box again, finally gaining the power inside it. After receiving the powers granted by the gods and the remaining power in Pandora's box, he finally was qualified to battle Ares. They didn't know how much time passed and how many dangers they had experienced. Even at the Spartan difficulty level, the players moved forward with great difficulty. At the end of the story, Kratos killed Ares, the god of war, and saved the Olympian gods from falling, finishing the almost impossible mission. At this moment, all the players watched as Kratos went to Athena and asked her to fulfill the gods' promise to him so that he could get rid of the nightmare that had taunted him for many years. In the nightmare, he relived the moment of killing his wife and daughter by mistake. Looking at the goddess before them, for some reason, the players who had gone through the difficult journey or those who had come to watch this part had an ominous feeling. "We promised your sins would be forgiven, and so they are," the voice in the screen said, "but we never promised to take away your nightmares. No man, no god could ever forget the terrible deeds you have done." That's all. All the players stared at the scene dumbfoundedly, not believing what they had heard. After going through countless hardships and finishing the mission that was impossible for mortals and perhaps gods, he got such a result. The screen returned to the scene at the beginning of the game. After dumping all the godly powers, Kratos leapt down the abyss. Only at this moment did they realize how desperate this man felt. "Damn it, Street." Lydon jumped up in a fury. "Are there other tasks of slaying gods? I'll slay these sons of bitches." "There are. Buy God of War 2 and God of War 3, and you'll get to kill all Olympian gods." At this moment, Mr. Fang passed by their zone and said, quote, question mark, quote. The Saint-level masters froze. "Sir, I'll buy them. Let's team up and slay the gods. Let's go." "Damn it, I'll buy one as well. Today, I'll slay these sons of bitches." Ting. The sales of God of War 1, God of War 2, and God of War 3 have all exceeded 5,000. The right to sell God of War 4 is activated. Chapter 879, The God has descended. Come out and worship now. In God of War 1, the players only needed to face one of the major Olympian gods, the God of War. But in God of War 2 and God of War 3, the players must face all the major Olympian gods. At this moment, the players who had finished God of War 1 opened God of War 2 without a pause. Obviously, Kratos didn't die. Since his godly power and strength were granted and nurtured by the gods with great efforts, the Olympian gods didn't want their efforts to go to waste. Therefore, Kratos was dragged to the God of War's throne by the gods to fill the vacancy of this position. Lately, it feels like these saint-level masters have been sleeping in the internet cafe. When the elves entered the shop and saw the saint-level masters such as Saint Lydon, Street, Hemadan, and Sword Saint Wilson already sitting before the computers, they began to talk. "Huh, isn't that First Elder Hyrule?" Elder Sewell of the Elf clan said in surprise. "How come the First Elder is here so early too?" Besides, she saw the famous saint-level masters such as the Dwarf King, Black Dragon Gulf, and the presidents of Alchemist Union and Magic Union all sitting neatly in one row. The moment that they entered the shop, they saw that the long row of chairs near the entrance had been taken by saint-level masters. They had never looked so solemn before, as if they were not playing a game but doing an extremely holy mission. They sat here last night, right? I think so. At the end of God of War 1, Kratos had irreconcilable conflicts with the gods. Of course, the gods were not stupid. At the beginning of God of War 2, Zeus pretended to loan his blade of Olympus to Kratos and tricked the latter to put all his godly power into the sword. In the next moment, Zeus pierced Kratos with the blade of Olympus. In the past, the gods had regarded the death of Kratos as a waste of the godly powers that they had granted him. But now, after they retrieved all his powers, they thought it wasn't a big deal to kill him. If the previous hatred only turned Kratos cold inside, then being tricked by the gods repeatedly ignited a surging fury inside him and the world that the gods ruled. Obviously, someone didn't want Kratos to die, and this someone was one of the titans that ruled the world before being overthrown by the Olympian gods, Gaia, the mother of Earth. So, he was resurrected again and killed his way to Mount Olympus under her guidance. I've fucking killed my way out of the underworld. How about you guys? Street. Lydon roared while playing the game. Don't you see me riding a Pegasus? Street. He-Man yelled as he brandished his chain blade. On his screen, countless monsters flying out of the vast ocean of clouds lunged at him and were butchered one by one. This mage can even use the chain blades. The elves looked dumbfounded, wondering what these people had experienced in the game. On their journey, they saw Prometheus, who was cursed by the gods. He was the god who had brought fire to mankind in an effort to help the humans. Zeus had Prometheus chained to a boulder on Caucasus Mountains and let a hungry and fierce eagle feed on his organs each day. How pathetic it was. Today, I haven't reached Mount Olympus yet. March on. On the next day, the elves entered the shop and again saw the saint-level masters sitting in a row. These people, Haya, die. On the third day, phew, damn it, kill this son of a bitch. The elves who had just entered the shop wondered, how come they are still playing the game? On the fourth day, on the fifth day, on the sixth day, on the, sir, activate God of War 3 for me. First Elder Hyrule looked at his scene where God of War 2 was being played. Sue winking face Sue, meanwhile, at the border of the Morning Light Empire where Kanglan City was close to. On a tall watchtower, a mage rubbed his eyes and seemed to see a streak of golden light on the horizon. Immediately, he cast the Eagle Eye spell on himself. But in the next moment, he saw countless warriors dressed in radiant light war armor and godly palaces that were hovering in the air suddenly appearing before the city. In disbelief, all the people on watchtowers rubbed their eyes. When they looked again, the restriction array outside the city wall had been destroyed. Before they could react, the godly palaces were hovering above their heads. They looked like a miracle summoned by gods. Perhaps this horrifying sight could only be explained with miracles. Judgment Godly Palace, what do you want? Presences guarding the city surged up as a voice resonated in the sky like thunder. We're here to arrest heretics. A huge dragon spread its wings and almost covered the entire sky above this border city. Street. Heinz sat on the huge dragon with great confidence and pride. Morning Light Empire, Elf Kingdom, Orc Kingdom, Dwarf Kingdom, you shelter the heretics and will receive the same punishment as them. Suppression. It was a one-sided massacre. After all, how could ordinary troops resist an army blessed by the gods, in the royal palace of the Morning Light Empire? Report. The Radiant Light Legion launched a surprise attack on the west region of our nation, and 13 cities fell. Report. 19 cities have fallen. As the reports came one after another, only about half an hour had passed. The Radiant Light Legion has reached Kanglan City. The voice contained endless horror and fear. Such military traveling speed went beyond the human scope of knowledge. At this moment, endless godly light shot into Kanglan City as over 10 godly palaces and the Radiant Light Legion swarmed up from all directions, surrounding the entire city so tightly that even water couldn't leak out. The elites of Radiant Light Legion surrounded the Kanglan City shop like an iron bucket. I finally get to see this day. Draped in a pure white mage's robe, Street. Doolin hovered in the air as he was supported by an invisible force. Engulfed in faint godly light, he looked down like a god. He had endured endless disgrace and shame. He had even executed Luther and some other Judgment Godly Palace officials whom he had promoted personally. This time, with a trembling old arm, he pushed open the transparent shop door and walked in. Seeing the prosperous sight in the shop and remembering the desolate sight inside the Judgment Godly Palace right now, he said chillily, "Come out. The god has descended." At this moment, the screens in the internet cafe showed the following scenes. Street. Willie dragged out the soul of Hades, the god of the underworld. Street. Lydon held the disembodied head of Helios, the titan god of the sun. Helen saw her father, an old sword saint, piercing the blade of Olympus into Zeus' body repeatedly. Then, they put down their virtual reality headsets and turned around. Chapter 880, What magic spell did you use? In the Candlin City shop, a large group of people glanced over involuntarily. What's happening? The shop clerk, Mage Merlin, also looked out of the shop and saw fully armored warriors and priests surrounding the shop in a tight circle. The presences that they emitted were horrifying, let alone the figure who walked in and was flanked by several red-robed senior priests. You, aren't you? Street. Doolin. Merlin's expression changed. The saint-level masters of the Judgment Godly Palace had much higher combat strength than average saint-level masters. In the past thousands of years, the warriors resisting the Judgment Godly Palace had received countless bloody lessons. The true strength of the masters of the Holy Church was always greater than their rivals on the same level. The true masters among them could even communicate with gods and summon the gods, blessings to the mortal world. They had the top-level spells and combat techniques that the gods taught them. When they revealed these to the world, they were capable of far greater powers than those of pinnacle stage saint-level masters. With such powers, they were called demigods. It was why the masters of the Judgment Godly Palace always stood over the other masters in the whole West Continent. Then, the expressions of many people in the shop changed. Seeing this sight, Street. Doolin was very satisfied. While spreading his hands, he seemed to be bathing in pure holy light. He who knows the situation is a wise man. The gods are gazing at this land, the old era is almost over, and the glory of the new age will soon arrive. Now representing the great and merciful gods, I give you a chance to make the choice again. You. Wait. What did you say? At this moment, nation-protecting sword Saint Wilson interrupted him and asked, You said, our empire no longer exists. Of course. While walking out of the shop slowly, Street. Doolin's old face looked extremely arrogant as if he was telling them that a great legend was about to emerge. From now on, I think all the nations on the continent don't need to exist anymore. All the people belong to one nation and are the gods' subjects. After saying so much, you still haven't told me where the gods are. Nation-protecting sword Saint Wilson said in a cold voice. Street. Doolin froze and then looked at him, bursting into laughter. You haven't seen it. Seen what? They stared at him. Seen this. While he spoke, he retreated slowly to the center of the street. In front of everyone, he showed his power by dimming the heaven and earth at will. Then, a golden heavenly light shined down from the clouds, and a surge of extremely huge power engulfed him. An invisible force slowly lifted him up into midair as if the overwhelming force turned everything around him restless. This force is much greater than the pinnacle stage saint level. Is it possible that, even Street, Heinz who was sitting on the huge dragon in the sky looked down and nodded slightly. Countless masters in the Radiant Light Legion around them all looked envious and reverent, letting out shouts of surprise and joy. In the end, the shouts gathered together as their cheering became as loud as a tsunami. Congratulations to Lord Street. Doolin for entering the demigod realm. Do you feel this power? Now standing before you, I'm a god. Street. Doolin looked down on the players who had just walked out of the shop and said in a loud voice. Nearby, Street. Heinz nodded and said, Mr. Doolin, our dominance is established. Now, he sneered at everyone and said, the people who want to enjoy the gods, light for eternity, turn around and burn the shop behind you. As to those who are not willing. Meanwhile, in the grandest godly palace hovering in the sky, two priestesses dressed in pure white godly palace battle skirts stood on both sides. Dressed in black and red battle armor, Valkyrie Isabella pierced a holy sword that had shiny divine lights flashing on it into the ground before her. She gazed at the scene and said in a cool voice, Do you think they will submit to us? He who knows the situation is a wise man, my lady. The priestess standing next to her had served her for countless years. In front of the great Valkyrie, these demonic gods that have just descended are as weak as grass. I think they will make the right choice. Before she could finish, they saw sword Saint Wilson flying up into the sky. Following him, a large group of elves, mages, and orcs all slowly flew up into the air, standing before the Radiant Light Legion and the powerful demigods like a natural barrier. What are you doing? Street. Heinz and Saint. Doolin asked furiously. Street. Dulin instantly gathered shiny godly light in his hand. It turned into a surging force which began to condense in his palm. You are all seeking death. This is God's wrath, a miracle spell that I recently learned from the Valkyrie. With intense murderous spirit in his eyes, Dulin instantly condensed a horrifying golden lightning snake with the energy in his palm. Although I've only mastered 10% of the spell, it's enough to deal with you guys. He saw the white-robed Adolf of the Magic Union of the Morning Light Empire emitting tremendous presence. Violent gusts swept over, he even saw an endless ocean that was roaring. Don't make your invasion sound so righteous. After conquering more than 20 cities of our empire and causing countless casualties among troops and civilians, you dare to threaten us. It's outrageous. Adolf roared, this is Poseidon's Rage, a new magic spell that I just learned. I only understand a tiny part of its wondrous power, but it's enough to deal with you guys. What a joke. You're an ant who had just reached the saint level. What nonsense is Poseidon's Rage? Dulin laughed, mockingly. Then, lightning arcs poured down toward Adolf like furious dragons leaping out of the abyss. Suddenly, shocking thunderbolts tore through the void. At this moment, everyone seemed to see a horrifying giant god coming out of the distant ocean. Stepping on the ocean with his head touching the starry sky, he unleashed a violent rage. With thunderbolts shooting out in all directions, a violent lightning force instantly swept out from Adolf like a storm. As the two godly thunderbolts touched, the two streaks of tremendous energies stood their grounds, but gradually, the golden thunderbolt seemed to falter. Then, it exploded abruptly. The radiant golden light poured back with the tsunami-like blue thunderbolts. Dulin was hit directly as if someone had smashed a huge hammer on his chest. His face turned pale instantly, and he almost fell from the sky. How? How could it be? Dulin pointed at Adolf with a trembling finger as horror appeared in his eyes. What magic spell did you use? Chapter 881, Are you devils? What magic spell? Adolf glared at him. Humph. What I just cast was Poseidon's Rage. What rage? With a dark expression, Dulin stared at the man before him. He didn't expect that the miracle spell taught to him by the lofty Valkyrie would lose to a mage who had just reached the saint level. The fierce godly nation Legion looked at the scene in disbelief. Dulin, who had looked magnificent with godly power a moment ago, only lasted a little while using the magic spell taught by a god. When the force of the tsunami-like blue lightning magic power swept over, they didn't even have the time to react. Impossible. Dulin murmured with a pale face, I'll try again. It must have been a fluke. With that said, he condensed the same godly thunderbolt in his palm. But at this moment, a huge shadow stood before him. Mr. Dulin. Heinz looked back and said, You haven't fully mastered the magic spell that the goddess taught you, which is why you failed today. Take some rest, I'll handle them. With a shiver, Dulin realized that he had lost his composure, and he said in a hurry, Yes. I haven't practiced it enough. Mr. Heinz often listens to lectures from the god of radiant light and has cultivated in seclusion for a long time. I think he must have mastered the truly powerful spells and combat techniques. Dulin immediately bowed and said, We would have to trouble you, sir. Roar. The huge dragon that Heinz sat on flapped its giant wings and soared into the high sky. Heinz no longer restrained his presence. His tremendous aura burst out and was even greater than that of Saint Dulin. Mr. Heinz became a demigod long ago. Instantly, exclamations came from below. The huge wings spread out, and gusts whistled across the heaven and earth. As the huge dragon soared in the sky, Heinz stood on its huge head of the giant dragon with an indifferent expression. With his golden curly hair fluttering in the wind, he looked like a legendary god. Slowly, he lifted his long golden spear toward the sky. As if coming from the mountains of the gods' palace, an extremely pure godly thunderbolt crashed down. The thunderous noise resonated in the world. The booming thunderbolts fell from all directions and gathered on the raised dragon spear. He looked like an ancient god who was holding a golden torch. Like golden flames, the thunderbolts shook between the heavens and earth. Illuminated by the thunderbolts that looked like the judgment from the gods, Heinz's whole body was dyed golden. His voice sounded like thunder. Today, you have the honor to witness the magic spell, Eternal Psalm, which was granted to me by the god of radiant light from the gods' palace. It doesn't belong to the mortal world and can't be cancelled by average gods. You can die without regrets. At this moment, even the two priestesses who were serving the Valkyrie in the godly palace looked surprised. Isabella turned grim and then smiled. I'm surprised that the god of radiant light even taught him this spell. Interesting. Having experienced giant emotional ups and downs, all the people in the Radiant Light Legion cheered again. Who can block such godly power? But at this moment, a white-haired old elf flew up into the sky with a wooden magic staff in his hand. First Elder. Even Kellybell was a bit worried when she saw such godly power in the sky. I've studied magic spells for thousands of years. Today, I'll show some of my power. First Elder Hyrule flew up against the violent gusts, and everyone saw a thread of golden lightning energy in his hand. Compared with the flashing thunderbolt in the sky, this golden lightning energy looked slim and insignificant. That's the ancient miracle, Sunlight Spear. No. If he can use Sunlight Spear with such proficiency. World Mage Street. He-Madden stared at the sky intensely. That's right. It looks like Sunlight Spear, but this spell contains a trace of the godly power of Zeus, the father of Olympus. At this moment, Street. Heinz dived down while sitting on the huge dragon as he lifted the giant dragon spear high in the air, looking like an earth-shaking golden meteor falling from the sky. At this moment, the entire Radiant Light Legion and all the followers of the god of Radiant Light watched the scene in astonishment as the golden meteor tore through the sky. This is a god. The power that was as great as a godly miracle made them howl in their minds. The flashing golden lightning energy in First Elder Hyrule's hand transformed into a golden thunderbolt, and he threw it out when Street. Heinz struck down with his dragon spear. Zeus. Fury. The thunderbolt's sharp aura instantly collided with the golden meteor that was crashing down from the sky. When they crashed into each other in the high sky, the ground shook violently, and many streets cracked open under this strong impact force. Many people fell to the ground while screaming. Golden thunderbolts spread all over the heavens and earth. The violent collision ignited the air, and the blazing flames in the sky spread out in blinding waves, emitting light beams that were tens of thousands of meters long. Even people in the distant Orc Kingdom and the gods' palace could see this extremely radiant thunderbolt. Some faint-hearted cultivators and warriors hid in their rooms and buried their heads in their arms, shivering. Gradually, the lights dispersed and revealed two figures. Street. Heinz stood on the huge head of the giant dragon. The heavy spear in his hands had been reduced to a handle as ugly scorched wounds covered his arms. As streaks of blood oozed out of his wounds, Street. Heinz lost all his arrogance. Half kneeling, he looked at his hands with bone-deep wounds in shock and fury, and he said, "How can it be? It's impossible. Where did you learn your magic spells? Where did you get your powers?" "I learned the godly spells in the Radiant Light Godly Palace and obtained godly power from the Valkyrie. Even a real god would be proud to block this strike. So powerful." Under the sky, the Radiant Light Legion heard his words that were said in astonishment. Then, they heard Street. Heinz say, "My weapon was broken by one strike." Cough, cough. He coughed with difficulty and spat out blood. Instantly, all the warriors and mages in the Radiant Light Legion realized how powerful their enemies' spells were. At this moment, First Elder Hyrule of the Elf clan hovered in the air while being supported by a breeze. He stared at Saint Heinz and said, "I learned the spell from Zeus, the father of Olympus. It's said to be the greatest power of all gods. I learned the methods of using godly power, spells, and powerful combat techniques from the powerful Kratos, the god of war. But this strike only broke your spear." Only. Hearing his words, all the warriors and mages of the Radiant Light Legion looked at each other. The two priestesses serving Valkyrie Isabella exchanged a look and then glanced at the Valkyrie beside them. How strong is this Zeus fury? The warriors and priests of the Radiant Light Legion began to tremble on the inside. Are you devils? Chapter 882. I'll show you how real gods fight. On the watchtower of the Godly Palace, one of the priestesses who was serving Isabella exclaimed, "They even defeated Street Heinz." They watched the scene outside the palace and fell silent. It must be noted that Street Heinz's opponent was only a pinnacle stage saint-level master, but Street Heinz's true power ranked high even among the average gods in the godly realm. Few people dared to block the strike that he had launched just now. Eternal Psalm. It was a powerful godly spell from the noblest royal family of gods. Who is the father of Olympus that they mentioned? A god from nowhere dares to brag about the greatest power among the gods. There is also the so-called Kratos, the god of war. Pooh. This is an insult to our Valkyrie. Perhaps. They are those evil gods from the plane of ninefold darkness. Her eyes turned cold as she punched on the wall. Then, she said with a snort, "Humph. These evil gods have sent their best elites." She looked at Isabella beside her and said, "My lady, what should we do? Should we show our hands? You overestimate these mortals." At this moment, the other priestess said with a laugh, "Even the evil gods from the plane of ninefold darkness are not powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't be living in a place as crappy as the plane of ninefold darkness." She bowed to Isabella and said, "My lady, Heinz was defeated since he doesn't have the bloodline of a true god and can't summon the true power that was granted to him. Such a battle is only a contest of physical strength between two savages. If I were there, I would dodge that attack by increasing my speed a little. It's a piece of cake to deal with that mortal." Valkyrie Isabella looked down. She had intended to strike fear and awe into these people, but with the defeat of Heinz, the morale of their troops was lowering. The most important thing was that she hadn't fulfilled her mission in descending to the mortal world. Of course, she had no interest in lowering herself and battling these mortals. Her purpose in this journey was dealing with those demonic gods who had even defeated the innumerable immortal sea. "Safana, Sophia, you two can go together." Standing by the window, Valkyrie Isabella looked through the crystal window panes that were engraved with exquisite flower patterns and into the space beyond the ninth heaven. She had seen many battles on this level. It seems like those evil gods had spent lots of time and energy on these mortals, so the latter could possess such powers in a short time. But these mortals would never understand what true godly power looks like. Each tiny detail in the godly spells and combat techniques used by the gods contains endless miraculous laws of nature. The humans had just begun learning them, how could they understand that deep? Besides, these two girls have perfected their combat techniques with countless years of real battle experiences. You two are warriors that I personally trained. Don't disappoint me." Although she thought that one of them was enough to deal with the mortals, she didn't want to take any chances. That was why she sent both of them. Heinz was defeated since he had little experience in using the spell in real battles. After all, no one in the mortal world could force Heinz to use this technique. Besides, all the people in the mortal world were so stupid that they knew nothing but increasing their cultivation strength and the power of battle skills and spells. None of them cared about true techniques. Staying in this place for a long time would lower one's standard in battles. However, the priestesses that she trained personally wouldn't make the same mistake. Because their opponents were the evil gods from the plane of ninefold darkness. The real battle skill is the ultimate control of each tiny detail. Priestess Safana and Sophia pulled off their pure white priestess robes and revealed a suit of body-fitting light armor and a mage's robe respectively. One of them held a huge sword taller than an average person, and the other had a magnificent magic staff inlaid with sapphire gems. They emitted holy and powerful light, revealing presences much more powerful than that of Saint Heinz. These were presences of the real god level. They answered cheerfully, "We'll show the so-called Kratos, the god of war, the real art of battle." Meanwhile, outside the Kanglan city shop, the godly palace legion surrounding the shop stared at their enemies with fierceness on their faces, but they were a little afraid on the inside. They had never imagined that even Street Heinz, who had godly power, would be defeated by these mortals. However, they were still hopeful, confident that they would never be defeated, because gods had descended. Street Heinz and Saint Doolin were just demigods. But real gods hovered above their heads. Regardless of how powerful these beings were, could they kill gods? At this moment, as if it was an answer to their wish, the main godly palace in the sky suddenly shot out two extremely radiant godly light beams. The radiant godly light pillars shot out with such a force that they shook the sky and land. Engulfed by godly light, two figures hovered in the high sky on both sides of the godly palace as if they were guardians. Their huge godly powers gushed out from behind their backs and transformed into dazzling light wings. With holy and pure faces, they stood like ice statues, looking at the world with chilly light in their eyes. They looked like two extremely pure battle angels. Under the godly palace legion saw the scene, and their faces turned from grim to pleasantly surprised. Lifting their weapons, they cheered and yelled, "See! This is the power of gods! Be awed, roar in shock, kneel and worship the grand godly power." This was their ultimate power, the power of true gods. Ignorant mortals. At this moment, Sophia said with the magic staff in her hand, Today, you'll witness what a real battle looks like. You'll witness the skills that can really control the battlefield. She pointed her magic staff lightly without chanting any spells or taking any time to channel energy. A light flashed on the sapphire gem, and a white-hot light ball shot out from the top of her magic staff like a huge cannonball. In the next moment, it exploded in the crowds. With a huge noise, lights burst out like a volcanic eruption and almost engulfed the whole street. In screams and yells of shock, the horrifying force sent countless people flying. The residual energy radiated outward and collapsed many nearby buildings. Many players standing outside the shop were knocked down, lying in the ruins covered in blood. "Help them, hurry and help them, help them." Sophia's lips curved up as a contemptuous smile appeared on her face. With a slight wave of her magic staff, the godly power turned into countless golden needles which then fell like the waterdrops in a golden waterfall. Her exquisite control made each attack look lively and agile. "Now, you'll see how a real mage god battle." But at this moment, she saw First Elder Hyrule, Street Willie of the Mage Union, the white-robed mage Adolf, and Grand Mage Merlin, who was also a shop clerk, all taking out their magic staffs, waving them lightly. What are these mortals doing? Chapter 883, Understanding of Spells. Crushed in all aspects, even though the evil gods behind you taught you some powerful spells. With the magic staff in her hand, Sophia looked at the mortal mages and said with a sneer, "If I don't give you the chance to cast them, what can you do? Are you going to fight me with your obsolete minor spells?" Yes, even if they had learned some spells with great power, there are many other spells. In our long lives, we had mastered countless excellent spells with great power. In contrast, these mortal mages could only manage to study these few powerful spells such as Poseidon's Rage or Zeus' Fury. In a short time, they couldn't master more magic spells. Even if they could, the spells that they learned can't be on the same level as my spells. The most that they can cast is the obsolete minor spells circulating in the mortal world. Therefore, I have tens of thousands of ways to deal with them. Combining all the factors, such as laws of nature, energy, and timing, the so-called ultimate combat techniques could achieve the best results with the lowest energy consumption, defeating strong opponents with low effort. Do I need to use powerful spells? If I use them properly, I can easily subdue the mortals with a few minor spells, and they wouldn't be able to even touch my hair. She watched the mortal mages cast spells with a mocking expression. These mortals probably can't even understand my spells and my intentions. But at this moment, she felt a wave of pale light spreading out from these mortal mages like ripples. She suddenly felt a strange force spreading out from their spells. At this moment, her magic, which could subdue everyone and turn them into hedgehogs, was out of her control, and they bounced back in all directions. It must be noted that each of the tens of thousands of needles transformed from godly power was completely under her control. Even when they encountered obstacles, they could either swim past them like fish in water or concentrate and pierce the obstacles with force. But she found that none of the situations that she prepared for occurred. She didn't even feel any obstacles when the needles were bounced off for some reason. "This is Twisted Wall of Light," elf girl Sala exclaimed as she protected some priests and paladins who were casting healing spells. "It's an ancient spell from the land of ancient golden sorceries." As mentioned before, there were many ancient spells in Dark Souls. The gods in Dark Souls might not be as powerful as the 12 major Olympian gods, but their spells were born at the beginning of the world. A closely guarded light manipulation spell that contorts the very fabric of fundamental laws, negating magic by denying its claim to physicality. These were the words written on the magic scroll of Twisted Wall of Light as the introduction. What spell is this? It could even block my flood of godly punishment. Sophia's face turned dark. "I'll see how many spells you can block." Judgment Light Spear. It was another instant cast spell. With a wave of her magic staff, a golden light spear condensed quickly in front of her and shot out with lightning speed as the whistling sounds of wind and thunder piercing the air. The most horrifying thing was that a long tail containing more than 10 light spears followed the first one, turning into a strong current of light spears. The force in the light spears was so condensed that they could pierce any powerful defense. After all, it was cast with godly power and shot in one direction with full force. This attack was launched as swiftly as a sudden lightning bolt, giving them no time to cast Poseidon's Rage or Zeus' Fury. No attack could block it. Even with Twisted Wall of Light, they couldn't deflect so many powerful solidified spears condensed from godly power. It was indeed not an earth-shaking powerful spell, but in front of this spell, everyone felt desperate as nothing could block it. When the battle wisdom combined with techniques, all defenses were illusions. However, at this moment, First Elder Hyrule waved his magic staff when the light spear was almost upon his head. With a flash, he vanished on the spot. His timing was perfect since it was the moment when Sophia's spell was at the end of casting. If he had moved a bit earlier, Sophia could have changed the direction of the spell. If he moved a bit slower, he would have been pierced by the light spears. In the next moment, the ground where First Elder Hyrule had stood was pierced as if it was made of tofu, and a bottomless black hole appeared. At this moment, even Black Dragon Gulf exclaimed, "This is the ultimate use of Flash from League of Legends." In League of Legends, some of the spells and ultimates used by champions were auto-locked. Regardless of how someone dodged, they couldn't escape from being targeted. This extreme technique was created for such situations. "My goodness," one elf exclaimed, "he's indeed an extraordinary master rank player." In the next moment, First Elder Hyrule waved his staff lightly, and pale blue magic light condensed before the staff. Instant cast, Crystal Soul Spear. In the exclamations, the blue magic energy condensed so tightly that it transformed from invisible magic energy into a solid magic crystal. Then, the huge magic spear shot toward Sophia in the sky like a comet attacking the sun. What? Caught off guard, Sophia was surprised that her opponent could dodge her attack and even counterattack. How about now? She shook her staff and made a gesture in the air with the other hand. She dodged her opponent's spell and released spells one after another at the same time with both hands. God-level destructive spell, Small Meteorite Shower. God-level targeting spell, Swimming Thunder Lights. God-level targeting spell, Floating Destructive Flames. God-level judgment spell, Star Aurora. Several magic spells were cast instantly. All of them were on or above the God level. Meteorite Shower covers a large area, Swimming Thunder Lights and Floating Destructive Flames follow the target, and Star Aurora can't be blocked. I'll see how you break this combination of spells. The moment she said that, she saw the mages raising their staves again. Chaos Pyromancy, Crystal Homing Sorcery, Homing Crystal Solmus. Chaos Homing Pyromancy, Floating Chaos. Soul Sorcery, Soul Stream. Miracle. At this moment, all the mages below waved their staffs as all kinds of magic lights lit up like stars in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Countless spells gathered in the sky and exploded like radiant fireworks, letting out earth-shaking noises that could be heard thousands of kilometers away. Some of them even pierced that radiant magic light curtain and crashed toward Sophia. The most important thing was that Sophia hadn't even heard of spells such as crystal sorceries and chaos pyromancy before. She couldn't understand them, let alone break them. She found that they cast spells and dodged her spells as accurately as moves from the textbooks. More horrifying was that she, a god who excelled in magic, was crushed by a group of mortals in this field. At this moment, she stared at the scene in a daze, not able to disguise her shock anymore. Chapter 884, Valkyrie shows her hand. Despite the surprise on her face, she smiled cunningly with her eyes. Because when everyone focused on the battle of magic spells, no one noticed that another figure had vanished in the sky. Suddenly, exclamations came from the crowd. A figure landed behind some mages abruptly. "You're finished." The other priestess landed among the mages and slashed out her huge sword as if she was cutting a mountain in two. The horrifying sword energy containing god-level power looked as if it would devour everything around it. Are they going to make a move? In the godly palace, Valkyrie Isabella seemed to be waiting for something. Just as the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. She didn't want to deal with these mortals who were meaningless to her. TL note: the Chinese idiom, "the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind," refers to those who are attracted by immediate interests without thinking about the possible dangerous results. It's time to make a move now. She looked cold. How can you sit back and watch in such a situation? Forget it. If you can keep calm, suit yourself. I don't believe that no one will show up when the shop is smashed. With this thought, she turned her attention from the battleground and returned to the magnificent and noble throne in the palace. After all, if an existence beyond gods made a move, it was impossible for her not to sense the presence. However, while she was taking a rest in the palace, something unexpected happened. These mages took out huge swords, dual blades, and chain blades. Godly powers such as Poseidon's rage and Zeus' fury lit up on their weapons despite their limited understanding of them. The sword energy left a huge crater in the shape of a new moon, but no one was hurt. What was more, these mages charged up with the blades. Some mages even brandished chain blades with magnificence and proficiency. Then, she saw a group of warriors swarming up with combat techniques so good that it seemed like they had obtained them by battling gods and demons countless times. While the mages still had some flaws in their combat techniques, the warriors exhibited perfect god-slaying skills. The moment that they entered the fray, they forced one of the true gods onto the defense. Who taught you these combat techniques? The two priestesses combined forces, but regardless if it was magic spells or melee combat, they were totally suppressed by these mortals. Impossible. The Valkyrie taught us the combat techniques in person. We accumulated all our battle experience on the battleground by killing demonic gods. They couldn't believe and wouldn't accept the reality. While trying their best to block the attacks, they lost all the previous arrogance and shouted hysterically, "You mortals, how can you be stronger than us? How can you reach such a level?" Street. Leiden and the other saint-level masters snorted and said, "We learned our combat techniques from the powerful god of war. We practiced forever on Mount Olympus and mastered all our combat techniques by slaying gods on Mount Olympus. You arrogant gods, why should you think that you must be stronger than us? Why should you think that you can reach our level? You. Hearing these words, not only priestesses Safana and Sophia, but all other people were stupefied. You. Slaying gods? Everyone pointed at them in horror. Yeah, at this moment, Black Dragon Gulf said proudly, "I pulled off the head of Helios, the god of the sun, and was surprised that there was only light but no blood in his head." Word Mage Hemadan also laughed and said, "When I battled Hades, the god of the underworld, I pulled out his soul. I pierced Zeus, the father of Olympus, with my sword, just like this." Street. Wilson slashed out his sword swiftly. As if containing a trace of godly power from the blade of Olympus, the sword flashed with golden thunderbolts and broke through his opponent's defense, piercing into her belly. The two priestesses dropped from the sky heavily. With blank minds, their faces were full of shock. "We've been battling with such people. We even thought that we were powerful with complacency. We admit defeat." At this moment, Valkyrie Isabella, who was sitting in the godly palace, opened her eyes slowly. "That's strange. How come they still haven't made a move?" She suddenly had a bad feeling. Subconsciously, she walked out of the godly palace and looked down. Suddenly, she saw her two priestesses lying in blood and on the verge of death. One of them even had a sword hole in her belly that completely went through her body. Safana and Sophia had traces of fear and panic in their eyes, people like the soldiers of the godly palace army and saint. Doolin also looked horrified. They had never expected that these people would be so horrifying. "My lord, what should we do with them?" The Knights of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion bowed toward nation-protecting sword Saint Wilson and asked. Severely wounded, people like Street. Doolin and Saint Hines were no match for them and were soon captured together. "These people caused great damage to our nation." Saint Wilson looked at the ruined city and said, "Execute them." Stop. At this moment, a shrill yell came from the sky. Blinding golden light beams filled the sky, the land shook, and the mountains shivered. A dazzling god floated out from the godly palace and hovered in the sky as if another sun rose. In front of the vast godly power, everyone instantly felt as small as ants. In front of her flawless figure, everyone felt ashamed of their own imperfections. "Execute them." But at this moment, no one obeyed her. "No, you can't." Street. Doolin yelled. The knights under nation-protecting sword Saint Wilson's command slashed down their swords, and several heads rolled on the ground. "Good. You are very good." Fire almost burst out from Valkyrie Isabella's eyes. She was beside herself with fury. "How could you ants insult such noble lives?" She pointed her godly sword upward, and a horrifying golden light pillar instantly shot up into the sky. As her godly sword slashed out, the golden light pillar piercing the sky seemed to become the blade of the godly sword. The golden sword energy looked as if it could hack open the chaos and even divide the whole world. Before the sword crashed down, all the people bent under the extremely horrifying pressure of the godly power. The people with lower cultivation strength were pressed down onto the ground as the land cracked and sank. In the next moment, all the people saw the destructive sword energy striking down toward them viciously. Instantly, the entire heaven and earth turned desolate and deadly silent. Chapter 885. What power does this bald guy have? How dare he call himself the god of war? The sword energy seemed to contain the gods, endless fury, and it meant destruction. The land shook as countless pieces of debris from ruined buildings flew up into the sky, defying the laws of gravity, and then turning into ashes. The ground continued to sink. No one dared to move under such horrifying godly power. In the next moment, the godly sword fell as the unrivaled sword energy covered the whole street and extended to the endless distance. The destructive sword energy seemed to reach the end of the world. Everything below was devoured. Valkyrie Isabella withdrew her sword slowly and looked at the effect of her sword strike in satisfaction. Zeus, fury, pyromancies, sorceries, everything was a joke in front of this sword strike. This was the power of a god who was born before the heavens were formed. It was a power that humans didn't even dare to imagine. They are only cowardly turtles. She snickered. Demonic gods from the plane of ninefold darkness are so weak. After a long while, the dust finally started to settle down. At this moment, Isabella was a little surprised. Her eyes, which could strike fear into people without being angry, pierced through the yellow dust and vaguely saw that all the people in the ruins created by her sword strike were intact. A huge invisible essence shield dispersed gradually in the dust. A figure stood in front of all people. Dressed in red and golden armor, this man had horns on his forehead while his dark red long hair fluttered in the winds. No, he wasn't a mortal but a demonic god. His expression looked so overbearing as if he was the almighty devil lord that dominated the 3 realms and 6 paths. Almighty demon lord Chong-Lu, you finally dare to show you face. Isabella's lips curved up a bit. Her face rarely showed any expressions, but now satisfaction flashed in her eyes. At this moment, a faint string of data flashed across Fang Chi's dark eyes. Dark purple thunderbolts flashed, and almighty demon lord Chong-Lu began to dim. Is that the shop owner? It's you. Isabella was also a little surprised. Her doppelganger in the mortal world had seen Fang Chi in the spiritual spell visual projection. She had even watched him use Orochi divine light. At that time, he wasn't even close to this power level. Through her doppelganger in the mortal world, Isabella knew Fang Chi's past deeds. With her views and vision, she seemed to have guessed something. While looking Fang Chi up and down, she said, "My doppelganger hoped to have a battle with you long ago, human. As a human, you seem to have some talents. Who are you, Mr.?" Fang looked baffled. "I don't remember meeting you before." "That's..." At this moment, World Mage Hemadan exclaimed, "That's Princess Isabella, the pride of the godly nation. Her Highness, the Princess of the Radiant Light godly nation. It's you." Valkyrie Isabella said coldly, "He who knows the situation is a wise man. I'm surprised that you chose to stand with my enemy. That's stupid of you, but today, I have no interest in you." She looked at Fang Chi coldly and said, "Call out the guardians behind you. They can't win if they want to battle me with your body." Guardians. Is it so? The players talked among themselves animatedly. After all, each time when they watched Mr. Fang battle, they saw him taking power from others. So, the great sage, heaven's equal, Orochi, and others, are guardians. After all, it was the only explanation that made sense. "But, Your Highness," Hemadan said, "the power that you just used isn't your own power, right?" "No, she's not the princess." Beside him, Swine said with a grim expression, "If I'm right, she is the Valkyrie who, according to the legends, is unrivaled in battlegrounds and is the youngest god of the original god clan in the gods' palace. This small monkey of the human clan has sharp eyes." Isabella nodded slightly, admitting that Swine was right. "What, Valkyrie?" It's said that the Judgment Godly Palace worships the god of radiant light judgment, but there are many other gods in the godly nation. Then, who's the most powerful one? They didn't say. While people were talking among themselves animatedly, Isabella grew impatient. "What?" Valkyrie Isabella stared at Fang Chi with cold eyes and said, "Are the demonic gods behind you absent today?" If so, her eyes were cold as. She said, "Then these mortals will die." "Of course, they are here, Mr. Fang said, "I'm thinking whom I should choose." "How about, Mr. Fang took out a communication jade and revealed 4 pictures. "How about you choose one?" Isabella glanced at the pictures and saw the first visual projection on the communication jade. He was a handsome demonic god with ancient-looking facial features, and he was dressed in a luxurious black robe and wearing a golden headpiece decorated with feathers. Custom made for him by Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance, Fang Chi's communication jade had top quality, and the visual projection was in 3D. The projection was to scale, looking more lifelike. This figure had his name displayed beside him. Chi Tiandi. She looked at the second one. Almighty Demon Lord Chonglu. The third one was a silver-armored man with a vertical eye on his forehead. Erlang Immortal Master. The fourth one was a monkey wearing shiny golden armor. The Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. The fifth one was a brawny and fierce bald man with dual blades. Kratos, the god of war. Humph, are they the newborn demonic generals from the ninefold darkness? How come they look so unfamiliar? Valkyrie Isabella waved her huge sword and said heroically, I don't want to choose one, tell them to come together. Mr. Fang's face darkened, and he glared at her and said, no, you must choose one. If they all come, you are not their match. Why would you do that? You. Isabella almost passed out in fury, thinking, do you know how I got the title of Valkyrie? I got it by killing the demonic generals from the ninefold darkness. Okay, they can battle me one by one. Don't regret your decision when they die under my sword. Tell this Kratos to come out. A pair of pure white wings slowly spread out on Isabella's back as her surging godly power shot up and grew exponentially. With the godly sword in her hand, she pointed at the visual projection of Kratos from the communication jade and said mockingly, I was given the title, Valkyrie, because of my unrivaled merits in battlegrounds where I killed countless demons. What power does this bald guy have? How dare he call himself the god of war? The moment she said it, a brawny figure dressed in the grand god of war armor appeared and sized her up coldly with the blades of chaos in his hands. His eyes were so cold that it seemed like he was looking at a corpse. For some reason, Valkyrie Isabella suddenly felt chills running down her spine. Chapter 886, God of War vs. Valkyrie. After sizing up the god of war carefully, Valkyrie Isabella wasn't worried. I thought you were a god, but despite your godly power, you're still immortal. How could a human mixed blood become the god of war? Raising her huge sword high and spreading out her giant wings, Isabella, who was dressed in her exquisite red and black battle armor, looked extremely heroic and valiant as she hovered in the sky. Let your older sister show you how the gods battle each other. The moment she said that, her huge sword, containing strong godly power, hacked down like a shooting star. Kratos, the god of war, sidestepped and dodged it in a flash. In the next moment, the entire forest outside of the city below them instantly collapsed, and the sword's strike left a half-moon-shaped crater on the ground, scorching everything around it. Do you see the power of gods? You, a demigod. Before she could finish, a pair of blazing orange flames hacked down. Kratos didn't speak, but when Isabella blocked his attack with her huge sword, she instantly felt the horrifying force coming from the blades, which seemed to be demonic weapons from hell. She even felt the short blades, ridiculously small compared with her own weapon, striking down on her sword with so much force that they felt like two huge primeval axes. Caught off guard, Isabella's expression changed as she was sent flying back like a shooting star by this huge force. In the next moment, she saw her opponent throwing out the blades, and the extremely hot blackish-red chain of a blade pulled her in like hooks as she flew backward. Meanwhile, the other blade of chaos was waiting for her to crash into it. Pulled by two forces, Isabella felt like a puppet whose movements were controlled by her opponent. She didn't doubt that her opponent could pierce her godly armor with one casual stab as she was trapped by the two huge forces. The huge wings on her back shook and flapped like a black tornado in the sky. At the last moment, her extremely hard wings narrowly knocked back her opponent's attack, and white feathers flew up in the sky. But in the next moment, she heard howling blade winds coming from behind. She felt as if she was deeply trapped in the eye of a storm as the continuous attacks gave her no time to breathe. Besides, what kind of godly power does my opponent have? It felt like a force that had chaotically combining all kinds of godly powers, each of which was extremely pure and close to the truth of nature. For some reason, she seemed to hear countless howls of fury and pathetic screams of gods inside this godly power. What god are you? Isabella had never seen such godly power before. You don't want to tell me. With chilly light in her eyes, she slashed out her sword and parried the two blades with her great godly power. I'll find out soon. Her wings flapped behind her as godly power surged up in her body. The sky, land, and even the whole space shook under this grand godly power. They shivered. At this moment, the heavens and earth seemed to kneel at her feet. Instantly, she transformed into a black and white light beam which moved faster and faster until it surpassed the limit of human vision and vanished. Ear-grating thunder seemed to fill the space between the heaven and earth, but there was no one under the vast clear sky. But in the next moment, before anyone could react, they heard. In a series of booming noises, the distant mountains collapsed as Kratos' whole body was hit by the black and white light beam. The horrifying force knocked down several huge mountains. At this moment, her speed finally slowed down a bit. People vaguely saw Valkyrie Isabella's huge sword stabbing into Kratos' belly with vicious force. Although Kratos tried to block it with tremendous godly power, a bone-deep wound appeared in his belly and turned deeper with each second. At this moment, a huge shadow appeared behind him. It was an extremely grand high mountain. With a crisp shout, she exerted more force and pushed Kratos' body toward the huge mountain with her sword as if she was going to kill and pin him into this mountain. Gods have absolute control over battles in the sky. She looked contemptuous. After all, mortals were just mortals. But suddenly, a pair of huge black wings spread out on Kratos' back as his arms that had bulging muscles held the huge sword and swung it out the moment he was about to crash into the huge mountain. Under her shocked gaze, Kratos crashed Isabella into the huge mountain first. The huge momentum instantly shattered her godly armor. Then, it looked as if the sky and earth cracked. Half of the 3,000-meter-tall mountain collapsed as countless boulders rolled down and buried the forest and demon beasts at the foot of the mountain. A long while later, boulders shattered, and the land shook as two figures shot out from underground like cannonballs. It has been many years since I felt pain. Isabella gazed at the man before her and said, I'm surprised that you do possess the power to battle gods. But, you'll never defeat me. With a furious shout, the shattered godly armor repaired itself at a visible speed. Even Isabella's injuries healed, and the noble godly blood oozing out of her wounds flowed back slowly as if time was rewinding. This was the power of the gods. The great Valkyrie surpassed all gods in the world. She was immortal and could never be destroyed. No existence could kill her, not demonic gods, let alone mortals. In the blink of an eye, her injuries completely healed. If anyone else saw such a scene, they would feel desperate. Indifferently, she glanced around as if she intended to appreciate the horror and despair on this mortal's face. Crossing arms before her chest and curving up her lips with cold arrogance, her valiant upslanting eyes looked over but didn't see any injuries on Kratos, not even a scratch. It seemed as if his wounds had been nothing but illusions. Quote? While standing in the sky proudly, Isabella blinked and wondered, what is going on? In the next moment, her eyes suddenly opened wide as she stared at Kratos. Kratos also took out a giant sword. Numerous thunderbolts coiled around it, and Isabella even sensed the power of the King of Gods from it. Although her opponent didn't speak, the way that he slowly raised the giant sword seemed to be telling her that it was his turn. Chapter 887. This man is a devil. The pure golden sword bone seemed to be retelling the story of an ultimate noble deity as bone-chilling lights flashed on its silver-white blade. The cross guard of the sword looked like a roaring golden god engulfed in bright blue thunderbolts and godly fire, turning the whole sword into the color as blue as the sky. This was the blade of Olympus. Like the godly flame on Mount Olympus that never extinguished, it represented the ultimate authority of the Olympian gods. But now, Kratos was holding it. It was because its owner had died, and its new master was Kratos, the god of war who brought destruction to the gods on Mount Olympus. For some reason, the sense of danger that Valkyrie Isabella felt grew stronger. Urged by the strong sense of danger, she condensed even greater godly power. Her body grew swiftly, and she transformed into an extremely huge goddess whose head touched the sky in the blink of an eye. Unable to bear this force, the land trembled and wept pathetically as it cracked and sank slowly. The godly sword was lifted like a huge mountain. It tore open the sky and revealed stretches of pitch-black void. People felt that if she wanted, she could destroy the whole world with one slash of her sword. Her power had long ago surpassed the limit of the world. If not for her strong control of the power, it wasn't difficult for her to accidentally destroy the world. Blazing godly fire burned on the godly sword. Even the people from the distant nations could see a streak of golden-orange flame shooting up into the sky like the gods' fury. Without any fancy moves, this attack surpassed all techniques. It was only one strike, but this extremely simple vertical slash represented the highest law of nature and earth and the supreme martial Tao between the heaven and earth. If a painter with ultimate talents could draw this scene, even the sheet of paper would contain the godly power of heaven and earth. This was the power of gods who were born before the heavens. Their acts and words represented the laws of nature. Perhaps they were the laws of nature. Everything would end after the sword strike landed. With this slash, she was going to tell the mortals that only gods were eternal. However, in the next moment, the invincible sword strike was. The surging godly power crashed forward in the sky like ocean waves but didn't do any damage to the ground. Isabella looked at the figure under her sword and saw the extremely tiny figure lifting his sword and perfectly blocking this destructive strike. When the two vast godly powers clashed with each other, air waves instantly shot up and exploded in the high sky tens of thousands of meters above the ground. The explosion could be heard anywhere in the world. Even the gods' palace shook violently. Valkyrie Isabella watched the sword slash in a daze since she had never seen such a horrifying sight in her life even though she had been through numerous battles. He blocked it. Then, Kratos flew up high like a dark golden arrow with unrivaled godly power. Catching Isabella off guard, he left several horrifying wounds on her body, from her arm to her shoulder. When the godly blood fell on the land, Isabella's body didn't show any sign of healing itself. At this moment, Isabella finally felt fearful. This sword brought the threat of death to the eternal gods who were born before heaven was formed. What sword is this? Isabella watched in horror as the godly sword left huge wounds on her body. Now, her opponent was aiming at the place between her brows. Her huge form didn't inflict any injuries to her opponent. Instead, she became a huge target. With a furious roar, the sword stabbed forward. Isabella shrunk back to her original form desperately. With a shake of her wings, she appeared in another place as if she teleported. Blink, shaking the space with a subtle movement and moving to another place. This wasn't a magic spell but a powerful combat technique. But she had never expected that she would use it to dodge attacks. This mortal is horrifying. No, this godly sword is so horrifying. This mortal must have borrowed power from the godly sword, he must have. As an experienced fighter who had fought countless battles, Isabella quickly calmed down. After understanding her opponent's advantage, she thought that she could still win because she had abundant battle experience. Her sharp and experienced eye told her that the power of the godly sword didn't come from Kratos, and using this power was quickly consuming his own godly power. Inside Kratos, only a part of his strength was godly power while the rest was mortal strength. Besides, the godly power, despite its great strength, was mixed and no match for the pure godly power in her body. With her powerful combat techniques and experiences as a goddess, she could certainly defeat her opponent and even take this powerful godly sword from him. At this thought, Valkyrie Isabella grew excited. She hadn't been so excited about a battle for a long time. Regardless if you are a god or a mortal, I'll remember you for forcing me to fight so hard. Heated light flashed in her eyes. She was feeling the thrill of a real battle after a long time. But at this moment, she saw the bald guy before her putting away the godly sword. He is putting it away at this critical moment. And he is taking out the dual chain blades again. What was he thinking? Perhaps the consumption is too much for him to continue. No. He obviously has some godly power in him. Isabella hovered in the sky, looking a little confused. While these thoughts flashed across her mind, she hacked down her sword. Regardless of what her opponent intended to do, she only had her eyes on the victory. She would prove to the heavens and earth and all the mortals that she, Valkyrie Isabella, wouldn't be defeated by a god from nowhere. Because in this realm, she was the only deity that could represent war. This battle, I must win. The huge sword in her hand instantly drew streaks of profound and mysterious sword light in the sky. Each arc seemed to contain ultimate truths. At this moment, an extremely noble flower of the godly sword seemed to bloom in the bright sky. Tink. A huge noise sounded. Facing the profound and mysterious arcs, Kratos didn't move or dodge. Instead, he raised his hand that was covered in a golden gauntlet and blocked her attack with accuracy. Isabella felt that the huge force in her sword was deflected by the small gauntlet with a special method. In addition, the giant sword numbed her hand. Then, her waist felt cold. He is using powerful combat techniques against my powerful combat techniques. Isabella instantly understood the situation, but battle hunger burned hotter in her eyes as she realized that she could finally unleash all the combat techniques that she had accumulated in countless years. She might be able to enjoy this battle. Her waist twisted in an impossible angle and narrowly dodged the attack. Then, she slashed backward at her opponent's head. As another huge noise sounded, she saw her opponent react reflexively. She suspected that it was an instinctive move without thinking. The force in her sword was bounced back with a greater force. The huge force made her take several steps backward. Her heart sunk a little. She knew from her abundant battle experience that she would have died if her opponent attacked at this moment. Without thinking, she slashed out a swift sword energy as she retreated. But her opponent seemed to know her intention and sidestepped at the same moment as she slashed out. He dodged it perfectly when she attacked. He moved smoothly as if he walked like this every day. In the next moment, she heard the faint crisp sounds of the chains as Kratos swung out the chain blades. Without thinking, she shook her wings and blinked. The move almost instantly got her out of the danger. But in the next moment, she found that the chain blades slashed toward the place she was going to land. It looked as if she was throwing herself into the chain blades. How can it be? With horror in her eyes, she was instantly pulled forward by the chain blades. Then, she seemed to have stepped into hell. The blades of chaos pierced into her chest. With a pathetic scream, her entire body was in pain as if it was torn open. Almost instantly, several huge wounds appeared in her body. The blades of chaos pinned her onto the ground. What's more, she felt tearing pain coming from her back. In shrill screams, her wings were torn off from her body. She had never felt such shock and horror in her life before. While struggling wildly and screaming, she crawled forward as her survival instinct urged her, and her golden blood spilled on the ground. This man is a devil. Chapter 888, Top Quality Ingredient, Mr. Fang cooking the New Orleans-style wings. Wounds continued to expand. Valkyrie Isabella had never been so severely wounded. Under the support of her tremendous godly power, Isabella's wounds began to heal, but the excruciating pain almost drove her to insanity. At this moment, the blade of Olympus was taken out again. The strength of the blades of chaos wasn't enough to hurt her core, but the following strike would threaten her life. Yes, if this sword didn't appear, her opponent wouldn't have the slightest chance to defeat her. The most that he could do was subduing her temporarily. But the appearance of this sword could turn every temporary suppression into the fatal blow. She understood her opponent's intention. He wanted to slay a goddess, and it was why he saved the strength to launch the last blow. It seemed like he was very familiar with this process and had calculated how much godly power he needed for this strike. Facing such a fatal threat, Valkyrie Isabella almost unleashed 200% of her strength and potential. She launched an explosive strike with all her godly power. The unrivaled godly power exploding at this one instant looked like the explosion of a blazing sun or the destruction of a planet. Despite the fact that she had sat on the godly throne in relaxation for a long time, when her eternal and great life was threatened, her desire for survival was countless times stronger than others. The force that she unleashed was frightening. When the tremendous godly power surged out, Kratos was sent flying backward and crashed into a collapsed mountain even though the blade of Olympus blocked most of the force, shattering countless huge boulders. A shrill scream almost shattered everyone's eardrums. Covered in blood, Isabella stood up from the ground. Golden blood flowed back into her body from the ground, and her two wings floated up slowly, instantly returning to their original state. She knew that she would die in this place if she didn't kill this mortal. Golden flames engulfed her body like God's blazing fury. Before her enemy could gain his footing after crawling out from the ruins, she crashed into him like a shooting light. She smashed him into the mountain again. Hiya! With a furious roar, countless sword energies hacked down and instantly turned the whole mountain into a valley full of countless gutters left by sword slashes. With a crisp yell, she flapped her wings and flew up high into the ninth heaven before slashing down her sword from beyond the clouds, viciously piercing it into the mountain where Kratos was buried. Looked down from the high sky, the ground within hundreds of kilometers shattered, collapsed, and sank. It looked as if gods had launched a world-destroying catastrophe, intending to ruin the whole continent. Under this horrifying godly power, the surrounding mountains collapsed and fell. When the dust settled, the whole mountain range had been turned into a huge crater by this horrifying sword strike. In this mountain range, all the demon beasts, regardless of how powerful they were, died with their corpses destroyed. From the cracks, lava gushed out like the fury of the land. There was no sign of life around her. Finally, Valkyrie calmed down from her shock and horror. He must be dead now, right? Facing the fear of death, she experienced a streak of extreme thrill. She was walking on the verge of death, and this was a new experience for her. It felt wonderful. At this moment, she seemed to truly appreciate how beautiful the world was, how glorious and magnificent the heaven and earth was, and how grand life was. It was a pity that the dead people could no longer feel that. But in the next moment, the land shook violently and almost knocked her to the ground. Then, a figure flew out like a cannonball as fury spread out like blazing flames. He's still alive. With her mouth wide open, Isabella looked at the god of war who seemed to have come back from hell, wondering how this man wasn't killed. But I can't be killed either. At this thought, Valkyrie Isabella calmed down a bit. He must be consuming his godly power to heal his injuries. As his godly power weakens, I can surely kill this mortal if I can last longer. Then, she charged over again with her sword. But when she hacked down her sword, she saw a godly power as vast as an ocean surged up in Kratos' body, and horrifying thunderstorms swept out in all directions from him. Poseidon's rage spell. This damn mortal even excels in magic. The power from the god of seas knocked Isabella's sword from her hand. Then, a golden thunderbolt condensed in Kratos' palm. Spreading out the wings, he flew up into the high sky as the golden thunderbolt transformed into a huge golden lightning ball around him. In the center of the lightning ball, countless golden thunderbolts danced wildly. Ah! With a shrill scream, Valkyrie Isabella looked as if she was bombarded by attacks from all 12 major Olympian gods at the same time, including lightning, fire, wind, and ice. No. As long as that sword doesn't touch me, I'm indestructible. She tried to rally herself. Again, I will surely kill this mortal. Burned almost to charcoal by fire and lightning, Isabella's body healed again. Then, she somehow broke through the godly spells and condensed all her strength to stab her sword toward Kratos' chest viciously. Dang! With ear-deafening metal colliding noises, she slashed out her sword like a storm. At this moment, in the Kanglan City shop. Huh, where's the shop owner? I just saw Kratos battling that powerful Valkyrie, how come they are gone? They are not back yet. Some elves looked into the distance while helping the knights guard the city to restore order in the city. Meanwhile, on the battleground. Again, with heated light flashing in her eyes, Valkyrie Isabella healed her injuries again. Again, she was pressed onto the ground by Kratos and punched repeated. With blood all over her body, she struggled and crawled out the pit with great difficulty. Again, the scene repeated itself. I can feel the godly power in your body diminish gradually, Valkyrie Isabella said, do it one more time, and you're finished. At this moment, the string of data in Kratos' eyes dimmed down and became unstable as his godly power decreased sharply. One more sword strike, last light of dawn, endless sword light engulfed Isabella's sword which then hacked down with vicious force. The blade of Olympus in Kratos' hand blinked and became vague as if it was going to collapse. The defected godly weapon that was for one-time use obviously couldn't last longer. Synchronization is going to end. Synchronization is going to end. You're finished. Seeing Kratos' body turning vague, she stabbed forward without hesitation. They were both covered in blood, but she saw that Kratos seemed to not be able to sustain his form. She would surely win the battle since the last bit of godly power in her opponent's body wasn't enough to sustain the use of that godly sword. Ha! Kratos almost used up his last bit of strength to push her away. His godly power had indeed reached the limit. She was going to win for sure. You're indeed powerful. Isabella also panted heavily as if even her tremendous godly power couldn't replenish her consumption. If you had the same amount of strength as me, I'm absolutely not your match. Thank you for teaching me so much. Lifting the huge sword high in the air, she looked at Kratos whose form was dimming and blinking, ready to launch the last blow. Do you have anything to say before you die? Although her battle force was a bit weaker than that of Kratos, she lasted to the end of Fang Chi's synchronization with her tremendous godly power. When Fang Chi's synchronization was over, he would be doomed. Do you have anything to say before you die? As his enemy stood before him heroically with the godly sword raised high in the air, Fang Chi only pointed at the space behind her. What do you want to say? System interface. Carrier rock is activated. Then, Isabella saw another Kratos with the blade of Olympus appearing behind her. He grabbed her wings and picked her up as if she was a small chick. Then, he ripped her wings from her body again with vicious force. She looked back and saw the previous Kratos getting up from the ground. They walked toward her from back and front at the same time. Ah, 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 as if seeing a ghost, she screamed as horror devoured her like a flood. As she was lifted, the blade of Olympus pierced her chest. She became silent. At this moment, Mr. Fang sat heavily on the ground. You're finally dead this time. This forbidden move was an idea that he got at the last moment. If she could still live after this, Mr. Fang thought that he would die himself. It's really difficult to slay gods. He wiped the sweat off his forehead. Meanwhile, the Kratos summoned by the carrier rock looked around at the battleground indifferently and vanished as if he was saying, "How come the goddess died the moment I came out?" Meanwhile, in a valley full of flowers in the distant heavenly realm, deep and serene, this was the place where a god was born. As the bell rang, a golden flame lit up in the god pool in the center of the valley. It was silent with no one in sight. Miraculous golden liquid surged and moved around in the pool, looking like the womb of life. Godly flames burned more and more aggressive until a flawless body was born in it. With exquisite curves that were as beautiful as rolling hills, the body was as flawless as the most beautiful white jade. As a goddess who was born before heaven was formed, she had accumulated countless ways to resurrect herself in the endless years of her life. It was why her soul could be reborn in this place. With extreme fatigue on her face, she fell back into the pool. She still mustered her last bit of godly power and looked toward the mortal world. It was hard to describe her feelings after her first defeat in her life. She saw Mr. Fang in Kanglan City shop with a pair of wings in his hands. "Huh, sir, what are these?" A group of elves walked up to watch, followed by a group of saint-level masters and knights. "They are top-quality ingredients. Everyone is tired after such a hard day. I'll cook New Orleans-style wings for you." Seeing this sight, Isabella's vision darkened, and she passed out. Chapter 889, The Release of God of War 4. The God of War is old. He didn't expect the so-called Valkyrie to be so tough to fight. Lying on the bed in his room, Mr. Fang heaved a long sigh. After all, he wasn't Kratos, and the synchronization time had a limit. Besides, the synchronization rate wasn't high, and the godly weapon was traded for one-time use and thus couldn't last the whole battle. No one would see the difference if it was an instant kill. But the gap was obvious in extended battles like this one. After all, Fang Chi had never seen the god of war so tired even when he killed all the Olympian gods. Lying on the bed, Mr. Fang gazed at the snow-white ceiling with blank eyes. System, even one deity is so powerful. What if a group of them came and caused trouble in the shop? I can run, but you can't get away so easily with the shop here. The system is in the process of upgrading. Please don't disturb. Hey, system, aren't you afraid that I'll just leave you behind? The system showed no response. After a long while, fucking, he gave the system a middle finger and said, "I'll go and cultivate." There were 3 factors to increasing the synchronization rate with a certain character. First, it was Fang Chi's own cultivation strength. Second, it was his combat techniques. Third, it was the level of understanding that he had toward and the skills that he learned from the character. Mr. Fang pulled himself together to begin his training. Anyway, a great god-slaying battle finally came to an end. The whole world seemed to be cheering and celebrating the victory that the god of war had against the powerful Valkyrie. After the leaders of the Judgment Godly Palace were executed, the Judgment Godly Palace and Radiant Light Godly Nation still existed but were no different from being destroyed. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. The Judgment Godly Palace and Radiant Light Godly Nation were still huge in size, and no other forces intended to conquer them for the time being. Besides, the descent of the Valkyrie was a warning to all mortals that the gods who were worshipped in this world really existed. This time, only one goddess descended, but no one could say if more and stronger gods would descend. Perhaps because of this uneasiness, they admired Kratos, the god of war who had killed all the Olympian gods, even more. Obviously, the number of God of War players experienced a tremendous growth. In fact, Kratos, the god of war, was both a god and a mortal. The players continued with their journey in God of War. The elves, knights, and other players stood behind the masters in the shop and watched them clear the last stage in God of War 3. Standing on the top of Mount Olympus, Kratos faced the chaotic heaven and earth. The laws of nature were destroyed as the deities who ruled the world fell one by one. Poseidon's death caused huge tsunamis, turning the whole world into a great ocean. The death of Helios, the god of sun, plunged the world into darkness. The death of Hades, the god of the underworld, destroyed order in the underworld and turned it into chaos. As the deities who represented the laws of nature fell, the world was plunged into catastrophes, and it seemed like it was the end of the world. The cost of killing gods was huge. Any rebellion came with bloodshed and sacrifice. The fire of revenge spread all over the corrupted Mount Olympus and burned up the whole mortal world. From Olympian gods to ancient titans, each deity had given Kratos guidance. However, with each betrayal, Kratos didn't know who his real enemy was. Athena was one example of his bewilderment. She had broken the promise on behalf of Mount Olympus but returned from the underworld after death and guided Kratos to complete the destruction of Olympus. You have done well, Kratos. Freed from the bondage of Olympus and cleansed in chaos, mankind is now ready to hear my message. The players stared at the screen and saw the spirit of Athena standing behind Kratos. Seeing the world which had been destroyed and almost returned to the chaos, Kratos said in fury, "Look around you, Athena. The world stands in ruin. What good is your message?" Having completed his revenge, he also saw the price of his revenge. However, Athena thought differently. She only wanted Kratos to return the power named Hope, which had once been inside the Pandora's box. She had once guided Kratos to find this power. But now, she intended to use this power to become the new ruler. After the war, all humans including the Spartans, whom he had once led as the ghost of Sparta and had protected after becoming the god of war, had vanished. Looking into the distance, Kratos seemed to be gazing at that land with longing. In the past, he hadn't been alone as he was now. He had led an army consisting of the fiercest warriors and grandest militants to travel through the mountains dressed in red battle armor. Big golden shields and sharp spears reflected shiny lights under the sun. Standing under an olive tree by the golden flax fields, the mother and daughter in white clothes were watching their husband and father go to the war. They were Kratos' wife and daughter. Then, he seemed to see the playful little princess shaking off her mother's hand. Then, she ran down the hill and through the troops that were ready to set off, coming to his side. As he lifted her high, she gave him the most beautiful smile in the whole world under the warm pale golden sunlight. But now, she had been turned into pale ashes covering his body, a nightmare that he could never escape from. On the road of revenge, he had served Olympian gods and became a chess piece of titans. And now, he was only a chess piece in Athena's hand. The deities in this world were alike. After being betrayed several times, he understood that the deities were all selfish and greedy. He could do nothing and change nothing but seek revenge. He could never get rid of the nightmare that had tortured him for the second part of his life. He didn't want to be manipulated by anyone anymore. Perhaps his life should end when he died for the first time, but deities had dragged him back from the underworld. Now, no one could stop him from ending it all. The audience watched as Kratos pieced himself with the blade of Olympus. The power of hope gushed out from his body and spread to every corner of this dark world. Instead of handing this power to Athena, he chose to give it to the humans who were in destruction. Perhaps, these humans would enjoy a brand new era after receiving this power. They would create their own order, and they would enjoy freedom and a new civilization, controlling their own destiny. As he came to the end of the road of revenge, he paid the price for destroying the world after killing the gods. Finally, humans were free from the rule of the gods. Like war itself, Kratos, the god of war, brought endless catastrophes and destruction. But because of him, the world changed and was reborn. This was the war that he represented. And this god of war died just like this. At this moment, both the players who had come to this stage and the players who watched them play fell silent with complicated feelings including astonishment, admiration, and gratitude. Perhaps they didn't know how to express their feelings. But the god of war is dead. Then, how come there is God of War 4? Seeing the new game, God of War 4 feat that Mr. Fang wrote on the small blackboard, everyone felt puzzled. At the end of the story, they saw only a puddle of blood left in the Grand Olympus Palace, and Kratos had vanished. Fate had arranged him to become a demon, but he retained a bit of conscience in him, which was why he had to continue to battle with furious roars even in the abyss of despair and pain. This was his destiny. When the players turned on God of War 4 and looked at Kratos' aged face after losing his godly power, they felt extremely sad. Fate pulled Kratos back from the abyss of death again, because the war was far from over. After losing his godly power, the god of war became old. Seeing that the aged god of war had to return with his young son to the life of war he still couldn't avoid despite his efforts all his life, the viewers hoped that he could get rid of his past nightmare and fight for a new hope. The players in the shop prayed for Kratos silently. Chapter 890, God of War 4, a new game that Mr. Fang has never played. The livestream begins. Despite Mr. Fang's claim that he would cook the Valkyrie's wings, he couldn't do it. After all, no one would dare to eat them even if he cooked them. In the end, They were loaned to people to do research on them since Fang Chi had no use for them other than making them into roasted wings. At this moment, the Magic Union led by Adolf, the Silver Moon Alchemy Union led by First Elder Hyrule, and the Alchemist Union of which Grand Mage Merlin was a member, established a research team to study the wings of the Valkyrie from the heavenly realm. Meanwhile, the Wu-Wei Taoist alliance's plan to explore the void had encountered a bottleneck, so they were happy to study the Valkyrie's wings. If they could make them into a defensive spiritual treasure, they would probably be able to start the Ascendance plan, let alone the void exploration plan. At this moment, Mr. Fang was participating in their discussion. Jun Yangxi of the Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance said, "The environment in the plane of ninefold darkness is not fitting for humans to live. We can start this Heavenly Realm exploration plan first. I think the mobile games project headed by Ms. Nolan can speed up. When it's done, we can go to the Heavenly Realm and sell Ms. Nolan's mobile games to test the market." Nodding, Mr. Fang glanced at the system interface and saw the system task named, "Acquire many energy crystals." It was only 20% completed despite the booming sales of the God of War series. There was still a long way from getting the mysterious gift bag of a mythological TV series. To complete the task, he couldn't rely merely on selling games and gift bags in the shop. Considering this, he must speed up the opening of branch shops. For example, he could open branch shops in Silver Moon Forest, the Orc Kingdom, and the Lianshan Principality at the West Continent. Meanwhile, the few shops at the East Continent and the continent of Immortal Relic with many factions were indeed not enough for the high demand. As the owner of an internet cafe, he must do his best to bring the internet to everyone and connect the worlds, creating happiness with all his efforts. In Mr. Fang's shops, people were playing all kinds of games. But in the Kanglan City shop, the most popular games right now were World of Warcraft, League of Legends, and God of War. Lately, the God of War series had been the most popular games among the players. Some players, including the Saint-level Masters Street, Leiden and Wilson, had finished the trilogy and began to play God of War 4. Of course, some of the elves hadn't even finished God of War 1, but they watched others play the game each day. The difficulty level of God of War 4 isn't as high as the previous games, right? After all, the riddle solving and god killing in the previous games were very difficult for most of the players even when they played the lowest difficulty level. Elf girl Sala whispered as she bought a bowl of instant noodles at the counter, "The God of War is now old and has less power than before. His opponents can't be too powerful either. After all, Kratos can't kill all the gods as he had done before. There aren't any more gods for him to kill anyways, right?" "I agree," Rowling said, "it must be easier for us to play the new game. Should we try it first?" By the way, Assassin Alina, who just entered the shop, said, "The shop owner hasn't done any livestreams lately." Right, the shop owner hasn't done livestream lately. Does he want to sell the games or not? After all, many people had bought games only after watching the shop owner's livestreams. But lately, he hadn't done any livestreams. At this moment, Mr. Fang had just returned from his meeting in the Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance. Glancing at the system interface, he found the task named, Challenger's Tutorial School, had come close to the end after the release of God of War Trilogy. The task was 90% completed, which meant that the combat techniques of most of the players in the shop had reached a high level. He would soon receive the task reward. At this moment, Mr. Fang saw someone sending him a message on the communication jade. It was from the elves in Kanglan City shop. Sala asked, "Sir, how come you didn't livestream lately?" As an elf who watched the shop owner clear stage in each game, she was not pleased when the shop owner didn't do any new livestreams. "Sir, how come you didn't livestream the new games?" As an elder of the Luyun Taoist Palace, Su Tianji gave a lecture to her disciples each month, so she spent most of her free time livestreaming. As a technical idle streamer, she learned new skills by watching Mr. Fang's livestream, but lately, she found that the scummy shop owner hadn't done any livestreams lately. "Livestream, I've been busy lately, I can't do it, damn it. It would be fine to livestream God of War 1 to 3, but how can I livestream when I never played God of War 4 before?" He sounded impatient. "Before I traveled through space, there was only a trailer for this game. Now that the God of War has become an old man, and his weapon has changed from chain blades to an axe, it's completely different from the previous games. How can I play it on the livestream?" Mr. Fang thought in frustration. After all, the god of war who he had played as could kill dozens of gods all by himself. Having graduated, Song Qingfeng and the other disciples got busy and had less time to play games. Mr. Fang was also busy with making money, doing promotions, and cultivating, etc. The most important work was handling the troublemakers. This afternoon, he had to go and choose the locations for new shops. With the expansion of the business, he had more things to do. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoyu sent him a message, another new game. Boss, how come you aren't live streaming? This. Okay, yeah. Zhang Xiaoyu immediately sent a victory hand emoji. In the new shop at the East Continent, Xiaoyu and her friends from Heavenly Faction sat down together and waited for the livestream to begin. From God of War 1 to God of War 3, time passed from the summer to the winter. Sitting behind the counter, Xiao Yulf sneezed and rubbed his hands. Achoo! It was snowing, and the street outside the shop had become white. What is it? Pushing open the door, Nolan Mingxie pulled down the fluffy ferret fur hood and saw Mr. Fang standing at the entrance and scratching his head. She also came from the Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance, right after Fang Qi. Nothing. I'm going to livestream now. Mr. Fang opened the livestream platform with great familiarity and entered God of War 4. Even if I've never played it before, today, I'll show you how the God of War and his son bring the Norse into prominence on the livestream. Chapter 891. The game was designed for me to show off. The shop owner is finally doing a livestream. I only watch the shop owner's livestream. Grandpa, your favorite stream is finally back on. People sent all kinds of bullet comments of surprises and cheers onto the screen. This is good. Su Tianji took a peek and saw that Mr. Fang was indeed doing a livestream. Immediately, she turned on QQ livestream and began to watch with great enjoyment. The players of the Kanglan City shop sat together as well. They had finished the previous games of Kratos killing Olympian gods. Hearing that Kratos went to a world called Midgard, they all stopped what they were doing and came to watch the livestream. Not everyone had finished the first 3 games in the God of War series, and not everyone would buy the new God of War 4, but they all wanted to see what sparks this powerful man would make after killing all the Olympian gods. The most important thing was, the shop owner is doing a livestream again. Isn't it nice? In the Kanglan City shop, the elves were thrilled. It's just the shop owner livestreaming. As the queen of the elf clan, Kellybell didn't think that the scummy shop owner had any advantages over her. She watched the big screen and mumbled in contempt, "One day, I'll make you guys eager to watch my livestream every day. Let's watch the shop owner's livestream first." At this moment, Valkyrie Isabella had been lying in the golden pool for a long time. After slowly opening her eyes, she was greeted by blinding sunshine. She tried to lift her hand to block the sunshine but found. My hand. She found her hand was trembling a bit and refusing to move. She tried to move her feet and was horrified to find that. My feet. My body. She suddenly found that her whole body had lost sensation, as if it wasn't her body. Then, she found that her godly soul, which had been damaged by the blade of Olympus, was too weak to move her body. Lying in her birthplace in the godly realm and nurtured by the godly spring, she would need at least thousands of years to regain control of her body. It meant, I am paralyzed. She almost went crazy when this fact hit her. She wanted to yell but couldn't let out a sound. The undefeatable Valkyrie had been beaten into paralysis by someone in the mortal world. No, I must see what is happening to the bald guy who placed me into such a state. She was so furious that she wanted to find the bald guy. Her godly soul could no longer leave her body, but fortunately, she still had a little godly power left. Therefore, she cast a peeking and eavesdropping spell. Livestream. A pair of invisible eyes followed some elves as the latter entered the shop. Hiss. She saw a large group of people sitting on couches in a circle while messages jumping out on the screen. Her instinct told her that she had discovered a huge secret of the mortal world. This secret seems to involve the background of this god of war. It seemed like they are now in the place named Midgard. She memorized the name of this location and then began to watch the livestream in high spirits while lying in the pool, paralyzed. At this moment, all the players were watching the livestream. On the big screen was the brawny god of war who had a thick beard. Fatigue was obvious in his deep-set eyes. His clothes were worn, and his hands were holding an old axe that looked dirty as if he had just finished some chores. On his belly was the long scar left by the blade of Olympus that once pierced him. This was the current god of war. What difficulty level should I choose? The game even has 4 levels. Mr. Fang was in the last step of choosing the difficulty level. On the livestream, he murmured to himself, "Give me a story, give me a balanced experience, give me a challenge, and the highest difficulty level, give me God of War. There's no need to consider. Of course, I'll choose." Immediately, Mr. Fang clicked on the blood-red words, "Give me God of War." The shop owner is indeed an excellent player. Elf girl Sala had a good appetite while she watched the livestream. She immediately ate a spicy stick. What kind of fancy plays will he show us this time? Su Tianji sat in the shop and watched it attentively. I'll learn some profound and complex skills from the shop owner to attract my little elves. Elf Queen Kellybell had come to the shop in her free time and was watching it, engrossed. As an elf queen, she was distressed that no one showed respect to her when she disguised her identity as the queen. At this moment, Kratos suddenly became animated on the screen. People seemed to see the previous god of war in him, but he looked as if he had cut out his past from his life. Like a hunter living in the depths of the mountains, he lifted his axe and hacked at the white birch tree before him strike by strike. He roared as he hacked as if he was using all his strength to cut down the thick white birch. He looked like a hero who had grown old. Watching this scene, the players understood that the powerful Kratos, the god of war, was indeed old now. This was Midgard, one of the 9 realms in Norse mythology. Different from the previous games, at the beginning of God of War 4, Kratos didn't harbor bone-deep hatred due to the betrayal of the gods. Many years after his battles with the Olympian gods, he had come out of the previous nightmarish world and was living a new life with his son. He was no longer alone. The man before the players was no longer the god of war but a father who lived with his son in the snow forest. It was a nice and heart-warming scene. Yeah, did Kratos' new wife die as well? He's cutting wood to cremate her body and bury her. These 2 guys, the man and the boy, don't know how to communicate with each other. Their conversations are so dry. Mr. Fang watched the cinematics and commented, but it's understandable. He had never had a son before, and his daughter died a long time ago. Is he going to teach his son how to hunt? When it came to this part, Mr. Fang was eager to try. I'm good at this. He had been uncertain about the game since the main character was the previous god of war, and there was a new legend. He was afraid there might be some monsters that he couldn't defeat. He was familiar with all the previous games, but the newly released God of War 4 was a game that he had never played before. Hearing that they were going to go hunting, he relaxed a bit. He was surprised that as he taught the son how to hunt, a Draugr dashed out from the forest. It's a random enemy, but I can easily handle a group of such low-level Draugrs. Mr. Fang raised his axe. I think I'm supposed to show off my skills in front of my son. I'll go and have a try. Huh, that's good, the elves said immediately. This difficulty level was obviously acceptable to them. Chapter 892, Wildly Testing on the Verge of Failure. Let's read the story. I guess. Kratos, a powerful father, wants to make sure that his son can pass a future challenge. He will try to protect his son by training him. While he explained, Mr. Fang bent down and moved toward the Draugr with the axe in his hand. I think we should teach the son some advanced battle skills even though we're facing the comparatively weak Draugr. We can use some advanced battle concepts to nurture this future flower of the godly realm. The shop owner is going to make another kill without receiving any damage. The elves sent bullet comments while they watched the livestream. Hey, the guy who commented earlier, a kill without being injured is not good enough. I'm sure that he will show some new battle skills, the ones with very high difficulty level. Didn't you hear shop owner say that he will teach battle concepts this time? So many people are watching him teach his son. At this moment, the Valkyrie lay in the pool and mumbled, I must know my enemy to defeat him. I'll watch how this guy teaches his son. After studying him thoroughly, I can challenge him again. Then, she remembered that she was paralyzed. While gritting her teeth, she thought, it doesn't matter. After watching him for thousands of years, I'll know everything about him and will surely defeat him. At this thought, she continued to watch with great concentration. She saw a small window at the bottom of the screen, and the weak-looking shop owner would show his face in the window occasionally. She didn't understand what it meant for now, but it didn't affect her from watching the livestream. At this moment, Mr. Fang said, now, I'll show you a very advanced battle concept. It's very useful and can be used in any battle. It's called, among the combat techniques in the world, the fastest speed trumps all. He controlled Kratos, the god of war. If I attack fast enough, the enemy's attacks can't hit me. His axe hacked down with great swiftness. But almost at the same time, the Draugr launched an extremely swift sword slash. 2 streaks of blood shot up almost at the same time. They both stumbled. Then, the Draugr hacked again. With cold sweat on his forehead, Mr. Fang rolled on the ground and narrowly dodged the slash. Do you see what happens when your attacks are not fast enough? The consequences are so severe when this move fails. The elves stared at the screen intently. Is the shop owner going to teach us some super difficult skills? Huh, didn't the shop owner say he will teach us that, among the combat techniques in the world, the fastest speed trumps all? Elf Queen, Kellybell stared at the big screen suspiciously. How come he changed his mind at the last second? She seemed to sense something unusual. Standing behind Mr. Fang and watching him play, Nolan Mingxie had a sly look in her eyes as she covered her mouth while her shoulders shook uncontrollably. With a dark expression, Mr. Fang thought, how come a small monster in God of War 4 is so difficult to fight? After all, when he played the first 3 games in God of War series, he had killed monsters as if he was cutting grass and killed gods like killing chickens. It had been a very magnificent experience. Although the system version of God of War 4 didn't have specific stats on health, the HP percentage on the bottom of the screen was a good reference. Right now, the HP bar had lost half of the length. In other words, I will be killed by a small monster with 2 to 3 strikes. It must be noted that the game had just begun, and this stage was equivalent to a tutorial. This game is purposefully trying to make me fail. It seems like the God of War is indeed old. He can't even match the speed of a small monster now, Mr. Fang explained as he snuck up with his axe. Let's change strategy and teach the son. Sir, aren't you going to teach, the fastest speed trumps all? Didn't you say that it applies to any battle? I'll teach it later. Glancing at the bullet comment, Mr. Fang's face turned darker as he thought, I didn't know that the God of War is old, and his combat strength dropped so much. I haven't played it before. This is trying to make me look back. Who sent it? Glancing around and not able to find the sender, he finally returned his attention back to the monster before him. I realized that the concept, among the combat techniques in the world, the fastest speed trumps all, is too profound and complex for this type of small monsters. Besides, I think our old God of War's son won't understand such profound and complex stuff. Let's start from the simple skills. This skill can be used in any battles too. It's called capitalizing on the enemy's recovery after attacking. Mr. Fang controlled Kratos to move forward a few steps and then sidestepped when he was almost within the Draugr's attack range, dodging the latter's attack perfectly. When this attack of his enemy was about to stop, Mr. Fang struck forward with his axe with force. Then, I'll use the wild hacking axe technique, severely injuring the monster. Mr. Fang yelled and brandished his axe as if he had gone mad. The audience watched as Mr. Fang controlled Kratos to send the monster flying with a series of wild strikes. But, sir, puzzled, a few Saint-level masters sent bullet comments, we know this move already. Of course, you know it. Mr. Fang said immediately, Kratos is teaching his son, how can he teach his son the skills that even you guys can't do? Oh, the words sounded weird to their ears. He's right. He's teaching his son. What are you mortals doing here? At this moment, the paralyzed Valkyrie Isabella agreed while lying in the pool. She knew it was easy to make a successful hit at the end of the enemy's attack, but this man's easy and simple explanation made her think higher of him. At least she instantly understood it after the explanation. At this moment, the monster got up from the ground silently. A sharp blade slashed at him from behind. Sir, be careful. The audience had always felt relaxed and cheerful when they watched the shop owner's livestream. But this time, they felt uneasy and fearful. Mr. Fang pretended that he had seen the attack when he didn't. In fact, he dodged it with a flinch of his head in fear, and he shouted, Wild hacking axe technique. Wild hacking axe technique. Wild. While carefully dodging the attacks, he finally killed the monster with about 20 wild axe strikes. Exhaling in relief, he said to Kratos, Son, Atreus, do you understand this, boy? Of course, he understands it. You explained so clearly. Lying in the pool, Valkyrie Isabella mumbled to herself. She continued to watch, wondering if this person would explain some more advanced skills. At this moment, Mr. Fang said smugly, See, With my method, except for the injuries that I got when I demonstrated the disadvantage of that skill, I received no injuries. Although he had never played this game before, he had years of experience in playing games and fighting battles. It's a piece of cake for me. To tell you the truth, I didn't use my full strength yet. The moment he said that, Kratos' son, Atreus, pointed behind him and yelled, "Father! There are more. Another Draugr, Mr. Fang was delighted inside. Now, it's time for me to get serious. This time, I'll receive no injuries and thus redeem my reputation." He looked back and saw groups of revenants howling and walking out of the forest. Chapter 893. Sir, didn't you say you'd stop the livestream at noon? I must tell you that I can only livestream until noon. I have things to do this afternoon, Mr. Fang said as he controlled Kratos to dodge attacks. It was indeed dangerous. Even the small monsters were so hard to fight, and he wished that he could finish the livestream immediately. It was hard to continue the game, and he had to explain to these people while he played it. Of course, Mr. Fang was a professional and had the basic abilities even though he only live-streamed in his free time. He continued to explain, "It seems like Kratos lost his memories and much of his strength. So, we can't expect him to unleash his previous godly power and use his old ultimate moves. There are no moves such as Poseidon's Rage in God of War 4. Obviously, many players were still impressed by the powerful spells shown in the previous God of War games. Sir, can we use the Blades of Chaos in this game?" The Saint-level players such as Elf Queen Kellybell still had fresh memories of the main weapons in the God of War trilogy. Some warriors and knights even created mimics of the two chain blades in real life. The Saint-level players were very proficient with these weapons. Missing the Blades of Chaos from the previous games, more people sent bullet comments, asking the same question. Mr. Fang explained as he battled the monster, "I don't think so. After all, the chain blades came from Ares, the previous god of war. They had been burning Kratos and represented the slavery and bondage under the Olympian gods. I think it's time for him to say farewell to his past." "Sir, you don't know it either. You sound so uncertain," Su Tianji asked immediately. In the past, the shop owner knew everything about the games and had been just reluctant to tell them. However, this time, he sounded very uncertain. Of course, Mr. Fang couldn't tell them that he had played all the previous games but had only watched this game's trailer. Now playing this damn God of War 4 on livestream, he felt as if he was walking on thin ice, almost failing before he could get out of the tutorial. He seemed to have sensed a malicious intent in this game. He even suspected that he had played the fake God of War games before. Compared with the 3 previous games, God of War 4 had a totally different gaming experience. "Father, behind you." Another Draugr got up from the ground and hacked at him with great speed. Dodge. Fang Chi kept his vital body parts safe at the last moment as the rusty blade left a shallow blood line on his body. "There are too many of them, and I'd better get out of the siege and throw the axe at them." In God of War 4, Kratos could throw his axe and summon it back at will. But Fang Chi obviously didn't find it easy since he had to divert some of his attention to do explanations while battling. Och! Everyone saw Mr. Fang receiving several wounds in this messy group battle, and his HP bar was almost at the bottom left. Although Atreus couldn't enter the fray, he had been warning Kratos of the dangers coming from the blind spots. The moment that Fang Chi retreated, several Draugr followed him. Having fought for a long while with the Draugr, Fang Chi found that they were not fragile skeletons. Their forms and combat techniques showed that they had experienced countless battles before they died. Even now, they maintained a good level of combat strength. Comparatively, they were more like corpse ghosts. So many. If he was playing God of War 1, a Poseidon's Rage would clear them all. Even if he couldn't cast Poseidon's Rage at the beginning of the game, he could knock down a group of them with chain blades. But now, the old God of War couldn't kill one small monster without being hit. Clearly, he couldn't stay unrivaled. "I feel like I'm going to fail." Mr. Fang's heart sank. At this moment, all the players had their hearts in their throats as they watched the livestream. It feels like the shop owner is at a disadvantage fighting the small monsters. What's happening? Not only the players in the new shops, but the veteran players were stupefied by the scene. "What's wrong with today's livestream?" Su Tianji said, "It seems like the shop owner is not himself today." In the heavenly realm, Valkyrie Isabella watched the scene in puzzlement. When Atreus warned Kratos of the left side, Fang turned his head and felt a gust of wind sweeping at his face. Subconsciously, he blocked the attack with his left arm. With a crisp metal colliding noise, a round shield suddenly sprung out from his gauntlet. Fang had expected his left arm to be wounded with this block, but the round shield blocked this attack. Holding the Leviathan axe in his right hand, Kratos had a strange gauntlet on his left arm. Different from most other gauntlets, it concealed extremely hard fan blades that were unnoticeable but could form a middle-sized round shield when they spread out. However, he was still caught off guard, and he was forced to take 2 steps back by the huge force from the strike. At this moment, several Draugr took the opportunity to charge at him. He's in danger. The viewers in the shops yelled in low voices. He doesn't know how to use this weapon. Valkyrie Isabella squinted her eyes and seemed to see the problem. What's wrong? It seems like he's even weaker than me. If it was her, even if she didn't have enough strength, she could kill these Draugr at the price of a few wounds. I have a shield on this arm. At this moment, Fang blocked again with the shield on his left arm subconsciously. Ting! The block was done in a hurry. Even if he successfully blocked the attack, he would fall and be surrounded by his enemies. But everyone saw that Fang shield had a subtle force that deflected the attack force perfectly. The shield even pushed back, forcing the 2 monsters to lose balance and lean back. It was a hasty move, but it bounced back the attacks so smoothly. At this moment, Valkyrie Isabella in the distant heavenly realm stared at the screen of the livestream intently. What combat technique is this? Obviously, she realized that this wasn't a force or a magic spell but a powerful combat technique. Parry. Everyone stared at the sight with widened eyes. He even used parry in God of War. Immediately, Fang controlled Kratos to throw out his axe, sending a monster flying with 1 strike. With good control of his force, he could strike several times with his axe when the enemies were in midair before. But this time, due to the hasty parry, he sent the Draugr too far away for him to continue the attack. Without thinking, he threw out the Leviathan axe and then slashed his shield at another Draugr's head. At this moment, bullet comments flooded the screen. Amazing! Look at that monster. Parry with heavy strike and flying axe, he pinned a monster onto the mountain wall with instant kill. Fuck. Awesome play. What? Valkyrie Isabella watched the livestream in a daze, stunned by the sight of the corpse being pinned to the mountainside. She had sensed how thick-skinned the monster was, but now it felt as if a different player was playing the game. This game was different from the previous games in God of War series. Previously, Kratos, the God of War, had advanced with great fortitude and godly power. But now, his strength was much weaker than before. In the current situation, it was impossible to sweep across the battlefield with magic spells or powerful strength. Different from the previous games which featured on the mastery of strength, the system version of God of War 4 focused on combat techniques. After fighting for most of his life, the old God of War had a lot of battle experience. I seem to have some ideas about how to play the game. Suddenly, understanding dawned on Mr. Fang. Combining his previous battle method and the new combat techniques, he seemed to create a completely new battle system. Ting! With a loud vibration noise, Fang found the perfect angle and used 1 Draugr to block the other Draugr who were attacking from the sides, creating a temporary 1 versus 1 situation. Meanwhile, the shield on his left arm moved nimbly and blocked the monster's sword before slanting and striking forward sideways. Then, he struck down his heavy axe, sending the monster flying. Immediately, he threw out the Leviathan axe. These moves finished in 1 breath with great smoothness. I know how to play this game. Sir, didn't you say you'd stop the livestream at noon? Someone asked in the bullet comment. What did you say, Mr. Fang tried to pin monsters to walls several times but failed. Then, he turned back to find small monster to practice the pinning technique. Hiss. This monster is so big, can it be pinned onto the wall? A scream sounded. The viewers exchanged a look. Chapter 894, The Ultimate Duel of Power and Technique at the Top Level in the Mythological World. Today, I'll teach you the new parry skill and how to kill small monsters quickly. Mr. Fang had almost failed despite his best efforts, so he had to talk and explain his way out of embarrassing situations. But now, he regained his confidence. The legendary Leviathan axe was forged by the famous Huldra brothers, Sindri and Brock, who were dwarfs and weapon masters in Norse mythology. Unsatisfied with the unwise use of the weapons and godly artifacts that they had created for the Aesir god clan, which included figures such as Odin and Thor in Norse mythology, the two weapon masters decided to make the Leviathan ace to balance the powers in the world of the Norse mythology. Obviously, the Leviathan axe wasn't an ordinary battle axe, and it had its own unique way of being used and combat techniques. If the players could use it well, they would learn many advanced combat techniques from it and use much more power than the people who did nothing but slash and hack with it. The players in the East Continent and the continent of Immortal Relic had learned how to control their weapons from the legend of Sword and Fairy and the Wind and Cloud. However, the players in the West Continent found it difficult to control their swords since their weapons were mostly heavy and big, and it was hard to change their long-standing habits. But now, from God of War, they discovered a whole set of skills from parry to ranged and melee attacks. I never knew these moves. Valkyrie Isabella lay in the pool and did the moves in her mind. Parry, flying Leviathan axe, hehehehe. In a few thousand years, I will learn all this stuff, and my power will improve greatly. This so-called livestream is indeed enjoyable. Of course, she could do nothing but watch the livestream right now. After they returned from hunting, they entered the main storyline of God of War 4. The story of God of War 4 evolved around the Ragnarok in Norse mythology. At this time, the Norse world was in chaos as Ragnarok was coming, everything was desolate. Strange phenomena appeared in the 9 realms, and more creatures were turned into things like zombies by erosion. Powerful god tribes remained safe but obviously had sensed the bad signs. Hearing the word Ragnarok, people would think of the Olympian gods who were all wiped out and wonder if the bald man would kill the Norse gods during Ragnarok. But obviously, it was not possible. TL note: Ragnarok's Chinese translation means the dusk of gods. After his failed suicide attempt, Kratos drifted to Midgard and became a hermit. He married a woman and had a son. The last wish of his wife before she died was for her ashes to be spread at the highest peak of the 9 realms. In God of War 4, the players found that Kratos had withdrawn the fierceness from his eyes and had learned to control his emotions. Right now, Kratos was only a husband who wanted to fulfill his wife's last wish and a father who protected his son as the latter grew. He was no longer the god of war who had killed all the gods of the Greek pantheon. However, things didn't go as Kratos wished. As they returned to their home, Fang and the viewers heard booming noises like muffled thunder and then a series of heavy knocking on the door. With an ominous feeling, Kratos immediately motioned for his son to hide. Then, he opened the door and saw a stranger who was as thin as a rod and covered in tattoos of Norse runes. The runes looked like those worshipped as gods by primitive people in the ancient times. They seemed to contain endless power and extremely mysterious laws of nature. Obviously, Kratos didn't know him, but the visitor sounded provocative. "You do not want this fight," Kratos said coldly with threatening eyes. But the stranger ignored it and said with even more provocation, "Oh, I'm pretty sure I do." Then, he punched Kratos in the face. My goodness, this guy is so bold. The viewers froze in shock. After all, even the Olympian gods didn't dare to fight Kratos head-on, but this person looked as if he wanted Kratos to kill him. If it was in the past, Kratos would have attacked him. But at this moment, Kratos suppressed his fury and said, "Leave my home. You are going to have to kill me for that to happen." The stranger threw 3 punches at Kratos' face. Not able to endure any longer, Kratos knocked the stranger to the ground with a punch. He was about to punch again when the stranger got up and hook-punched Kratos' chin, sending the latter flying for over 30 meters. How incredibly disappointing. The man stretched his neck and remained intact after receiving a heavy punch from Kratos, and he said, "Come on then." This guy, the Saint-level masters, as well as the elves and knights who had played the God of War trilogy, stared at the scene with widened eyes. This guy dares to taunt Kratos like this. Who is this guy? At this moment, the Valkyrie who was sitting in the pool also froze at the scene. After all, she had first-hand experience of Kratos' great power. Otherwise, she wouldn't be lying here. Even though Kratos' strength was much weaker than before, he was still an extremely powerful master. It was obvious that his combat techniques were even better than before. But this stranger wasn't beaten to death after taunting Kratos like this. Besides, he even looked as if he had no interest to block Kratos' strikes with the Leviathan axe. This guy looks very powerful, totally different from the small monsters before now. "Mr. Fang said as he controlled Kratos to attack, but it's simple to fight him while he taunts me and doesn't care to dodge. I wonder how berserk he will get later. But we must be aware of his potential sudden attacks. The moment Mr. Fang said that, his opponent punched abruptly. Subconsciously, Fang Qi lifted the shield, parry. As everyone knew, ever since Dark Souls, almost all opponents couldn't block the sudden repulsive force from being parried, and they would be shocked into numbness by it. But this guy used the force from the parry to float back as lightly as a leaf in wind. While turning in midair, he deflected all the forces perfectly with spinning. Swiftly, he punched again as if he just teleported. He deflected it. Everyone including Valkyrie looked at the scene in astonishment. After all, the parry was very difficult to use, and the parry in the system version of the games was launched in a very ingenious way, which made it almost impossible to counter. But the parry which is supposed to be impossible to deflect got deflected with ease. Valkyrie Isabella screamed silently because Kratos didn't even use this complex skill in the battle with her. Mr. Fang practiced it the whole morning on the livestream and was more familiar with this game now. Almost at the same time when his opponent attacked, he thrust out his shield at an angle, parry. This time, his opponent couldn't deflect it with ease and was sent flying backward by the shield, knocking down 2 white birch trees as he flew. In the very second when he lost his balance, Fang Qi took the chance and controlled Kratos to throw out the fatal flying Leviathan axe. The godly weapon, Leviathan axe, couldn't hack open the stranger's body, but the whole mountain was shattered by this crash. However, in the next moment, a figure shot out like a cannonball and threw another punch. When his opponent struck onto the thick shield, Fang Qi felt the shield sink a little as the runes on his opponent's body lit up in bright blue lights. The huge godly force wasn't parried. Instead, the parry was suppressed by the great force in the fist. At this moment, everyone was enthralled by this battle as they watched it without blinking, finally understanding that the difficulty level, "Give me God of War," meant your enemies were all as powerful as the God of War. The ultimate duel of power and technique between two figures who stood at the top level in the mythological world was about to happen. Chapter 895, Learning New Godly Technique from Mr. Fang, Strong Locking Man. Hiya. After a series of heavy punches, the stranger picked up Kratos by his legs and swung him out. No one had seen Kratos be beaten so harshly. The stranger even pushed Kratos into the house and crashed into it. Why are there 2 beds in there? The stranger's mocking tone turned cold as if he had found a clue about the things that he had been looking for. Kratos seems to be protecting his son. Fang Qi had felt that Kratos was too weak for this powerful enemy. But at this moment, he felt a force erupting from the depths of his body. I'll kill the guy first. Fang Qi had no time to talk during the battle. While turning, he used the momentum to knock his opponent to the ground and then smashed him down from the 2nd floor with a double heavy punch. But his enemy got up from the ground faster than Kratos. The stranger grabbed Kratos and body slammed him before kicking him out for dozens of meters like a ball, knocking down countless trees and even half of the mountain. It must be noted that this was a mountain in the mythical world, and gods lived on it. It wasn't as fragile as the mountains in the later ages. Fuck. At this moment, even Mr. Fang felt dizzy as he got hit. Most importantly, this was a fixed plot event, which meant that Kratos being kicked away for dozens of meters wasn't a part of his gameplay. Slow and old, you should never have come to Midgard. After the kick, the stranger taunted Kratos. You won't talk. Fine. Maybe whoever it is you've got stashed in that house will. Most importantly, the stranger had received few injuries, and they had all healed by now. How come this guy is so strong? It's blatant provocation. Street. Wilson and the other Saint-level masters murmured. It's horrifying. It's our first time seeing Kratos getting beat, Kellybell gasped. Is this the plane of ninefold darkness? How come these guys are more powerful than the one before? Valkyrie Isabella wondered where Midgard. Perhaps. She had the feeling that Midgard wasn't in the plane of ninefold darkness or even in this world at all. Suddenly, she wondered if she should learn from the Norse. Instantly, she liked this thought a lot since people in this place could even beat Kratos who had defeated her. When I recover, I'll change my name to number 1 Valkyrie of the Norse. This Norse mythology is indeed powerful. I'm afraid that he is the first challenger who punched Kratos' face into a bloody mess instead of being killed by him, Mr. Fang said. More importantly, the stranger was so reckless that he even threatened Kratos with the latter's son as if he wished that Kratos could kill him. I feel like the rage in Kratos' body is about to bust. Here's Spartan rage. Hellish blazing flames burned around Kratos. The battle in the mountains was lightning fast, the challenger was swift, but Kratos was even faster. The battle axe wasn't Fang Chi's strong suit, but he excelled in fist techniques. When the rage dispersed, Kratos had healed all his injuries. After a series of vicious punches, he picked up a small hill and smashed it down toward his opponent. The moment it crashed down, the mountain cracked, and the forest was turned into a valley. The viewers seemed to be watching God of War 4, the movie. It was fascinating and stunning. I'm watching a mythical anime on the big screen. Song Qingfeng, who usually watched Naruto and Re:0, starting life from another world on his communication jade, sent a bullet comment. Yes, it's a half-year-long anime show. Obviously, many people in the shop watched anime. It seems like the shop owner can't finish the battle in half a year. He might not be able to finish it in his lifetime. At this moment, exclamations rose in the shop as the ground shook, and the hill suppressing the stranger slowly rose. Then, the stranger lifted the huge hill-like boulder and threw it out with force. The shield sprung out from Fang Chi's arm. Activate. An exquisite shock force on the shield combined with an aggressive force. The viewers watched as Kratos lifted his shield and shattered the hill-like huge boulder. He's still alive, mister. Fang was stunned as well. After all, it was the beginning of the game. Kratos had battled with this boss for almost 2 hours. This son of a bitch is as hard to battle as that silly bird Valkyrie. Mister. Fang was stupefied. Yeah, he mentioned me. Watching the livestream in the pool, Valkyrie Isabella was excited when she heard her title, but then her face darkened as she understood his words. Who is a silly bird? Should I get the blade of Olympus to kill this guy? A killing demanded by the plot. Of course, Mr. Fang didn't know that even the blade of Olympus would inflict 0 damage on this stranger. How can he kill this guy? The viewers couldn't help but worry for Kratos. Kratos had killed many gods on Mount Olympus, but in this game, he encountered such a horrifying opponent even before he could walk out of his door. But I feel like he hasn't grown much stronger. Fang Chi controlled Kratos and said, let's give him another combo. Parry. Mr. Fang said as he controlled Kratos, his attacks are not hard to handle, but his punches are extremely fast, so we must have quick reflexes to parry. But I've gradually gotten used to his speed. When I get proficient with the axe, you can't get up again. Fang Chi became even more skillful with the battle axe. Heavy strike, ducked it, almost like a reflex, Fang Chi launched a parry. Then, the battle axe hacked down viciously. On the screen, Kratos picked up his enemy by the legs and swung him out. Then, he locked his arms around the enemy's throat and pressed the latter down to the ground. He lay down as well and tightly squeezed his thick arms around his opponent's neck from behind. Regardless of how this stranger struggled, he couldn't get up. At last, Kratos twisted the elbow of his left arm with force. The whole world turned quiet. The viewers could only hear the whistling of the north winds and Kratos' heavy panting. Is he really dead? The audience felt suspicious. After all, the stranger had remained alive after being smashed so viciously. Nonsense. This guy is indeed strong, but I killed him with strong locking man. Mr. Fang got up, panting breathlessly. He's definitely dead. TL note. Strong locking man is a meme in China where a guy wraps his arm around another guy. Strong locking man, is this the new skill to kill gods? The elves stared at the screen with widened eyes. This powerful stranger must be a god. This so-called strong locking man even took the life of this unkillable god. What new combat technique is this? Seeing the new skill, Valkyrie Isabella was surprised. Is there a way to kill enemies who are unkillable with only techniques? There is such a powerful technique. She continued to watch intently and simulated the move in her mind. It seems like holding the enemy and body slamming him to the ground before holding him from behind, and strong locking man. This god-killing technique looks easy to use. She could only watch the parry but couldn't practice it, which made it difficult for her to learn it. But this one, her eyes lit up as she realized that she could learn this. Chapter 896, The God of War and his illiterate and humiliating old father who has no sense of direction. But, what miraculous skill is involved in this strong locking man? How can it kill gods? Valkyrie Isabella stared at the scene suspiciously, feeling like something wasn't right. The strange god didn't get up again from the valley after dying. Even if he wasn't dead, he was severely wounded by this combat technique. As Valkyrie Isabella mused over this, Kratos in the game walked back exhausted with blood all over him. He even dropped to the snow on the ground due to exhaustion. Only after a long time did his injuries heal. Obviously, they couldn't stay here anymore. Following his wife's last wish, Kratos took his son and his wife's ashes, embarking on the journey to the highest peak of the 9 realms. He probably knew what dangers were hiding on the journey. They might be related to an ancient prophecy, and his son might not be ready to face the era mentioned in the prophecy. However, they must embark on the journey since that strange god might resurrect at any moment. Walking out of the house, they saw that the terrain around them had experienced great changes due to the battle. The forest had turned into a valley, and mountains were raised to the ground. In the distance were endless rolling mountains with white snow on the peaks and huge forests at the foot. No one knew how many miraculous creatures of the mythological era were hiding in there or how many top-tier gods lived in the mountains. Their destination was the grandest and highest mountain peak in the mythological era in the farthest part of this mountain range. The journey wouldn't be easy. Just the Draugr hiding in the forest were hard to handle, let alone other things. In this era, everything except the powerful gods had turned into such monsters. Of course, there were benefits in such a situation. When the countless creatures in this corrupted world were turned into Draugr, their fortunes had become ownerless. In this world of the mythological era, there were many awe-inspiring powerful objects. At this moment, Mr. Fang controlled Kratos to dig out a simple-looking rune from a broken chest in the roadside ruins. The players had witnessed the power of rune words in Diablo 2. In God of War 4, there were also runestones with ancient runes engraved on them. But different from Diablo 2, this runestone looked simpler and more ancient. According to legends, these letters were the runes created by the Allfather Odin in Norse mythology. They represented the laws of nature of the ancient times, and each letter contained magic power. With good combinations, they could produce miracles. It was probably the original form of magic spells. With this rune attached to the axe, it can unleash magic power. Mr. Fang immediately picked up the battle axe and tried it on. When he lifted his battle axe, a powerful magic force swept around instantly. Wow! The mages and alchemists stared at this scene with widened eyes. This simple letter has such a great power. Besides, the rune had its own power and didn't consume magic energy. Father, here, the mountain is over there. Let's go. As time went on, Mr. Fang practiced his combat techniques and explained them to the viewers on the livestream. Although it was the highest difficulty level, he managed it. Thank God that I didn't fail. Mr. Fang wiped the non-existent sweat from his face and walked toward the direction Atreus pointed. This is good. It seems like our son is our guide. We don't have to consult maps in the game. Mr. Fang immediately controlled Kratos to follow his son, Atreus. Hiss. The creators of the game are very nice. Despite the malice that he had felt during the previous battle with the monsters, Mr. Fang now sensed the warmth and consideration of the creators of the game, which was different from the lousy games that were full of schemes and didn't even provide a map. This game is totally different from the previous ones. Haha. By now, Mr. Fang had returned from hunting with Atreus. In God of War 4, Kratos didn't have godly power, but he had a son who knew the way and warned him of monsters behind him. Kratos could even order his son to join the fight by launching ranged attacks with arrows. Despite the powerful monsters which had tortured Mr. Fang and almost defeated him at the beginning of the game, the gaming experience right now was much better. As they walked through the broken cliffs in the mountains, they could see the ruins of this era everywhere. Countless monsters and Draugr, collapsed godly palaces, strange wild beasts that they had never seen before, and stone tablets with runes were scattered across the environment. Sir, there are many runes. Can we take them? Having seen the great power of the rune, Sala and the other elves were excited at the sight of so many runes here. It can't be so easy. Beside them, Street, Hemadan and the others dampened their enthusiasm coldly. I feel like these runes are trying to tell us something. Walking to the huge stone tablet, Mr. Fang looked at the words that were emitting faint magic energy. Then, do you understand the message on it? Many people asked with bullet comments. Mr. Fang's face darkened, thinking, how could I know? But this game had a weird design. Do I need to learn the ancient runes to play this game? What's wrong with the creators of the God of War 4? Controlling Kratos, Mr. Fang was frustrated when he saw this. Then, Kratos' son, Atreus, walked up and said, this seems to be a market where the giants trade goods with the gods. I wonder if Odin has been here or not. Yeah, this game, Mr. Fang sighed with appreciation. It's wonderful to have a son. First Elder Hyru, who had played God of War series for a long time, also said, Aya. It's so much more convenient to have a son. I think we can play it later. Elf girl Sala said in pleasant surprise. As a group of clumsy players who enjoyed scenery a lot more, they had been tortured in the game since they always got lost and didn't know how to solve the riddles, thus having a very negative gaming experience. It would be wonderful for them to have a son to help them fight, solve riddles, and find the way. I can do this on livestream, Su Tianji said in pleasant surprise. After all, these were Great Elder's sus weak points while she did her livestream. After Mr. Fang got off the livestream, Sala and the other elves, the saint-level masters, knights, and assassins all bought this game and began to play. Watch my livestream, watch me. When Mr. Fang returned to the shop in the evening, he saw Su Tianji doing a livestream. In high spirits, she even invited people like Mr. Fang, Nalan Mingshe, Song Qingfeng, and Xiaoyu to watch it. Obviously, with the guidance of Kratos' son, Atreus, she found that God of War 4 was super easy to play. Due to the recent popularity of God of War 4, even Sala and some other players in Kanglan City shop were watching Su Tianji's livestream. This streamer is super fun. Let's watch her livestream. Sala immediately sent a bullet comment. At this moment, inside Su Tianji's livestream room. Boy, what do these words mean? Boy, which way shall we go now? Boy, hit that monster. Isn't it awesome? She played it smoothly. The God of War and the son who is about to inherit everything. Huh, Mr. Fang was stupefied by the scene, and so were the audience in the livestream room. However, when they hunted after a prey, Kratos and his son got separated. The livestream room fell silent. After a long while. Boy, where are you? Your father is lost. Boy, father doesn't know the words and doesn't understand the road signs. Boy, father is no match for this monster. Come and help me. Mr. Fang's face darkened as he watched. It seems like you are playing the game called the God of War and his illiterate and humiliating old father who has no sense of direction. Hey, Su Tianji put down her virtual reality headset and glared at Mr. Fang, who was watching her play from behind. She was furious. Chapter 897. Two realms are watching in secret. Taking the ultimate treasure by force. In the vast ocean, in innumerable immortal sea, huge waves surged up on the peaceful surface with howling gusts. Dark clouds covered the sky as hidden currents surged in the depths of the ocean. Countless tiny cracks were vaguely visible as thunderbolts from the void left horrifying cracks in the great ocean. A huge vortex suddenly appeared in the ocean. The vortex grew larger, surging up higher and higher waves. The Great Disturbance. Alerted Green Sky Immortal, the heavenly supervisor of the innumerable immortal sea. Sitting opposite to her was a weird-looking Taoist who was dressed in a black and white Taoist robe and had two braids dangling from the two sides of his face. A small stove sat between them with immortal tea simmering in the high-quality star sand pot. Suddenly, the blue-robed woman's eyes turned as cold as ice in the prehistoric times. She looked into the distance. At this moment, the vast ocean calmed down as if the great disturbance had never happened. Splash, hualala. With the splashing sounds of water, several heads poked out from the bright blue clear ocean. A blind man who had his eyes covered said in astonishment, "Is this the world of the Grand Masters?" They had never seen a world so vast and with such abundant spiritual energy. Don't stall, old ghost Zong. Let's hurry up and get to the shore. Some of them wore clothes of the East Continent while some were dressed in the style of the continent of immortal relics. Without exception, they were all draped in weird-looking protection spiritual treasures which looked like bamboo coats with a few snow-white feathers. The feathers emitted holy presence which seemed to come from an ancient god. It was these feathers that helped them remain intact as they traveled through the void where endless thunderbolts struck at everything within. Let's go, find a place to absorb some spiritual energy. This is immortal spiritual energy. At this moment, Valkyrie Isabella lay in the pool and mused. When I recover thousands of years later, the first thing that I'll do is take back my wings. I can't leave them in the mortal world. But now, I loan you mortals borrow them for thousands of years. After all, she couldn't move right now. At this moment, a secret report was sent from the lower region to the Gui family in the innumerable immortal sea. No one knew about it. In the secret palace, there was a bright mirror hovering in the air. A vague shadow appeared in the mirror, but the vague outer shape of the figure seemed to reveal an extremely solemn-looking ultimate existence. The figure was silent as if he was waiting for the people's reply. The many immortals in the palace, including wondrous spell High Holiness, all knelt before the mirror. No one could imagine such a scene. No one could imagine what kind of existence would have the power to place these lofty and extraordinary immortals into submission. How does it go? After a long while, the voice sounded. Martial arts ban, monitoring the mortal world, and sealing the path to heaven. After so many years, you have received no information at all. A streak of chilly light shot out from the mirror as the voice said coldly. Don't worry, wondrous spell High Holiness answered with great respect, we're not so useless like the gods, palace that got their home base in the mortal world destroyed. With an extremely reverent expression on his face, he didn't even dare to lift his head. Even with his lofty position, he didn't dare to show a tiny trace of disrespect. Then, he looked at the 30-year-old looking young man beside him. Li Feng, were they exposed? The young man immediately replied, the lower region has many people. I picked several ordinary-looking subordinates, and I'm sure that they won't cause suspicion. According to my investigation, the shop might be related to the item that you're looking for, the young man said cautiously with his head almost lowered to the ground. Might be. The voice in the mirror suddenly turned cold. Everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. No. It must be. The young man added in a hurry, I went there and investigated for a long time in secret. I'm sure that the figures behind them are not demonic gods from the plane of ninefold darkness. Quickly, he organized the words in his mind before saying, I searched those people's souls. They all think that there are one or more masters or even gods guarding the shop. But according to my analysis, it's not the case. I even suspect that there's no one guarding the shop. It's just a trick that the young man named Fang used to fool others. He said, it's said that he rarely came out the shop from the very beginning. Also, no one has seen the senior, who is supposed to guard the shop, showing his power in any situation outside the shop. Besides, he always shows his power at the last moment. If he indeed has a tremendous force at his back, for example the plane of ninefold darkness, they could have killed all troublemakers directly. Why did he go to such trouble then? The young man analyzed, the only explanation is that he isn't as powerful as he looks. He is borrowing those powers and thus can't make them last, which is why he always waits until the last moment to make a move. Otherwise, people would have seen through his tricks. State your conclusion. The voice in the mirror seemed to soften a bit but was still a little impatient. Yes, the young man said, according to my analysis, this human has an extremely powerful supreme treasure. Even if it's not the item that you need, the two are closely related. As for the inconsistency of timing, I think the ultimate treasure has its own spirit and came out earlier. He concluded, besides, I think that its amazing powers will even intrigue you. I'm sure even if it's not the item that you are looking for, it's not inferior to any ultimate holy items in legends. The moment he said the words, he was sent flying without a warning, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. A mere minor immortal doesn't deserve to use the words, ultimate holy. The light on the mirror dimmed as a faint voice sounded, if so, you go and take the so-called, ultimate holy, item by force, so it won't be wasted in the mortal world. At this moment, in the depths of the ninefold darkness, in the dark abyss at the depths of the darkness, there were countless prehistoric corpses. The figures wore ancient immortal robes or eroded heavy armor. They knelt with heads lowered like the last members of ancient families. In the depths of the direction that they were kneeling at, the most ancient king of this dark world hid there. It seemed like a pair of eyes slowly opened at the bottom of the abyss. The powerful light could no longer be covered. How could an ultimate holy item fall in such a place? The two realms shook. Greedy gazes turned toward the mortal world, which was stuck in the middle of the two realms and shivering at the moment. Chapter 898. The next TV series is Investiture of the Gods. Lately, due to the continual popularity of God of War 4, the revenue of the shops rose sharply and drove the sales of the previous God of War games to another peak. In fact, the price of the first God of War trilogy was quite high for most of the players, who had low cultivation strength. God of War 4 cost 318 crystals or magic crystals. Many players found the previous trilogy quite difficult to play with all the riddle-solving and god-killing quests. The players with low cultivation strength couldn't understand these godly-level magic spells and only used them to familiarize themselves with battles, which was why the sales hadn't been high, and many players only watched the live streams. However, God of War 4 was different. Many players found that the game wasn't so difficult with Atreus' help. Besides, this game featured the use of combat techniques, which were very beneficial to all players. Furthermore, Mr. Fang's livestream and others' livestreams such as major streamer Su Tianji's livestream had great promotional effects. Even Valkyrie Isabella loved watching Elder Sus livestream and enjoyed it very much. Let's buy the game too. Elf girl Sala urged her companions in the shop, even this streamer can play well in the game, I think we can do it, too. So, even the elf girls with poor skills bought the game, let alone others. Mr. Fang glanced at the task of earning crystals and found that its progress had reached 61%, which was quite impressive. Meanwhile, Mr. Fang began to investigate sites for new branch shops and opened them one by one. For example, a new shop was opened in the area of Phoenix Cry Mountain, which was north to Juhua City and south to the Three Saint factions in the continent of Immortal Relics. The Orc Kingdom and Lianshan Principality got their wishes and had branch shops in their nations. Including the new shops in Xiaoyao Cave Abode at the East Continent and the territory of the Demon Clan at the continent of Immortal Relic, there were altogether 5 branch shops in the first group. There were fewer computers in the new shops than in the old ones, but they diverted many players from the bursting old shops. Soon, Mr. Fang planned to open the next batch of branch shops. Obviously, as the shops expanded, they no longer nestled in one remote corner or need any promotion in the mortal world. However, it also caused some problems. He grew from an unknown common mortal into an ultimate master with the power to kill immortals and gods. From a distant place beyond the heaven, a pair of eyes which seemed to be able to see through the plane of ninefold darkness slightly squinted as they coldly stared at the mortal world. Such effects are quite interesting. Very interesting. Then, a deep and cold gaze turned from the depths of the ninefold darkness to the mortal world. It's a real waste to allow this item to fall into the hands of the mortals. What if they don't give it up? Gods, palace, innumerable immortal sea, immortals and gods in heaven, all the evil demons in all abysses at the ninefold darkness. The two pairs of eyes looked down at the mortal world at the same time with the arrogance of rulers who dominated over 3 realms and 6 destinies. It's not their decision to make. The moment that their gazes turned to the mortal world, the heaven and earth darkened. The sky. How come the sky turned dark? Countless mortals looked up at the sky in horror. They screamed and howled in panic, and some even knelt on the ground to pray. The precious stone lands its innocent possessor in jail. They would probably be implicated in the biggest catastrophe in history. A prompt appeared on the system interface. The system's upgrade progress reached 80%, and the newest system information had been updated. Newest system information. Fang Qi immediately turned on the system interface to take a look. For the last task, the reward of mysterious gift bag of a mythological TV series that had 3 question marks on it had changed into a row of big characters with shiny golden lights, Investiture of the Gods. TL note. Investiture of the Gods or The Creation of the Gods is a 16th century Chinese novel and one of the major vernacular Chinese works in the gods and demons genre, and it was later turned into a series of movies and TV shows. Below it was a line of words. When the task is 50% completed, the host will obtain the right to reveal the mysterious reward, the trailer of Investiture of the Gods. At this moment, Mr. Fang had a bowl of instant noodles in his hands. He had just turned off the livestream and ended today's stream of God of War 4 when he saw these words. ... He almost choked on the noodles. He glanced at the elves who were screaming in elation after killing a stone ancient in the beginning of God of War 4, the cowardly dragon who kept screaming at every turn and twist, and system. It seems like you want to scare my idle customers to death, right? Sir, what are you mumbling about? At this moment, Sala looked over. Oh, I said that the shop will release the trailer of the new TV series today. New TV series, Sala said in surprise. By now, Journey to the West had almost reached the end of the 40-plus episodes with only a few of the 81 ordeals left. The idle players loved the TV series the most. Unlike the TV series, the games had riddles to solve in difficult levels, and people couldn't learn things if they were poor players. In the previous TV series, many people achieved breakthroughs by listening to the Tao lecture given by Patriarch Sabati. Even the elves of the West Continent who couldn't learn stuff from the great sage had obtained lots of inspiration from the Tao lecture given by the Grand Master beyond the imagination of ordinary people. They were surprised that there was a new TV series. Besides the elves who had acute hearing, the saint-level masters were also eavesdropping. Hearing his words, they walked over and asked, "Sir, are there Tao lectures in it?" "Mr. Fang rolled his eyes. "It's not released yet, how would I know?" Oh, okay." The saint-level masters who wanted to try to get some inside information replied, "Then, we'll go and watch the trailer, we'll watch the trailer." Soon, the Juhua City Shop, Yuanyang City Shop, and even the newly opened shops all received the news. The ancestral masters from the East Continent, Nalan Hongwu, and Ji Yu Tingyan had gone to the heavenly realm and didn't get this information. The trailer of the new TV series. At this moment, Su Tianji, who was live streaming, the god of war and his illiterate and humiliating old father who has no sense of direction, had just killed a boss. "Hey, I'll go and watch the trailer of the new TV series." "Guys, you can watch the TV series when you have time. I'll return in 5 minutes." TV series. Coming to watch Su Tianji's livestream after watching Mr. Fang's, Valkyrie Isabella was displeased at the pause. "What's a TV series? What's so good about TV series? You'll waste 5 minutes of my time. Do you think I'm so idle?" At the second thought, she realized that she indeed had lots of time on her hands. "Forget it, I will take a look at the so-called TV series trailer." Su Tianji and the cultivators in different shops immediately turned on the new TV series in the Super Theater. As the poem goes, Pan Ji Yu separated Hunden first, which gave birth to Tai Chi containing yin and yang, which in turn derived the 4 symbols. The heavens were born at Zi first hour, the earth was born at Chou second hour, and humans were born in Yin third hour, and the saint named Yu Chao taught people how to build shelters to hide from beasts. Sui Ren discovered fire so that people can cook raw food, and Fu Shi drew 8 trigrams and created the system of yin and yang. Shen Nong tasted herbs to find medicines, and Zan Yuan created the system of ceremonies and marriage. TL note: this poem is describing the events in Chinese mythology in order. On the screen, the heaven separated from the earth, the stars moved, and God stood in rows as a golden list appeared between the heavens and earth. Immortals, gods, mortals, and ghosts are divided into their respective categories today and will thus not fall to the ground and become ignorant weeds. The supreme primeval Lord of Heaven commands gods from all directions to take part in the investiture. The booming voice seemed to come from heaven. It resonated in the world that Fang Qi was in, like the huge bell ring when the heaven was separated from the earth. Then, they saw 4 big golden words lighting up as if they were supported by the gods and were bathed in radiant golden lights from prehistoric times, investiture of the gods. Chapter 899, Mr. Fang's Task, Investiture. Investiture of the gods. Right now, the players still had no idea what the 4 words represented, but an indescribable feeling rose in them as they saw the antique characters on the tablet and understood the meaning of the investiture of the gods. The scene turned to the top of Mount Qi where golden phoenixes sang in harmony. Vaguely, the players could see the extremely ingenious ancient array built by the troops dressed in battle armor. The wind and clouds swept backwards as the heavens and earth dimmed. The vast immortal palaces stood upon the stars and above the great Tao, immortals bowed to a human dynasty, major demons created catastrophes in the mortal world, and the gold list of the gods, investiture was born in accordance to the operation of the heavens and earth. The scenes flashed before them like a vast endless mythical scroll. 3 eyes. Is that Erlang immortal master? Zhang Xiaoyu's eldest brother, Zhang Zan, especially liked Erlang immortal master. He exclaimed, "How come there's the Erlang immortal master here? Look, the Qin, Sei, and Pipa musical instruments. Are they the 4 great heavenly kings?" Even the elves in the Kanglan city shop recognized some of the gods. "Ah, I seem to see pagoda bearer Devaraj Ali in the new shop at the East Continent," Zhang Xiaoyu exclaimed as well. "Is this the heavenly court?" "No, it looks like the mortal world." Shen Qingqing, a fan of plots, had obviously thoroughly studied the story. "This is a human dynasty named Yin Shang. How can it be?" In Journey to the West, it was these immortals and gods who had built the immortal court which even the great sage, heaven's equal, couldn't destroy. But now, these powerful immortals and gods were all officials working for a human dynasty. It flipped everything they knew about the world, immortals, gods, and humans in the past 1,000 years upside down. How powerful is this dynasty? What had happened to cause such a huge transformation? Does this investiture of the gods tell the story about how the heavenly court was established in the backgrounds of the gods? These people were horrified by this thought. What kind of existences had the ability to establish the absolute order in the world where even the immortals and gods served as officials? Does that list of gods' investiture have something to do with all this? Greatly stunned and extremely curious, they wanted to continue watching. This investiture of the gods. Su Tianji yelled, "It has my highest recommendation. It's absolutely a miraculous TV series. It will be at least as good as The Journey to the West. I want to watch it. I want to watch it." Some elves almost jumped up from their seats. "Yeah, sir. We want to watch it. Aren't you watching it right now, Mr. Fang said immediately. "What do you mean?" Elf Queen Kellybell walked over. "It's just a trailer. How much can you watch? We want to watch Investiture of the Gods." "It's not released yet, Mr. Fang said. "You can watch the trailer today. When the TV series is released, you can watch it then." With that said, Mr. Fang stood up to do his work. Elf Queen Kellybell put a hand on the wall and stopped Mr. Fang with others standing behind her. "Then, when will it be released?" At this moment, she saw a group of young elves standing behind her in support. She was proud that she finally regained some of her queenly dignity. "I'm not sure, maybe next month, Mr. Fang said casually. "Next month," the Elf Queen raised her voice several pitches up. "Or the month after the next, Mr. Fang said. "The month after the next." Kellybell's voice rose higher, attracting many people's attention. "Maybe 3 months later, Mr. Fang said. "Yeah, you." Kellybell's ears turned red with fury. "You're bullying us elves. Do you think you can do anything you want just because you're the shop owner?" Mr. Fang shrugged and walked away. "Humph, I'm furious." Kellybell stomped her foot and said, "This scummy shop owner. When Investiture of the Gods comes out, we'll boycott it. I'll see what he will say." Sala looked hesitant. "Sister Kelly, that's a bit unnecessary." Elder Sewell also looked torn as she said, "I think we'll still watch it." Before Kellybell could reply, an old figure behind her said in a low voice while stroking his silver beard, "This. Your Majesty, if you don't like it, you can read the important documents in the Elf Royal Palace. I can watch Investiture of the Gods for you. What do you think?" Of course, Mr. Fang wasn't sure about the release time since the task wasn't finished yet. At this moment, all he could think about was making money. For example, Nolan Hungwu and a few others had successfully entered Innumerable Immortal Sea. At this moment, the Innumerable Immortal Sea put all the energy into the mortal world and spared no attention to the things happening right under its nose. "Can we build a teleportation array?" "It's impossible to build the array with materials from the mortal world. But we can solve the problem by acquiring materials from this world." Ji Yu Tingyun looked experienced as they walked through the market dressed in the same clothes as the immortals thronging on the streets. At this moment, 2 young masters dressed in luxurious robes walked over from the opposite direction. "The useless servants are really. With so many powerful spiritual spells, they can't make some fun stuff for me to relieve boredom. Instead, they think of nothing but cultivation. Are they morons? Our major families enjoy prosperity for endless generations, and our patriarchs will never die. What's the use of cultivating hundreds and thousands of years? Aren't they stupid? Go, find some entertainment for us." A servant standing beside them said immediately, "Yes, young master. According to the legends, the gods living beyond the heaven obtained, Tao, in the distant past but lost, fortune. No one knew what fortune was, but it drew the gods to this place. This place was the mortal world. Oh, Qingqing, Celestial Warrior has updated again." In the Juhua city shop, Shu Zixin saw an exquisitely made book on Shen Qingqing's desk. While flipping through it, she said, "The contents in this book are unintelligible." "What's it about?" "This book is about the previous events. I can't tell you the specifics since I haven't read it yet." Shen Qingqing watched the trailer of Investiture of the Gods again and obviously had no time for the book now. Meanwhile, in Innumerable Immortal Sea, the masters of great powers who were living as hermits in different places were summoned together. All immortals had assembled. Above the gods' palace, countless ancient gods who had ruled the heavens and earth for numerous years also assembled. If it were only to defend their dignity or the rules that they had made for humans, they wouldn't need to pay much attention. But the situation had changed. If that ultimate treasure came out, they would do anything for it, including sending an army from the godly court into the mortal world to shatter the whole mortal world into dust. Such huge forces were impossible for the humans to withstand. Even the most ancient gods would be shattered into dust by the forces from the whole world. What kind of force could block the gods in the whole world? Such force didn't exist. In fact, it was impossible for it to exist. Chapter 900. Arcade Hall in Innumerable Immortal Sea, BBK Learning Machine. In the Nameless Sea area in Innumerable Immortal Sea where Nolan Hungwu and the others ascended from the lower region. Green Sky Immortal, the heavenly supervisor, gazed at the vast sea with squinted eyes. She seemed to be searching for something for a long time. Who are they? Perhaps some people ascended from the mortal world. It's not likely. The old Taoist standing beside Green Sky Immortal said, even we have to be cautious with those godly thunderbolts in the void. Without the purgation of the immortal spiritual essence, those mortals can't pass the vast void, let alone eluding our eyes. It's a hard journey to travel through the void. They would need to rest nearby for at least 1 month to recover their strength. But after searching for more than half a month, we haven't found a clue. Anyway, I'll report it to the higher levels before we make any decisions, Green Sky Immortal said cautiously with an unreadable expression. But, the old Taoist said while feeling awkward, those lords are busy with an important issue. I'm afraid that they don't have time to mind such a trivial matter. Of course, they would never have thought that Nolan Hungwu and his companions hadn't even stayed at this place for half a minute, let alone half a month. At this moment, the group had come to the Thousand Lantern Immortal Market under the Saint Emperor Mountain. All kinds of items were being traded in this market. Since it was close to the major families, many young immortals from these ancient families would slip out and play in this immortal market. This thing is quite useful. At this moment, Ji Tingyan and the others had left that sea area long ago and came to the market full of immortals. They had even bought the shop which was said to be close to one of the 8 major families, even though they didn't know which one. The market before them was extremely prosperous. We sold 1 feather for 5,000 immortal crystals, which was an extremely low price in the black market. For only 2,000 immortal crystals, that shop owner handed us the deed of the shop in joy. Nolan Hungwu said, if sold in the regular market, the price would probably be as high as 100,000 immortal crystals, but they didn't recognize its value. We'd be finished if they recognized its value. Ji Tingyan chuckled. The white feather in his hand was one of the feathers from the Valkyrie's wings. Things had gone much smoother than they had expected. After selling 1 feather for a high price on the black market, the money talked, which made the purchase of that shop a piece of cake. As he put away the feather in his storage spiritual artifact, the others took out things from their storage spiritual artifact and put up the new sign over the shop. Then, they heard people talking outside the door. Did you hear? The 8 ancient immortal families are holding a banquet on the immortal investiture platform to welcome heroes and immortals from all places. They are recruiting immortals to subdue the evil and unorthodox gods who are deluding the mortal world. Anyone with some abilities will be rewarded if they are willing to go down to the lower region and kill the demons. Really? Coming out of a shop selling immortal treasures, 3 weirdly dressed immortal cultivators talked among themselves. Should us, the Cloud Dream 3 eccentrics, go and try our luck? One of the 3 men wore ragged clothes like a beggar, one was tall and thin with vertical eyes, and the last was as brawny as a bull and had 2 horns on his head. Nolan Hungwu and Ji Tingyan exchanged a look, and walked up calmly before asking, Taoist friend, you said something about the mortal world. Anything big happening lately? You 2 are new here. The 3 men looked Nolan Hungwu and Ji Tingyan up and down cautiously. They saw that one of them was slightly hunchbacked but looked heroic and extraordinary with white hair and a white robe, and the other looked celestial and grander than an ordinary immortal. Seeing their suspicion, Nolan Hungwu and Ji Tingyan cupped hands, saying, we're from the new shop, the High Immortal Arcade Game Hall, which is next door. What hall? Cloud Dream 3 eccentrics thought that they had heard it wrong and gazed at the celestial old men in stupefaction. Following the direction that the 2 men pointed, they saw the sign over the shop next door. High Immortal Arcade Game Hall. What is that? Taoist friend, you haven't told us about the big events happening in the mortal world, Ji Tingyan immediately reminded him. Oh, no problem. Seeing that they were not people of suspicious origins, the tall and thin immortal said, in fact, it's not a secret. It's said that the demons in the mortal world are so outrageous that they occupied the immortal factions and godly nations in the mortal world and even used tricks to defeat the immortals who went to fight them. Therefore, the major immortal families are gathering immortals from different families and places to wage a war against them in the lower region. It's said, he pointed at the west and said in a low voice, those people over there will join this time. What kind of demons are so outrageous? Nolan Hungwoo said immediately, it's a pity that we can't leave our shop. Otherwise, we can join the army and fight them. We share the same purpose. Cloud Dream 3 eccentrics was reassured when they found that their new friends shared the same hatred for the demons in the mortal world as them. By the way, pointing at the shop behind him, the immortal looked at it curiously and asked, Taoist friends, what business does your hall do? As he said that, a few people walked over while being led by a white-robed, arrogant young master. Walking before him, the servant-looking young man demanded, what business does your shop do? Arcade game hall. What's that? They looked at the shop with curiosity. The shop hadn't begun its business yet but was well decorated with 2 rows of artifacts standing neatly in the small space. Close to the entrance was a rectangle artifact which showed an environment as colorful as the bottom of the innumerable immortal sea with all kinds of rare fishes swimming in it. They even saw a huge weird fish with fins large enough to block the sun flashing by. It revealed a small part of its body in the deep ocean. In other artifacts beside it, there were small figures casting all kinds of spiritual spells which created powerful thunderbolts or surging ocean waves. There were also all kinds of gods, immortals, and monsters named Marshal Tien Peng and the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. The scenes were dizzying to watch. Several tall artifacts stood in the innermost location of the shop. There were arrows dropping onto a small platform with a 3x3 grid. Is this spiritual platform showing an array? Cloud Dream 3 eccentrics pointed at the pad and asked. Taoist friend, you have sharp eyes. This is called the 9 Palace Array, Zhongwu introduced with a laugh. 9 Palace Array? What array is that? We've never heard of it before, the white-robed young master said in disdain. While stroking his beard, Zhongwu said with a smile, it divides the heavenly palace into 9 equal parts which are Qian, Kan, Zhen, Zhang, Xuan, Li, Kun, and Dui. They move according to the movements of the stars in the sky. It's an array and also a set of movement techniques at the same time. Pointing at the arrows falling in the screen of the special, spiritual artifact, he said, when you step on the 9 Palace Array according to the order of the arrows falling on the screen, you can use the movement technique taught by the spiritual artifact. Their eyes instantly lit up. What's this spiritual artifact called? Can we try it? This is called Dank. Before Zhongwu could complete the word dance and say the next word, pad, Gu Tingyan interrupted and said with great solemnity and presence, this is called the BBK learning machine. TL note, BBK learning machines are iPad-like tablets that BBK company created just for kids and elementary schoolers to learn stuff in China. They ran a ton of ads and became a meme-like company. Chapter 901, What are people doing in this shop, in the Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance? In the conference hall, Nolan Mingshe had a thick pile of documents before her. In slim and neat writing, she had written down everything from opening the shop, the layout of the interior, and the release of games. You sent the seniors to act as shop clerks in innumerable immortal sea. Mr. Fang walked in and asked, not knowing if he should cry or laugh. Only they can do it right now. Nolan Mingshe handed her business plan to Fang Qi and said, have a look at this. In the innumerable immortal sea, many immortals gathered in the 1,000-lantern immortal market at the foot of Saint Emperor Mountain. The Cloud Dream 3 eccentrics said with a chuckle, this spiritual artifact looks interesting. But immortal friends, what's the level of this 9 palace step? Don't worry, Gu Tingyan said, our shop has, High Immortal, in its name. Any item in this shop are no less than the items that the High Immortals are willing to use. Besides, for each usage, you only need to pay. He extended 5 fingers and said, 1/5 of an immortal crystal. What? Cloud Dream 3 eccentrics exclaimed since the lowest level of items that the High Immortals were willing to use was Zon level, which was great for ordinary immortal cultivators. Is it true that we can use it for 1/5 of an immortal crystals each time? Zhongwu nodded and said, with 1 immortal crystal, you can buy 5 immortal tokens in the shop. With each immortal token, you can use this BBK learning machine for 1 session. The tall and thin man said, then, get me 5 immortal tokens. He stepped onto the 9 Palace platform and turned on the spiritual artifact. As he looked at the screen, rhythmic music sounded from the spiritual artifact, but this immortal cultivator looked a bit confused. Wait until the prelude of the music finishes, Zhongwu explained, follow the beats and step on the corresponding square. Just imagine that you're dodging your enemy's attacks with this movement technique. Clank. The tall and thin immortal cultivator stomped on the pad with great aggression. The whole shop shook. The expressions of all the people in the shop turned dark. Due to the forcefulness of the first step, he had no time to do the second step, which led to the missing of several subsequent steps. Go lightly. This movement technique requires agile and ethereal steps as if you're walking on the clouds, Zhongwu said in a hurry. The accuracy of the steps will affect your score and ranking. It will determine if you can unlock higher level movement techniques. It's not easy to dance well. It has such wondrous uses. Everyone watched the tall and thin cultivator attentively and didn't notice Zhongwu's mistake in his wording. This spiritual artifact can not only train our steps but show us the right step style and rhythm as well. Soon, the cultivator corrected his mistake and danced on the spiritual artifact nimbly. Gongzi, standing before the dance machine, the servant-looking young man beside the white-robed young master rubbed his hands, eager to try. What BBK learning machine? The white-robed young master smirked and said in disdain, the prehistoric immortal movement techniques that I learned at the Dao Hearing Pavilion are all profound and complex. How can you be so useless? You're right, young master. But this artifact is interesting. The white-robed young master said, let's watch it for a while. As he watched calmly, the cultivator on the machine suddenly became profound and mysterious as he moved his feet, following the arrows on the screen. The ethereal figure had blurry shadows around him. Moving with the beats, the tall and thin immortal cultivator yelled in astonishment, it seems to be even better than the ordinary Zon-level immortal movement techniques. I feel like I'm walking on the clouds. Not daring to make a mistake, he stared at the falling arrows on the screen intently as his upper body swayed as if he was dodging an enemy's attacks while his feet created clapping sounds on the platform. With each step he took, the arrow on the screen shattered and turned into crisp and melodious music notes. When the steps were done perfectly, bright neon lights lit up. As his steps moved more and more accurately, the arrows on the screen fell even faster until his feet turned blurry. It looked as if countless feet were moving on the platform while his body split into 3 and then 9 shadows. At last, everyone saw 9 exact same people dancing on the 9 palace array. The white-robed young master stared at the scene dumbfoundedly and yelled in surprise, doppelgangers and instant teleportation. This movement technique is not only useful but elegant and dashing. Like a drunken immortal walking in the clouds, each step looks casual but extremely wondrous. This movement technique is awesome. It's more than a Zon-level immortal movement technique. He looked at Zhongwu and others with an intense stare. What's the name of this movement technique? It's The latter exchanged a look. Finally, Ji Yutingyu said, 9 Palace Moon Watching Step. What a great 9 Palace Moon Watching Step. The white-robed young master said, I, Yao Ji, will try the 9 Palace Moon Watching Step today. He took out a pale golden immortal jade casually and tossed it onto the desk. I'm in a good mood today. See how many tokens it can trade and bring them to me. Ji Yutingyan picked up the immortal jade and examined it. It's worth at least 600 immortal crystals. You can get a membership card in our shop and deposit the immortal tokens on it, saving you the trouble of taking so many immortal tokens with you. Do it, bring me some immortal tokens. Eagerly, Yao Ji stepped onto another 9 palace platform. By the way, you said, we can unlock new movement techniques. Ji Yutingyan nodded and said, of course. If you can use this movement technique perfectly, you can unlock a new movement technique. This shop is the High Immortal Arcade Game Hall. The shop only has rare and high-quality items, fitting for the enjoyment of high immortals. Reassured, Yao Ji inserted 1 token. As the music sounded, he cast a contemptuous glance at the tall and thin cultivator beside him. You're a mere middle-level immortal, I'll demonstrate the essence of this movement technique to you. Standing on the 9 palace platform, Yao Ji swayed with the music, looking like a drunken immortal walking on the clouds. As the arrows fell on the screen like dancing elves, his steps moved rhythmically. Young master is indeed awesome. The young servant exclaimed immediately. The tall and thin cultivator glanced at Yao Ji as if he was surprised that the latter could move so smoothly and elegantly as a beginner. I, Shui Meng, might have less talent than you, but I won't admit defeat to you on the 9 palace platform. On the other side, that member of the Cloud Dream 3 eccentrics yelled. People felt as if each step that the tall and thin man took had touched a string in their hearts. His body swayed with the steps like a dancing butterfly. They competed with each other and made bright blurry shadows on the platform as they followed the instructions on the screens. I can feel the rhythm of life in these steps. With the music rhythm and the flashing lights, they seem to pour youthful passion into souls. The young servant below the platform watched the two immortals dance as if he was watching an excellent battle of spiritual spells. I seem to feel like an emotion is going to erupt from the bottom of my heart. It feels as if my blood is burning. In this atmosphere, the other two members of Cloud Dream 3 eccentrics looked enthusiastic as well. At this moment, some passing immortal cultivators outside the shop heard a strange song coming from the shop. Ay ay ay. Let's do it together. Ay ay ay. Ay ay ay. TL note. This is the song named Awakened by Taku Iwasaki, a Japanese singer. It is used in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, an anime. They poked their heads into the shop curiously and saw two figures jumping and dancing. What are they doing in the shop? Chapter 902, One Step to Heaven Test. In the innumerable Immortal Sea, the places where most of the immortal cultivators gathered were not as crowded as the big cities in the mortal world, in which the common residential areas were full of noises while carriages thronged in the rich communities. However, the block outside the shop was the marketplace where immortal cultivators from different places traded with the 8 major ancient immortal families. After years of development, it had become busy and prosperous. Turning to the left from the street outside the shop, one would reach the main street of the whole immortal market. The streets that could accommodate 2 horse-drawn carriages side by side weren't very wide, but since no riding was allowed on the streets except for the main street, the pedestrians had enough space to walk around. Walking on the street outside the shop, passers-by could easily hear the sounds blasting from the machine. Aren't they the Cloud Dream 3 eccentrics? That young master looks like. At the beginning, there were only a few people standing at the door. About 8 minutes later, more than 10 people gathered at the door. What are they doing? A young man dressed in a black leather robe pushed through the crowd and looked in curiously. No idea. A brawny guy beside him craned his neck to look inside. I listened to them for a while. It seems like someone is singing in that spiritual artifact, and then the 2 people began to jump on it. Jump on it. The young man dressed in the black leather robe studied them and then said gravely, if I'm right, they are practicing some kind of movement technique. It's an immortal grade movement technique, at least on the Zon level. Movement technique. People exclaimed behind them. Of course. The young man dressed in the black leather robe pointed at the 2 people on the dance machines and said, look at the white-robed young master. When he uses the movement technique perfectly, his movements are unpredictable, right? That's true. The brawny guy exclaimed. Pay attention to the rhythm that they followed when moving with each step. Isn't this strange, elegant, and rhythmic movement very enjoyable to watch? Right. I have the same feeling. A young man who was wearing warrior's clothes with an iron chain and silver loops hanging on his shirt looked very eye-catching in the crowd. But what's so special about it? If my guess is right, this is the legendary Tao rhythm. The young man dressed in the black leather robe explained, just like the miracles of creation such as the heaven, earth, mountains, and rivers, the super powerful spiritual spells are in harmony with the great Tao when they correspond with the mystery of creation. Look, each step they take is as mysterious as the transformation of stars. If you don't watch carefully, you'll feel like they turned into several figures. Indeed. You're right. The young man wearing warrior clothes clapped his hands and said appreciatively. Can you explain the song which keeps saying, ay ay ay? The man beside him asked. At this moment, the young man dressed in the black leather robe also looked puzzled. It's a puzzle to me, Immortal Chu, as well. He thought for a long while and said, according to my analysis, this is probably a special pithy formula for the movement technique. Well said. At this moment, Yaoji got off the dance machine and said with bright glints in his eyes, I've been thinking about what these words mean. Your conversation inspired me. Are they really pithy formulas? The others said in surprise, but they don't sound like pithy formulas at all. How can you say that? Yaoji had danced for a long time on the dance machine by now. Watch. Then, he chanted lightly, ay ay ay, ay ay ay. His feet moved with the rhythm as he jumped and shifted around in patterns as his mind recalled the arrows on the screen as a reflex. Next, the viewers felt dizzy as they watched Yaoji turn into 3 shadows in front of them. Under their astonished gazes, Yaoji explained, to tell you the truth, when I chanted the pithy formula, my mind summoned these steps subconsciously. They are undoubtedly pithy formulas. Does it mean that this movement technique is at least on the Zon level? The tall and brawny guy said, how long have you been in the shop? You've achieved such effects in a short time. At this moment, an amiable old man walked up and said with a smile, "Would you guys like to try it?" This young master used our shop's newest product, the learning machine. These learning machines can instruct the users to learn an exquisite movement technique. Today is the shop's grand opening, and we are offering 5 immortal tokens for 1 immortal crystal. With 1 immortal token, you can have 1 session with this spiritual artifact and learn the profound and complex movement technique. Didn't you say that we can also unlock new content when certain conditions are met? At this moment, Yao Ji asked his question. Of course, Ji Yu Tingyun pointed at the screen and explained, when the arrows fall, if your steps barely match the timing, rhythm, and beats, the pads will flash with silver lights. If your steps match them perfectly, the pad will flash with purple lights. When a set of movement technique is completed, you'll enter the ranking stage. At this moment, a list of scores showed on the screen. This is the rank and the basic conditions for advancing. Of course, we have more than 1 basic movement technique. You can change to any movement technique you like and even compete with others. Can we do all these things? Yao Ji's eyes turned sharp as he stared at the tall and thin man beside him and said, We broke even just now, let's have a competition on the spiritual artifacts. Good, I didn't do my best yet. The tall and thin man of the Cloud Dream 3 eccentrics said, the clothes that you wear show that you come from a big family, but I didn't lose to you. Come on. Music continued to float out of the shop and then wild laughter erupted, haha. My movement technique is better than yours. Anyone else wants to compete with me? I'll do it. The young man wearing warrior clothes yelled and leapt onto a dance machine. When the music sounded, the 2 people moved without stopping as if they had 2 electrical motors on their feet. The competitions continued until the sky turned dark. That's it. Heavy panting sounds came from the shop. Yao Ji stood alone on the 9 palace platform proudly as lights of all colors, red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, blue, and purple flashed over his head. The others all looked at him in horror. He unlocked the new movement technique so soon. My goodness, he's amazing. But soon, an exclamation sounded, no. Young master, you have the 1 step to heaven test today in the academy. Didn't I have a test a couple of days ago? Yao Ji said angrily, how come I have another test today? Don't ask. Hurry up, this is the 1 step to heaven test held by the elder in person. Hurry, or you'll be late. Chapter 903. I, Yao Ji, can't pass the movement technique test. Watch me. At this moment, at the Dao Hearing Pavilion in the Gui family. The Gui family had always valued education and etiquette. Among all the major families, the Dao Hearing Pavilion had the best learning atmosphere, and even other major families would send some of their members to this place after they reached adulthood for study and experience. At this moment, elite disciples from different families stood in rows with great solemnity outside the Dao Hearing Pavilion. Outside the pavilion was a wide martial arts field. At this moment, 3 grand-looking coaches dressed in pale blue robes stood on it with their hands clasped behind their backs. An elder wearing a teal robe stood on the high platform and looked down on the disciples who didn't even dare to breathe heavily. Next up, Yao Ji. Yao Ji, Yao Ji. After 3 calls, there still wasn't anyone who answered. At this moment, the 3 coaches' faces darkened. Standing beside the 3 coaches was a cold-faced young man who moved with the elegance and dignity of a member of a big family. He walked down the platform slowly. Obviously, he had just finished the test. His arrogant look showed that he had got a good mark. Turning to the 3 coaches, he bowed and said, in my opinion, since this person isn't here, you don't have to test him, coaches. Huh, one of the coaches asked in puzzlement, Gui Nian, what do you mean? The young man with the family name of Gui said with a faint smile, coaches, Yao Ji has always been lazy in the academy and is a good for nothing. It's said that this guy has only a poor human immortal physique. I think it doesn't matter if you test him or not. He's right. At this moment, another person walked up and said, coaches, this guy didn't even attend the 1 step to heaven test held by the elders. Furthermore, he has been disrespectful to elders in private just because he comes from a major immortal family. Most importantly, he has only managed to master the most basic movement technique, the 7 illusion spirit body. The Dao Hearing Pavilion has a good learning atmosphere and is a holy place for learning Dao that is recognized by all families. We come here to cultivate with concentration, but this guy has a very bad influence on this place. Another person stood out and said, today, he is so arrogant that he is absent from the test personally held by the elders. Next time, I guess he won't come even at the elders' invitation. I hope the elders will severely punish him. It would be best if you can expel him, so we will have peace back in this immortal cultivation pavilion. Yes, expel him so that we can have a peaceful environment. Elder, Yao Ji is indeed arrogant, Gui Nian said in a low voice. Wait. At this moment, a white-robed young master walked out of the crowd with a young servant and stepped to the center of the field. With a sharp gaze, he stepped forward with a strange rhythm as his robe flapped around him even though there was no wind. This is Yao Ji, you dare to come here? Gui Nian of the Gui family stared at him coldly. Why not? Yao Ji stared back at him. Don't you know what our test is today? Gui Nian stared at him arrogantly as if he was looking down on a good-for-nothing scum. Of course, the so-called one step to heaven is a test of movement techniques and battle steps. And you dare to show up here? Gui Nian said with a sneer. You showed disrespect to the elders. If I were you, I would not humiliate myself in front of others since you'll fail anyway. People laughed when they heard his words. Gui Nian bowed and said, it isn't slander. This guy has failed all the tests in previous years. Just because I failed in previous years doesn't mean that I will fail this year, Yao Ji said in a loud voice. How do you know that I will fail this year? You bully me just because this place belongs to your Gui family, but today, I won't let you do it. Oh, at this moment, the elder standing on the high platform squinted his eyes. Have you obtained a breakthrough this year? Yes, Yao Ji said immediately. I'm late because I spent the whole day on understanding a wondrous movement technique. Oh, the elder waved his hand and said with interest, let him have a try. He pointed at one of the coaches and said, Coach Wang, you test him. Seeing that the elder agreed to test Yao Ji, Gui Nian said resentfully, I'll see what moves you have. Then, the solemn coach with a wide forehead and a square face walked over. One step to heaven test. To pass the first test, you must dodge 10 attacks from me. Are you ready? At this moment, Yao Ji lightly stood on his toes and hummed some strange sounds as fierce battle intent burned in his eyes. I'm ready. Watch carefully. This is the void spiritual sword technique of the mid-tier Zon level. Coach Wang pointed 2 fingers forward, and a spiritual light shot out like a lightning bolt. At this moment, Yao Ji hummed the miraculous, pithy formula. As the prelude of the pithy formula was completed, his whole body moved. The ethereal sword energy shot toward the direction in which Yao Ji moved like a light beam. But Yao Ji's body swayed with his steps slightly as if he was walking on the clouds. The sword energy missed him. He was intact. Then, the sword energy moved unpredictably like a heavenly shadow. But at this moment, everyone heard the strange sounds. Ay. Next, everyone saw Yao Ji moving with a strange rhythm as if each step he took was on a perfect spot. During the process, his body moved in a narrow range of a 3x3 grid. As Yao Ji moved his feet, the coach found that regardless of how he attacked, he couldn't predict Yao Ji's next move. Regardless of how he changed his attacks, none of the strikes could hit the target. Wow! Exclamations erupted around them. What's happening? Watch out! Coach Wang's expression changed as he felt the wonders of this movement technique. Returning sword technique, top-tier Zon level. With chilly glints in his eyes, he seemed to be swiftly analyzing Yao Ji's steps in his mind. Left, right, lower leg, shoulder, ay. Everyone watched as the young man swayed rhythmically under the coach's sword attacks with smooth steps, flowing like water. He dodged it so narrowly. At this moment, they seemed to see the youthful dance that was as passionate as boiling blood. Everyone exclaimed as they watched the scene on the field dumbfoundedly. He dodged them all. How is this possible? In disbelief, they rubbed their eyes, feeling as if they were blinded by the sight. Chapter 904, Pazani Saudi. The new movement technique is activated. I declare that Yao Ji has hereby passed this one step to heaven test. The coach said with a smile, since you were late because you were understanding the movement technique, you're forgiven this time. But what words did you just sing? Ay. Oh, that is the pithy formula of this movement technique. Yao Ji answered immediately, I've just learned this technique and have to chant the pithy formula to use it, which is why I chanted the words during the test. There is such a strange pithy formula. The coaches pondered. Okay, it's late and we need to test other disciples. You can go now. The viewers watched as Yao Ji passed the test with his weird movement technique. He didn't only pass, he was only one step away from reaching the excellent rank. It must be noted that Yao Ji, a good-for-nothing playboy who knew nothing but playing and eating good food, had seldomly passed tests. But in front of everyone and under the supervision of the elder, he couldn't have cheated. How did he pass it? Gongzi Yao, brother Yao, teach me. When Yao Ji walked down from the field, several familiar figures walked up to him. In the Dao Hearing Pavilion, they were the members of the 4 families who almost failed each test they took. Other than for Yao Ji, the other 3 were Yun Qing from the Yun family, Ying Bei from the Ying family, and Ji Chengtian from the Ji family. But today, they were astonished to see that Yao Ji suddenly revealed a movement technique that helped him pass the test and almost reached a good mark. How did you pass it? The first one who was walking up was a young master with triangle-shaped eyes. Did you really go and learn a movement technique today? Impossible. Another young master said, you played with us in the 1,000 Lantern Night Market yesterday. How could you master a movement technique in one short day? If you were so good, we wouldn't have been subjected to disdain from Guan Yen and the others. Of course, I'm not so good. He beckoned at the others, telling them to lean toward him. I found a great place in the 1,000 Lantern Immortal Market today. What great place? The others' interests were instantly piqued. These playboys hated studying and were disrespectful to the academy, but none of them wanted to be regarded with contempt every day. Outside the academy, few people dared to slight them, but in this place full of ultimate geniuses from the 8 major immortal families, it was the unspoken rule that the talented and powerful ones could lord over the others. They had no place to complain when they were bullied. Have you guys heard of the arcade game hall? Yao Ji asked in a low voice. They walked out as they talked. The One Step to Heaven test still had rankings to announce later, but Yao Ji wasn't interested in participating in it. As a complete playboy, he wouldn't lower himself to join this activity. It was more important to go to the arcade game hall and unlock new movement techniques. Otherwise, his place on the learning machine would be overtaken by others. It must be noted that until he left, he had been ranked number 1 on that learning machine in the arcade game hall. No one had been able to overtake him. Arcade game hall. What arcade game hall? The others were puzzled. It's on the Bright Lantern Street in 1,000 Lantern Immortal Market. Yao Ji hummed the song and did a few dancing steps with strong rhythm. Just like this. You'll know later. They looked at Yao Ji and exchanged a look with each other, but they indeed felt a strange sense of rhythm and elegance in his moves. They felt a very strong sense of dynamics. Yes, dynamics. This movement technique was totally different from all the movement techniques that they had learned before. They were wondering what kind of movement techniques could create such a sense of dynamics. Soon, they followed Yao Ji into the newly opened High Immortal Arcade Game Hall in the 1,000 Lantern Immortal Market. It was night, but the streets in the market were bright with lights and as lively as the day. With lights up everywhere, the place looked more prosperous than the daytime. High Immortal Arcade Game Hall. They looked up and saw this shop. Different from other shops, this shop had a sign with flashing immortal spiritual lights of all colors including red, green, and yellow, flashing under the night sky. The lights lent a dreamy feeling to the sign. The door was open, and the entrance was covered by curtains that were as transparent as waterfalls. The fabric looked like glass but was soft to the touch and wouldn't shatter as easily as glass. Wow, there's such a place. Walking into the shop after Yao Ji, Yun Qing, Ying Bei, and Ji Chengtian looked around in amazement, feeling curious about each detail. The shop wasn't big but was brightly lit. The most eye-catching was the row of spiritual artifacts in the depths of the shop. A group of people were practicing all kinds of wondrous movement techniques on the platforms with 3x3 grids. They jumped on the platform accompanied by all kinds of music. When they did a perfect step, dazzling colorful lights would shine overhead. My goodness. Yun Qing inhaled deeply and said, these people look awesome. They are awesome, Yao Ji said contemptuously, they are doing the lowest level movement techniques in the shop. I, young Master Yao, have activated the movement techniques of the second stage today. I'll show them to you later. There are even better techniques. They looked at him as if he was a god. Young Master Yao, when did you become so awesome? But, Ji Chengtian glanced around and saw that all the spiritual artifacts were taken by people to practice movement techniques, and many others stood around them watching. He said, young Master Yao, there are no spots for us. That's easy. Yao Ji walked toward the crowd. Isn't he the number 1 on the firepower list? Someone immediately exclaimed in recognition. At this moment, one person just finished a session and received a score. Then, an eye-catching purple name appeared at the top of the list on the screen. Grand Young Master G. That's him, someone yelled in surprise, Grand Young Master G. It said that he has activated the movement techniques of the second stage. Do you want to see the movement techniques of the second stage? Hearing the exclamations, Yao Ji asked in a loud voice, who can lend me the spot? I'll give him 5 immortal crystals. Take mine. Come here. Soon, a group of people gathered around him. The people dancing on the dance machines also stopped involuntarily and looked over in surprise. Someone has activated the movement techniques of the second stage so soon. Let's see what the movement techniques in the second stage look like. At this moment, Yao Ji stepped onto a dance machine, and his face looked proud under the light as he glanced around. Ah! Screams sounded. People like Yun Qing, Ying Bei, and Ji Chengtian couldn't help but join the screams. Dong si da si dong si da si. Yao Ji moved his feet casually on the 9 palace platform as if he was getting ready for the use of the movement techniques. On the screen, the step directions looked different this time. Cubes floated upward, giving an even better visual experience. Meanwhile, a small 3D figure demonstrated the steps on the screen. When the music sounded, Yao Ji moved as if he was driven by some force. His feet slid on the dance machine as if he was a ghost, and his body swayed left and right. It was an extremely weird scene to the viewers. This movement technique, the moves are as capricious as ghosts. Yao Ji chanted the pithy formula as he moved. Viam viot via mungu witu na m fam witu. Pazani Saudi ili nasi emwim. TL note. These are the lyrics to the song named Seve by Tez Caddy, a French music producer from Paris. In Chinese, these 2 lines sound funny. The first translation of the pronunciation in Chinese is, the small turtles on the left have big stomachs. Sa Baining is killing chicken, and Lily come here to wash your stomach. Sa Baining is a famous TV host in China. Everyone wondered, are these words the new pithy formula? Chapter 905. Today, I'll wake you up with beating. I feel like, I can't see where he is. Did he just grow hundreds of legs? People like Yun Qing, Ying Bei, and Ji Chengtian hugged their heads and screamed. What movement technique is this? Why didn't young Master Yao use this movement technique in the 1 step to heaven test? Pazani Saudi, this pithy formula sounds more aggressive. Yun Qing asked in a loud voice, Young Master Yao, what movement technique is this? Can we learn it? Standing below, they stared at the figure on the screen intently as they imitated the steps. But regardless of how hard they tried, they couldn't find that elegant feeling. Sweat popped out on their foreheads due to frustration. Little guys. At this moment, the Cloud Dream 3 eccentrics said smugly, you are a long way from this stage. You must start with the most basic movement technique. The tall and thin man of the Cloud Dream 3 eccentrics demonstrated some moves in front of them spontaneously. His blurry sways and moves drew another wave of exclamations. Let's go and find spots to try it. Hurry up while they are all watching young Master Yao. Soon, they each bought a big handful of immortal tokens. After inserting one into the artifact, they began to dance. It was the early morning of the next day. Since the old man in the shop claimed that he had to do maintenance on the spiritual artifacts for about 2 hours, the players walked out reluctantly. It was very late, but at least 10 people walked out with them. Brother Yao, young Master Yun Qing, who had triangle-shaped eyes and a thin figure, said eagerly the moment that they walked out of the shop, I think that I've mastered the 9-hall moon watching step. You can't say that you've mastered it when you can only use it smoothly on the learning machine. Yao Ji, an experienced player, said, you can try it now that you're off the spiritual artifact. As they talked, they came to the wide main street of the Thousand Lantern Immortal Market. Recalling the prelude of the music, Yun Qing moved his feet. I can do this part. Yun Qing's eyes lit up. But as he spoke, he was distracted, making the subsequent steps fumble after a while. He stopped immediately. Young Master Yun, some of your steps were wrong, Ji Chengtian said and demonstrated the steps on the side of the street. His jumps and moves looked more proficient than Yun Qing's. No, your steps are not elegant and light enough. Ying Bei dressed in a black scholarly robe said immediately, watch how I use this movement technique. The Cloud Dream 3 eccentrics also came out of the shop at this moment. Seeing this sight, they were eager to compete, so they walked up and said, you're elegant but not agile. Their feet moved nimbly with shifty shadows. Soon, the passing immortal cultivators began to watch them dance on the side of the street in Thousand Lantern Immortal Market. These people, watch these people. These people moved as if they were walking on the clouds or riding on winds. Their steps were as unpredictable as winds in clouds which moved without a pattern. The one in the foremost of the group was dressed in a snow-white robe. He moved his feet so fast that they became just a blur. He created many vague shadows that looked like ghosts walking out during the night. Stunned by the sight, more and more immortals stopped to watch. This upheaval even alerted some grand immortal cultivators living in the market as hermits. Come and watch. These people are moving like demons. At this moment, they seemed to realize that many people were watching them and stopped cleanly. They left without leaving a trace behind. Some people stood there long after they were gone. Do you know? Who were those people? Why did I feel so thrilled by merely watching their movement techniques? Will they return? A female ambassador with blonde hair and green eyes from the gods, Pallas said to the people around her, "Oh, your innumerable immortal sea is full of talented people. They are so young, so talented, and so..." Her accent was awkward, and her limited vocabulary wasn't enough to express her feelings. "Can anyone tell me their names?" Another ambassador said, "If Lord Valkyrie was here, I'm sure that she would like it very much. I hope we can bring these movement techniques and casting methods back to our homeland." By now, Yao Ji and the others had returned to the Dao Hearing Pavilion on Saint Emperor Mountain. "Brother Yao," the others said in surprise, "did you just use the newest movement technique from that place, the Nine-Hall Ghost Step? You recognized it?" Yao Ji walked forward with his hands clasped behind his back and said proudly, "You know how to use it, then why didn't you use it at the One Step to Heaven test?" Yun Qing asked immediately. It would have served as a slap to Guan Yan's arrogant face. "You could even have entered the One Step to Heaven list and brought some glory to our 4 young masters of the Saint Emperor Mountain." Yao Ji shook his head. "Unfortunately, I wasn't proficient with these moves and could only use a small part of it. The coach has a sharp eye, it would achieve the opposite effects if he saw the weaknesses." The others said with sudden understanding, "You're right. Besides," Yao Ji continued, "when did the 4 of us give a damn about the One Step to Heaven list anyway?" "Well said." Hearing his words, the others perked up. "Brother Yao, you're already number 1 on the firepower list in the High Immortal Arcade Game Hall. No one can overtake you now. Why should we care for the One Step to Heaven list? Those guys can think of nothing but stepping on the clouds or entering heaven, and the names that they can think of are all One Step to Heaven or Sky Step. They have been the same for the past hundreds of years. How vulgar and boring." They sounded as if they were aloof from the world. However, the firepower list was different since it gave a comprehensive score including not only the movement techniques but also the smoothness and elegance of the moves as well. Compared with what a small shop had achieved, the Dao Hearing Pavilion was lazy and unambitious. As members of the younger generation, they must wait many years before they could enter the battleground. Right now, graceful moves were the most important thing to them. Ha ha ha. In Dao Hearing Pavilion, there were many highly talented disciples. At this moment, a furious sneer came from behind them. The notorious scums in Saint Emperor Mountain dared to say that they don't care about the One Step to Heaven list. He's Gui Zizhen, who ranks number 76 on the One Step to Heaven list. Exclamations came around them. The 4 looked back and saw a young man dressed in a green robe that was embroidered with green clouds. He had fierce eyes and intense immortal vital presence. His face looked heroic and extraordinary, and people could see that he was a hero-like figure with one glance. Compared with Yao Ji's pug nose which ruined his otherwise handsome face and Yun Qing's ordinary looks with the triangular eyes, this man was indeed good-looking. Since when can people boast just because they've barely passed the test? After casting a glance at him, Yao Ji ignored him and continued walking. Since when can a scumbag who can't pass the test dare to ignore me? At this moment, Yao Ji heard the howling of wind behind him as Gui Zizhen dashed up like a lightning bolt. "Today, I'll wake you up with a beating." Chapter 906. Elder Ren Kui honors the shop with his visit. Zhou Yi divination machine with fruit symbols. TL note. Zhou Yi is known as Classic of Changes or Book of Changes, an ancient Chinese divination text and the oldest of the Chinese classics. Watch out. Subconsciously, Yao Ji felt a gust of intense murderous spirit coming at him from behind. Without hesitation, he unleashed the movement technique that he had learned today. As his feet floated on the ground, his figure moved casually but swiftly to the side without warning. "You dodged it." Gui Zizhen was surprised that this ignorant playboy had dodged his sudden attack. More puzzling was that Yao Ji just floated away like a ghost as if he didn't have feet. After all, any dodging move would give a sign beforehand, or the flow of immortal spiritual energy would move in a certain direction, but Yao Ji showed no sign of it. How can it be? At this moment, two gazes turned toward them from the distant library. They were the elder who was monitoring the One Step to Heaven test and the coach who tested Yao Ji yesterday. Obviously, they noticed the disturbance here. In and around Dao Hearing Pavilion, the disciples were forbidden to engage in private battles. Elder Ren, should I? The middle-aged coach dressed in a green robe said immediately, these disciples are too unruly. The elder with the surname Ren shook his head and said, let's watch them for a while. They watched as Yao Ji turned and used the movement technique in front of Gui Zizhen while chanting some words. His steps looked random and insignificant, but they enabled his body to sway rhythmically before Gui Zizhen. His moves were capricious and unpredictable. Gui Zizhen stood where he was in a daze. With blank eyes, he looked as if he couldn't locate his target. Their styles, figures, and movements were not on the same level. Did you see it? The elder with the surname Ren asked. Yes. The coach beside him nodded with force as his eyes turned grim. Gui Zizhen seems to have lost the desire to attack when he saw such steps. I wonder, he said with sudden understanding, does this movement technique damage the opponent's mind? Very likely, the elder with the surname Ren said with a nod. In fact, the moment that Yao Ji used this movement technique, Gui Zizhen was doomed. But this movement technique doesn't belong to any of the 8 major families. I wonder where it came from. This movement technique is so good? The coach asked in surprise. This movement technique is at least on the same level as the movement techniques used by the top 36 disciples on the One Step to Heaven list. Coach Wang, Gui Zizhen will lose. Sure enough, with trembling hands, Gui Zizhen watched Yao Ji and his friends leave without throwing an attack. Yao Ji had just demonstrated a movement technique before him and subdued him without fighting. But Yao Ji didn't go out to experience the world or encounter any fortuitous events. Coach Wang said, where did he learn these movement techniques? The answer will come soon. Elder Ren Kui squinted his eyes meaningfully. Soon, a family guard came in and reported, Elder, we found it. A new shop opened in the Thousand Lantern Immortal Market at the foot of the mountain, named High Immortal Arcade Game Hall. The shop has a kind of spiritual artifacts that focuses on the learning of movement techniques. Young Master Yao Ji obtained his profound and complex movement techniques from that shop. A small shop could teach Yao Ji, a guy without talent, these movement techniques in such a short time. Interesting. Elder Ren Kui's eyes turned sharp. Very interesting. Coach Wang Liang, would you like to go with me and visit this shop? I also want to meet the people who are better at teaching than the coaches in our Dao Hearing Pavilion. Coach Wang Liang snorted and said, should we go now? Since we're at it, let's go now. Soon, Elder Ren Kui and Coach Wang from the Dao Hearing Pavilion found the street where the shop was located. They pulled aside the curtain and glanced around. Elder, look, many people stood around the huge spiritual treasures as some immortal cultivators jumped on the platforms. These must be the spiritual treasures that they use to learn the movement techniques. I'll go up and see what's so special about these spiritual treasures. Nodding, Elder Ren Kui walked up and asked about it in the crowd. He looked thoughtful. You mean we can follow the music and learn movement techniques from the small figure on the screen? Yeah, one of the Cloud Dream 3 eccentrics answered him and demonstrated some steps. Brother, do you want to go up and try it? Try it, Elder Ren Kui said contemptuously with a snort. Do you think I need to learn such movement techniques? Right, whom do you think you are talking to? Beside them, Coach Wang looked disdainful, thinking that these people were beneath them. Stung, the Cloud Dream 3 eccentrics retreated in slight resentment. This stuff is only fitting for the disciples, it's useless to you, Elder, the coach said with a sneer, they are ignorant. Guys, what can I do for you? At this moment, Ji Yu Tingyan walked up to them. Didn't you hear us? We need nothing. Coach Wang gave Ji Yu Tingyan a hard look and pointed at the crowd on the dance machines. Do you think we are on the same level as those guys? What's wrong with these people? Why are they behaving this way? Don't mess with them. Look at their clothes. Sharp-eyed, the Cloud Dream 3 eccentrics had guessed that these two people had high status and weren't people who they could afford to mess with. Standing out from the crowd, these two immediately drew people's attention. Many people in the shop looked over. After all, these things didn't deserve their attention. At this moment, Ji Yu Tingyan said, the two of you, our shop has other types of spiritual artifacts. Huh, they looked over curiously. Following the direction that Gu Tingyun pointed at, Elder Ren Kui saw several spiritual artifact platforms that were about half a man's height. On the square screens were the images of fruits such as apple, orange, mango, and watermelon. There were other images such as bells and numbers such as 77. What are these? They asked curiously. Gu Tingyun said, these are Zhouyi divination machines. The square shape comes from the concept that the sky is round and the earth is square. Seeing their puzzlement, Gu Tingyun explained, you can use Zhouyi that is provided by the shop or the divination method that you've learned to calculate the following step that the divination machine will take. Then, you can make a choice. There was a row of buttons under the screen. Each of the buttons corresponded to the images on the screen, such as the apples, oranges, or mangoes. Gu Tingyun continued to explain, the users can buy immortal tokens to insert into the machine. If your prediction is correct, your immortal tokens will multiply. If not, the immortal tokens that you inserted will be consumed. The tokens that you earn can be changed back to immortal crystals. Ha 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 ha. The moment Gu Tingyun said that, the two started to laugh. Gu Tingyun was baffled. What are you laughing about? Elder Ren Kui said while laughing, we're laughing because you are oblivious to the fact that your shop will lose all the money. Gu Tingyun looked at them in battlement and asked, why will we lose all the money? The two people exchanged a look. Then, Coach Wang pointed at Elder Ren Kui and said while laughing, don't you know that the man standing before you is an ultimate divination master? Chapter 907. Elder, we are out of money. Coach Wang made a gesture, asking Elder Ren Kui to take a seat. He said with a snicker, shop owner, when this gentleman gets all the results right, I hope you won't go back on your words. Of course not, Gu Tingyun said. The Zhouyi divination machine operates and changes strictly according to the workings of Zhouyi. If you can make a few correct calculations, you can take back the money that you spend on the tokens. You would be playing for free. Elder Ren Kui laughed, shop owner, you are being conceited, thinking that you know a bit of divination. You must remember that there's always someone better than you out there. Coach Wang, go and get 500 immortal crystals worth of tokens for me. Okay. Coach Wang immediately went to buy tokens. At this moment, Elder Ren Kui waved his hand. I think that I'll own your shop after making 3 to 5 correct calculations. Taking a box of immortal tokens from Coach Wang, Elder Ren Kui inserted them into the slot one by one. 1.2, 3. Okay. After a long while, Elder Ren Kui nodded as he looked at the number of tokens shown on the screen. He said to Gu Tingyun who stood next to him, watch. From his storage spiritual artifact, Elder Ren Kui took out a strange spiritual artifact which looked like a pod but had many holes. Then, he put 8 small bronze swords of different shapes into the pot. Next, he made a series of hand gestures and chanted. As his hand gesture changed, the holes in the spiritual artifact lit up one by one with immortal spiritual light like twinkling stars. It was a startling scene. Whoosh! Then, sword shadows flew out from the holes with 7 colored spiritual lights. The 8 small swords hovered in the air and turned into a picture of rivers, mountains, and swords as mist rose into the air. At this moment, all the people nearby and even the crowds looking at the dance machines were drawn by the dazzling 7 colored lights. Hiss! I never expected that I'd have the opportunity to watch the elder use the heavenly secret godly divination technique. Coach Wang said in amazement, this is a long-lost godly technique used to calculate the movements of the heavenly secrets in prehistoric times. What? Most of the nearby people had never heard of this godly technique before. But the spiritual lights and the pureness of the immortal spiritual essence showed that this man who was using the technique had extremely high cultivation strength. At this moment, someone exclaimed, is it the divination technique created by Tianji? The legendary immortal from the prehistoric times. TL note, Tianji means heavenly secrets. I'm surprised that there are people who can recognize it, Elder Ren Kui said in satisfaction, but I've only learned the basics. According to the legend, anyone who learns the basics can see 30% of the heavenly secrets. That person said immediately, Senior, you're too humble. Elder Ren Kui didn't reply. While stroking his long beard, he calculated carefully the hexagrams in his mind and said after a long while, from my divination, Tai gives birth to metal dew, and the east is auspicious. Metal. Bell, that's it. TL note. A hexagram in this context is a figure composed of 6 stacked horizontal lines, where each line is either yang or yin. The I Ching book consists of 64 hexagrams. Elder Ren Kui's eyes emitted sharp light as he slammed his hand on the bell button with force. Bell. 500. In the next moment, strange bell rings sounded as a wave of white spiritual lights lit up on the screen and circulated around the screen like fireflies. The fruits on the screen flashed with all kinds of colors as immortal essence rose from them, making them look like immortal fruits. The flashing lights on the screen reflected on Elder Ren Kui's face, giving him a celestial glow. The people around him began to talk among themselves. What is this spiritual artifact? It's so miraculous. It can even use a divination technique. I wonder whose divination technique is better. Of course, mine is better. Elder Ren Kui slammed his hand on the desk and said with confidence. The spiritual light circled on the screen again and again. Whenever it came to the bell, Elder Ren Kui thought that it was going to stop. When he was about to stand up and declare the result to the people, the spiritual light continued to circle. After several cycles, "Hey, stop for me." Elder Ren Kui gritted his teeth. "Why doesn't it stop?" "Don't worry," Ji Tingyan said in a hurry, "it must do several cycles before it stops." Tisk. Elder Ren Kui looked impatient. "Why are you anxious? Do you think that my divination will be wrong? You're stalling." He looked contemptuous. "It is slowing down. It's going to stop. It's going to stop." At this moment, not only Elder Ren Kui and Coach Wang, but all the people standing behind them were intently staring at the screen and the spiritual light circling on it. "It is stopping. It is stopping." The spiritual light moved slower and slower until it was only 3 blocks away from the bell that Elder Ren Kui had chosen. 2 blocks. 1 block. Correct. Coach Wang yelled, "Elder, your heavenly secret godly divination technique is unrivaled." He gave a thumbs up to the chuckling Elder Ren Kui and said, "It feels like Tianji Z came back with full glory." Before he could finish, the spiritual light on the screen moved forward for 1 more block. It stopped. Everyone stared at them intently as the latter looked back at them in stupefaction and then at the screen. Elder Ren Kui almost jumped up from his seat. What's wrong? Is my divination wrong? At this moment, the person who commented earlier said from the crowd, "Senior, all future events have traces in the current time, but they are also capricious. Your divination is very close to the correct answer, which means that the heavenly secret godly divination technique is miraculous. I think if you do it again with careful calculation, you will surely succeed." At this moment, Ji Tingyan said, "If you are not sure about the result of your divination, you can choose 2 to 3 options. It will increase your rate of success." "What?" Elder Ren Kui glared at him and said, "You have so little confidence in my divination." Soon, he tried again. This time, he was more meticulous and more patient. Soon, shouts sounded in the arcane game hall. "Watermelon, watermelon, watermelon, lemon, 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 ah, yeah, what a pity, so close, again. This time, apple, stop, 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 ha 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 ha, I'm right, see, I got it right, I won 500 tokens. A few more times of this, and this shop is mine. Papaya, papaya, oh, so close, again, ha 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 ha, got it right again." 1 night later, Coach Wang, Elder Ren Kui stroked his long beard and asked, "How many times have I gotten it right?" 10 plus 3, 13 times. For each time, I won 500 to more than 1,000 tokens. Can we buy this whole shop with the proceeds? Sitting before the Zhouyi divination machine, Elder Ren Kui arranged the hem of his Taoist robe and said calmly, "Elder, we're out of money." Chapter 908. I'll go and ask my master to come out. What? Elder Ren Kui had spent a whole night on divination, giving people the impression that he had gotten more gray hair overnight. After coming back from being engrossed in divination, he looked at Coach Wang in puzzlement. "Didn't you say that I've got 13 correct answers? How come we're out of money? We're supposed to have won a ton of money." But, Coach Wang said helplessly, "We lost more. Besides, we were not prepared for this and didn't have many immortal crystals with us. 2 hours ago, we used up all the immortal crystals in my storage space. Why didn't tell me sooner?" Elder Ren Kui said in fury. Coach Wang explained in a hurry, "You looked so engrossed in your divination, and I was afraid to disturb you. Is the shop's Zhouyi divination technique really so good?" Coach Wang looked at Elder Ren Kui uneasily and asked, is it even better than the heavenly secret godly divination technique? Elder Ren Kui stroked his long beard and said, this Zhou-Yi divination technique is indeed powerful. It seems like there are grandmasters behind the shop. My master once said that, despite the great power of the 8 major prehistoric families, they aren't the best in every aspect, such as star observation, divination, and artifact creation. In innumerable immortal sea, some hermit masters are as good as or even better in some areas than the 8 major families. Then, Coach Wang walked toward the entrance of the shop and looked back at the large audience that had been watching the elder do divinations. What should we do now? It was a very special time. Now that the 8 major families had shouldered the responsibility of killing demons in the lower region in the name of doing the right thing for the world and were trying to recruit talented hermits, they couldn't bully others at this moment. But if they did nothing, it would show the viewers that their skills were inferior. It seems like, I must ask my master to show his hand. Elder Ren Kui said meaningfully. Your master. Coach Wang looked startled as he glanced at the distant void on one side. You mean, the senior who taught you the heavenly secret godly divination technique. Senior Xuanji Zi, who is said to be able to decipher heavenly secrets with one word and is acclaimed as the heaven oracle by some immortal masters. Right, Elder Ren Kui said, great determination. But, I heard that Senior Xuanji Zi doesn't even do one divination in 1,000 years. When some grand and prestigious immortals invited him to do divination for them, he gave them the excuse that he was cultivating in seclusion. Will he be interested in this thing? My master refused those people because their requests of divination were too easy for him, and he had no interest in doing those divinations. Indeed, when they were gone, bedlam broke out in the shop. Who was that guy? He's the disciple of the Heaven Oracle. Will the elusive Heaven Oracle come to this small shop? Is the Zhou-Yi divination machine really so miraculous? Many cultivators stared at the Zhou-Yi divination machines intently with greedy eyes. Sir, give me a copy of Zhou-Yi. A black-clothed immortal cultivator said loudly, I'll try this divination machine too. Ji Yuting Yu took out a small book named the Divination Machine Manual from the counter and handed it to him, and he said, this is the beginner's manual for the Zhou-Yi divination technique. If you can understand the essence of it and reach the top level, you can do any divinations on the divination machine with success. A big group of people sat on the bench in the shop, each with a small blue-covered book in their hands, murmuring to themselves. Then, they began to do divinations with what they learned from the book. Instantly, another kind of noise began to mingle with the sounds from the dance machines. Bell. Bell for 50 tokens. Orange. I'll put some on the orange. The hexagrams show that the next one is orange. Got it, I got one. A large group of people stood around one divination machine, and their shouts became louder and louder. Sir, I'll buy a membership card and deposit 500 immortal crystals. I'll try the divination machine too. At this moment, Mr. Fang, in the distant mortal world, was staring at the task list on the system interface. In the past 2 days, the task progressed at visible speed, much faster than usual. Hiss. What's happening at the innumerable immortal sea? They told me that the arcade game hall had just opened. Besides, the profits has to be split. Mr. Fang only saw a part of the income that the shop earned. While Fang Qi wondered about the situation, immortal music and exclamations rose outside the arcade game hall in innumerable immortal sea. People looked outside and saw a celestial figure with a white beard and white hair coming in with floating steps while being accompanied by Elder Ren Kui and Coach Wang. The old man had an extremely high and full forehead, and vague purple light flashed on his face. While holding a bronze divination plate, he was followed by a green-eyed Kirin. With immortal lights forming a dragon image behind his head, his eyes looked so clear that it seemed like they could see through all illusions in the world. Master. Elder Ren Kui bowed respectfully. It's in here. The old man nodded slightly and said, I've predicted that Apir is holding a competition of divination here today. I knew that you wouldn't be his match, so I got out of seclusion cultivation earlier. Master, coming out of seclusion cultivation, has your divination skill improved again? Elder Ren Kui asked respectfully. The old man chuckled and said, you just wait and see how I defeat him. Only about 2 hours had passed since they left. Ji Yu Tingyun looked up and said, you two said that you were out of immortal crystals. How come you're here again? For the record, our shop is small and don't accept credit payments. Credit payment? Coach Wang reprimanded. Old man, watch your tongue. Do you think that we need to play on credit? He put a storage bag on the counter. Watch carefully. What's this? As he opened the bag, immortal spiritual essence shot out of the bag into the high sky. This is black essence immortal crystals. One of them is equivalent to 500 immortal crystals. Coach Wang said proudly, shop owner, come on and bring us immortal tokens. Soon, the old man with purple light on his face sat down with a big box of immortal tokens beside him. He waves his hands and said, I'll begin the divination now. After waking up from the one night's sleep, Mr. Fang looked at the task of earning money on the system interface and almost dropped from his bed. How come it suddenly increased by 10%? In the arcade game hall, Ji Tingyan and Zhong Wu stood there, each holding a huge storage bag of immortal crystals. They begged, guys, please take back these immortal crystals, you may go to another shop. Those people stood up abruptly and shouted, you must take these immortal crystals. Do you have such a low regard for us? Stupefied, Zhong Wu and Ji Tingyan held the immortal crystals and didn't know what to do with them. What should we do now? Now, I'll go and invite the Patriarch's prehistoric immortal soul. Someone shouted. Chapter 909. The system finished the upgrade. Investiture of the Gods is released. According to rumors, in the newly opened High Immortal Arcade Game Hall, the Heaven Oracle finally invited a streak of the immortal soul of the ancient Tianji Z to enter his body and broke into the heavenly secrets by force. After 6 successive calculations, he finally won on the shop's Zhou Yi divination machine and won close to 6,000 black essence immortal crystals from the shop. It had become a legend circulating in this region. Some people claimed that High Immortal Arcade Game Hall went broke, some people saw that the old shop owner became a homeless on the streets, and some said that Heaven Oracle had damaged his vital essence by forcing himself to calculate the heavenly secrets and thus couldn't do divination for a long time. Right now, the shop had just closed for the day. People like Ji Tingyan, Nalan Hongwu, and Zhong Wu each had a big bag of black essence immortal crystals in their hands. While exchanging a look with each other, their faces darkened. Old Ghost Zong, how come I feel like we can even buy the Saint Emperor Mountain if we continue doing this business for a few more months? I agree. Now that we're famous. Ji Tingyan was holding the plan drawn by Nalan Mingshe. According to the plan, we should promote mobile games now, right? With so much money, we can easily build a local network in this area. Yeah, later, we'll go and buy this whole street. A part of it can be changed into warehouses, and a part of it can be built into an exclusive specialty shop as mentioned by the shop owner. While they were talking, 2 pairs of eyes stared at the countless immortal crystals in the shop in darkness. Should we? A voice said coldly. Don't even think about it. Another voice warned, the shop has a master behind it who is stronger than Xuanji Z in divination. Do you think that you can escape from them with your loot? Even the 8 prehistoric families welcome them, so we'd better not mess with them. Let's go. This deal is not for us. At this moment, Mr. Fang glanced at the task and almost jumped up. Only 6% from the target. What happened? A few days later. In the High Immortal Arcade Game Hall in Innumerable Immortal Sea. Coach Wang entered the shop and saw that a small display zone had been set up. Strange white jades with the logo of a rotten apple on the back were on display. Of course, he recognized the icon of an apple since he saw apples every day. Shop owner, what are these? Coach Wang asked curiously. They are portable learning machines. Ji Tingyan said, they are so small, what can we learn from it? Coach Wang was even more puzzled. By the way, have you considered my offer of buying these spiritual artifacts? Obviously, he cared more about these spiritual artifacts. Good question, Ji Tingyan said, but for now, those spiritual artifacts are not for sale. However, these spiritual artifacts are a portion of the products that are being sold to test the market. The first batch is only 10,000 pieces. We'll stop selling when they run out. What's its use? Coach Wang picked up one and turned it around to study it. Ji Tingyan picked up one and turned it on. There was an icon with a golden dragon in the background while the words, Journey to the War, lay on top. The other was a game icon with the word, Fantasy. Look, there are 2 learning programs in it. One is the learning program called Journey to the War. The other is the learning program Fantasy Westward Journey. TL note. These are both popular games in China. Journey to the War, aka Zhengtu, and Fantasy Westward Journey are MMORPG. Fantasy Westward Journey is built on Journey to the West. The first one is more costly. Let's try the learning program Fantasy Westward Journey. He clicked on the icon with the word, Fantasy, and created a character. Immediately, an exquisite virtual figure hovered in midair. Look at the visualization of meridians and the demonstration of skills. After learning the skills, you can see the hand seals for casting spiritual spells, pity formulas, and the roots of spiritual essence circulation. After cultivation, the user can engage in virtual battles with other owners of learning machines or monsters. In Fantasy Westward Journey, the users have all kinds of learning methods such as chained quests. In Journey to the War, there are all kinds of virtual battles between nations, so the users can deepen their understanding of spiritual spells, techniques, and cultivation methods that they have learned. Coach Wang's eyes brightened. If this is the case, the disciples of our Saint Emperor Mountain will need to each have one of these learning machines. He reached out and pulled over a disciple randomly. Yao Ji, you guys come and try this. One day later, when Mr. Fang woke up, ding, the system finished the upgrade. Do you want to claim the task reward? It's finished so soon. Fang Qi remembered that he had done nothing except for attending a few meetings, playing some games, and cultivating for some time in the cultivation room this month, but the task had finished just like that. So soon, Mr. Fang replied eagerly, yes. Soon, a gift bag with golden shiny light appeared before him. When he opened it, a light that belonged to a godly weapon shot up into the sky. Even the shop that was under the operation of the system couldn't contain this light. Su Tianji and others who were about to enter the shop this morning felt like the heaven and earth even shook. Mythical TV series, Investiture of the Gods, is activated. You obtained the spiritual treasure, God Thrashing Whip. TL note. Although its name is a whip, it is more like a wooden stick. Su Tianji hurried into the shop and exclaimed, Sir, what's happening? Is Investiture of the Gods released? She looked at the small blackboard in the shop and saw all the previous games and movies had been erased. There were 4 big worlds on it. Investiture of the Gods. It's indeed released. Elf Queen Kellybell stood before some elves and said solemnly with her hands on her hips, for the record, it's been a long while, and the scummy shop owner hasn't released Investiture of the Gods yet. So when it's out, we'll boycott it just to make him worry. Do you hear me? Humph. That's more like it. With great efforts, Kellybell had finally obtained some authority among the clumsy elves by live-streaming all kinds of skills in God of War. She looked delighted at the result. At this moment, someone in the shop yelled, Investiture of the Gods is released. Aya, I'll watch it. Rolling. Wait for me. Slow down. They all ran into the shop. In less than 1 second, Kellybell found that all the elves had left her. You guys. Kellybell's pretty face turned red in anger. How can you do this? Hurry, or there will be no seats left. Someone yelled. Wait, save a spot for me. Kellybell immediately rushed into the shop. Seeing an empty chair, she was about to pull it out and sit down when Mr. Fang plunked on it smoothly with a bowl of instant noodles in his hands. Today, the seats are in high demand. Mr. Fang slurped the instant noodles and said casually, the people without a seat must wait for a while. Kellybell's pretty face turned red in fury. Staring at the bowl of instant noodles in the despicable shop owner's hands, she had the urge to grab it and pour the hot soup onto the scum shop owner's head. Not able to watch Investiture of the Gods, she felt like dying. At this moment, on Mr. Fang's screen, grand chime bell music sounded. Investiture of the Gods began. Chapter 910. The Most Horrifying Catastrophe. The first thing that the viewers saw was a vast fertile land during the primeval time in the middle of Washa. On the vast continent, about 800 feudatories occupied territories that dotted the land like chess pieces. Under the rule of 4 major feudatories, 4 grand ancient states stood in 4 directions to protect the nation. Su Tianji and the others who watched the TV series in a group and the elves in the Kanglan City shop felt as if they had entered a nation in the very distant past. Regardless if it was the Golden Royal Palace engulfed in auspicious clouds and charming lights or the military and civil officials standing in rows before the white jade steps, everything told the viewers the radiant glory of this primeval nation. Wow, is this ancient Washa? Watching the TV series next to Mr. Fang, elf girl Sala asked in amazement. Is it the legendary Washa where Nuwa patched the sky and created humans, who ye shot down suns, and the great you conquered the flood? Rolling also asked in surprise on the side. Having played The Legend of Sword and Fairy and watched Journey to the West, they had found that the world named Washa was bigger and more complex than any world that they had known. Even if they studied each game carefully, they only understood the surface of it. Now, They felt like they were standing in the middle of the legendary nation. It was probably the legend in legends. What do you see? Kelly Bell stood behind them alone with sweat popping on her forehead due to impatience. She had the urge to pull the elves off their chairs so she could watch the TV series. Is it good? So magnificent. It's hard to imagine that it's a primeval nation. This era seems to come right behind the Shah dynasty built by King Great Yu. In the Juhua city shop, Shen Qingqing, a fan of stories, obviously was an expert in this field. This era is probably considered the primeval times even for the people in Journey to the West. Is it this ancient? Su Tianji and the others who watched the TV series in a group looked at the ancient dynasty in amazement. Without comparison, they wouldn't understand the meaning of this TV series. But after playing all kinds of shanja genre games and watching Journey to the West, thinking of an era even more ancient than the world in Journey to the West, they couldn't find words to express their astonishment. Journey to the West was a legend in itself. Then this story should be a legend in the legends. At this moment, like the Elf Queen, the Valkyrie in the heavenly realm could do nothing but look at the people who were watching Investiture of the Gods. What Washa? What primeval nation? What are they watching? Valkyrie Isabella lay in the pool in puzzlement. What's so good about the stuff that they are watching? How come I can't see it? Isn't it just a human nation? What's so good about it? Black Dragon Gulf was also watching the TV series. Not understanding the amazement of other viewers, he mumbled to himself. Then, he continued to watch. At this moment, inside the Golden Royal Palace, military and civil officials assembled, and Premier Shang Rong asked for King Zhou's approval to offer incense to Nuwa to celebrate her birthday. King Zhou asked, "What virtue and merits does Nuwa have? Why should I go with 10,000 carriages and offer incense to her?" This king, not only Black Dragon Gulf, but the saint-level masters from different nations were stupefied. Isn't Nuwa a major goddess in the primeval times? Could they ignore the major deities if the latter didn't have virtue and merits? Everyone in the palace looked as if nothing was unusual. Is this still a human nation? Not only the viewers in the new shops in Kanglan City and the East Continent, but those in the old shops also exclaimed in astonishment. It was something unimaginable for the people like Mage Merlin who had stayed in a nation of faith. At this moment, Shang Rong reported, "Goddess Nuwa has the virtues of a sage." When Gong Gong, the god of water, crashed his head onto Buzhou Mountain and caused the sky to tip in the northwest and the earth to sink in the southeast, Nuwa collected 5 colored stones to patch up the sky. It's a great deed for people, and it's natural for people to build shrines to worship her to show gratitude. Now, as Morning Song offers sacrifice to this fortuitous goddess, we will receive long-term prosperity and peace in all seasons with enough rain and mild winds and no disasters. She's the main goddess who protects our nation and people with blessings. Your Majesty, it's your duty to offer incense to her. TL note: Morning Song was the capital of the Shang dynasty. At this moment, the story was uneventful. No one imagined that under the peaceful veneer, an extremely horrifying catastrophe involving heaven, earth, humans, and deities was brewing. When the heaven emitted murderous spirits, the stars would change positions. When the earth emitted murderous spirits, dragons and snakes would fly out. When humans had murderous spirits, the heaven and earth would be turned upside down. The viewers watched as King Zhou listened to the malicious official's suggestion of choosing imperial concubines. In order for Daji, who was a 1,000-year-old fox that had transformed into a beauty, to enter the palace, King Zhou tortured and killed people on blazing copper pillars, and Premier Shang Rong killed himself by smashing his head into a pillar in the Golden Royal Palace. The scenes became more and more horrifying. In the short 2 episodes, the viewers were filled with a feeling that a storm would come, and the Grand Hall would collapse. This nation was so prosperous that it had the power to ignore primeval gods if the latter had no virtues or merits. It was probably the most radiant human nation that the viewers had ever seen, and one could call it a godly nation on earth without exaggeration since it was that brilliant. But at this moment, before the viewers, this nation turned into the demons' palace on earth. Demons danced and roared around in disguise, and demonic essence shot up high into the sky. Almost overnight, the heaven and earth were turned upside down, and the mortal world was gradually turning into a realm for demons and ghosts. How can Su Daji be so vicious? The peace-loving elves huddled together and covered their eyes in fear when some people were tortured and killed after being tied onto blazing metal pillars. This King Zhou is also cruel and vicious. Right now, the viewers in the old shops regarded King Zhou as an evil demon. Perhaps he was even more horrifying than the devil. Look, isn't he pagoda bearer Devaraja Li Jing? In the old shop at Juhua City, the viewers had come to the part of Nada's reincarnation. Su Tianji, Shen Qingqing, and all the other people in the shop couldn't believe what they saw. Devaraja Li, who had fiercely battled with the great sage, heaven's equal in Journey to the West, is just a small marshal in Chintang Fortress at this moment. This almost changed their understanding of the world. How powerful is this human nation? It dares to let such an existence be one of its marshals. But where's the pagoda that he was always holding on his palm? Is this the story before he became a god? A horrifying thought dawned on Su Tianji and others. Then, this dynasty, the heaven emitted murderous spirits. It was time for this dynasty to reach the end of its destiny. Like a withered leaf in the autumn, it floated down from the tree. The earth emitted murderous spirits. Dragons and snakes flew out, and demons appeared everywhere to make trouble in the mortal world, signaling the imminent catastrophe. The humans emitted murderous spirits. As loyal and upright old officials were killed by King Zhou one after another, the entire mortal world was turned upside down. Heaven, earth, and humans, the three elements were all here. At this moment, the biggest catastrophe that had only previously existed in legends would come silently. It would implicate heaven, earth, humans, deities, and the whole world. Even the immortals and gods couldn't stay out of it, let alone humans. At this moment, everyone including Su Tianji and the others in the old shops and the masters in the new shops turned silent as they watched. They didn't have a deep understanding of the situation yet, but intuitively, they felt a horror that they had never imagined before as an acute feeling of suppression from a huge catastrophe hit them. In such a catastrophe and a screwed-up human dynasty, what kind of a stunning legend would unfold at the hands of the countless grand masters and the immortals who had lived as hermits in remote immortal mountains and seas? At this thought, fear, excitement, shock, and other feelings mingled with each other as people's minds trembled subconsciously. These feelings and emotions had never been so intense before. Watching such a vast mythical scroll, Su Tianji and others felt overwhelmed, thinking that their heads weren't big enough to handle all this. Chapter 911, Fuxie's Conate 8 Trigrams. For the whole day, most of the players in the shops were watching the newly released Investiture of the Gods. On the morning of the next day, a large group of people walked in as soon as the shop opened. After finding seats to sit down, they began to talk about the new TV series eagerly. Sister Su, did you finish Investiture of the Gods yesterday? With a mug of cappuccino in his hand, Song Qingfeng hadn't even taken a seat yet. Seeing an acquaintance nearby, he began to talk with her. I just came back from my family and haven't watched it yet. Is it good? Yesterday, I just watched the Shang dynasty go corrupt. My goodness, you can't imagine how powerful the Shang dynasty is. Do you remember pagoda bearer Devaraja Li, the grand general who led an army to surround and attack Flower Fruit Mountain and later did many favors for the great sage in Journey to the West? Su Tianji said, he's an investiture of the gods, he's only a marshal in the Shang dynasty. Fuck, about to turn on investiture of the gods, Song Qingfeng was startled and shouted, then, who is the emperor? Is he the great Jade Emperor? I don't think so, Su Tianji said. I wonder if some more powerful immortals are acting as officials in the Shang dynasty. Shen Qingqing said, Goddess Nuwa is so powerful, but when King Zhou read the lewd poem, she didn't dare to touch one hair of his, at least on the surface. What, isn't Nuwa the primeval sage? The one who patched up the sky? In Journey to the West, even the small Jin River Dragon King dared to take the emperor's life. Who's the most powerful person in the Shang dynasty? Is there anyone more powerful than pagoda bearer Devaraja Li? I don't know. Right now, there's a man named Huang Feihu, and his title is King Wecheng. I don't think he showed up in Journey to the West. There's also a Grand Preceptor Wen who is outside suppressing rebellions. Huh, did these people appear in Journey to the West? Are they more powerful than Devaraja Li? After all, Song Qingfeng and the others had only watched Journey to the West and knew that the gods had different powers. I can't talk with you guys now. I've got to watch it. Seeing that Investiture of the Gods had begun on her screen, Shen Qingqing was eager to find answers to her questions. Hearing her words, the others also stopped their chat and entered the magnificent and miraculous mythical world in the primeval times. Qingqing, do you want to watch it together? Su Tianji and the others also put on their virtual reality headsets and began to watch today's new episodes of Investiture of the Gods. Yes, yes, yes. Being tied to a blazing metal pillar is so scary that I almost had a nightmare last night. Remembering yesterday's experience, the girls decided to watch the new episodes together, afraid that Su Daji would invent some new frightening torture methods. What's that? Song Qingfeng, who hadn't watched the TV series yesterday, looked at them in bafflement. At this moment, they stepped on the land in Kunlun Mountain, which was covered in white snow and ice that were tens of thousands of years old. The terrain was different from the Kunlun that they saw in the Legend of Sword and Fairy, which was way later in the timeline. Auspicious clouds and mists rose, and purple clouds floated around while countless immortal lights shot out from the immortal palace at the Kirin Cliff. It was a prosperous immortal scene that no words could describe. After entering the palace, the viewers saw the primeval Lord of Heaven quietly sitting with his eyes closed on the 8-treasure cloud light platform. They had never seen this immortal before. He didn't look solemn or majestic, but they had an indescribable feeling when they saw him, and a sense of respect and fear hit them abruptly. This feeling was even more intense than the feeling that they had when they saw Patriarch Sabati on the Mountain of Heart and Mind. Who is this immortal? Su Tianji sensed it more since she had learned the Palm Thunder at the Mountain of Heart and Mind and used it to block true immortals with only immortals' cultivation strength. The indescribable sense of respect and fear that this old immortal induced in her was even stronger than Patriarch Sabati. She couldn't imagine what realm this immortal had reached. Master, what kind of an immortal is the primeval Lord of Heaven? Fenghua and Yuexin looked horrified as they thought about the situation, and so did Shen Qingqing and Xu Zixin, who were watching the TV series with them. Something more astonishing came. There are 2 other deities on the same level as the primeval Lord of Heaven. It was hard to imagine. The people felt as if they were standing before a mountain that they couldn't see the peak of. Feeling as tiny as dust before the Grand Mountain, they suddenly discovered that there were more taller mountains behind the first one, which they had thought was the tallest mountain in the world. Look, they are going to send Zhang Sheng down the mountain for the investiture of the gods. The viewers were thrilled at the thought of the investiture of the gods. They were amazed that such an unimaginable thing would happen in the primeval Huaxia. While the Kunlun Mountain was peaceful and tranquil, the human world was in an uproar. King Zhou has killed 2 major feudatories. Half of the 4 big feudatories are gone. This West feudatory Ji Chong is in danger. At this moment, West feudatory Ji Chong was doing divination for himself before he set off. The hexagrams showed that the Shang dynasty had only 28 years left. Fei Zhang and Yu Hun, 2 evil officials, would die violent deaths while West feudatory Ji Chong would have a natural and peaceful end. Is this prediction accurate or not? The viewers exchanged a look. It would be fine if the prediction was kept a secret. However, the 2 evil officials, Fei Zhang and Yu Hun, heard of it, which worried the viewers. After all, it was taboo for heavenly secrets to be leaked. More importantly, the prediction was leaked to King Zhou, who had killed 2 major feudatories. They continued to watch as King Wen, Ji Chong, was imprisoned, and he derived the conate 64 hexagrams from the conate 8 trigrams. Later, he was actually released and returned to his homeland with glory. Then, King Zhou went back on his words and wanted to kill King Wen. The ups and downs of the story were thrilling. At Lintong Fortress, tens of thousands of soldiers chased after King Wen with thunderous shouts. He was about to reach the border of West Zhou when they caught up with him. Then, a figure descended from the sky with wind and lightning energy on his wings, and he stood before the tens of thousands of soldiers. TL note: King Zhou and the West Zhou aren't related. Even though they are all pronounced Zhou, the actual Chinese characters are different. With his eyes big like bronze bells with lightning energy flashing inside, he was the first one with wind and lightning energy on his wings and who inspired descendants with countless changes. Lei Junzi, my goodness. Remembering the foreshadowing where West feudatory Ji Chong had saved an abandoned infant in a thunderstorm, the audience exclaimed in elation. TL note: Lei Junzi is a character featured within the famed classic Chinese novel Investiture of the Gods. Lei Junzi is a celestial being that had been created by a certain great thunderstorm at Mount Swallow. He is also known as Thunder Quaker. King Zhou couldn't kill him. My goodness. His divination was right. I'll watch that Fuxi 8 trigrams again. It is amazing. Such accurate predictions were made. Su Tianji said immediately. Then, she began to watch Investiture of the Gods for the second time. At this moment, many other people also went back to watch the extremely mysterious 8 trigram pattern with eager eyes. Especially, the cultivators such as Fairy Qing Yun who excelled in divination immediately went back to watch the process again. Fuxi 8 trigram. Fuxi. She suddenly widened her eyes in amazement. Is it the origin of the divination and the Zhou-Yi technique in the legendary land of Huaxia? Even the weak-looking feudatory knows such powerful stuff. Chapter 912. 10 Ultimate Arrays. Members of Jia sect began to show power. On the other side, the story of Li Jing and his son unfolded. The cultivators and warriors in different shops watched Nada cause an uproar in the ocean beside the Chintang fortress. Knowing that he had made big trouble, Nada killed himself, returning his flesh to his mother and bones to his father. It was an unsettling story. Different from Journey to the West, Investiture of the Gods revealed the grand mythical scenes from ancient Huaxia. Perhaps no other legend or myth in the history of the whole world had so many powerful immortals and gods appearing at the same time. It was like a huge mythical scroll. The mythical heroes from this huge mythical scroll stepped onto the huge arena one by one. Among this mythical group of heroes, no one was absolutely good or bad. Deities could also make mistakes, since they had once been humans. On this ultimate arena, legendary stories with strange twists unfolded. So, Li Jing was still cultivating under Due Immortal at this time. This Tai Immortal is so powerful. He rebuilt Nada's physical body with lotus flowers and roots. The viewers watched the scenes with widened eyes. So, Pagoda bearer Devaraja Li's Jade Tower is a gift from lamp-burning Taoist. It's used to suppress Nada, so they are forced to reconcile with each other. Isn't he Buddha Dipamkara? While talking about the story with others, Su Tianji froze at the scene. It must be noted that Buddha Dipamkara had appeared in Journey to the West many times. But in this era, he was lamp-burning Taoist. He was a disciple of the primeval Lord of Heaven. At this moment, the screen dimmed. That's the end again. Instantly, she lounged on the computer chair as if she had lost all her will to do anything. Su Tianji and the others sat before their computers for a while. Master, should we watch it again? I feel unsatisfied, Feng Hua said. What the heck, can't the shop owner release 100 episodes in one day? Su Tianji said indignantly. Well, I'll watch it again. That's miraculous. The moment she said that, Song Qingfeng who was sitting beside her yelled, this divination technique doesn't need spiritual energy. It means that anyone can learn it. West Feudatory has derived conate trigrams. Fuxi 8 trigrams are profound and hard to understand, but the derived 64 hexagrams are easy to understand even though the number of signs increased. You guys can watch it a few more times. They didn't know that this was the beginning of Zhou-Yi, the most famous divination theory and one of the fruits of ancient wisdom. Investiture of the gods is miraculous. For the next few days, people in almost every shop were talking about this new TV series. Some tried to copy King Wen and deduce their fates using the divination technique. But, sitting on a couch, Su Tianji was talking with others about investiture of the gods in high spirits, and she said, the previous episodes focused on the Shang dynasty and the three sects, and the most important part is the conate 8 trigrams. I guess the Taoist friends who study divination are thrilled. It's a pity that I study lightning spells, and divination is only my hobby, Su Tianji said in frustration. I wonder if there's good stuff in the future episodes. The three sects are so powerful. I wonder if any of the sect leaders will give lectures. Sitting next to her, Nalan Mingshe turned her bright eyes. I wonder who will. It's said that Chan sect has closed the Dao field due to the imminent catastrophe. We haven't seen members of the Ren sect yet, Shen Qingqing analyzed. Maybe the Chan sect. Su Tianji said, Goddess Shiji claimed to be a member of Chan sect, but she was burned to death by Tai Immortal with the 9-dragon godly fire cover. Maybe the Chan sect isn't powerful at all. Nalan Mingshe agreed. It's possible. Seeing that the sky had turned dark, they stood up from the couches. It's exciting that we can watch new episodes of Investiture of the Gods tomorrow. 1 week has passed before we noticed it. We can do nothing but talk about Investiture of the Gods each day. Su Tianji said, feeling like her life depended on this. Then, she perked up at the thought that she could watch new episodes tomorrow, on the next morning. Before they could sit down with cups of cappuccino in their hands, they heard Su Tianji shout, look! It's about Chan sect. Grand Preceptor Wen has returned with the army. In the mythical TV series with many gods, the main character Zhang Zia, who was also known as Zhang Shang, mingled with them and didn't look outstanding with his weak cultivation strength, calling almost every enemy and friend, senior. However, his shortcomings showcased the others' radiance. Seeing Grand Preceptor Wen returning to morning song with the army, the viewers had their hearts in their throats again. After all, even Shang Rong, the old official whom the previous king had entrusted with the duty to look after the new king, had killed himself by smashing his head onto the pillar in the Golden Royal Palace. Bai Gan, the uncle of the king, was cruelly cut open and had his heart dug out. In such an extremely unruly dynasty, the viewers thought that this old official Wen Zhong would be the next victim. However, when the old official showed up while riding on a black Kirin, King Zhou didn't dare to utter any nonsense. When he punched the evil officials in front of everyone in Golden Royal Palace, King Zhou didn't even dare to show his anger. The viewers trembled inside. What's the background of Grand Preceptor Wen? Even King Zhou must tread carefully around him. Although he was on the side of villains, he was almost the most admirable person in the whole TV series. In Golden Royal Palace, they drew up 10 strategies to settle the nation. On Golden Turtle Island, they visited immortal friends to battle West Qi. TL note: West Qi is West Feudatory Ji Chang's land, and the nation was called West Zhou. At this moment, the viewers followed them to the Golden Turtle Island. In one glance, they saw the tranquil green mountains overlooking and suppressing the great ocean and sharp cliffs. Colorful phoenixes chirped, long-living deer and immortal foxes roamed in the forest, and spiritual beasts and birds rested on trees. Ivies and veins crawled in the valley with creeks and bamboo remaining green all year round. Wow! So beautiful! The scenery-loving elves in the Kanglan City shop didn't want to leave. Look, what are they making? At this moment, there were immortals coming and going on the island. In the 8-trigram brazier, something was being refined. The refinery method was too complex for the viewers to understand. But after it was set up on the battleground in Shiqi, all kinds of immortal lights of various colors rose from the array. The connate pure essence floated up, hiding hints of Hunden inside. Wind and fire were unleashed together as the heaven and earth cracked. Murderous spirits spread all over the heavenly realm, and black smoke engulfed Mount Qi. At this moment, not only Su Tianji, but everyone else, from new viewers to ancestral master Xiaoyao and other patriarchs, looked at the array in horror. They had never seen a major array with such intense murderous spirits. It could kill immortals and gods. What array is this? As 10 ultimate arrays came out, the Taoist spells of Green Turing Palace began to reveal their powers to the viewers. Chapter 913. I want to learn this. Outside West Qi was a vast wasteland where sand and small rocks flew in the wild winds, and dust filled the sky. In front of the West Qi army was Nada, who stood on the fiery wheels with the fiery tip spear in his hands, Huang Tianhua who was riding on the Jade Kirin, Lei Junzi with his weird and fierce looks, and Yang Jian, emanating a magnificent presence as he looked into the distance. On the side of the Shang dynasty that was ruled by Yin Shang, Grand Preceptor Wen was standing before others while riding on the black Kirin with a gold whip in his hand. Behind him were 10 Taoists with chilly expressions. Their faces looked very weird, being green, yellow, red, or white in color. Riding on immortal elks, they stood in one line. The two armies formed their formations with intense murderous spirits. The viewers had never seen such a scene before. They were amazed that the mortal troops were led by immortals whose powers were unimaginable. When they built the arrays, the soldiers and generals took their positions. The formation looked even more mysterious as heavy dust and sand filled the air. Su Tianji and some other cultivators, such as the Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance Master Lan Mo, followed Zhang Zia into the arrays to observe them. The moment that they passed the border of the array flags which acted as invisible portals, they felt as if they had entered another world in which the sky was dim and the earth was dark. Even though it was only a part of the arrays that weren't completely finished, it could scare ordinary people witless. As the two sects battled, they only used their techniques and Dao spells. Even though they didn't use any cunning and strange military schemes, the arrays full of dangers looked more frightening than military tactics. At this moment, on one hand, the viewers in the new shops and the ones in the continent of immortal relics admired Grand Preceptor Wen's loyalty and the indigenous 10 ultimate arrays built by the 10 heavenly masters from the Golden Turtle Island. They were eager to see the great power of the major arrays. On the other hand, they hoped that the great West Qi army would reach Morning Song immediately and teach the cruel king a hard lesson. For one moment, they were worried that Zhang Zia couldn't break the arrays. For the next moment, they were worried that old Grand Preceptor Wen would be defeated. They felt torn. There's indeed no one who can break these arrays. Artifact masters such as Li Haoran and Jun Yangxi from the Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance stared at the major arrays. Instead of activating the arrays, the 10 heavenly masters invited Zhang Zia to enter the arrays and observe them so he could return and think of a way to break it, which showed how confident they were in the 10 ultimate arrays. Obviously, the arrays didn't let them down since no one in the whole West Qi army could think of a way to deal with them. So horrifying. There's such a horrifying thing in ancient Washa. In the new shop in Kandlan City, Black Dragon Gulf howled in astonishment. I feel like its presence is even more scary than some of the powerful gods. Is it an array? In his mind, arrays were just magic arrays, not this thing that contains so many dangers and mysteries. 10 ultimate arrays. What good stuff are you watching? At this moment, Valkyrie Isabella, who was lying in the heavenly realm, could only obtain some clues by eavesdropping on the murmurs of the viewers as she waited for the livestream on the big screen at 8 p.m. She was so impatient that she wished that she could leap out of the pool and go to the shop to watch the newest episodes of Investiture of the Gods. Despite her impatience, she perked up her ears to eavesdrop on the elves, afraid that she would miss some details that they had let slip about the TV series. At this moment, the elves exclaimed, "How come the master of the desolate array is so powerful?" TL note: Hun and Po are types of souls in Chinese philosophy and traditional religion. Within this ancient soul dualism tradition, every living human has both a Hun spiritual, ethereal, yang soul which leaves the body after death, and also a Po corporeal, substantive, yin soul which remains with the corpse of the deceased. It is believed that people have 3 Hun and 7 Po. He stole Zhang Zia's 2 Hun and 6 Po with only a scarecrow. They saw Heavenly Master Yao set an earth platform and an incense desk in the desolate array and place a scarecrow on the platform with Zhang Sheng's name attached on it. 3 lamps were placed on the scarecrow's head while 7 lamps were placed by its feet. By using talisman paper and seals in front of the platform, he had taken almost all of Zhang Zia's souls in about 20 days as the latter tried to think of a way to deal with the array. Even the cultivators on the East Continent had never seen such weird and powerful Dao spells before. It was hard and even impossible to defend. Even though they knew the causes, Yang Jian and Nada were clueless as to how to block the spell. It was a technique that went beyond their scope of knowledge. They couldn't understand the connection between the scarecrow and Zhang Zia and why it could break through all defenses and target his Hun and Po with ease. It was so dangerous. A scarecrow? What? Another powerful object, lying in the pool. The Valkyrie wished that her hands could move and ease the itching sensation caused by her impatience to watch the TV series. Say something more, guys. She was desperate. At this moment, the viewers began to understand the great power of this array. After all, the disciple sent by the primal Lord of Heaven lost his souls and almost died there after just coming out of the sect. At last, Zhang Zia, with only 1 Hun and 1 Po left and desperate to return to Kunlun, floated back to Kunlun Mountain and encountered the South Pole Immortal Elder, who stopped the last Hun and Po from being taken. If this didn't happen, Investiture of the Gods would end soon after it began. Then, the viewers watched as the primeval Lord of Heaven's second disciple, Chijing went to take back Zhang Zia's Hun and Po. Instead of taking them back, he almost died in the array. Seeing this scene, the viewers were shocked beyond words. After all, Chijing Zi was one of the Golden Immortals and only second to Guangcheng Zi among the 12 Golden Immortals. What's the background of the 10 Heavenly Masters? It seems like everyone from the Jia sect is powerful. The viewers had been a bit worried that the old Grand Preceptor Wen Zhang would be defeated. But now, they were full of worry for Zhang Zia and West Qi, wondering if anyone in the world could break this array. Even more unbelievable was that even the primeval Lord of Heaven couldn't give them a good method to enter the array and take back Zhang Zia's Hun and Po. With his decree, the people of West Qi went to 8 View Palace in Xuandu Cave of Deluo Palace and visited Laozi, who then gave them a Tai Chi scroll. But this scroll could only deal with the array that took Zhang Zia's Hun and Po, and there were 10 arrays. Chijing Zi, whose combat strength ranked top among the 12 Golden Immortals, entered the array with that Tai Chi scroll, and he only made a narrow escape after taking back Zhang Zia's Hun and Po but lost the Tai Chi scroll in the array. When he escaped from the array, he was scared senseless. Can we learn this array? Suddenly, many cultivators yelled. After all, they had watched every detail including when the Heavenly Masters refined these array blueprints. Su Tianji also stared at the 10 ultimate array and shouted, "I'll learn it too. I'll learn. The Golden Light array made by Golden Light Saint Mother." Su Tianji was delighted when she saw that the Golden Light Saint Mother also used lightning spells. "Yeah, I'll learn this one. Chapter 914, Head Nailing 7-Arrow Book, can also be learned. After watching today's episodes of Investiture of the Gods, Su Tianji took out her communication jade to contact the Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance and analyze the array that she had seen today. At this moment, almost all the people in the shop were talking about the 10 ultimate arrays. Which of the 10 ultimate arrays do you think is the most powerful? Su Tianji heard an Wu-Wei discussing with some grand cultivators. I'm sure that the Golden Light array is the most powerful. It's obvious that the Desolate array is more powerful. Fuck the Desolate array, it just appears more often than the others. The Heavenly Ultimate array is the most powerful. It ranks number 1 among the 10 ultimate arrays. It's natural that the Heavenly Ultimate array is the most powerful array. Yi Songtao, the Cloud Ocean faction master and one of the most veteran customers in the shop, said, I think we can learn these arrays. After I return to my faction, I'll gather the faction resources and see if we can make a copy of the array blueprint. We can't find those high-level materials they used in the arrays. The materials that we have aren't up to the standard, Su Tianji said. I think the best we can is making a mimic, just like the heavenly mirror that we previously made. High-level materials aren't up to the standard. Seeing Nolan Mingshe passing them, and Hu-Wei's eyes lit up as he said, if we can get some rare and precious materials from the heavenly realm to refine the array blueprint, then we can. They exchanged a look and yelled together, make duplicates. Hearing these words, they were stunned by their own bold thoughts. After all, this was not a spell but something like spiritual treasures which didn't consume much spiritual energy. Anyone could use it and release the same power. At this thought, Su Tianji sat on a couch just like how the Golden Light Saint Mother sat in the array. She emitted lightning-like lights from her palms as if she was controlling the godly mirror in the array without touching it. Taoist friends, what do you think of my Golden Light array? Master, this array has the essence of the sun and the moon and contains the essence from heaven and earth. It's extremely miraculous. At this moment, Fenghua praised while moving her head back and forth. The mirror is neither copper nor gold and can't be found in the fire inside the brazier. Even heavenly immortals would be melted if they are trapped in the array. Ah ha ha, I knew that I haven't wasted my love on you. Su Tianji smiled smugly. Yeah, you stole all my lines. Yuexin was sulky. Ha ha ha, watch my heavenly ultimate array. At this moment, a figure walked up from behind. It was the Shui Delph, the Luyun Taoist palace master and Su Tianji's senior brother. Sitting on a couch, he formed a spiritual seal with both hands. Ahahaha, very good. The people of the Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance who loved to try new things moved immediately. Jun Yangxi said, I'll try it as soon as I return. Alliance Chief Lan Mo said, Mr. Nolan and I will contact the Immortal Realm and ask Senior Nolan and others to find some rare materials that we don't have. Okay, TL note. It seems like Godly Realm, Immortal Realm, and Heavenly Realm all refer to the same place. These materials are not cheap, and Hu-Wei said with worry, I'm afraid that they won't have enough money. We will try with all the forces in the Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance first. At this moment, Nolan Hongwu and Ji Yu Tingyan in the distant innumerable Immortal Sea looked sulky. I say, our storage space is not big enough for the immortal crystals. What should we do? Don't worry, Ji Yu Tingyan said, the teleportation array leading to the lower region is about to be completed. We'll have no problem with communication and transporting goods. At this moment, they received messages from Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance and Nolan Mingshe. They're asking us to find these precious materials. They were curious. Why do they need these materials? Nolan Hongwu glanced at the materials and found that some of them didn't even have names and only had pictures. Some of the pictures seemed to be screenshots from some TV series. What are these? What are you talking about? Zhang Wu immediately looked over. Nolan Hongwu said, they seem to be trying to recreate something. 10 ultimate arrays, but they lack lots of materials and are asking us to find them here. And the mages from the West Continent. Ji Yu Tingyan said in bafflement, I just made the plan to open arcade game halls and sell mobile learning machines in the Gods' Palace in the Western Heavenly Realm. How come the mages in Kanglan City shop are sending messages to me? They are offering to go there and open a branch shop in the Gods' Palace. This whole thing sounds very suspicious. Ji Yu Tingyan said, how come I've never heard of the so-called 10 ultimate arrays before? It seems like the shop has released a new TV series. These guys, how could they not tell us about the new TV series? I want to watch this Investiture of the Gods too. He wanted to quit the job immediately. We can summon a few people in the Ascendance realm up here, so they can manage the shop while we go and watch the TV series. They each had a big bag of immortal crystals. They had earned a lot of money by taking their share. They exchanged a look. It seems like we can buy lots of stuff with the money that we've earned. Then, we can also learn the arrays that they mentioned. Gu Tingyan laughed. Good idea, Zhong Wu said. They are practicing the 10 ultimate arrays. I wonder if there's more powerful stuff. At this moment, Mr. Fang suddenly received a new upgrade task from the system. System upgrade task. Acquire many energy crystals, 2. Task description. You can repeat this task 5 times. Task reward, mythological gift bag 1. Huh, Mr. Fang glanced at it. I can do this task several times. It must be noted that previously, he could only do each task once, and the rewarded gift bags didn't get him any good things. For example, after receiving the God Thrashing Whip, Mr. Fang was so angry that he almost disassembled it immediately. What use did he have for such a thing? But this time, he had several more chances to receive mythological rewards. The system can't give me a God Thrashing Whip every time, right? Thoughts raced in Mr. Fang's mind. The 10 ultimate arrays were indeed dangerous. The 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect came to help the West Chi, and they borrowed spiritual treasures from many places and spent lots of time on the discussion of strategies before they could finally break these arrays. Despite their powerful Dao spells, the 10 heavenly masters from the Golden Turtle Island couldn't escape from their fates. It was a sad scene when they didn't die peacefully with their heads cut off. Regardless if it were the customers of the old shops, the elves in the new shop, or even people from other races, the first thing that they did after entering the shops was talk about the newly released investiture of the gods. They always forgot about the time when they were engrossed in their discussions of the spiritual treasures and all kinds of techniques and spells. Under the masters of the 3 sects, which immortals do you think is the most powerful? When they got offline, they studied the 10 ultimate arrays. When they were online, they also worked hard. In the Juhua city shop, Su Tianji and Shui Delph sat before their computers. Instead of watching the new episode, they talked about the previous plot. It's Zhao Gongming, of course. The ocean settling bead and dragon binding rope are unrivaled. The 12 golden immortals and even lamp burning Taoist are not his match. Jun Yangxi said excitedly. Whenever they talked about the battles, they were thrilled beyond words. In the Kanglan city shop at the West Continent, even Elf Queen Kellybell clicked on the TV series and talked with the large group of elves around her in high spirits. I wonder where this Lu Ya Taoist master comes from. His head-nailing 7-arrow book killed Zhao Gongming. Is he even more powerful than the 3 sect masters? That treasure-falling golden coin, and the golden dragon scissors. How come there are so many powerful treasures in Investiture of the Gods? Elf girl Sala also exclaimed. It felt as if they were learning a lifetime's knowledge by watching Investiture of the Gods. They had never heard of so many miraculous treasures anywhere before. Do you think that we can learn the head-nailing 7-arrow book? In the old shop, the people exclaimed in appreciation while staring at the screen intently. They watched as Luya Taoist master took out a book that clearly listed the spells, seals, and pithy formation in the order of use. After setting a camp in the West Mountain, they put a platform in the camp and created a scarecrow with Zhao Gongming's name on it. After putting a lamp on its head and a lamp at its feet, they walked in star patterns and burned the talisman paper and the seals. Su Tianji and other cultivators watched this part many times and then exclaimed, "How come I feel like I can learn this too?" Chapter 915, 9-Turn Yellow River Array. In the episodes released in recent weeks, West Qi and Yin Shang were in fierce battles. Members from the Chan sect and Jia sect and Hermit Immortals from everywhere entered the fray one by one. With all kinds of spiritual treasures, arrays, and techniques, they showed their ultimate skills in the arena of investiture of the gods. Almost everyone in the shops was thrilled. They wanted to watch each episode and each battle at least 10 times. They had never imagined that they could see such grand battles among immortals and gods in the mortal world. In addition, the techniques and spiritual treasures that the gods and immortals used were almost unheard of and unimaginable. This TV series was different from any previous legends that they had watched. Even in Journey to the West, they only remembered some of the figures, such as the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal and Buddha Tathagata. But in Investiture of the Gods, the viewers could easily remember names such as Grand Preceptor Wen, Zhang Zia, the 10 Heavenly Masters, and Zhao Gongming. They could describe every detail of the spiritual treasures and techniques in discussions. Perhaps this war in the mortal world was an ultimate terrifying catastrophe. But without this war, how could these hermits and talented figures reveal themselves to the world? How could so many ultimate treasures show up and shock the world throughout history? How would people know the great immortal power of these cultivators who had lived as hermits and never cared about worldly affairs? Previously, the 10 heavenly masters built the 10 ultimate arrays which troubled the West Qi army for a long time and almost killed its head commander. It wasn't broken until the 12 golden immortals descended to the mortal world and helped them. Then, the 3 sky fairies from 3 immortal island built the 9-turn yellow river array. Zhao Gongming had extremely high cultivation strength and tempered his jade-like skin and immortal physique. He came down the mountain to avenge the heavenly masters of the Jia sect and had obtained a great victory by defeating the 12 golden immortals. However, he later was shot by the head-nailing 7-arrow book. He could do nothing but wait for death and finally died with a shout of pain. Due to his loyalty to his friends, Zhao Gongming's death induced the 3 sky fairies from 3 immortal island to come out and avenge him. Cloud Sky Fairy handpicked 600 soldiers and drew patterns on the white earth. The beginning and the end of the patterns contained connate secrets concerning life and death. The outside was arranged according to the pattern of 9 palaces and 8 trigrams while the entrance and exit connected each other orderly. The array had only 600 soldiers, but it contained the power of 1,000,000 soldiers. Even immortals and gods would lose their hun and po in this array. After practicing for about half a month, the array was ready. Seeing this scene, the viewers were speechless. The 3 sky fairies' understanding of Tao is so powerful. At this moment, Ji Yu Tingyan finally caught up with other viewers. Seeing this, he was as shocked as everyone else. After picking a group of ordinary soldiers and training them for half a month, they can build such a major array in haste. It was hard to imagine. When the array was formed, it looked as followed, with the array reaching the heaven and earth, its presence rivaled that of the Yellow River. Yin wind whistled as black mist blocked the sun and the moon. Floating everywhere, the ghostly presence shot up into the sky, and the chilly and gloomy yin mist engulfed the ground. It will destroy all your hun and po even if you have cultivated for 1,000 years. It will damage your spirit and essence even if you have survived 10,000 tribulations. Even immortals and gods will have the 3 flowers on the top of their heads cut off. Even the Buddhas will have their 5 essences removed from their chests. In this array, even immortals can't escape from tribulations. TL note: 3 flowers and 5 essences are concepts of Taoism. Only the Grand Masters could have these things. This array looked simpler than the 10 ultimate arrays but had greater power than the latter. Look, the 12 golden immortals are here to break the array. In the Juhua city shop, the viewers exclaimed. Even the cool and calm people couldn't stay level-headed today. It was the first time that these people lost their composure. The first one entering the array is Guangcheng Zi, the first immortal in Jade Void Palace. The second golden immortal Chijing Zi even came to help him. Nalan Hongwu was always calm, but at this moment, he couldn't control his excitement as if watching such a battle was the proudest moment in his life. Stepping on lotus flowers, Chijing Zi came forward with miraculous immortal spells. He was equipped with all the ultimate treasures that he had taken from the cave to break the previous 10 ultimate arrays such as Purple Belt Immortal Garment and Yin Yang Mirror. He still had them with him. Guangcheng Zi stood in the air with sword in hand, engulfed in light and dust. Cloud Sky Fairy circulated the Chaos Essence Golden Dipper and shot out a golden beam which looked as blinding as a lightning bolt. Then, for some reason, Chijing Zi fell into the array. Once he was in the array, the Niwen acupoint on the top of his head was sealed. Stumbling in the array, he couldn't use any of his great Dao spells. Guangcheng Zi didn't fare any better. He was captured together with Chijing Zi after only 1 round of attacks. Then, a scene that no one could believe happened. The 3 sisters unleashed the power of the major array and charged forward with spiritual treasures. They captured Manjushri Lord of Heaven, Samantabhadra Immortal, Sihang Taoist, Qingshu Dao Immortal Master, Daoxing Lord of Heaven, and Jade Top Immortal. None of the 12 golden immortals escaped. They were all captured by the array. The Chan sect's 12 golden immortals who had broken 10 ultimate arrays with great immortal power were captured within 1 round of attacks. So horrifying. The 9-turn Yellow River array is the most horrifying major array that I've ever seen. In the Kanglan City shop, a black dragon yelled, "It's the #1 array in the world. It's so powerful and miraculous. Who can break it?" In the new shop on the East Continent, even the ancestral masters were horrified by this scene. The 12 golden immortals from the Chan sect had the 3 flowers on their head chopped off in the array, which destroyed almost all their cultivation strength. They were reduced to mortals. The viewers were more than shocked. They yelled inside, "These are the 12 golden immortals." In the huge battleground with many golden immortals descending, only lamp-burning Taoist and Zhang Zia were standing. Seeing the danger, lamp-burning Taoist turned into a streak of wind and dashed into the ground to escape. When they watched Journey to the West, Buddha Dipamkara gave them the impression that he was on the same level as Buddha Tathagata. But in this show, the now lamp-burning Taoist was escaping from the battle in defeat. He had no choice but to go to Jade Void Palace and ask for help from the primeval Lord of Heaven. The battles became grander and more magnificent. The viewers were enthralled by the unimaginable battle. They had a clear view of the 9-turn Yellow River array and could recreate it. After the 12 disciples of Chan Set were captured, they were eager to know what their master, the primeval Lord of Heaven, would do. Iya, how come investiture of the gods is so fascinating? Zhang Xiaoyu begged, "Sir, can't you release a few more episodes each day?" Chapter 916, The Power of the 3 Sect Masters. On the morning of the next day, before the shop was opened, a large group of people gathered at the door, blocking the entrance. The moment that the door opened, they swarmed in. It was early morning, but the shop was almost full. Glancing around the shop, Fang Qi saw people bustling in the huge space. Cultivators and warriors sat down in long rows, and some of them had bowls of instant noodles in their hands because they hadn't had time to have breakfast yet. Some had cappuccino or iced tea on their desks and sipped them with great enjoyment. When Fang Qi first came to this world, he had found that this land and people on it were strange, and the prospects were boundless. But he had never imagined that his internet cafe would expand to such a big scale. While resting his hands on the counter, he gazed at the bustling scene in the shop and inhaled deeply. 1 Dao was passed to 3 people, and 2 of them created the Chan sect and Jia sect. The enthralling legends that had circulated in his homeland named Washa for thousands of years had begun to spread on this land. They were stories about the Erlang Immortal Master, Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, the 3 emperors who established systems of ceremonies and customs, Nva who patched up the sky. Now, in investiture of the gods, people watched as the immortals experienced tribulations in their lives. By now, the customers in the shops probably had gotten used to stories of life and death and the magnificent legends shown in the TV series, which was why they no longer panicked when something unbelievable happened. Still, right now, the people in the shops were watching the scenes before them with a sense of awe. In here, they saw mortals turning into immortals and gods through cultivation, super powerful Dao spells that they had never heard of before, the Chan sect immortals who did the right things in the name of the heaven, and the Jia sect immortals who looked ferocious but were loyal to friends. These immortals looked even more real than the immortals and gods that they heard from the legends and myths in their own world. Perhaps these immortals would die in battles in this story, but the viewers would forever remember their great deeds. Perhaps the viewers also wondered about what kind of endowments that this place, allowing it to create such a legend and give births to these immortals and gods. Gradually, admiration rose in their hearts. Look, this is the true presence of an immortal. For some reason, Fang Qi felt emotion surging inside him and was going to burst out like currents from the Yangtze River and Yellow River as he looked around at the people in the shop. Perhaps he was deeply touched. "Boss." At this moment, a melodious and familiar voice sounded by his ears, "Ya. How come you are standing here all by yourself? Why aren't you watching investiture of the gods?" A small head appeared from the other side of the counter. Standing on her tiptoes, Zhang Xiaoyu looked at Mr. Fang with her big eyes. What, Mr. Fang snapped back to reality. "How come you're here? Aren't you supposed to be in school? Today is June 1st, Children's Day. We don't have school today." Zhang Xiaoyu said nonchalantly. "What, you guys have no school even on Children's Day? Don't you need to do extra lessons? Don't you live in the academy?" Mr. Fang widened his eyes and said, "How come you have more and more breaks in your academy? When I was in school, I got fewer and fewer breaks as I grew older." "No, tomorrow, I'll go and talk to your instructors. Why do they give so many breaks to the kids? You are supposed to stay in the academy and study." "Iya, the instructors are all watching investiture of the gods and have no time to teach lessons." Zhang Xiaoyu stomped her foot and said, "Today, new episodes are released. I asked Sister Su, Sister Shuiye, Senior Nolan, my older brother, and many other people to watch today's new episodes. Why don't you come and watch it with us? There's nothing to watch. Before he could finish, the girl dragged him to watch the TV series. Sir, what is the background of Heavenly High Emperor? Why did the 12 immortal masters have to submit to him as subordinates when he told them to? It seems like he has something to do with the investiture of the gods too. Sir, the 9-turn Yellow River array is so powerful. How can they break it? Zhang Xiaoyu bombarded Fang Qi with questions in great curiosity. Meanwhile, demonic woman Ning Bai and fairy Qing Yun were also talking about it. This array is miraculous and fits our style. Perhaps we can learn some of it. Having not organized a TV series group tour for a long time, Mr. Fang found that this group was quite big. Familiar players and customers ranging from the continent of immortal relics in the east to the Orc Kingdom and Elf Kingdom in the west all gather. Standing on the battleground where West Qi and Yin Sheng fought, they looked at the major array in the rising dust and found that it indeed looked like the Yellow River with 9 turns and surging turbid waves. At this moment, Zhang Zia lit incense in a welcome ceremony. In the floating smoke of incense which spread across the battleground, a voice came from the sky, singing, "Since the chaos, Taoism has always been miraculous. Profound theories pinpoint significant opportunities. Tai Chi gave birth to Yin and Yang, which in turn gave birth to 4 directions. After heaven was born at Z, first hour, Tao can do anything under it. Ever since the earth was born in Chou, second hour, and the humans were born in Yin, third hour, I'm the master of the sect, helping confused people to ascend by writing on jade. Yellow Tao strongmen hear my order, immortals follow me in floating smoke of incense. The primeval Lord of Heaven, the true master of Chan sect, is leaving the jade pool and going to spread the religion of Chan, primeval Lord of Heaven." Then, more scents rose. In the rich rare fragrance, red clouds filled the sky as elk barks resonated in the sky. The primeval Lord of Heaven said, "Taoist elder brother from the 8-View Palace is here." Just as the poem stated, breaking the chaos and revealing the heaven and earth, he established 5 elements in the mortal world. Guiding Xuanyuan to immortality, he showed power at Han Fortress with Tao that is eternal. The figure came down from the sky while riding on a black ox. He's the 8-View Palace Master. Laozi is here. 2 sect masters showed up before the 9-turn Yellow River array. This array can only be broken by the sect masters. Instantly, the viewers looked at 3 sky fairies' strength in a totally new light. This array made 2 sect masters show up. At this moment, they knew that even if the 3 sky fairies were defeated, they would win their admiration. It's a pity that all their powerful Tao strength will be turned into nothing, Ji Yu Tingyun and Nalan Hengwu said in regret. When Laozi entered the array to observe, Jade Sky Fairy used the golden dragon scissors. Seeing the scissors falling from the sky, Laozi, sitting on the ox, waved his sleeve upward. The scissors dropped in the sleeve silently like a tiny seed falling into an ocean without causing any disturbances. Casually, Laozi took away the Chaos Essence Golden Dipper and Golden Dragon scissors. When Jade Sky Fairy charged over with her sword, the primeval Lord of Heaven ordered the White Crane disciple to launch the 3-treasured Jade Rui into the sky, which hit and broke open the top of Jade Sky Fairy's head. Her soul flew out of the opening, toward God Investiture platform. Then, the Green Sky Fairy charged at the primeval Lord of Heaven with a flying sword, and the White Crane disciple knocked her sword away with the Jade Rui. The primeval Lord of Heaven then took out a box from his sleeve, opened the lid, and tossed it into the sky. The box took in Green Sky Fairy and her horse and shortly turned them into a puddle of blood. Her soul also flew toward the God Investiture platform. At this moment, people began to understand the great powers of these sect masters. These 2 sect masters are so strong. Everyone had known that they were powerful but never expected that their powers were as great as this. The sect masters had easily suppressed the 3 sky fairies who had built the horrifying 9-turn Yellow River array. Chapter 917. Taoist friend, please wait. At this moment, in everyone's mind, these sect masters were symbols of invincibility among all immortals and gods. Their powers went beyond the viewer's imagination. 0. Led by Mr. Fang, the tour group stood before the 9-turn Yellow River array and looked up to watch the battle of immortals. What are the backgrounds of these sect masters? With such great power, aren't they unrivaled in the world? Su Tianji asked while watching the battle. I wonder how they have cultivated and achieved such great power. Still, they are big bullies. Demonic woman Ning Si said with a snort, they even came together. In my opinion, the Re sect is the most powerful sect. Only the 3 disciples under the Phi sect master could beat the disciples under the Chan sect master senseless. But they were killed by the big bullies who were their seniors. Right, some people from the Half-City Cultivator Alliance agreed. I don't agree. The 5th prince of the Royal Clan Guild said, they indeed didn't do anything wrong. But King Zhou and Su Daji have killed and tortured many good officials in Morning Song. The people in the nation live in untold suffering. Leaving other things aside, just watching the torture with blazing poles and basins filled with poisonous bugs sent chills down my spine. Every moment they block the West Qi army is another moment longer that the evil king and the demon fox can live, which means that they were aiding the evil people to torture others. You might think that they didn't deserve to die, but Queen Zhang and the dozens of imperial concubines who were tortured and killed by being sent into basins full of poisonous bugs, the old and conscientious officials such as Shang Rong who were tortured to death, and the people who live in untold suffering wouldn't think so. As a member of the royal family which ruled a nation with peace and prosperity, he naturally knew what the corruption inside the royal family meant for a kingdom. Hearing his words, they nodded, thinking that his argument was solid. Yeah, no, nor Ningxi agreed with him when she first heard the words. After all, the mention of King Zhou and especially Su Daji piqued great hatred in her since the evilness of the demon fox went beyond everyone's imagination. Without her influence, King Zhou would have had a chance of being a good king. However, after some consideration, a thought dawned on her. She shook her head and said, "You guys are wrong. The 3 sky fairies from the 3 Immortal Island didn't plan to block the West Qi army, they just wanted to avenge Zhao Gongming, and their target was only the spellcaster, Luya Taoist Immortal. Except for Zhang Zia who might be implicated, all other people wouldn't be affected. Anyway, Luya Taoist Immortal had just helped the West Qi army. The others couldn't just sit and watch as they killed him, right?" Shichi spiritual master from the Nanhua faction waved her whisk and joined the debate in front of the West Qi army. As the topic went on, a heated discussion erupted among the large group of viewers who watched the TV series together. They offered different opinions one after another. Then, whose fault is it? Fairy Qing Yun had always been mild and cool. However, seeing the 3 sky fairies from the 3 Immortal Island ending up like this despite their great strength, she couldn't remain calm. They lived a free and relaxed life in the 3 Immortal Island, searching for truth in Tao and immortality. Why did they come here and mess with the sect masters and shout that they would deal with the 2 sect masters as they had done with the Golden Immortals? They even threatened to break the sect masters' heads by using the Golden Dragon Scissors and Chaos Essence Gold Dipper. After they issued such a threat and no one could dissuade them, they will certainly receive a good beating. As a faction master, Shui Delph could relate to the 2 sect masters in the TV series. If that little Xiao Yulv dares to threaten me, I would certainly make sure that he couldn't see tomorrow's sun. At this moment, Xiao Yulv standing behind the counter sneezed for no reason. He glanced around in confusion. Achoo! Who's talking about me? It's all because of Zhao Gongming's pathetic death. Zhang Xiaoyu joined the discussion in a huff. The 3 sky fairies must have been beside themselves with fury. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come out of their island to take a part in this business. How come no one could dissuade them otherwise? Luya Taoist Immortal is to blame. By now, he has slipped away. He must be the one. Mo Xian and other disciples of Nanhua faction got an idea and said while pointing at the sly Taoist. But, many people were still on the side of the good officials and people in Morning Song. After all, some of them were civilians and small aristocrats. If not for Luya Taoist Immortal, the army wouldn't be able to reach Morning Song. Who is to blame for the deaths of 3 sky fairies? The heated debate finally returned to the original question. Who is to blame? West Qi, Zhao Gongming, Luya Taoist Immortal, definitely the 2 sect masters. In the group, there were grand cultivators, faction masters, members of the demon clan, and cultivators with unorthodox practices. Since they had different backgrounds, their perspectives were different. If 1,000 people watched Investiture of the Gods, 1,000 different understandings would appear. Before the episode was over, the big group of people was engaged in a heated debate even fiercer than the war between West Qi and Yin Sheng on the battleground. Zhao Gongming is to blame. What did you say? While rolling up her sleeves, Ningxi glared around and revealed a small part of her 2 silver shiny fangs. She looked as if she would explode the head of the person who just spoke cold. As she glanced around, the independent cultivator in Half City who had shouted that Zhao Gongming was to blame, shrunk his neck. Humph. The weak cultivator with the cultivation strength of the true lake realm was beneath her notice. She glanced at another weak warrior who yelled Grand Preceptor when, and the latter, shrunk his body as well, afraid that the demonic woman would beat him. Divine Ocean Realm, he probably would get his head broken after getting offline. At this moment, a sneer came from one side. Ha ha, do you think that you are powerful by bullying these viewers with negative combat strength? I don't agree. Today, I will speak for the people and dead officials on the side of Yin Shang. A smirk face emoji squeezed out from the crowd and looked like a troll. He yelled smugly, I said it. Come and beat me if you can. In the Half City shop, a girl put down her virtual reality headset and stood up. You, a demon, care about people and good officials. I'll see what a troll you are. Ayaya, sir. Someone's beating people. Someone's beating people. Beating a smirk face emoji doesn't count as beating people. Hee. Mr. Fang continued to watch the TV series. Where's the lightning punishment? Where are the rules? The system has finished upgrading. The host's privileges have been increased. Mr. Fang glances at it and said casually, I make the rules. I won't troll anymore. Heroine forgive me. Hero, forgive me. Weiya. While the viewers were fiercely debating and even fighting over the deaths of immortals from the Phi sect without a result, a Taoist riding on a tiger appeared on the screen. Before the Taoist was a heroic-looking young man dressed in an 8-trigram purple-belted immortal robe with a water-fire bell in his hand. He was walking down the mountain. At this moment, the Taoist came out from the forest behind him riding on the tiger. He said with a smile, Your Highness, please wait. The big group of viewers suddenly turned quiet and looked at this person. This person. The people who had been yelling all widened their eyes as if they had just discovered something. They stopped arguing and stared at this person. How come this scene looks so familiar? Chapter 918. Who's this person named Kong Zan? At this moment, the Taoist with a white face and a long beard walked toward Yin Hong and bowed. Yin Hong received him with the greeting for a senior and asking, Senior Taoist, can I have your name please? The Taoist said, Your master and I are from the same sect. We are both from the Jade Void Palace. Yin Hong asked, Uncle Master, what's your name? What teachings do you have for me today? I'm Shen Gongbao. The Taoist didn't give more information. Instead, he asked, Where are you going? He's Yin Hong. The viewers looked at the heroic-looking young man. After Queen Zhong was killed, Yin Hong, the second prince, almost died as well. With great efforts, he escaped and would have died long ago if not for the help of an immortal. By now, he had learned many techniques and even brought all the spiritual treasures from Shijing Zi's cave abode, including the yin-yang mirror and purple-belted immortal garment with him. The viewers had seen the great powers of these treasures. Whoa, he can finally go and avenge the murder of his mother. The viewers were excited when they saw that the desolate second prince had finally grown up. I'll see if Daji dares to walk all over him again. The viewers watched as Yin Hong answered, At my master's order, I'm going to West Qi to help them fight King Zhou. With a sincere expression, Shen Gongbao demanded, Nonsense. Who is King Zhou to you? Yin Hong said, He's my father. The Taoist yelled, In the whole world, I've never heard of a case where a son helped others to fight his father. Besides, if King Wu succeeded in defeating King Zhou with your help, and your ancestors' shrine was destroyed with your nation being taken by others, would you dare to face your ancestors the day of your death? Hiss. It seems like he have a point. At this moment, Su Tianji and others nodded. Shen Gongbao has a point. Yin Hong thought so too, and he looked hesitant. Then, he shook his head and said, But I swore to my master that if I went back on my word, my limbs would be turned to dust. Besides, my master saved my life and gave me all my abilities. Shen Gongbao interrupted him with a laugh, In the whole world, I've never heard of anyone's physical body had been turned into dust. How can this oath hold true? Listen to me and change your mind. Go and fight Zhou instead, and you'll surely create great accomplishment one day, which will be a comfort to the spirits of your ancestors and my sincere attitude. With the water fire bell in hand and draped in 8-trigram purple-belted immortal garment, Yin Hong turned around and went to fight Zhou in high spirits. This guy, everyone stared at the scene dumbfoundedly. What's happening? You forget about your mother's murder. Before long, the viewers saw Crown Prince Yin Zhao leaving the 9 Immortal Mountain and going to West Qi by traveling through the earth. As he went, a light beam floated onto a high mountain. A Taoist came over, riding a tiger. Your Highness, please wait. Obviously, Yin Zhao had taken the oath that if he changed his mind, he would be killed by a shovel and a hoe. Shen Gongbao just smiled and said, with your great strength, how can you be killed by shovel and a hoe? The viewers watched as Crown Prince Yin Zhao, equipped with twin swords, desolate bell, and sky-turning stamp that Guangcheng Zi had given to him, went to fight Zhou with heroic spirits. People like Su Tianji, Zhang Xiaoyu, and Ji Yu Tingyan exchanged a look. How come this guy is also going to fight Zhou? What's happening? After a while, the viewers saw a dwarf playing on a cliff in front of the Flying Cloud Cave in Dragon Trapping Mountain. He was Tu Xingsun, the disciple of Zhu Lusin, one of the 12 golden immortals. He was about to leave when a Taoist rode out on a tiger. This time, the Taoist's skill seemed to be even better. He said, Taoist friend, please wait. People like Su Tianji, the elders, faction masters, and Ji Yu Tingyan all stared at the scene intently as if they were afraid to miss any tiny details. 5 minutes later, they watched as Tu Xingsun stole the immortal trapping rope and a jade bottle of pills from his master and then went to Three Mountain Fortress to fight Zhou. This man. Everyone stared at Shen Gongbao in puzzlement. On the screen, Shen Gongbao stroked his short beard. He. Then, they saw the following scenes. Yin Hong was turned into dust inside the Tai Chi scroll, realizing the oath. Yin Zhao was trapped in the mountain, and then Guangcheng Zi pushed a shovel and a hoe up to the mountain with an expression of pain. Tu Xingsun got the top half of his body cut off. Of course, this would happen much later. Whoa, even Ji Yu Tingyan yelled in surprise, this man. What's happened? Everyone looked at each other as if they had discovered something extraordinary. After they finished today's episodes, they all went back to watch the scenes when the immortals made their entrances in the TV series. For example, the part when the 3 sky fairies left the island. In 3 Immortal Island, mist and clouds leisurely floated among the tall and green pine trees. The floating auspicious mist and clouds filled the gate with green pines standing on both sides. Logs were paved on the bridge as ivies grew all over the big boulders. Then, sure enough, a Taoist riding on a tiger came. He yelled at the gate of the cave abode, Taoist friends. Everyone exchanged a look of horror. As if they had discovered a huge secret, they exclaimed, Sir! What powerful Taoist spell did this man use? Standing up immediately, Su Tianji ran to Mr. Fang and dragged him over to her computer. While pointing at the screen, she yelled in astonishment, Can we learn this? Hearing her words, everyone looked over and stared at Mr. Fang. Sir, I want to learn it too. Ah, I want to learn it as well. Even Zhang Xiaoyu skipped over. Mr. Fang said solemnly, this is a primeval forbidden spell. It depends on your fortune if you can learn it or not. If one has the fortune, even a 10-year-old kid can learn it with ease. Mr. Fang looked at Zhang Xiaoyu when he said these words. Yeah, do you mean I have the fortune? Zhang Xiaoyu beamed happily. I mean, Mr. Fang said solemnly, you, a little girl, would even help your enemy count the money that they earned from selling you. How can you learn that? Scummy shop owner. Zhang Xiaoyu stomped her foot in fury. You're the one who would count money for your enemy after you were sold. Then, Mr. Fang continued, if one doesn't have the fortune, they can't learn it even if they were a faction master or an elder. As he said the words, he glanced at Su Tianji. Su Tianji was secretly pleased. A moment ago, the scummy shop owner looked at Xiaoyu when he talked about the people who could learn this skill, but it turned out that Xiaoyu can't learn it. Now, he is looking at me as he is talking about the people who can't learn it. Does he mean the opposite again? Su Tianji said in delight, does it mean I can? You can learn the opposite skill. Damn it. Then, who can learn it? Mr. Fang shrugged. But, at this moment, Ji Yu Tingyan said, after the powerful 3 sky fairies died and Grand Preceptor Wen died at Dragon Ending Ridge, Shen Gongbao can only trick people away from the Chan sect. I guess Yin Shang will soon come to its end. Right, at this moment, someone yelled, the trailer for tomorrow's episodes is out. Kong Zan blocked the army at Golden Rooster Ridge. Everyone froze and then looked at Mr. Fang while asking, who's this person named Kong Zan? Is he even more powerful than the 3 sky fairies? Chapter 919, 5-Colored Godly Light. At this moment, with the aid from the saint-level masters in the West Continent who had ascended to the godly realm with the Valkyrie's feathers, the shop clerk, Grand Mage Merlin, opened a branch shop of the arcade game hall in the godly realm. The 5 repeating tasks of earning crystals had obtained obvious progress with the sales of the mobile games such as Journey to the War and Fantasy Westward Journey. As the new arcade game hall was opened in the godly realm, the task was close to completion for the first round. As they collected all kinds of array materials in the heavenly realm, they were also planning to build portals to connect the 2 realms and thus restore the world to the prosperity that people had enjoyed in the ancient times. In the shops, the discussion about investiture of the gods and the content of tomorrow's episodes continued. It must be noted that the 3 sky fairies had defeated all the disciples of the Chan sect and forced the Chan sect master to make a move. Otherwise, they couldn't continue with the process of the investiture of the gods. Their strength was so powerful that they forced the sect masters to show up. Are there people more powerful than that? This legend was indeed stunning. The viewers couldn't imagine what super powerful skills could be better than the 9-turn Yellow River array. The viewers didn't take the 3 sect masters into consideration since those existences had been born in extremely distant times when Hunden was first separated, and their power went beyond the viewers' imaginations. But this Kong Zan, Xiaoyu, what powerful skills do you think Kong Zan will use tomorrow? Right now, a large group of people sat on the couches and talked among themselves. I have no idea. Zhang Xiaoyu furrowed her brows, feeling like she had been thinking so much that her head hurt. I think he must have many miraculous spiritual treasures. Shen Qingqing said. Zhijing was no match for his disciple after he gave the latter all his spiritual treasures. Perhaps Kong Zan has even better spiritual treasures and isn't even afraid of the sect masters. I think that he might have an array even more powerful than the previous ones. After some consideration, Nalan Hongwu said, the 9-turn Yellow River array was built in half a month with hundreds of soldiers. If someone put more effort and built an even more powerful array, perhaps it can even trap the sect masters. It can't be that powerful. Su Tianji disagreed. How can anyone be as powerful as the 3 sky fairies from the 3 immortal islands? The primeval Lord of Heaven took the accusation of being a bully when he showed his hand. Even the sect masters didn't want to be branded with such a bad name. If the new person was even more powerful than the 3 sky fairies, would the primeval Lord of Heaven be so cheeky as to show his hand again? I'm sure that he's not as powerful as the 3 sky fairies. Su Tianji emphasized. Otherwise, this sect master would be too ashamed if he made another move. However, if he doesn't show up, the investiture of the gods would come to a dead end. In the lounge area of the shop, whenever one group of customers left, a new group would arrive. By midnight, many groups of customers had sat in this area and then left, but the topic remained the same. When the TV series was broadcast on the big screen at 8 p.m., many civilians living nearby would come and watch this weird but grand legend even though they would obtain no benefits from it. Some people even stayed in the shop until the closing time. On the early morning of the next day, people would stand before the door in heated discussions. Obviously, the people in this world liked this ancient legend more than others. The only other legend that had aroused such passion was Journey to the West. On the morning of the next day, as soon as Mr. Fang opened the door, figures swarmed in around him, hurrying into the shop. Hurry, let's watch the new episodes. Su Tianji beckoned at her disciples and clicked on Investiture of the Gods quickly. Zhang Xiaoyu and the others sat in a row and clicked on it immediately as well. Even the elves in the West continent looked eager. At Zhang Zia's command, the army marched toward Morning Song like a long snake. At this moment, Yin Shang had come to the end of its reign and couldn't find any troops to block its enemies. However, at this moment, an army of about 100,000 soldiers was stationed on the Golden Rooster Ridge, and their flags blocked the sun. With great magnificence, the leader of the army rode out on a red horse while carrying a big saber. With 5-colored light behind him, his eyes looked as bright as burning flames or the light of the sun and moon right after the sky was separated from the earth. Dressed in gold armor that was as bright as fire, this man was Kong Zan. His magnificence induced a wave of exclamations the moment that he made his appearance. In addition, the 5-colored light behind him spread out. Teal, yellow, red, white, and black. The fine light beams spread all over the world, and even heaven seemed to shake under the force. Is this guy, Kong Zan? No one had expected that Yin Shang, which was on the verge of collapse, could have such a grand master. Right now, Zhang Zia's camp had grand masters such as Nada, Yang Jian, and Lei Junzi, military geniuses such as Huang Tianhua and Deng Zhugong, and even powerful immortals such as lamp-burning Taoist who had obtained much more power than before. Lamp-burning Taoist now had the ultimate treasure, ocean-settling bead, that Zhao Gongming had used to defeat the 12 golden immortals. His mount was the golden feather rock that he had just tamed. Right now, his power was probably greater than those of the 12 golden immortals when they were in their prime, moving closer to his final form as Buddha Dipamkara. When the West Qi army spread out in a line, it was a grand sight. Out of the 100,000 soldiers of Yin Shang that were stationed at Golden Rooster Ridge, only one man rode forward as the 5-colored godly light rose. At this moment, everyone saw a scene that went beyond their imagination. Countless soldiers and generals including Nada and Leijunzi, all kinds of powerful spiritual treasures including ocean settling bead and golden pot. All the godly beasts and rare beasts. All of them vanished instantly like dust entering the ocean without a ripple. When the Western sect's second master, Zhengti Taoist, came, he was also turned into nothing when the light touched him. What superpower is the 5-colored light behind Kong Zan? Seeing this, everyone yelled in horror. What the heck is this superpower? This is a sect master. He was taken just like this. Sir. All the people in the shops including Su Tianji, Ji Yu Tingyan, and the ancestor from the East Continent were stupefied. Su Tianji pointed at the screen and said, "How come this guy is more powerful than a sect master?" Of course, Kong Zan couldn't really defeat the Western sect's second master, Zhengti Taoist. For the viewers in this world, this was a legend from another land. They were enthralled by the great powers exhibited by the immortals, but they loved the characters in this legend more than anything else, regardless if they were protagonists or antagonists. Each of the characters was vivid and lively with their own unique personalities. They stood proud and powerful in the world. They were the heroes of this era. Like stars in the sky, they lit up the nightly sky with flames of war during the final tribulation. In this most horrifying catastrophe, they emitted the most radiant starlight. Now, Kong Zan got defeated by the Western sect's second master. The viewers exchanged a look. Then, no one can block West Qi's army against King Zhou, right? Chapter 920, Immortal Slaying Sword Array. The Descendants of Gods and Demons. Now, even Kong Zan was defeated by the Western sect's second master. The viewers exchanged a look. Then, no one can block the West Qi army from defeating King Zhou. However, they saw the title of the next episode, Immortal Slaying at Border Sign Fortress. What's immortal slaying? Obviously, there was one more episode today. Eagerly, the members of Mr. Fang's group tour in Investiture of the Gods began to talk among themselves. They saw a major array at the border sign fortress before them. Red light engulfed the heaven and earth where the array was. Knowing members of the Chan sect were here, Duobao Taoist cast a palm thunder from his hand and dispersed the red light, revealing the array. It was as the poem explained. Not made of copper, iron, or steel, it was once concealed below Mount Zumi. Not refined repeatedly with yin and yang, its blade was sharpened by water and fire. Immortal slaying sword is sharp, immortal butchering sword is deadly, and red lights rose when immortal trapping sword is launched. With miraculous variations, immortal exterminating sword makes Deluo golden immortals soak in blood. Previously, only the disciples of the Jia sect showed their powers, but the Jia sect master had never showed his hand. But this time, the Jia sect master Tongtian finally showed his hand. TL note: Tongtian means heaven connecting in Chinese. In the immortal slaying array, as the golden bell rang, a pair of flags moved to the sides and revealed sect master Tongtian sitting on the grand bull flanked by disciples of different generations. Outside the array, the primeval lord of heaven sat in the middle flanked by his disciples. At noon, auspicious clouds appeared above the primeval lord of heaven's head. From his jade headpiece with dangling pearls, countless golden flowers rose up, illuminating the whole place. Previously, the viewers thought that the sect master had bullied the disciples from the other sect. Right now, seeing the two sect masters were going to go head to head, they almost screamed silently. They had never imagined that they could watch a battle on this level. Following him into the immortal slaying array, the viewers watched as the primeval lord of heaven stood on the agarwood carriage with his hand on the flight chair. A sword was hung on the immortal slaying gate of the array, and its name was the immortal slaying sword. The primeval lord of heaven patted his carriage, and tens of thousands of golden lotus flowers instantly hovered in the air. Sitting on the flowers, the primeval lord of heaven flew in through the gate of the immortal slaying array. This series of technique and powers were dizzy to watch. On the day when the primeval Lord of Heaven broke the 9-turn Yellow River array, he didn't show any of his abilities. Today, people began to realize that the Tao of Jia sect and Chan sect are both orthodox. The two sects both deserve their great reputation. At this moment, Sect Master Tongtian launched a palm thunder which shook a sword. Then, the sword cut off a lotus flower from the primeval lord's head. My goodness! The viewers exclaimed. Everyone looked at this scene in horror. Even though Sect Master Tongtian had the advantage of the array, they were still shocked by his great power. He even cut off a lotus flower from a sect master whom they regarded as unrivaled. They were extremely horrified that even the Chan sect master couldn't retreat from this ultimate array unscathed. They had never looked so horrified before. It felt as if they weren't facing an array, but an abyss with countless tribulations. When the primeval Lord of Heaven got out of the array, almost everyone was drenched in cold sweat of fear. They shivered involuntarily. Then, they saw Laozi enter the array. 3 strikes of essence dashed out of his head and turned into 3 pure ones. Laozi began to battle Sect Master Tongtian. Then, bells sounds came from the east as a Taoist rode over on a beast. Wearing the 9-cloud hat and a bright red silk robe with white crane patterns, he held a sword in his hand and sang, "Since Hundan, Tao has taken the priority. Constant possession is constant nothing, which shows the way of nature. Traveling 30,000 li on purple essence from the east, it's been 5,000 years since I traveled through Han Fortress. Taoist brother Li, I'm here to give you a hand." This was high pure Taoist. Bell sounds came from the south when a Taoist rode over on a heavenly horse. Wearing the Ruyi hat and a pale yellow robe with 8 trigram patterns, he had a Ganoderma Ruyi in his hand and sang, "Coming out Han Fortress and reaching Kunlun, every tribe now belongs to the Tao factions. Living as long as the heaven and earth, my spirit will still live on after Mount Zumi collapses. Taoist brother Li, I'll help you subdue Taoist Tongtian." This was Jade pure Taoist. Then, the viewers saw a Taoist wearing the 9 sky hat and an 8 treasure longevity purple cloud robe. He rode over on an earth lion, and he had a dragon whisker fan in one hand and the 3 treasure jade Ruyi in the other. This was vital pure Taoist. This is, all the cultivators and warriors felt like a huge force was going to erupt in their hearts like a volcano. This shocking force hammered their hearts like drums. They are the 3 pure ones. Everyone looked horrified. Naturally, they knew about the 3 pure ones. In the legend of Sword and Fairy which gave them the deepest impression, the 3 pure palace in Shu Mountain worshipped these 3 figures, the loftiest deities in Taoism. But they had been summoned by one person. One essence turned into 3 pure ones. The 3 pure ones each had skills and strength as powerful as those of Laozi. At this moment, everyone felt the chaotic pure essence coming from the beginning of the world. It was the earliest and most horrifying presence in the world. Not able to think, the viewers could do nothing but worship their super powerful techniques and strength. The 3 sect masters might have different power levels, but a battle like this. How come you're watching on your knees? Suddenly, a voice howled. They almost wept in fear. Laozi is so powerful. Even though the array hadn't been broken yet, Sect Master Tongtian was hit by the crutch 3 times. The beating happened in the horrifying immortal slaying array. Not only the cultivators and warriors but also the elves felt dizzy, thinking that every character in the TV series was powerful. How can so many horrifying masters appear in this place at the same time? Valkyrie Isabella, who watched the scene on the big screen, felt even more horrified. Fortunately, she hadn't recovered yet. Otherwise, she would have been paralyzed by fear and dropped back into the pool. This Tongtian, Laozi, primeval Lord of Heaven, how come they are so horrifyingly powerful? She yelled in the pool with hair standing on end while cold sweat appeared on her forehead. Where the heck is this place? It's so terrifying. As a goddess who was born before the heavens, she never knew what fear was after she was born. But now, she felt it strongly. The fear was heartfelt. Then, it turned into unspeakable awe. Awe for the heaven, earth, mortals, and deities. Perhaps it was the first time that she had this feeling ever since she became a goddess. This sect master Tongtian is so powerful. The viewers yelled in shock. Although his strength wasn't as great as those of Laozi, his array was so powerful that even Laozi couldn't break it until 4 sect masters combined forces. Can we learn this array? Su Tianji exclaimed. Can you learn it even if you have the chance? Mr. Fang rolled his eyes at her. Silly. It seems like I can't learn it. Then, she glared back at him. You're the silly one. I'm only a bit lazy, not silly. Don't slander me. At the demon-slaying platform in innumerable immortal sea, many immortals gathered with flags flapping in the wind, in God's palace. Golden light gathered as the gods stood proudly between heaven and earth. In the endless darkness at ninefold darkness, tens of thousands of demons lowered their heads as horrifying dark gods woke up in the primeval tombs. Once I descend to the mortal world, heaven and earth will submit to me. Our plans that have lasted tens of millions of years can finally be accomplished. The mortal world will be the battleground. Even if we have to destroy the heaven and earth and crush this world, we must seize that ultimate holy item of fortune. All. Be eternal. Chapter 921. Sect Master Tongtian's teacher. Of course, the people in the shops were oblivious to the things happening outside their world. Each day, they just got online to play games and watch TV series after doing their daily work. Some lazy people were even ignorant of the things happening nearby, spending each day on cultivation and the management of the shops. Mr. Fang naturally was always busy. Today, he had completed the first round of tasks for earning crystals. With most of his time spent on the planning of the next stage mobile games with Nolan Mingxie, he didn't have time to mind other things. When he had time, he would glance at the system interface and found that the task progress increased at a swift and steady speed. The people in the immortal realm and godly realm are really loaded. I think we can activate the war between nations in Journey to the War, Mr. Fang said. This should be very profitable. The atmosphere in the shops remained the same. Some cultivators such as Su Tianji and Anhui were busily gathering materials for the creation of array blueprints or learning super powerful spiritual spells. Furthermore, they must watch the TV series each day. Isn't Investiture of the Gods going to end soon? The viewers waited eagerly for the end, but at the same time, they wished that the end wouldn't come so soon. After all, this mythical TV series enriched their daily lives. In Investiture of the Gods, a few powerful spiritual treasures could enable weak cultivators to skip countless levels and obstacles of cultivation strength and even defeat golden immortals. An array built by a group of mortals could make gods and immortals lose all their spiritual energy. Trapped in the array, the immortals couldn't use any of their superpowers and could do nothing but wait for death. The viewers had never heard of such things before. All kinds of techniques and skills made them feel dizzy. The super powerful abilities, such as the 5-colored godly light and head-nailing 7-arrow book, could either shake heaven and earth or kill people without a trace in a strange way. In the early morning, a group of people began to talk about it again with bowls of instant noodles or cups of cappuccino in their hands. Now that Sect Master Tongtian's powerful immortal slaying array has been broken, does it mean that the Jia sect has been defeated? Do you think this Sect Master Tongtian has more powerful skills? Nolan Mingxie guessed. I feel like things would look too easy if Sect Master Tongtian was defeated just like that. No. Song Qingfeng was startled by her speculation. Class President, the immortal slaying array is so powerful already. How can anything be more powerful than that? It must be noted that the immortal slaying array was only broken by the combined forces of 4 sect masters. It was much more powerful than the previous 10 ultimate arrays or the 9-turn Yellow River array, and it had even cut off a lotus flower from such a mighty figure as the primeval Lord of Heaven. How can any technique be more powerful than that? However, when they entered the new episode that was released today, they saw the title. 3 sects meet at the innumerable immortal array. The innumerable immortal array. They exchanged a look. What array is that? Is it more powerful than the immortal slaying array? Immediately, they clicked on today's new episode and watched it eagerly. This time, almost all the immortals gathered before the innumerable immortal array, including Guangcheng Zi, Chijing Zi, Manjushri Lord of Heaven, Samantabhadra Immortal, and Siheng Taoist. Although the Jade Void Palace was no longer as powerful as before, the disciples of the Jade Void Palace still weren't weak. Opposite to them, vast mist and clouds scattered with a thunder, revealing the innumerable immortal array. The viewers looked closer and saw 5-colored golden light mingling with the mist and clouds. Groups of immortals stood densely in the mountains and oceans of clouds and looked endless in one glance. They were hermit masters in the heaven and earth who were proficient with profound and complex spiritual spells and extraordinary superpowers. The previous 9-turn Yellow River array built by 600 mortal soldiers had made the 12 golden immortals fall into the dust. The current array was built by Sect Master Tongtian and supported by tens of thousands of immortals. How powerful would it be? More miraculous was that the innumerable immortal array contained many major arrays such as the Tai Chi array, yin-yang array, and four-direction array which closely connected with each other. In addition, the rare treasure, six-soul flag, fluttered and could damage any godly soul. At this moment, the primeval Lord of Heaven, Laozi, and the two sages of Western sect had all come to the camp of the West Qi army. Even though the innumerable immortal array was much more powerful than the immortal slaying array, how could it survive under the combined forces of four sect masters? The viewers watched as the four sect masters broke sect master Tongtian's innumerable immortal array. Some of the immortals surrendered to the Western sect, some escaped, and some were killed. Wudang's Saint Mother left when she saw that the array would collapse, Shen Gongbao left as well, and Varokana Immortal submitted to the Western sect. Sect Master Tongtian was disgraced when he was left with only about 300 independent immortals. No one could stop a new era from arriving, not even the powerful Sect Master Tongtian. His Jia sect now had fallen apart. The viewers felt regretful at this sight and heaved a sigh of relief, knowing that the corrupted Shang dynasty would soon collapse. In history, no dynasty could last forever, and Yin Shang was no exception. The dynasties all had their cycle of prosperity, decline, beginning, and end, just like people would inevitably experience birth, aging, sicknesses, and death. The heavenly Tao is constant and will not make any exceptions for anyone, regardless if it was Yao or Jia. TL note: these two are ancient emperors in China. This huge catastrophe involving three realms and immortals, gods, and mortals finally came to an end. At this moment, viewers such as Su Tianji, Ji Yu Tingyan, and the ones in the West continent suddenly saw auspicious clouds rise in the south. A Taoist came from the endless auspicious essence and rare fragrance who had a bamboo stick in his hand. He sang the hymn, sleeping in the high ninth layer of clouds, I understood true Tao on a futon. Across the heaven and earth, I'm the Almighty Master. Pan Ji Yu created Tai Chi which gave birth to Yin and Yang and then four directions. I passed Tao to three disciples, and two of them created Chan sect and Jia sect. They are leaders of Tao sects, all coming from Hongjun. Who's this guy? Su Tianji looked at the Taoist. Investiture of the gods not over yet. He's another sect master. Hearing the hymn, the viewers felt like this entity's position was not inferior than that of sect master Tongtian. But why was he never mentioned before? Besides, in this world, the major sects included only the three sects and the Western sect, right? At this moment, sect master Tongtian hurried forward to greet him. Dropping to his knees, sect master Tongtian said, I hope that teacher can live forever. I didn't know that you would come and thus couldn't welcome you earlier. Please forgive me, teacher. Teacher. An existence such as sect master Tongtian has a teacher. More astonishing was that even the primeval Lord of Heaven and Laozi all called him teacher.